Chapter 441. In the pasture, Golden lowered his head and looked at his past self. He knew very well why the motor lizard was sad, because he had experienced the same thing before. At that time, the Golden said something to him, and he has not forgotten it even today. Thinking of this, Golden opened his mouth. Agasher. I have things I can do, and you have things you can do. The motor lizard was slightly stunned, and it looked at Golden with a confused look in its eyes. Gale? What does that mean? Motor lizard couldn't help asking. Golden looked at motor lizard with his golden eyes, and asked with a serious expression, Gashi? Didn't you always want to be the most reliable Pokemon around Naoki? Are you going to give up here now? Can you still help Naoki like this? Motor lizard was confused. It didn't expect Golden to tell it these things. But when it came to this topic, its mood suddenly became even more depressed. Motor lizard drooped its head listlessly, and said in a low voice, Gale. You can do all that. Even without me, it doesn't matter. Naoki doesn't need me at all. Motor lizard looked at Golden in front of it. Its figure was so majestic and strong. Its head was so tall, and its strength was so powerful. It also wanted to become such a Pokemon. But it was impossible, because motor lizard had no way to evolve, and it could not undergo a transformation after evolution, like Slowpoke evolved into Slowking. Hearing what motor lizard said, Golden sighed helplessly. It shook its head and said, JC. You will definitely be able to help Naoki in the future and become his most reliable assistant, just like me. Seeing Golden so sure, motor lizard was very surprised, and its eyes were full of confusion and doubt. Gale? How do you know? However, Golden did not answer, but just stared at motor lizard, thinking, that's because I am you in the future. There has never been any Golden. It has always been the kind-hearted motorcycle lizard. After a pause, Golden said, Gah. In the future, I will leave here, and then Naoki will be handed over to you to take care of. Since only one of it and motorcycle lizard can exist, let the past self accompany Naoki. At that time, it will stop motorcycle lizard from going to that place. In this way, motorcycle lizard will not fall into the time machine, and will not have to look at the moon for so many years in that ancient time and space. Hearing this, the motorcycle lizard was stunned. It no longer cared about the pain at this time, and asked quickly, Gao? Leave, where are you going? Guillerton didn't know, if the future event didn't happen, it would most likely be corrected by time and disappear into thin air, right? Gashi. Guillerton said, before that, let it accompany Naoki more. The motorcycle lizard was in a very heavy mood. Was it because of it that Guillerton wanted to leave the ranch? But motor lizard knew that Golden came here from a very distant time, because Naoki once told it the story of Golden. Golden lived in a very ancient world, where there were dangers and ferocious Pokemon everywhere. Golden experienced countless battles there, and grew into such a powerful Pokemon. And now, Golden came to the world where they lived alone. It has no mother, and no friends here. So pitiful. If Golden leaves, where can it go? The motorcycle lizard felt sorry and blamed itself. After a while, it looked at Golden and said, Gao. If you leave, Naoki will be very sad. I can also share my mother with you. Please stay. Golden was speechless. What do you mean by sharing my mother? She is obviously my mother. Golden did not give a direct answer. It continued, Gashi. Let's make a promise. Gale? Agahi. Today's events are a secret, don't tell Naoki. Next, I will continue to teach you my special skills, and you will definitely use them to protect Naoki in the future. This is the agreement it made with its past self. The motor lizard looked up at Golden in front of it blankly. Although it didn't understand much, it could still feel that Golden seemed to have made some kind of determination. Golden promised, Agahi. You will definitely use them. If you still do this, I will not be here in the future, and Naoki will encounter difficulties, and you will not be able to help him. This sentence touched the motor lizard's heartstrings. All along, it wanted to work hard to help Naoki, and become his most reliable Pokemon. The two Pokemon looked into each other's eyes. Golden looked so serious that motor lizard was stunned. Can it really use those skills to help Naoki in the future? To this, Golden's answer was affirmative. After a long time, motor lizard regained its spirits. It also looked at Golden seriously, at this powerful Pokemon. Gao. Don't leave, I will eat well, and never do this again. This Pokemon thought that Golden was going to leave the ranch, because it envied Golden for being Naoki's most reliable assistant. Gah. Guillerton sighed helplessly. I used to be so childish and annoying. I didn't eat well because of that kind of thing. I was so stupid. A Pokemon who had been jealous of himself thought so. So, when Naoki fished the two fighting roosters out of the river, He saw Gillerton talking to the motorcycle lizard in the distance. Naoki's heart moved, and at this moment, he suddenly had an idea. Could it be that his little motorcycle lizard became like that because of Gillerton? At the beginning, he would ask the two Pokemon to help him in turn. But later, as the number of Pokemon in the ranch increased, Naoki spent a lot of energy. For convenience, he rode Gulton most of the time and ignored Motor Lizard. In this case, Motor Lizard might feel that he was not needed and useless, and thus became depressed, and had a knot in his heart. Is it my fault? Naoki began to reflect silently, and made a decision in his heart. It is not too late to mend the fence after the sheep have been lost, and he must spend more time with Motor Lizard in the future. Naoki asked Flareon to use hot air to dry the two fighting roosters. Afterwards, Naoki handed the two wilted roosters to Babu Tubo's parents, and told them that the roosters were fine. However, in order to prevent the chickens from getting sick with the flu, Naoki prepared treatment drugs for them in advance. After everything was done, he returned to Gulton and Motor Lizard, preparing to spend a day to accompany Motor Lizard and help it relax. Thinking of this, Naoki walked up to the two Pokemon with a smile and asked, "What are you talking about?" Motor Lizard subconsciously looked at Gulton. Gulton turned into a silly mount, hissed, turned around and ran away, as if to leave time for Motor Lizard and Naoki. Naoki noticed this scene, and he smelled a hint of unusual smell between the two Pokemon. Looking at Gulton running away, Naoki asked, "What did Gulton just say to you? Didn't I bully you?" Hearing bullying, the Motor Lizard shook his head quickly. Gah! Gillerton didn't bully it. Naoki had already guessed that seeing the Motor Lizard like this, it seemed that Gillerton's words just now had opened its heart. Naoki smiled and asked, "Then what were you whispering about just now?" The Motor Lizard thought of the agreement he made with Gillerton, and immediately closed his mouth, as if they had said nothing. "Then let me guess, was Gillerton comforting you just now?" Naoki asked. The motorcycle lizard opened its eyes wide. "Gayo?" That expression seemed to ask, "How did you know?" Naoki smiled slightly. "We have lived together for so long, how could I not know you?" The motorcycle lizard looked silly and cute, and seemed to agree. At this moment, it heard Naoki sigh. The motorcycle lizard immediately looked up. Naoki reached out and touched its head, and apologized to it with a serious expression. "Sorry, motorcycle lizard. I did a bad job and didn't pay attention to your feelings." Gah! Hearing Naoki apologizing to him, Motor Lizard immediately became tearful like a child because of grievance. "Are you so sad, because you feel that you are not needed and feel useless?" Naoki asked. Motor Lizard nodded with tears in his eyes. "Gah! No." Naoki shook his head and said seriously, "I don't need you to do anything for me, or help me. As long as I can live with you, I will feel very happy." "Do you know, Motor Lizard?" Naoki asked, "for human trainers, the first Pokemon is always very special. You are the first Pokemon I came here." He has long been accustomed to the existence of Motor Lizard. As long as he sees it catching butterflies in the flowers, sleeping peacefully in front of the warm fireplace, and clumsily helping to harvest crops, Naoki will feel very at ease. If Motor Lizard leaves one day, and can't see its figure in the ranch, Naoki feels that he will be very sad. Sometimes, Pokemon's emotions are not as delicate and tactful as humans, so when expressing your emotions to them, you must use a straightforward way to avoid misunderstandings. Therefore, Naoki said to Motor Lizard directly, "You are very important to me. If you run away from home one day, and don't want to be my Pokemon anymore, I will be very sad." Gah! Motor Lizard listened with tears in his eyes. "Do you understand?" Naoki asked. "Gah!" Motor Lizard nodded seriously. "Very good." Naoki smiled and rubbed its head, stood up and said, "Go home now. You haven't eaten well for several days. Let's go, I make you something to eat." Gah! Motor Lizard stood up quickly and followed Naoki into the house. One person and one Pokemon came to the kitchen. Naoki opened the refrigerator and checked the various ingredients inside, and asked, "Do you want to eat anything?" Motorcycle Lizard, "Gayo." Rotom's phone helped translate, "Hot noodle soup." Hot noodle soup. Naoki was a little surprised. Wasn't that the dish he had to make when he first came to this world with limited ingredients? Naoki's thoughts went back to that chilly spring morning 2 years ago, when he and Motorcycle Lizard were crowded in a dilapidated old house drinking hot noodles and soup. At that time, Motorcycle Lizard didn't like the taste of hot noodles and soup, so Naoki rarely made it for it. Motorcycle Lizard ate sandwiches, fried steaks, barbecue and other foods. Seeing that Motor Lizard wanted to try again, Naoki happily agreed. "Okay, I make you hot noodle soup again. Now it's not the past, their life is no longer tight. The refrigerator is full of all kinds of ingredients, and they can buy whatever they want to eat. Naoki spent a lot of effort to find a pack of noodles in the cupboard. Add water to the pot, wait until the noodles become soft, then add chopped green onions and lard, let the noodles absorb the soup. Recalling the scene when I made hot noodle soup for the first time, Motor Lizard had just arrived at the ranch, and was just a few months old. Now the Motor Lizard has also become a big Pokemon. Naoki smiled, feeling happy that he could meet the Motor Lizard, while dripping a drop of sesame oil into the pot, and put the soft-boiled egg prepared in advance into the pot, poking it with chopsticks, and the golden egg liquid slowly flowed out and merged with the noodle soup. Finally, Naoki turned off the fire, and served the noodles in a white porcelain bowl. The chopped green onions floated on the soup, which made people very appetizing just by looking at it. Hot soup noodles, done. Naoki placed the bowl of hot noodle soup in front of the Motor Lizard and habitually took a look at its effect. However, the next second, Naoki suddenly noticed something incredible. Because the effect of the hot noodle soup was different from the bowl of hot noodle soup he was familiar with. Blessing noodle soup, a special dish that was born with a lot of emotions. It is said that those who drink it can achieve their wishes. Cooking effect, pray. It is said that those who eat it can achieve their wishes. Evaluation. Looking forward to the future in the past, missing the past in the future, hoping that tomorrow will be better. A rich life may be very happy, but the poor days in the past may be more worth recalling. Naoki stared blankly at the bowl of hot noodle soup in front of him. As if noticing Naoki's strangeness, Motor Lizard looked over with some confusion. Gale? Naoki came back to his senses and said to Motor Lizard, "Eat it. Make a wish after eating. Maybe this bowl of noodles will help you realize it." Motorcycle Lizard was a little surprised. Gah! It's true. Naoki nodded. You can try it. Hearing this, Motorcycle Lizard immediately lowered his head, lying in front of the food bowl, and eating this special bowl of hot soup noodles. Well, the taste is much better than the first time it ate it. Motorcycle Lizard ate happily, and when it drank the last mouthful of noodle soup, it began to make a wish. What wish should it make? At this moment, Motorcycle Lizard thought a lot. It thought of Naoki, thought of everyone in the ranch, and finally thought of the Gulton. Thinking back to what Gulton had just said to it, the Motor Lizard had the answer in its heart. It made a wish in its heart, hoping that Gulton would not leave, and could always stay with Naoki. Now it no longer feels sad that it is not as good as Gulton. Because Naoki said that it is different from Gulton, and it is also very important to Naoki. After making a wish, the Motor Lizard opened its eyes. In this way, Gulton should never leave again, right? What wish did you make? Naoki looked at Motor Lizard curiously. Motor Lizard thought of the agreement he made with Gulton and shook his head. Gah! It wants to keep a secret. Mysterious, okay, then I won't ask. I hope your wish can come true. Naoki stood up and washed the pots and pans. Motor Lizard stayed aside. During this time, Naoki noticed Glacian, Yuriko, Frostmilk, Babudride, and other Pokemon hiding in the living room and peeking. He said to Motor Lizard, Glacian and the others were very worried about you before. Do you want to tell them? Hearing this, Motor Lizard looked back and saw Glacian and the others as expected. Thinking back to how he had been these past 2 days, Motor Lizard felt a little embarrassed, but he also thought of everyone who was worried about him, so he mustered up his courage and walked towards them. Naoki was washing the dishes alone. His sister Ai Guancher saw this, and came forward to ask if he needed help. Naoki shook his head and said, No, you guys go and have a rest. I take care of all the housework today. The Ai Guancher brothers and sisters work for everyone every day, cleaning, tidying up the house, and helping to feed the children. They are very tired. Naoki planned to let them take a break and leave the work for today to him. The Ai Guancher brothers and sisters felt Naoki's kindness and were very happy. Although this is their job, they are able to get the care and understanding of their master. Among all the housekeepers and Ai Guancher in the world, they are already among the top in terms of happiness. The sister Ai Guancher happily ran to the room to rest, but the brother Ai Guancher stayed and paid attention to whether Naoki needed his help in any way. Naoki's thoughts went to Gulton. Gulton's performance today was really surprising, because it was actually comforting Motor Lizard. Although he didn't know what the 2 Pokemon said specifically, Naoki could feel that after talking to Gulton, Motor Lizard's mood was not as bad as it was at the beginning. In this way, Gulton not only fully integrated into modern society, but also underwent great changes. If Dr. Olin knew about this, he would be very surprised. Naoki could almost imagine the expression and astonishment of Dr. Olin when he heard this. What? Gulton, a violent and paradoxical Pokemon, would actually take the initiative to comfort other Pokemon? This is really amazing. But as soon as you mention the devil, he will appear. Naoki had just finished washing the dishes when he received a video call from the Padilla pit. The two doctors in the deepest part of Area Zero have also kept up with the times and switched to the more convenient Rotom phones. As the call was connected, Dr. Olin's heroic face appeared on the screen. She smiled and greeted Naoki. "Long time no see, Naoki." "Long time no see, doctor." Naoki also smiled and responded. "Is the research on the giant pig going well?" "Everything is fine." Dr. Olin nodded. Naoki looked behind Dr. Olin, but only saw Dr. Futu. He couldn't help asking, "Where is Piper? Has Piper returned to the ground?" Dr. Olin nodded slightly. "Papa has gone to study at Padilla College. There are many people of the same age there. Papa will definitely make new friends there. In this way, he will not feel lonely even without us." "Has Papa started school?" Naoki suddenly felt that time pass so quickly. He still remembered that when he first met Papa, Papa was still a little boy who was always silent and spoke very little. "Yes." Dr. Olin smiled and nodded. "But Papa is not very good at Pokemon battles. He is more interested in making dishes than fighting. I don't know if he was influenced by you." As she spoke, Dr. Olin looked at Naoki. She remembered that Naoki loved cooking, and Piper had lived there for a while when she was a child. Naoki, This matter has nothing to do with him, because even without him, Piper would be interested in cooking. But by the way, doctor, what do you want to talk to me about today? After a brief chat, Naoki began to ask. Dr. Olin shook her head and said, "Nothing special, it's still the same." "How are Golden and Flutter?" Speaking of this, Naoki remembered how Golden comforted Motor Lizard just now. He told Dr. Olin what happened just now. And Dr. Olin, as Naoki expected, showed a surprised and unexpected expression on his face. "What?" After being stunned, Dr. Olin looked thoughtful. "Interesting, Golden actually took the initiative to comfort other Pokemon. From this point of view, it has completely integrated into the world we live in." Naoki also nodded in agreement. He recalled the description and relationship between the two Pokemon, Gultrin and Motor Lizard, in the game. Some people say that Gultrin is what Motor Lizard looked like in the past, while Millerton is what Motor Lizard looks like in the future. Regarding this argument, Naoki has not seen it in this world so far. He thought for a while and asked curiously, "By the way, doctor, have you noticed that Gultrin, Motor Lizard and Millerton look very similar? Is there any connection between the two?" Hearing this, Dr. Olin nodded thoughtfully. "It's possible. According to Mai and Futu's research, the modern Motor Lizard is likely the result of the natural evolution of Pokemon like Gultun. Depending on the environment, the appearance of Pokemon will also change accordingly. I think you should know that different Pokemon regions have different forms. According to my investigation and some literature, the oxygen content in the atmosphere at the time when Gultun lived was very high, and the air was full of primitive violent energy. Perhaps it is for this reason that Pokemon such as Gultun, Fluttertail, and Roaringtail have such ferocious personalities, like unintelligent beasts. Of course, your Gul'dan and Flutterbear don't belong to this category." Naoki nodded thoughtfully. "Full of primitive violent energy?" This reminded him of a special term, primal regression. Primal regression is a special phenomenon that only occurs in the legendary Pokemon Groudon and Kyogre. It refers to the whole process of the two returning to their original form, due to absorbing enough natural energy. Dr. Olin continued, "As time goes by, the oxygen concentration in the atmosphere decreases, and the violent energy in the air begins to dissipate, and those Pokemon begin to change towards the appearance of modern Pokemon. In addition, the birth of tree fruits provides them with enough nutrition, so that these Pokemon no longer need to rely on hunting each other to survive. After that, except for some natural enemy Pokemon, the relationship between different Pokemon gradually began to become harmonious." Hearing this, Naoki understood. A bold idea suddenly popped up in his mind. "Doctor, is it possible for Motor Lizard to return to its original state and become Gordon? Just like Groudon and Kyogre. Primitive return?" Dr. Olin noticed this unique term. "It is an appropriate description. I can only say that it is possible, but I am not very clear about the specific situation because I have never officially come into contact with the world where Gillerton lives." Speaking of this, Dr. Olin showed a longing on her face. If only she could go to that time and space, and see the Pokemon living in the past in person. This has always been her dream. But she can't do that because she still has family in this place. She can't abandon them and leave. There is a certain possibility, but it is difficult to achieve, because Dr. Olin knows nothing about the past world, unless she can go there to investigate in person. Naoki heard what Dr. Olin meant, and gave up the idea with regret. Then, he thought of Milton, Ironthorn and other paradoxical Pokemon from the future. What about those Pokemon from the future? Naoki asked. Thinking back to the description of those Pokemon, could it be that someone has transformed the Pokemon's body to make them achieve mechanical ascension? However, Dr. Olin was not very clear about the future. At this time, Dr. Fortu interrupted. The future Pokemon is likely to be born in the era of technological explosion. According to my investigation, the Pokemon of Iron Warrior has traces of artificial creation. It may be a bionic Pokemon created by a crazy scientist who likes Gardevoir and Alito in the future. From what Dr. Fortu said, he has established a connection with Iron Warrior. Naoki was very surprised. The Iron Warriors are very cruel. As if he saw what he meant, Dr. Fortu smiled and said, "We used a special method. If you are interested, Naoki, you can come to the Zero Zone Research Institute at any time. We will introduce it to you in detail." With the Gulton, Naoki can walk sideways in the Padilla giant pit. In addition, someone from the Padilla Alliance had contacted them before. After learning that Naoki had entered the Padilla giant pit, the person immediately said that from now on, Naoki can enter the giant pit at will without applying for qualifications from the Padilla Alliance. As for who that person is, of course it's Yessie, the top champion of the Padilla region. After learning that Yessie and Naoki knew each other, Dr. Olin and Dr. Fortu were both very surprised. Therefore, they made this special call to tell Naoki that he can enter and exit the Padilla pit freely from now on. Naoki, Yessie really trusts him? Are you really not afraid that he will kidnap all the Pokemon in the Padilla pit? Well, he really won't. Okay, I thank the chief later. Naoki nodded. Well, okay, that's all for today. If we have a chance next time, let's talk about ancient Pokemon again. Dr. Olin hung up the phone with a smile. At the same time, the Padilla Alliance. Yessie called Chishu with a Rotom phone, ready to test her opinion. At this time, Chishu was sitting in front of the computer at home, concentrating on editing the video. The Rotom phone that was placed aside suddenly rang, which startled her. When Chishu saw the name of the caller, she was shocked again. It was the chief. Could the chief be calling to inspect her work? However, Chishu soon realized that it was time to get off work. Oh, that's fine. After the call was connected, Chishu asked Yessie in a lively tone, "Hello, good afternoon, Chief." Yessie smiled slightly. "You also want to ask Chishu, is the recent gym challenge going well? Have you encountered any difficulties?" "Smooth." Chishu shook his head and said, "It's not difficult, it's all good now. The popularity of the Brewing Light Gym is climbing like the Mama Eel King." "That's good. You see, I got down to business. By the way, I heard from Guluxia that you and Naoki seem to have a good relationship. Is this true?" "Naoki?" Chishu didn't expect the chief to suddenly jump to this topic. She couldn't react for a while, and didn't know how to answer. Yessie, what's wrong? Nothing. Chishu waved his hands quickly. "Naoki and I are indeed friends." "Friends?" Yessie had a strange smile on her face. "Chishu? ? Today's chief seems to be a little bit off." Just when she was about to ask what happened, Yessie suddenly changed the subject. "By the way, Chishu, you are almost 19 years old this year, right?" Yessie asked. Chishu was a little confused, but still answered, "Well, I just celebrated my 18th birthday not long ago, and I am heading for my 19th birthday. It feels like time flies so fast. I still remember that you were only 14 or 19 when you first became the owner. Less than 4 years younger than Naoki. Have you ever met someone you like?" Yessie asked. Chishu was confused, with a big question mark on his head. The chief was really weird. "Chief, it's too early to talk about this now." "Too early?" Yessie smiled and said, "Yes, it's a bit early for you, but when Naoki's time comes, I plan to introduce him to a suitable candidate and let them go on a blind date. What do you think?" "What?" Chishu was stunned for a moment, and then a surprised expression appeared on her face. She subconsciously said, "Naoki shouldn't be that anxious, right?" "Yessie, give it a try first, and there are indeed a few people in the Padilla Alliance who are more suitable for Naoki, so I called today to ask for your opinions. After all, you and Naoki are friends." Chishu was a little panicked, saying so, but looking at Chishu, who was obviously distracted on the other side of the screen, Yessie had already got the answer in her heart when she tried to get to this point. "As I expected, you have a crush on him, right?" Hearing this, Chishu immediately opened his eyes wide and looked at Yessie in disbelief. Yessie smiled softly and said, "As far as I know, you are not the kind of gym leader who strives to improve his strength. Gurusha Aoki and the others went once, but you went several times." You can't have suddenly awakened and wanted to work hard on special training to become the strongest trainer in the Padilla region, right? Chishu, is it obvious? Having said that, how could Chishu not see what Yessie was here for today? Yessie just smiled and said nothing. Chishu reluctantly admitted, okay. A little bit. Since you like her, then be more proactive and pursue her courageously. Otherwise, with Naoki's quiet personality, you will never know in your life. Yessie encouraged. But Chishu seemed a little hesitant. I always feel that Naoki and I are not suitable. This is also the reason why she has not taken the initiative so far. Yessie raised her eyebrows. Chishu listed one by one. Jishu and I are in the east and the west respectively. Compared with the bustling metropolis, Jishu prefers the quiet countryside where he won't be disturbed. We are different in personality and living habits. Yessie nodded while listening. After a long while, she spoke. Love is a two-way road. It requires both parties to walk towards each other together. Moreover, these are not the time for you to consider now. First, you should express your feelings to him. Other things need to be considered later. Chishu had fully reacted at this moment, and looked at the chief with a strange look. Chief, why do you suddenly care about these things? Chishu asked. Yessie smiled slightly. Everything is for the Padilla Alliance. Okay, let's stop here today. Let's talk about it after you are sure of your intentions. Chishu, What the hell is for the Padilla Alliance? Could it be that her love can revitalize the Padilla Alliance? Chishu was confused. But then again, what the chief said was indeed right. She had to express her feelings first, otherwise it would be embarrassing if she thought so much in advance and was rejected later. When he thought of this, Chishu felt very worried. Forget it, anyway, let's go to Chishu Ranch to see Chishu first. After hanging up the phone, Yessie sat in a chair, not knowing what she was thinking. Xianli, who had just heard the whole process, said speechlessly, Chief, when did you start working as a matchmaker part-time? Yessie smiled softly and said, No, I just want to help them. But Xianli saw through her. It was obviously for Naoki to stay in the Padilla area. Yessie didn't mind being seen through by Xianli. She fantasized about the future instead. By the way, Xianli. What? Xianli looked at her. Yessie, if Naoki has a child, at what age will his child break through to the champion level? Hearing this, Xianli's face suddenly showed an expression of disbelief. Chief, you plan to keep Naoki in the Padilla region, and you are planning to take his child. What's that expression on your face? Yitsichong said, I just think his child must be very powerful. Xianli thought about it silently. Gulton, Budcrest, Dragonite, Phantom and Snowbra and Mount Goat. How can a trainer who can capture or cultivate these Pokemon be weak? If that child wants to become a trainer, Naoki will definitely teach her everything he has learned in his life. There are so many Pokemon in that ranch. Naoki might choose the initial Pokemon for his child from the moment he is born, and let that Pokemon grow up with his child. In this way, the relationship and tacit understanding between the two sides will be far better than those trainers who only get Pokemon at the age of 10. When the child is 3 years old and can walk and talk, Naoki might start to teach him to breed and train Pokemon. After training until the age of 10, the child can directly challenge the gym, clear the Padilla League, and become the youngest champion. Yessie seemed to have seen that scene. A dazzling new star was rising in their Padilla region. It's really exciting. Yessie murmured softly. At the end of March in the 200th year of the Alliance calendar. That morning, Naoki was steaming grass dumplings for his goat, but suddenly received a call from Mayor Thomas. Mayor Thomas? Mayor Thomas nodded on the other end of the phone. Good morning, Naoki. This year's spring horse racing meeting will start the day after tomorrow. Do you want to take your horse Pokemon to participate? Spring horse racing? Last year, it was Linjiuma who participated in the competition and won the championship. Logically, it should be Snowstorma's turn this year. But Snowstorma is not so interested in this competition now. Because Naoki was worried that Linjiuma's trophy would deform its head last time, he asked the Crown of Buds to negotiate with it to see if the trophy could be taken off. As a result, the Crown of Buds directly told Linjiuma that the trophy was not a crown. Linjiuma took the trophy off at that time, and Snowstorma next to him also heard it. Snowstorm, who was originally thinking about winning the crown and becoming the Horse King, instantly lost interest in the horse racing meeting. Thinking of this, Naoki thought for a moment and replied, I'm not sure either. I go ask the 2 horse Pokemon first. If they are willing, I take them to participate. Okay. Mayor Thomas nodded, and then hung up the phone. Chapter 442. Naoki didn't attend the horse racing competition this year. Because Snowstorm Horse knew that it was not a crown, but just an ordinary golden trophy, which was not worthy of its noble demeanor as the king of horses. When Snowstorm Horse spoke, Spirit Horse listened silently beside him, but he didn't say a word the whole time. Because it was it that wore the trophy on its head, as if it were a crown. Not only did it wear it, but it also wore it for nearly a year. Awkward. Spirit Horse emptied his mind, and pretended that he had never done that kind of thing. Seeing that no horse wanted to participate in the horse racing meeting, Naoki turned around and left the stable, ready to tell Mayor Thomas about this matter. After he left, Blizzard Horse recalled the behavior of the Ghost Horse, and couldn't help laughing secretly. The Ghost Horse couldn't see, but its hearing was extremely sharp. It immediately heard the sneaky laughter of Blizzard Horse. The Ghost Horse immediately became angry, and attacked the Blizzard Horse with a flash of ghost light. 2 consecutive kicks. The Blizzard Horse was kicked in the stomach and immediately neighed in pain. Seeing that the stupid horse Linjiuma dared to attack him, the hot-tempered and straightforward Snowstorm could not help but kick Linjiuma. Linjiuma was completely enraged and directly condensed a shadow ball to attack Snowstorma. The next second, there was a bang, and the originally safe stable was directly overturned by the horse. The EVs who were playing on the grass saw the fight between Linjiuma and Snowstorma, and immediately screamed. Soon, Moon EV ran into the room and bit Naoki's trouser leg with his mouth and dragged him out. "You? What's wrong?" Naoki was a little surprised. Seeing that Moon EV was very anxious, he said to Mayor Thomas on the other end of the phone, "Something seems to have happened in the ranch. I need to go over and take a look. We talk next time." Mayor Thomas nodded kindly. "It's okay, go." After hanging up the phone, Naoki quickly followed Edie outside. On the open grassland, the Spirit Horse and the Snow Horse were rushing towards each other fiercely, bumping with their bodies, kicking with their hind legs. And the stable where they originally lived has now completely turned into a ruin. Naoki, shock. "Snowstorm Horse, Ghost Horse," he shouted, trying to stop them. But the 2 angry horses didn't stop at all. Seeing this, Naoki directly pressed the button to summon the Bud Crown King. Then, the Bud Crown King appeared directly in the pasture. He also noticed the 2 horses fighting at a glance. The Bud Crown King frowned, his face serious. A powerful superpower surged from his body, blocking the 2 horses and forcibly separating them. "What are you doing?" The tone of the Bud Crown King was full of majesty. In response, the Spirit Horse, who had calmed down in advance, took the lead in complaining to the Snowstorm Horse. Black hiss. "This guy provoked me." The Snowstorm Horse did not show any weakness. Ice hiss. "It was he who started it first." The Spirit Horse glared at the Snowstorm Horse. Black hiss. "You provoked me first." The Snowstorm Horse said directly. Ice hiss. "Telling the truth is also called provocation. It's obviously you who are too stupid to wear the trophy on your head, as if it were a crown." The Bud Crown King. Naoki. Hearing this, the Ghost Horse was furious. 2 streams of purple smoke rose uncontrollably from its ear holes. A powerful ghost attribute energy surged wildly in its body, and finally turned into a dark demonic shadow, crushing the Snowstorm Horse like an overwhelming force. The Snowstorm Horse sensed the crisis, and it also created a large icicle, controlling it to crash into the Ghost Horse. Seeing the scene, the Bud Crown King was speechless. A blue light flashed in his eyes, and the next second, a powerful superpower surged out of his body, directly erasing the moves of Linjiuma and Snowstorm. "Okay, stop!" Looking at his 2 beloved horses, the Bud Crown King felt a headache. "Snowstorm, you were wrong first. You shouldn't mock Linjiuma." Snowstorm snorted in dissatisfaction. It was obviously Linjiuma, who was too stupid. It just told the truth. After hearing what the Bud Crown King said, Shishu immediately understood what was going on. Snowstorm laughed at Linjiuma, who wore the trophy as a crown. Linjiuma was angry, and started fighting with him. Naoki was speechless. I have to say that Snowstorma's EQ is really low. Seeing Snowstorma like this, the Bud Crown King didn't know what to do for a moment. This matter was Snowstorma's fault, but Snowstorma didn't seem to accept it at all. The wronged Linjiuma stood silently aside, silent, without saying a word. With the temperament of the King of the Flower Crown, he simply couldn't do the act of slapping the horse face of the Snowstorm Horse. The palms and backs of his hands are all flesh, and both horses are his beloved horses. The King of the Flower Crown was very embarrassed, and finally, he could only look at Naoki for help. Naoki instantly understood what the King of the Flower Crown meant. He thought about it roughly, and then walked forward and said to the 2 horses, "In the final analysis, you still have a conflict because of the crown, right?" The spirit horse and the snowstorm horse cast their eyes on him. Naoki continued, "In that case, why not have a duel? The winning Pokemon can become the Horse King. At that time, I will make a Horse King crown for it, a real golden crown. At that time, I and the Bud Crown will help it be crowned as the Horse King. What do you think?" Sure enough, when they heard the words real golden crown, the attention of the spirit horse and the snow horse was instantly attracted. The spirit horse snorted. As long as it gets the crown, the snow horse will no longer have the right to laugh at it. At that time, it will become the real Horse King, and Blizzard opened his eyes wide, very excited. This crown, it must win, but Crown looked at Naoki helplessly. But in this case, what about the other losing horse Pokemon? Naoki signaled Bud Crown to be patient, and then continued, but it should be noted that every year in the future, the horse that did not win the crown will have the qualification to challenge the King of Horses. After all, the King of Horses should be the most powerful horse Pokemon in the world. Not only should it run fast, but it should also be the most powerful. If it is not strong enough, it will not be qualified to occupy the position of the King of Horses. The Bud Crown couldn't help nodding. That's right. This way, there's no need to worry about which horse Pokemon will be disappointed. Even if it loses this year's battle, it can still attack the crown next year. What a good idea. The Bud Crown looked at Naoki with gratitude. After hearing this, the spirit horse and the snow horse both fell into deep thought. Naoki was right. The King of Horses should be the fastest and most powerful horse Pokemon. Only such a horse Pokemon can be called the King of Horses. Very good. Naoki nodded and continued, "Then you should take a rest first. When you are in the best condition, I will start the Horse King competition for you. But you should pay attention that the Bud Crown King will not ride you to fight together. You can only fight for the crown with your own strength." Black hiss. Ice hiss. Both the snowstorm horse and the spirit horse looked very motivated. "Then you should take a rest first," Naoki said. The two horses who were thinking about the crown each found a place to rest and prepare for battle. It doesn't matter if the stable is gone. When they were in the snowy field of the crown before, they slept directly on the ground in the open air. Looking at their backs, Naoki and the Bud Crown King didn't know what to say for a moment. Well, he should find CLI to rebuild the stable. They are really two troublesome horses. However, CLI is still building the Expedition Team Guild at the World Tree, and may not have extra time to rebuild the stable here. In that case, let's let the two horses suffer and sleep directly on the grass, and see if they dare to destroy the facilities in the ranch in the future. Where are you going to find the crown? Rain Crown asked worriedly. That's easy. The figure of a Pokemon appeared in Naoki's mind. Just find the rich man and ask it for some gold coins, then take them to the town and give them to the craftsman to help make a golden crown. Saifuhao had given him a lot of gold coins before, and those gold coins were collected by Shishu, which should be enough to make a golden crown. In this way, he would not need to borrow gold coins from Saifuhao. That afternoon, Shishu took a large bag of gold coins to go to Jichin town. He found a gold shop that specialized in processing gold products, handed the gold coins to them, and asked them to help make a crown. No problem. The master in the shop patted his chest and guaranteed, "My craftsmanship is very famous in the whole Jichin town. It only takes 1 day for me to make what you want. Come back to pick it up at this time tomorrow." Okay. Naoki nodded, saying that a Pokemon would come to pick it up tomorrow, and he would just give it the crown. No problem. The old master agreed. After returning to the ranch, Naoki began to clean up the ruins of the stable destroyed by the ghost horse and the snow horse. There were broken wood and planks everywhere, and it would be a waste to just throw them away. Naoki planned to collect them and put them in the fireplace to burn for warmth when it got cold. The Pokemon were playing in the ranch. After what happened that day, the relationship between Gulton and Motor Lizard became much better. Naoki often saw the two of them together. Motor Lizard asked Gulton for advice, and Gulton taught Motor Lizard the moves he had mastered. Naoki was very happy to see this harmonious scene. Looking back, the relationship between the two Pokemon was very bad. Gulton was full of hostility towards Motor Lizard, and Motor Lizard was also afraid of Gulton. Unexpectedly, the two of them have become good friends now. It really fits the lyrics. "I didn't like you when we first met, but who knew we would become so close later?" Good news. Naoki stood in the distance and said hello to the two Pokemon. "Keep up the good work. I go to the World Tree to take a look. I wonder how Slowking is doing now, whether he is still thinking about life." "Ah, gaw. Gaw." Gullerton and Motor Lizard responded happily. Naoki smiled slightly, and then took the Rotom phone and the translator Guazasu to the world tree in the reverse world. During this time, Naoki took a look at Rotom's phone and found that Giratina was complaining in the chat group of the mythical beasts. The most powerful Giratina in the world. I'm so annoyed. The two guys next door are getting restless. They better not affect my reverse world, otherwise I will kill them both. Naoki, He glanced at the message and found that it was sent 5 minutes ago. The Bud Crown King also replied below. Farmer, keep calm and you will feel much better. The most powerful Giratina in the world. Humph, you don't know those two annoying guys. The two of them don't like each other, and they fight whenever they meet. Every fight affects my reverse world. These two old guys, who can't keep up with the times, have only those things in their minds all day long. Naoki, The two old guys who can't keep up with the times refer to the god of time Dialga and the god of space Palkia. The current timeline seems to have come to the Hoenn region, and there is only 1 year left before the major events in the Sinnoh region. If he remembered correctly, the time and space of Dialga and Palkia would collide, and the two Pokemon would fight in a place called Poplar Town. And all of that was a sign that the god of creation Arceus was about to wake up from his slumber. Didn't expect that there would be signs now, but it was quite funny to say that Giratina actually called Dialga and Palkia two old things that couldn't keep up with the times. Naoki couldn't help laughing. He opened the Pokemon forum with interest and clicked on Giratina's personal homepage. Its number of fans has reached 7 figures. The most powerful Giratina in the world, annual VIP 10, 5,550,384 fans. Wow, Giratina's fans have exceeded 5.5 million. Naoki was shocked. He clicked on the personal homepage of Bud Crest and found that Bud Crest only had 5 million fans. Compared to Giratina, who takes photos every day, Bud Crest is much more indifferent to the Pokemon forum. Except for occasionally replying to netizens' private chats and questions, he never posts. However, what is the annual VIP 10 on Giratina's personal homepage? Where did it get the money to buy a membership? Naoki was very surprised. On the way to the World Tree, he stopped by Giratina's Flower Sky Island and asked him about this question. Giratina proudly replied, Those are all tributes from my fans. I have a lot of money now, Rotom. Show Naoki my savings. Got it, Rotom. Rotom quickly opened Giratina's personal savings account. Naoki leaned over to count. 1, 10, 100, 1,000, 10,000, 100,000, 1 million. 1,600,000? Naoki's eyes widened. Being an internet celebrity makes so much money? Giratina was extremely proud. Humans are sometimes quite sensible. At this time, Naoki saw that there were many more things on the Sky Island. He leaned over to check and found that they were a lot of special food for electric attribute Pokemon. What are these? Naoki asked in surprise. Before Giratina answered, the Rotom mobile phone next to him made a happy electronic sound. These are the food that Giratina bought for me. Giratina glanced at Naoki and said proudly, I'm rich now. Is there anything you want? I can buy it for you online. Naoki, It can be seen that Giratina has made rapid progress in recent times, and can even use online shopping apps. No wonder it's said that Dialga and Palkia are two old things that can't keep up with the times. Forget it, save your money first. I don't want anything, Naoki said. But then again, Naoki was very interested in Giratina's fans. He wanted to know where the people were who loved Giratina so much. Therefore, Naoki found Rotom, and asked it to check the source of Giratina's fans from the background. Received Rotom. Rotom immediately searched the background of Giratina's personal homepage. Soon, the detailed interface popped up on the screen. Source of fans, Sinnoh region, 58%, Kanto region 8%, Johto region 2%, Hoenn region 6%, Kalos region 4%, Unova region 7%, Galar region 3%, Alola region 2%, Paidia region 8%, other 2%. Naoki immediately opened his eyes wide. Shit, there are so many fans of Giratina in Sinnoh. Wait, Naoki suddenly noticed something. Could it be that the people in Sinnoh worship Giratina as a great god? Thinking of this, Naoki immediately searched the internet. Soon, he found several news reports about Sinnoh people building Giratina statues in city parks. For this, the Sinnoh League also approved a lot of money to support the construction of the statue. Seeing this, Naoki didn't know what to say for a moment, because he suddenly thought of something. In the movie Arceus and the Overworld, Arceus will destroy humanity out of anger after waking up. At that time, Giratina will work with Dialga and Palkia to stop Arceus. If humans see this, they will think that Giratina is fighting against God to protect humans, right? Naoki doesn't dare to think about that kind of thing. It's so fucking weird. The noise of the battle between the mythical beasts will inevitably attract some humans to broadcast live, and Giratina's fans will see Giratina fighting in the live broadcast. Thinking of this, a picture emerged in Naoki's mind. The angry gods punished humans, and countless meteorites fell from the sky. The brave Giratina rushed to the battlefield to protect humans and the planet, but was defeated. The humans hiding in the underground shelter cheered for Giratina, and placed all their hopes on it. In the end, all humans turned into light and fought with Giratina. Naoki, what a wonderful misunderstanding. At this time, Giratina noticed Naoki's expression and asked puzzledly, "What are you thinking about?" Naoki came back to his senses and shook his head quickly, saying, "It's okay, you continue playing. I have something to do at the World Tree. Go ahead." Giratina replied nonchalantly, and then concentrated on surfing the internet. Naoki looked back. He saw Giratina lying on the Flower Sky Island, basking in the warm sunshine, smiling and talking to the Rotom mobile phone. At this moment, Naoki suddenly had an idea in his mind. In this way, will Giratina never feel lonely again? At first, Naoki was a little worried that Giratina and Rotom would not get along well. But now it seems that the two of them have become the best relationship. Rotom takes Giratina to surf the internet seriously, and Giratina also buys food for it from the internet. There is no doubt that Giratina treats Rotom as a younger brother. But Naoki thinks that if Rotom is in danger, Giratina will definitely try his best to protect it. For friends and younger brothers, the hot-tempered Giratina is indeed a reliable and trustworthy big brother. Naoki smiled slightly. He retracted his gaze from Giratina, turned around and walked towards the World Tree. Taking the World Tree elevator, he arrived at the top floor without any obstruction. After more than half a month, several new buildings have been built on the originally empty grass. The first to be completed was the warehouse, where the Pokémon store food. Seeing Naoki coming, Carrie stepped forward and introduced these places to Naoki. So far, the cafe, warehouse, Pokémon dormitory, and restaurant have all been built. The remaining guild headquarters, prop shop, Pokémon hospital, training room and other facilities are under construction and are expected to be completed in April. Naoki nodded, and he pushed open the door of the warehouse, and suddenly found that it was already full of tree fruits. These are moved here by the wood geckos and Oliva. They pick tree fruits from the orchard every day and store them here, Kelly introduced. At this moment, Naoki suddenly noticed a pile of tree fruit and juice in a corner of the warehouse. He was slightly stunned, and then asked in surprise, "What are those?" Kelly shook her head. "I didn't make them. It seems that the Pokémon made them themselves. I don't know where they learned how to make tree fruit." "Huh?" This news surprised Naoki. Did the Pokémon come up with this method with their own wisdom? Making the fruit into dried fruit can indeed extend the storage time of the fruit, and it is also easy to carry, and can be eaten when traveling or adventuring. Interesting. Naoki plans to go find those Pokémon to see. Clary continued to work on the construction, while Naoki turned around and prepared to find Oliva to inquire about the situation. He ate a few pieces of translation melon seed crisps, and finally found Oliva in a clearing in the woods. Not only Oliva, at this moment, Pokémon such as Bombix, Milotic, Tropical Dragon, and Milotic all came here. There were even a few Dragonite running over. What surprised Naoki even more was that these Pokémon were actually queuing up. At the end of the line, Slowking was sitting on a big rock, thinking, like a philosopher thinking about life. At the front of the line was Milotic. It looked at Slowking and asked, "Woo? If I use a water gun to water the fruit trees, it often takes dozens of times to water all the fruit trees, but it feels so tiring, and my energy is not enough to support the use of water guns. In addition to this way of watering, is there any better way?" The Slowking on the big rock looked thoughtful, and after a long time, it replied, "Why not transmit your water attribute energy to the sky and turn them into rain? In this way, all the fruit trees can be watered at once." Hearing this, Milotic's eyes lit up. It immediately began to try. After several failures, Milotic successfully found the trick and used Pray for rain. Suddenly, a rain cloud appeared above the forest, and the patter of rain began to fall from it. Some Pokémon below were soaked, and looked for places to shelter from the rain. And Milotic, Slowking, and Milotic are Pokémon of water attributes, and they like the environment full of water very much. Therefore, instead of hiding, they happily got wet in the rain. Then, 3 Millilongs jumped in front of the big rock. Mim, what should we do to run a sushi restaurant well?" The Slowking started thinking again. After a long time, it slowly said, "Treat the guests with your heart, and the guests will feel your heart and often patronize your sushi restaurant. The Millalongs jumped excitedly a few times, indicating that they remembered it. Naoki looked at this scene in surprise. My goodness, has Slowking become a great sage? At this time, Oliva noticed Naoki coming here. It walked up and greeted Naoki happily. What's going on here? Naoki asked. Oliva looked at the Pokemon who were queuing up to ask questions to Slowking, and answered softly, Lee, they are asking questions to Slowking. Under Oliva's narration, Naoki gradually understood what happened on the World Tree during his absence. It turned out that a week ago, 3 Geckos who were suffering for not being able to finish eating the fruit passed by this place. They sat under a big rock to rest, and said distressfully that there were too many fruits and they could not finish eating them. Those fruits would have to rot, which was a waste. At that time, King Dai was sitting on a big rock thinking about philosophy. Hearing what the Geckos said, King Dai thought of a solution for them. That is to use sunlight to make the fruit into dried fruits, so that it can be stored for a long time. So, the Geckos tried to make dried fruits. They picked a large leaf and cut the fruit into pieces with a sharp knife. Finally, they put the fruit pieces on the leaves and carried them to the sunflowers to dry. Soon, under the sunlight provided by the sunflowers, the dried fruits were made. Seeing this scene, the 3 Geckos were shocked. They didn't expect that the still silly-looking Slowking would be so smart. So from that day on, Slowking became the sage of the World Tree, and other Pokemon would ask Slowking when they had questions. No matter what problems people ask Slowking, it will help solve them. After listening to it, Naoki was immediately surprised. The information recorded in Slowking's illustrations was actually true. If he remembered correctly, Slowking was called the Sage of the Sea in the illustrations. They are very smart, and in some areas there is even a saying that if you get lost, ask Slowking. And Slowking will also help people who are lost to find the right direction. Not only that, if someone or Pokemon encounters a problem, if they ask Slowking, it will help solve it. Now it seems that the description of Slowking in the Pokemon Encyclopedia is really true to its name. Naoki was a little worried that Slowking would look out of place on the World Tree. But now it seems that it has integrated into this place in another way. Although it is not possible to be the owner of a Pokemon tavern, it is not bad to be a great sage. If the Pokemon living here encounter any problems in the future, they can come and ask it for advice. After all, when the Expedition Team Guild is completed, the number of Pokemon on the World Tree will increase, and there will definitely be a lot of problems. With the highly intelligent Pokemon Slowking, perhaps those problems can be easily solved, just like the Pokemon who came to ask for advice from Slowking today. The next morning, a Dragonite set out from Naoki Ranch and went to Jichin Town, and took the golden crown made by Naoki from the gold shop owner. In the frightened eyes of the master, Dragonite flew back to the ranch with the golden crown. Naoki Ranch, 9 o'clock in the morning. On the battlefield next to the sheepfold of the Mount Goat, Blizzard Horse and Spirit Horse stood at the two ends of the field, looking at each other with firm expressions. The Bud Crown held the golden crown, and Naoki stood beside him, explaining the rules of today's Horse King contest to the two horse Pokemon. The rules of this Horse King contest are 1v1 mode, Blizzard Horse versus Ghost Horse. You two Pokemon will have a battle. Whoever wins the battle will be qualified to wear the golden crown representing the honor of the Horse King. Black hiss. Ice hiss. Hearing this, the two horse Pokemon neighed in unison. Snowbron was anxiously digging the ground with its front legs. It couldn't wait to start the competition, but Phantom remained calm. Although its vision had degenerated, its other 5 senses, such as hearing and smell, had become extremely sharp. These senses could help it accurately explore the surrounding situation and correctly grasp the terrain and the position of its opponents. Therefore, even against the rough Snowbron, Phantom was not panicked at all. Naoki noticed the different pre-match states of the two horse Pokemon. In order to prevent the losing horse from falling into despair, he continued, even if you win this battle, it does not mean that the winner can always be the king of horses. The Pokemon that loses this game can challenge the winner next year. As long as you can win, you can take the crown. And the winning Pokemon must also pay attention. You must protect the crown. As long as you keep improving your strength and win every Horse King competition, you can become the well-deserved Horse King. After the rules were introduced, Naoki stepped aside. The Bud Crown King floated in the center of the battlefield and announced to his two beloved horses, "The game begins." A sister's love steward blew a whistle. The next second, the two horses on the battlefield started moving. The snowstorm horse stepped on the ground and ran forward, and a strong cold air gushed out from its hooves, freezing the surrounding ground. It crashed into the spirit horse, with an amazing momentum. Crash! The spirit horse stood still, and the purple smoke on its body floated quietly. The domineering and rude body of the snowstorm horse suddenly rushed forward. However, the next second, the figure of the spirit horse became illusory, and the snowstorm horse actually passed through it directly. Snowstorm horse. Surprise. Seeing the snowstorm horse's move, the spirit horse let out a mocking neigh. It used its hearing to capture the position of the snowstorm horse, and then suddenly raised its hind hooves and kicked the snowstorm horse twice. The snowstorm horse felt that its soul was about to leave its body after being kicked. It widened its eyes and neighed angrily. A beam of light emitting a cold breath burst out from its hoof. The Lingyu horse seemed to have anticipated this situation. It took a step forward, and with blue light flashing around it, it strode on the battlefield. The high-speed movement greatly increased the speed of the Lingyu horse. The snowstorm horse tried to chase and use its strong body to defeat the opponent, but the speed of the Lingyu horse was too fast, and it could not catch up at all. However, the more it did this, the more irritable the snowstorm horse became. Rage turned into its power. The snowstorm horse raised its front legs high, and then stomped heavily on the ground. The next second, the ground began to tremble, and a shock wave broke through the ground and attacked the spirit horse in front, which was slowed down by the impact. The spirit horse was hit and groaned. As the snowstorm horse ran towards it, a strange light was released from its body. The strange light successfully hit, and the snowstorm horse was confused and began to run in another direction. Affected by the strange light, it thought that the ghost horse was in another direction. The ghost horse stared at that side and began to plan a trick in his mind. Then, a dark shadow ball blasted towards the confused snowstorm horse. With a bang, snowstorm horse fell to the ground on the spot and lost its ability to fight. At this point, the winner was decided. Naoki looked at the ghost horse with interest. In the last move, did the ghost horse use a trick to increase the power of the shadow ball? Trick. A move of evil attribute. After using it, Pokemon plans a trick, activates the mind, and greatly improves its special attack. What a clever ghost horse. In comparison, Snowstorm Horse seems a little less clever. Naoki looked at the fallen Snowstorm Horse. That guy actually used the normal type of ram to attack the ghost type ghost horse. Snowstorm Horse and Ghost Horse. One is simple-minded and rough. The other is smart and treacherous. These two beloved horses of the Crown of Buds are really interesting. After the battle, the Crown of Buds used healing waves to help Snowstorm Horse heal its injuries. Soon, Snowstorm Horse woke up. It seems that this battle has already come to an end. The King of the Flower Crown floated forward and came to Linjiuma with the crown. Looking at the real golden crown in front of him, instead of some useless trophy, Linjiuma felt extremely excited. Moreover, this was awarded to him by the King of the Flower Crown himself. A scene of thousands of years appeared in Linjiuma's mind. It remembered that when it was at the Crown Temple, the King of the Flower Crown crowned Song Xiang and Zhong Marant in this way. Then, the King of Sword and the King of Shield were born. And now, it will become the only horse king in the world. How can it not be excited for such an honor? Lingyu Horse snorted excitedly. The King of Crown Lotus said kindly, "My beloved horse, please accept this golden crown. From now on, you are the King of Horses." Under the control of superpowers, the crown slowly floated to the top of Lingyu Horse's head. Feeling the heavy object on his head, Lingyu Horse excitedly neighed to the sky. "Hey na!" Not far away, two streams of white air blew out of the Snowstorm Horse's nostrils. Cunning fellow, he actually used such a sinister and despicable method. He refused to accept it. At this time, the King of the Crown of Flowers turned around and looked at it. "My beloved horse, you don't need to be angry. Wait until this time next year, and you can challenge the spirit horse. If you win then, I will also crown you." Hearing this, the Snowstorm Horse stared at the spirit horse and thought, "Wait, I will definitely snatch the crown from you when the time comes. It is the real Horse King, the strongest horse Pokemon in the world." Linjiuma didn't care at all. It ignored Snow Horse because it has become the real Horse King now. A mere ordinary horse is not qualified to make it angry. Linjiuma wore the crown and went to inspect the territory, while Snow Horse secretly accumulated strength to prepare for the next year's Horse King contest in advance. Looking at the two horse Pokemon that were on rest, Naoki and Bud Crown both breathed a sigh of relief. Phew. It's finally over. Such healthy competition may improve the strength of the two horse Pokemon, and thus indirectly improve the overall strength of the Bud Crown. After all, the Bud Crown can merge with them, and there are even fusion moves between them, Star Crusher and Snow Spear. These two moves not only sound cool, but also have extremely powerful power. With the current strength of the Bud Crown, Naoki feels that except for the three-headed dragon in the Sinnoh region, there is no dragon Pokemon that can withstand a snow spear from it. Even the black Rayquaza couldn't bear it. After all, the flying and dragon attribute Rayquaza was restrained by the ice attribute 4 times. In this case, the snow spear of the Bud Crown has become a real dragon-slaying spear. It's a pity that the Bud Crown had no chance to use this move, otherwise he really wanted to see it. Oh no, it's not that there is no chance at all. Naoki suddenly thought of the movie version of Hoopa, where Hoopa was released from the aura to summon and control the legendary Pokemon for a big fight. If he remembered correctly, Giratina would also be summoned, and then maybe he could go there to join in the fun and watch the legendary Pokemon fight. By the way, he could also make a documentary. Because Naoki really wanted to know how long it would take for Groudon to walk back from Kalos to Hoenn. Chapter 443. On April 1st, 200th year of the Alliance calendar, with the rising temperature, the Padilla region officially ushered in the hot summer. The temperature outside was a bit hot during the day. While the temperature was still low in the morning, Naoki helped his mount goat to milk the goat and fed the other Pokemon in the ranch. After everything was done, Naoki prepared to go to the wine cellar to check the progress of the fruit wine brewing. But before he entered the house, he received a call. Naoki took out his Rotom phone and saw that it was actually from Chishu. He raised his eyebrows, stopped, and pressed the answer button. Hello? Hello, Naoki. What are you doing now? Chishu's energetic voice came from the other end of the phone. I just finished my work at the ranch, and am going to take a break. Naoki answered while letting go of the Rotom phone and preparing to wash the handle at the faucet in front of the house. The Rotom phone automatically switched to flight mode and floated beside Naoki's ear. What about you? You don't have work today? Naoki asked. The gym leader hadn't taken a vacation yet. Normally, they would stay in the gym to meet the challenge of the trainer. If it was Chishu, he should be broadcasting the gym battle in Yanwang City right now, right? The other end of the phone laughed and asked stupidly, Yes. At the entrance of the ranch, Chishu made a silent gesture to Golden and Motor Lizard, who found him not far away. Golden, who wanted to make a sound, immediately closed his mouth. Naoki was a little surprised. Are you live streaming outside now? No. Naoki, After washing his hands, Naoki stood up. Thinking of Chishu's temperament, he suddenly had an idea and asked, Are you on your way to the ranch? Hee, you're right. Chishu laughed and said, Look back. Naoki turned around and saw Chishu standing on the grass not far away, waving at this side. Guillerton and Motor Lizard were standing not far away, looking at this side with Chishu. Seeing this, Chishu smiled helplessly. This behavior is indeed in line with Chishu's personality. He hung up the phone, and the weather outside gradually became hotter. Chishu thought about it, and invited Chishu to sit in the living room. Sorry to bother you. Chishu followed with a smile. Are you here to challenge the trial today as well? Chishu asked. Chishu nodded repeatedly. Yes, after the last challenge, I have found a way to deal with Babu Tubo's hammer. In fact, she didn't know what excuse to find to come to the ranch. Is that so? Naoki was immediately interested, but he felt something was a little strange. Because as far as he knew, Chishu was not the type to work hard to improve her strength. When playing games, she paid more attention to the effect of the show than the victory of the gym challenge. Forget it, it's useless to think so much. Maybe Chishu suddenly wanted to work hard. In that case, he had to help. The two walked into the room, and in the pasture not far away, Golden and Motor Lizard squatted on the grass, looking at the back over there. Seeing Golden's expression, Motor Lizard looked at it, then looked at Chishu, and asked in confusion, Gayo? Do you know that human? It always felt that Golden seemed to be very familiar with that human. But it also had a good impression of that human, because the other person had encouraged it when he saw it was lost before. Hearing Motor Lizard's words, Golden nodded, Sure. You will recognize it too. It thought that the little master would be hatched from Chishu's egg in the future. In the future, the little master will ride on their backs and play with them. Motor Lizard didn't understand, and felt very confused about what Golden said. Gah. In the living room, the sister AI Guancher brought a cup of thirst-quenching black tea to Chishu. Thank you, you've worked hard. Chishu thanked the sister AI Guancher, and then tasted it, and his eyes immediately became bright. It's delicious. Hearing the guests praise the deliciousness of the tea she brewed, the sister AI Guancher was very happy. It held the tray with a smile on its face. Aya. The sister AI Guancher turned and left. After a while, it brought a few snacks made by itself to entertain the guests. Thank you for your hard work. Chishu hurriedly thanked the sister AI Guancher. Aya. The sister AI Guancher said it didn't matter. Chishu looked at this scene with a smile on his face. When the sister AI Guancher turned and left, he asked, "Is the live broadcast going well recently?" Chishu nodded repeatedly. "Yeah, I changed my live streaming style, and the popularity of the Brewing Light Gym is getting higher and higher." Naoki actually followed Chishu's personal homepage on Piku TV, and he was quite familiar with Chishu's current situation. Although it has not reached the level in the game, it is already very popular. Hearing Chishu's words, he nodded and smiled. "But speaking of which, it seems that the Brewing Light Gym is not on vacation yet, right? Is it okay for you to come here?" As far as Naoki knows, the Padilla Alliance also has performance requirements for gym owners, and even sends people to inspect gyms to test their strength. Chishu nodded and said, "Don't worry, before coming here, I have asked for 3 days off from the Padilla Alliance, and the chief personally approved it." "I see. It seems that the Padilla Alliance and Yessi are also very humane." After Chishu finished eating snacks and drinking the black tea that her sister AI Guancher gave her, she planned to challenge Babu Tubo's lightning trial again. Naoki found Babu Tubo, and the two came to the battlefield in the ranch. Looking at the full-spirited Chishu on the opposite side, Naoki couldn't help but marvel. "I didn't expect it." Chishu was slightly stunned. "What did you not expect?" "Naoki, I didn't expect you to be so hardworking, a little different from what I imagined. For example, Guluxia and Aoki basically only came once, but Chishu often visited the ranch to challenge the trial. Could it be that the nature of Chishu in the world he traveled to is different from that in the game? Since Chishu wants to improve so much, he has to help her seriously. After all, Chishu is his friend." However, when Chishu heard this, her face turned red. "She didn't come here to challenge the trial. Although I am not good at breeding and training electric attribute Pokemon, I think you who specialize in electric attribute Pokemon may be able to get some inspiration from Babu Tubo. So, in the next battle, we will not play our full strength. It will be more of a demonstration. So remember to let your Pokemon watch carefully." "Eh?" Chishu didn't react for a while. After a long while, she finally understood what Chishu meant and nodded. "Okay." In the first battle, Chishu said Babu Tubo, and Chishu said his own electric shock monster. At the beginning of the battle, Babu Tubo swung his hammer and rushed towards the electric shock monster. A strong current burst out from the hammer. The electric shock monster sensed the strong electricity and quickly crossed his arms to resist it. Babu Tubo's hammer smashed down, and a yellow current burst out from the electric shock monster. All of Babu Tubo's electricity was absorbed into its body. Electric engine attribute. Naoki recognized the attribute at a glance. Pokemon with this attribute will not be damaged when attacked by electric attribute moves, but will increase their speed. But Babutu is not an ordinary electric attribute Pokemon. In addition to electric attribute energy, its hammer also has physical damage. The electric shock monster sank its arms, and at this time, Chishu's voice came from behind it. Electric shock monster, use tile splitting. The strong electric shock monster raised his palm in an instant and chopped at Babutu in front of him. Babu Tubo dodged sideways, and seeing that the attack failed, Chishu immediately ordered the electric shock monster to chase. 100,000 volts. The dazzling electric light burst out from the electric shock monster, turning into a beam of electric light and blasting towards Babu Tubo in midair. Babu Tubo floated there motionless. Naoki said calmly, "Charge." Bammo! The next second, 100,000 volts submerged Babu Tubo, but unexpectedly, the terrible electric energy did not cause much damage to Babu Tubo, but was absorbed into its body by charging. How could this happen? Chishu was quite surprised. Naoki smiled and explained, "For electric attribute Pokemon, electricity is also their food. When using charging, Pokemon will automatically accumulate electricity in their bodies. But if you can eat the opponent's electric attribute moves at this time, although you will suffer some damage, it will greatly increase the effect of charging." Take the opponent's attack as food? Chishu was slightly stunned. She never thought that this could be possible. "Do you want to try it?" Naoki asked. Chishu hummed, "Electric Beast, get ready." The Electric Beast, who had heard the conversation between the two, nodded and began to prepare. Babu Tubo, use discharge. Naoki commanded. Bammo! With Bammo's voice, a strong electric current rushed out of Babu Tubo's small body and finally enveloped the entire battlefield. At the moment when the discharge was about to submerge the Electric Beast, Chishu's voice also sounded, "Electric Beast, use charge." Roar! The electric shock monster roared, and its huge body stood still, entering the state of charging. Taking electricity as food. Naoki's words appeared in the mind of the electric shock monster, and it began to swallow the electricity in big mouthfuls. I eat, I eat, I eat. The electricity in the body continued to climb up, and in almost the blink of an eye, the electric shock monster felt that the electric energy accumulated in its body had reached a new height. In this state, if it uses other electric attribute moves, the power will definitely be greatly improved. Naoki nodded to Chishu and Electric Beast. Come on. Chishu was also fully involved in this battle at this moment. She nodded vigorously, and then ordered loudly, Electric Beast, use Lightning Strike. Bubba, let's do it too, use Lightning Double. After the order was issued, the two Pokemon on the field moved at the same time. The strong body of the electric shock monster was completely covered by a current, and it looked like it was wearing a lightning armor, rushing forward. And Babu Tubo injected all the electricity in his body into the silver hammer, and rushed out fearlessly to face the electric shock monster. The speed of the two Pokemon was very fast, and they collided with each other in the blink of an eye. A dazzling electric light burst out instantly, and finally turned into a yellow round ball of light, covering the two Pokemon. Then, a violent explosion occurred on the battlefield. The strong shock wave shook the Babu Tubo and the electric shock monster backwards, but no one lost the ability to fight. What a powerful blow! Looking at the scars on the electric shock monster, Chishu couldn't help but open his eyes wide. Naoki smiled and said, It seems that your electric shock monster has learned it. Next, consolidate it well. There is no need to continue. This battle ends here. I understand. Chishu nodded. The elder brother, AI Butler, brought the two Pokemon life-giving goat milk to restore their physical strength. Because of the battle and the weather, the two Pokemon were sweating a lot. Seeing this, Naoki invited them to rest in the living room. How do you feel? Naoki asked with a smile. Chishu nodded and praised, You are worthy of being Naoki. When you go back, you can use this method to train the frog at home. I believe that if you master all the Pokemon, the strength of the Brewing Light Gym will definitely be stronger. Naoki said. Well, I understand. Chishu listened very carefully. Looking at the many powerful Pokemon around Naoki, Chishu suddenly became very curious about his past. According to the chief, Naoki came to the Padilla region 3 years ago. Before that, he had been traveling around in other regions. Thinking of this, Chishu asked, By the way, Naoki, where did you travel before you came to the Padilla region? Naoki was slightly stunned. He didn't expect Chishu to ask this question. He thought carefully before answering, Many places. I've been to places like Kanto, Johto, Hoenn, Sinnoh, and Kalos. Wow! Chishu exclaimed. I've never left the Padilla region. Naoki smiled slightly. When you have time in the future, you can go to other places to have a look. The customs and Pokemon in each region are different. Chishu nodded and asked again, Then don't you live with your parents? Parents? Naoki shook his head. They are all dead. I lived in the Padilla region when I was a child. Later, I went to the Hoenn region with my parents to recuperate. After they died, I went to travel to other places. Later, I was tired of traveling, so I took my luggage back to my hometown, which is the town of Zichin, and inherited the ranch left by my grandfather. Hearing these words, Chishu opened his mouth and said apologetically, Sorry, I didn't mean to bring up these things. Naoki grinned and told Chishu not to be nervous. It's okay, it's all over. He looked at Chishu, and Chishu looked at him. A light flashed in Chishu's eyes, and she nodded seriously. Well, Naoki is a very strong person. Naoki did not continue the topic. He turned to ask, What about you? Me? Chishu pointed at herself, and when Naoki nodded, she said, I grew up in Yangguang City since I was a child. Like other ordinary children, I left home when I was 10 years old and went to Padilla College. Then, I met the Electric Belly Frog and the Dream Demon. We challenged gyms together, collected badges, and finally joined the Padilla Alliance and became the gym leader of Yangguang City. Life in a big city must be very lively, right? Naoki asked. Chishu was stunned and didn't know how to answer. I have never lived in the countryside. That's a pity, isn't it? Naoki smiled and said, Although the countryside is not as lively as the big city, life here is also great. In spring, you can see flowers all over the mountains, and many wildflower stalks are flying among the flowers. In summer nights, you can see many fireflies gathering on the water surface by the river, just like stars. Some water-attributed Pokemon will also stick their heads out of the water to watch the fireflies. In autumn, the trees all over the mountains will begin to turn yellow. If you go to the mountains, you can pick all kinds of mountain products, such as mushrooms, hazelnuts, and berries. Occasionally, You can see wild Pokemon living in the mountains storing food for the winter. Winter. Winter is too cold, so I don't go out much. But sometimes I take my Pokemon to the ranch to make snowmen and look at the stars. The night sky at that time is cloudless, and you can clearly see every star and the moon. This made Chishu look longing. Sounds great. Really? Naoki also began to look forward to this summer. And at this moment, he suddenly thought of something. By the way, it's summer now. There should be fireflies tonight. Do you want to see them? Chishu was slightly stunned. Is it okay? Naoki nodded. Of course, there are rooms upstairs. You can stay here for one night and wait until tomorrow to return to Nyangwon City. That is a guest room specially used to entertain guests. ADK, Dr. Oak and others have lived upstairs before. Hee hee. Chishu smiled embarrassedly. Then I'm sorry to bother you. Ai. The sister Ai Guancher, who was standing by happily said that she would go to help the guests clean up the room. In the evening, as dusk approached, a sound of cicadas chirping could be heard from the back mountain. The fireflies living in the grass began to become active. When it was completely dark, the fireflies gathered by the lake, lighting up the night. Naoki spread a picnic blanket on the grass by the river and filled it with all kinds of snacks and food. Fresh milk pudding, honey cake, pofan, energy cubes, tree juice, moo milk. All the Pokemon in the ranch gathered here, happily chasing and playing around the picnic blanket. On the other side of the river, the group of Psyducks also sat obediently by the river, holding their heads with their hands, staring at the fireflies flying on the river with a stupid look. Chishu also released all his Pokemon. Electric Frog, Great Electric Petrel, Dream Demon, Naughty Thunder Bomb, Renkin Cat, and Electric Monster. The Pokemon of the two had eaten together before, so they were quite familiar with each other. Therefore, when they met, Babu Tudger flew forward and released a trace of electricity, using the special communication method of electric attribute Pokemon to greet Renkin Cat and others. Zenitha was still very curious about the Dream Demon. It floated in the air, staring at the Dream Demon without blinking. The Dream Demon was very scared by it, and turned around and hid aside. Chishu looked at this dreamy scene, and suddenly an unprecedented feeling emerged in her heart. Before this, she had seen many attractions. The million-volt night view of Nyangwon City, the big pot waterfall of Dagwa Lake, the olive farm in the southwest of Padilla. As for the Frost Hand on the other side of Frost Mountain, Chishu had never been there because she was also afraid of the cold. But none of those places could give her this feeling. Along the riverside where the water was flowing slowly, a group of fireflies emitting faint fluorescence were dancing slowly. Their shadows were reflected on the clear water, and the water was rippling gently. The quiet night, the cicadas full of summer atmosphere, the gentle evening breeze. All of this could not be experienced in the big city. It's so beautiful. Chishu murmured, and then a smile appeared on her face. Thank you, Naoki. Naoki placed his hands on the grass, looked up at the Firefly River in front of him, and whispered, I should also say thank you to you. Huh? Chishu was stunned for a moment. Naoki smiled and said, You helped advertise my ranch shop in the live broadcast room before, right? Chishu was completely confused. How did you know? She was obviously very careful. Because your fans went to the message board of my shop and said so. Naoki opened the Rotom phone and found the first messages. Recommended by Chishu's live broadcast room. The milk here is delicious, sweet and fresh, and the delivery speed of Quailong is also very fast. Highly recommended. It's really good. Thanks to Chishu, I found this treasure shop. The vegetables are very fresh. With it, my grandma will no longer have to go out to buy vegetables. I will come again next time. And so on. Chishu's face turned red. This is too embarrassing. Thank you, Naoki said softly. Chishu is really a warm-hearted person. If you remember correctly, in the anime, Chishu, as a live streamer, often encouraged his fans and cheered them up. Chishu touched his head embarrassedly. At this time, Chishu suddenly remembered something. By the way, did you take the flying taxi of the Angry Parrot? He asked. Chishu nodded. Yes, there are flying taxi stations in Nyangwon City and Jiaqing Town. You can take it directly to here, which is very convenient. How long does it take to fly? Naoki asked. Not much, about 6 hours. Chishu calculated carefully. After all, the distance between Jiaqing Town and Nyangwon City is too far. One is in the west of Padilla, and the other is in the east. 6 hours is very fast. Naoki asked in disbelief. 6 hours of flying taxi? Chishu was puzzled. Huh? What's wrong? Naoki, It's too slow. No, It's too troublesome to go back and forth, right? Let Dragonite take you back tomorrow. Naoki suddenly felt a headache. With Dragonite's speed, it can reach Nyangwang City within half an hour, which is several times faster than Angry Parrot. Now it was Chishu's turn to be confused. She was a little embarrassed. Isn't this too much trouble? It's okay, Dragonite is going to Nyangwang City to deliver goods. You can just take it when the time comes. Naoki said. Okay. Chishu smiled. Thank you very much. Not far away, Golden and Motor Lizard were squatting on the grass. Motor Lizard looked at Golden in confusion and asked, Geo? Why can't we disturb Naoki? Golden's face was serious. Agashi. Because Naoki has something very important to do. Gale? Very important things? Motor Lizard immediately perked up. Golden looked at the two people on the river bank and the Pokemon surrounding them, and the past scenes emerged in his mind. Its little master, Naoki's child, pitifully held it and asked when it would come back. At that time, it was still a Motor Lizard and said that it would be back soon. However, it was not able to go back, and the little master never waited for it again. Thinking of this, Golden's mood could not help but become depressed. But then, it cheered up again. Because it was back, when it met the little master again, it must say to the little master, I'm back. The next morning, Chishu took Dragonite back to Nyangwang City. Half an hour after Dragonite left, Chishu received a message from Chishu. Chishu, thank you, I was very happy yesterday. Chishu smiled, replied with a smiling expression, and then put away his phone. It was a new day again, and there was still a lot of work waiting for him to do on the ranch. While Chishu was planting summer crops in the farmland, Carrie came to the ranch with a construction team. She greeted Chishu, then looked left and right, and gossiped, Where is your girlfriend? Naoki was stunned by this. What girlfriend? But then, Naoki suddenly noticed something. Could Carrie be talking about Chishu? Sure enough, the next second, Naoki heard Carrie say, It's the girl who came to the ranch yesterday. Naoki, don't talk nonsense. She came to the ranch to challenge the trial. Naoki shook his head. However, Carrie smiled. Oh, really? But I found that she looks at you differently. Naoki, What look? Chishu looked at him differently. Impossible. Claire didn't say much. After saying those few words, she continued to work with her strange strength. Naoki was left standing there with a confused look on his face. But he couldn't figure it out after thinking for a while, so he simply stopped thinking about it. In addition, the video phone in the house rang, so Naoki put the matter behind his mind and went into the house to answer the call. Although Rotom phones have become popular in this world, video phones have not been eliminated. Because some trainers don't have Rotom phones, or have lost their phones in the wild, they can go to the local Pokemon Center and use the video phone there to contact family and friends. Naoki Ranch also keeps the video phone, but Naoki uses it as a public phone at the ranch. On weekdays, customers will call this number to order vegetables, milk tree fruits, etc. When the call was connected, a rough voice came from the other end. Hello, is this Naoki Ranch? I am the owner of a dessert shop in the next city. This city is holding a dessert competition recently. We need fresh apples to make apple pies and apple candies. I plan to order a batch of apples from you. Okay, no problem. After listening to the other party's needs, Naoki asked the man to send his location and contact information, and said that he would send the apples soon. Soon, Naoki got the information of this customer. Name, Cliff. Contact number, 693-7394. Address, Shop number 3, Blue Bay Street, Bopping City. After hanging up the phone, Naoki used the map app to check the distance between Bopping City and Jiaqing Town. If you drive, you can get there in about an hour and a half. After determining the location, Naoki began to call his Pokemon assistants to go to the apple orchard on the other side of the river to pick apples. In this season, the apples in the apple orchard are big and round, almost every one is red, and looks very tempting. Picking apples is a very simple job. Naoki originally only called Golden and Motor Lizard to help. But after hearing about this, Eruption and Saifuhao also took the initiative to run over and wanted to help. So Naoki gave them a few cartons, and asked them to put the apples they picked into the cartons. Yuriko and Saifuri were both very smart, and learned how to operate just by looking at them. They picked apples from the tree, and put them into cartons in a very professional manner. Seeing that they were quite good at picking apples, Naoki withdrew his gaze, and continued to work on his own side. At first, the two Pokemon worked very smoothly, but soon, Naoki heard Yuriko let out a cry of surprise, as if it was frightened by something. Naoki and several other Pokemon turned their heads to look. What's wrong? Naoki asked. Urgire pointed at an apple on the fruit tree. Bony! Naoki looked in the direction of its finger, and then saw an odd-looking apple. At first glance, it looked like an apple, but if you look closely, you can see the difference between it and a real apple. Big eyes replaced the original apple stem, a pair of caterpillar tails appeared from the hole behind the apple, and two small fawn-like patterns appeared on the lower part of the apple. Obviously, there was a worm in the apple. Looking at the strange apple, the name of a Pokemon immediately popped up in Naoki's mind. Fruitworm. As if frightened by the cry of the ermine, the fruitworm immediately shrank into the apple, and hid inside without daring to move. Looking at the fruitworm, Naoki's first reaction was that it had finally come. He had been looking forward to the fruitworm coming to his apple orchard for a long time. Because the fruitworm with the ripening characteristic can help the fruit and apples mature. With them, the orchard on the world tree can grow better. Thinking of this, Naoki stopped what he was doing and said to Yuriko, "Don't worry, it's also a Pokemon. Its name is the fruitworm, and it lives in apples." Hearing this, Saifuhao showed a surprised expression on his face. Can Pokemon live in apples? And Yuriko was terrified. Because it was very worried. What if it accidentally ate the fruitworm in the apple when eating it in the future? Bony. I don't know what Yuriko thought of here, and his face suddenly became very ugly. Naoki noticed the expressions of the two Pokemon and explained, "Don't worry, the fruitworm does not live in the apple from the beginning. It hides in the apple after it is born and spends its whole life in it. Yuriko, you don't have to be afraid of it. As long as you pay more attention when eating apples in the future, you can tell the difference between fruitworms and ordinary apples." As he said that, Naoki walked forward and stretched out his hand to cover the apple where the fruitworm was living. The power of the dragon activated. The fruitworm, which has the dragon attribute, immediately felt a friendly breath. It was slightly stunned, then stretched out its eyes from the apple and observed the situation curiously. Then, the fruitworm noticed that the human had come in front of it. The fruitworm subconsciously wanted to avoid it, but soon, it realized that the friendly breath it felt was emitted from this human. "Hello, fruitworm, I'm Naoki, the owner of this orchard. Don't be afraid. No Pokemon here will hurt you." Naoki showed his kindness to the fruitworm. The fruitworm looked at the human cautiously. Originally, it was full of vigilance, worried that the other party would eat it. Because the fruitworms that have not evolved are very fragile, various events can cause their death. For example, if they lose the apples they hide in, the water in their bodies will slowly drain away, and they will gradually become weak. If they can't find the apples, they will lose their lives in weakness. Or if the apple falls from a height, the fruitworm may be forced to escape from the apple. In addition to these two accidents, they have to worry about their natural enemy, the bird Pokemon. Sometimes, even Pokemon like the buzzbat will mistake them for food and bring them back to the nest. They look too much like apples. However, soon, the fruitworm felt a special power from the human in front of it. The other party seemed to be taking care of it and conveying his thoughts to it. "Don't be afraid, there is no one here and no Pokemon who will hurt you." The fruitworm gradually relaxed his vigilance. He knew that no Pokemon with dragon attributes could resist the power of dragon control. "Okay, from now on, you can live here without worry," Naoki said. After helping the fruitworm evolve into a honey dragon or other forms, the world tree should be fully grown by then, and he will send the fruitworm to live on the world tree. For Pokemon, it is an absolutely safe place there. But before that, Naoki still had one thing to do. "Come, fruitworm, let me see your characteristics first." He conveyed his meaning to the fruitworm. The fruitworm seemed to understand, but it took a long time for it to understand what Naoki meant. The fruitworm jumped to the side of a slightly green apple. The next second, a special wave was released from its body. Under the influence of this wave, the green apple began to turn red at a speed visible to the naked eye, and finally completely turned into a big red apple. Seeing this scene, two big words instantly appeared in Naoki's mind: ripe. The characteristics of this fruitworm are perfectly adapted to the ripening of the orchard. This kind of Pokemon can take care of the fruit trees and help the fruits grow better and faster. Naoki was delighted, but then he sensed the fruitworm's thoughts through the power of the dragon. "I ripened all the apples on this tree." "Huh?" Naoki was very surprised. "Really?" The fruitworm gave a positive answer. Seeing this, Naoki turned around to look at the growth of the apples on this apple tree, and then observed the apples on other fruit trees for a while. By comparison, he found that the apples on this fruit tree had been ripe for a while, and the reason why there was still a green apple was because the fruitworm had not had time to ripen it. "Why do you do these things?" Naoki asked curiously. The idea of the fruitworm was quickly conveyed to him through the power of the dragon. Because I ate one of your apples, I have to ripen a few apples and return them to you. Naoki didn't expect it to be this reason. Have you been here a long time ago? He asked. However, the fruitworm said that it had not been here for long, but it had seen Naoki watering the apple orchard and taking care of the fruit trees before, so it knew that this was the human's territory. I see. Naoki nodded, thinking that this fruitworm was quite sensible. In that case, then you can stay here first. After a while, I will take you to live in another place where there is no danger, and you can help take care of the orchard there. Naoki said. The fruit gnawer agreed. Naoki put it back on the tree, and then led his Pokemon assistants to continue working, packing the apples into boxes and loading them onto the pickup truck. When everything was done, Naoki sat in the driver's seat, pulling a cart of apples and a cart of Pokemon, driving on the road to deliver goods to customers. At the same time, in the Hoenn region, in a vast mountain forest, Mewtwo, who was leading a group of copy Pokemon, while looking for his place in this world and the meaning of his existence, suddenly felt a familiar breath. It stopped flying and used its superpowers to slowly land with Meowth, Pikachu, Bulbasaur, and other Pokemon copies. As soon as it landed, Mewtwo saw two familiar figures in the dense forest. One was a bear cub with a heart of justice. The other was Mew, a mythical Pokemon that it once regarded as its mother and had a fierce battle with. Chapter 444. Since the last time they parted, Mewtwo had not seen Mew for several years. They met on New Island, when it was still in chaos in search of an answer. In order to find the meaning of its existence, it transformed New Island, turning the ruins of the original Rocket Research Institute into a castle, and invited those powerful humans to attend the banquet. It was at that time that Mew broke into its castle. Mewtwo, who was cloned from Mew's genes, fought a battle with Mew to prove that the replica was stronger than the original. The war affected the Pokemon and trainers who attended the banquet. It was at that time that Mewtwo saw the good side of humans. The human named Xiaoji tried to stop them from fighting, but was petrified. The Pokemon present woke him up with tears. Mewtwo, who witnessed all this, was moved by them, and finally gave up the plan and led the group of Pokemon like it to leave the new island. The second encounter was at a place called Clear Cliff. At that time, Mewtwo officially learned about the Great Warrior Expedition team for the first time, and also got to know the Mew that it once regarded as its mother. In the end, Mewtwo accepted the invitation of Mew and Bear Baby, and led the clone Pokemon to a place called Naoki Ranch. The human named Naoki entertained it, and the clone Pokemon. In the eyes of the other party, these clone Pokemon seemed to be no different from ordinary Pokemon, and they were all creatures that existed in this world. In order to thank the other party for the hospitality, or for some other unclear reasons, Mewtwo did not use his superpowers to erase the other party's memory of himself. After that, it began to travel around the world with a copy Pokemon like humans, looking for a paradise that belongs to them. But until now, Mewtwo still hasn't found that place. But Mewtwo didn't feel lost, because it met a lot of Pokemon along the way and had enough time to calm down and think. The human genes in its body provided with more emotions and wisdom than ordinary Pokemon. This trip has also benefited it a lot. Compared with the time in the new island, the state of mind of Mewtwo today has undergone a drastic change. After experiencing so many things and meeting so many Pokemon, watching them treat themselves as ordinary Pokemon. At those moments, it seemed as if it had become a part of the world's countless creatures, coming to this world ordinary, and will eventually leave ordinary. Mew reunited here, and Mew suddenly felt an unprecedented emotion in his heart. It seemed that he was looking forward to meeting Mew and telling each other about their current situation. Mew restrained the terrifying superpower fluctuations in his body, walked forward with the copy Pokemon, and called out telepathically. Mew? Mew, who was taking an afternoon nap under a towering tree, suddenly heard a familiar voice calling him. He opened his eyes slightly confused and looked forward. Then, Meow saw several familiar figures in the open space ahead. They were Mewtwo, Meowth, Bulbasaur, Pikachu, and the others. Meow! Meow immediately cried out in surprise. The joy of reunion surged in her heart, and she happily flew forward, flying around Mewtwo and the Pokemon, greeting them. Baby Bear and Zapdos were also awakened by Meow's voice. Baby Bear's eyes lit up, and she happily ran forward and greeted Mewtwo and the others. Meow, meow. Zapdos had never seen Mewtwo, and was confused by the actions of his two teammates. But soon, Baby Bear introduced Mewtwo to him. Independent main, me. It's Mewtwo, a good friend we met before. Hearing this, Zapdos suddenly realized that this Pokemon, like it, had also been helped by the Great Hero Expedition team. And Mutuo also turned his attention to the bird Pokemon with yellow feathers. It nodded slightly at the other party, and then looked at Mew and Baby Bear. Long time no see. Mutuo's deep voice echoed in the minds of the two Pokemon through telepathy. Meow. Mew nodded his head. They had indeed not seen each other for a long time. It tilted its head and looked at everyone following Mutuo, and couldn't help asking, Meow. Are you also traveling? Mutuo nodded. A group of Pokemon sat down in the clearing in the forest. Baby Bear took out the snacks made by Naoki from the bag on Zapdos to entertain the group of Pokemon. Mutuo took a look at the exquisitely crafted and cute human food, and then said to Mew, Well, I want to see the world, and I'm also looking for a place that can accommodate us, the copied Pokemon. Mew asked, Meow? Have you found it? Mutuo shook his head, Not yet. This world is very big, and there are traces of humans in many places. Compared to those places close to human cities, which are often disturbed by human trainers, Mutuo's heart prefers the quiet valleys with no people, beautiful environment, and rich resources. Among the three conditions, a place with abundant resources is the most important one. At first, Mutuo didn't feel anything, but as they traveled, Mutuo gradually realized one thing. Pokemon need to eat. It doesn't matter if it's alone, it can handle it casually, but it can't handle the group of companions around it. Therefore, over the past year or so, every time it stops on the road, Mutuo will first place them in a safe place, and then go out to find food. Because of this, Mutuo often sighs, Life. Is this the life of humans and ordinary Pokemon that originally lived in this world? After hearing Mutuo's words, Mew and Bear looked at each other. In fact, they both like Mutuo very much and have regarded Mutuo as their good friend. In the past, when it was late at night, Mew would occasionally think of Mutuo and want to know where it is now and how it is doing. And that feeling became stronger after the World Tree grew up. It would be great if Mutuo, Pikachu, and Meowth could also live on the World Tree. That way, we would never have to be separated again. We can meet anytime and anywhere, eat tree fruits, watch the stars, or chase and play together, and invite everyone to play in the secret base. It's so happy just thinking about it. Thinking of this, Mew and Baby Bear made up their minds. Baby Bear invited Mutuo. Yimio. Mutuo, you and everyone else go to live on the World Tree. Hearing this unfamiliar word, Mutuo was slightly startled. World Tree. Its tone was full of confusion. Emi! Yes, World Tree. Baby Bear nodded repeatedly. Dream on the side also covered her mouth and laughed happily. Meow, yes, it is a very big tree planted by Naoki. We have invited many good friends to live there. Baby Bear's eyes were bright. Emi. In this way, we can stay together from now on. Naoki, it's that human again. Mutuo's mind flashed back to the last time the human treated it with fruit wine. Did he plant the World Tree? Mutuo asked. Bear Baby nodded. One. And a Mount Goat. The Mount Goat sounds like a Pokemon as well. Mutuo couldn't help but fall into deep thought, and it didn't agree immediately. Now it's not alone. Besides itself, there are many Pokemon around waiting for it to take care of. Thinking of this, Mutuo turned around and looked at the group of copy Pokemon that followed him. Pikachu, Meowth, Charizard, Blastoise, Venusaur, Sandslash, Gyarados, Golduck, Ninetales, Nidoking, Vaporeon, Tyrannosaurus, Flamehorn Rhino, and Smite. In addition to these clone Pokemon, their team has been growing this year. 2 Meowlings, a Cattail, a Troll, a Curly, a Mount Lamb, and a Mud Donkey. These Pokemon were once persecuted by humans, and Mutuo couldn't accept seeing that happen, so he rescued them. Since then, this group of Pokemon joined their team. Mutuo was going to take them to find a hidden place to live together. Mutuo looked at this group of Pokemon, and this group of Pokemon also looked at Mutuo. Meow? Mew, who was standing by, tilted his head and looked at this scene. It blinked, as if it felt the hesitation of Mutuo, and a thoughtful expression appeared on Mutuo's little face. The little face of the Bear Baby was bitter, and he was very puzzled by Mutuo's hesitation. Yimo. It would be nice if we all lived together. Mutuo remained silent. At this moment, Mew suddenly thought of a good idea. It flew to Mutuo excitedly and called out to it, Meow. Mutuo. Mutuo was slightly startled, and looked up at Mutuo in confusion. The next second, Mutuo curled up its body, as if exerting strength, and then a magical blue halo spread out from its body to the surroundings. The surrounding scene changed rapidly. From the open space in the wild forest, they came to a huge towering tree. Almost in the blink of an eye, all Pokemon noticed this super huge tree. They showed surprised expressions on their faces. Pika! Meow! Mewtwo was also very surprised, but soon, it realized that it was Mew showing them the World Tree in its memory. Is this the World Tree? Mewtwo looked forward with a hint of curiosity. Compared to this tree, they are so small and insignificant. Meow! Mew nodded repeatedly. Then, it used telekinesis to lead the surrounding Pokémon to fly forward. Passing through the lush trees at the top of the World Tree, a vast area appeared below. Mewtwo took a glance and found that the size of this place was comparable to a metropolis built by humans. The tree has various terrains, lush forests, green grasslands, streams running through the forest, and finally converged into a circular lake in an open space. These are the scenes they can see at present. There must be a wider area beyond the reach of vision. Dreamy led everyone to fly on the tree while introducing, Meow, this is the World Tree. Don't worry, this place is very quiet. Except for Naoki, who occasionally comes up, there are no other humans. There are only Pokémon on the tree. Naoki said that he wants to help us build an expedition team guild headquarters on the tree. Baby Bear added, Meow meow. That's right, in addition to the guild, there are also Pokémon taverns, Pokémon cafes, Pokémon restaurants, and Pokémon hospitals, all of which are run by Pokémon. Meow. Also, Naoki will plant lots of fruit trees on the tree, so that everyone doesn't have to worry about going hungry. The baby bear's eyes are full of fighting spirit. Emi! We want to make the name of the Great Hero Expedition Team resound throughout the world. Help every Pokémon who needs help. Hearing the words of the two Pokémon, and seeing the scene on the World Tree with their own eyes, Mewtwo had not spoken yet, but the group of Pokémon behind it showed a look of admiration on their faces. If possible, they really want to have a home that belongs only to them, with endless fruits to eat every day, and they can play with their companions when they wake up. Instead of running around like now, no fixed place to live, wandering around like homeless Pokémon. More importantly with Mewtwo, live happily together in a paradise that belongs only to them. After the introduction, Mew and Bear Baby did not speak again. They looked quietly at Mewtwo and the group of Pokémon in front of him, and gave the rest of the time to everyone. Although they really want to invite everyone to live on the World Tree, in the end, everyone has to decide for themselves. Mewtwo looked at the Pokémon behind him in silence. When it saw their eyes, it already had the answer in its heart. Do you want to live there? Pikachu number 2, clone from Ash's Pikachu, answered first. Pikachu. Mewtwo will go with us too. The clone of Team Rocket's Meow showed admiration. Meow. The moon is round no matter where you look at it. Mewtwo was slightly startled. Its eyes swept over the other Pokémon around. Vulpes, Charizard, Blastoise, and other Pokémon nodded to it in unison. Mewtwo closed his eyes and whispered, I understand. After a moment, he opened his eyes, and turned to look at Mew and Bear who were waiting. Thank you, Mew Bear. Mewtwo's deep voice sounded in the ears of the two Pokémon. Next, we will set off together to take a look at the place you mentioned. Meow. Meow cried happily. Baby Bear nodded happily. Meow. Yeah, you will definitely like it there. If you stay there, you won't have to run around outside anymore. Seeing these two Pokémon who care about him so much, Mewtwo was moved. Yeah. It nodded, and then asked, Then do you want to go there with us? Meow and Baby Bear shook their heads. Meow meow meow. Not yet. Naoki has given us some commissions, and we are going to help a Pokémon named Jirachi. Meow. We will go back in winter, and then I will take you to my secret base, where there are many toys. Seeing Mew being so innocent like a human child, Mewtwo couldn't help but smile. Was it cloned from such a Pokémon? Now it seems that their personalities are very different. The human genes in Mewtwo told it that, in a sense, Mew is its mother. During the years of traveling in this world, Mewtwo had already understood what a mother is. But looking at the childlike Mew in front of him, Mewtwo suppressed the thought in his mind. It nodded and agreed. Well, we will wait for you there. In the afternoon, after delivering the apples ordered by the guests, Naoki began to return to the ranch. On the country road full of dirt, Naoki drove his old pickup truck slowly. A group of EVs squeezed in the passenger seat, pressed their faces against the window glass, and looked at the scene on both sides of the road. Golden and Motolizard sat in the back of the pickup truck. Trainers with travel backpacks could be seen running around from time to time, and occasionally they could be seen taking out Pokeballs to fight Pokemon in the bushes. Looking at that scene, Naoki, who was driving the pickup truck, felt like a background NPC in the game, living an ordinary life driving a truck and running around with Pokemon every day. Ordinary people in the Pokemon world are probably like this, right? Suddenly, Naoki noticed that there was an anxious trainer standing on the roadside waving at him. Naoki raised his eyebrows, stopped the car on the side of the road, leaned out of the window and asked, "Hey, what's going on?" The young boy looked anxious. "Sir, please help me and take us to the nearest town. This little lion is injured and needs treatment as soon as possible." Hearing this, Naoki looked at the little lion in the boy's arms. The little lion had his eyes tightly closed, his body covered with scars, his fur was messy, and he looked very weak, as if he had been seriously injured. "Don't worry, wait." Naoki took out a bottle of life-giving goat milk from the carriage and handed it out. "Feed it to the little lion. It will get better after drinking this bottle of milk." The boy was stunned for a moment, but soon reacted and took the bottle of fresh milk and fed it to the seriously injured little lion. The next second, a magical scene happened. The goat milk turned into magical energy and began to heal the little lion's injuries at a speed visible to the naked eye. In the blink of an eye, the little lion recovered and then slowly opened his eyes. Chapter 445. The little lion had a confused look in his eyes. The boy holding it had a surprised look on his face. Has the little lion's wound healed? The boy looked up at the man driving the car, his face full of disbelief. Only then did he notice the group of Pokemon in the man's car. At this moment, a large group of EVs were crowding behind the car window and beside the man, looking at him curiously. In the back of the pickup truck, there were also two big Pokemon, one of which he recognized. It was the traffic Pokemon of the Padilla region, Motor Lizard. They seemed to be too big to sit in the cab, so they were arranged to stay in the back compartment. "You're welcome." The man's voice woke the stunned boy. Naoki smiled and looked at the little lion, and asked casually, "Is it your Pokemon?" The boy came back to his senses and shook his head. "No, it's not. I just met it in the wild. It was attacked by a fierce pepper, and I helped save it." "I see." Naoki nodded. He looked at the little lion, and the little lion had realized that it was this human who saved it. It licked the boy's cheek with gratitude. "It seems that it liked you very much," Naoki said with a smile. Seeing that the little lion was fine, the boy was in a good mood. He reached out and touched the little lion's head. Looking at the harmonious coexistence of this man and Pokemon, Naoki's mouth corners rose, thinking that it seems that there are still many children like Xiaoji in the Pokemon world. He didn't say anything, stepped on the accelerator, and prepared to move forward. The moment the car started, the boy realized that he hadn't thanked the gentleman yet. He followed the car with Little Lion and shouted, "Hey, please wait a moment." However, the man's voice came from the front. "No need to thank you. Take good care of yourself and Little Lion." After saying that, the car went away completely. The boy and Little Lion were left standing on the side of the road in a daze. After a while, the boy withdrew his gaze. He looked down at the little lion beside him, and said to it happily, "Okay, your body is fine now, go back." However, the little lion was reluctant to leave, because it still remembered the boy's anxious rescue of it from the hands of the fierce pepper, and took it to seek help. The little lion looked up and shouted at the boy. "Ah!" The boy was slightly stunned. But the little lion took the initiative to jump up, and used his claws to pull a red and white ball from the boy's waist. The red and white ball fell to the ground, and the little lion looked down at the poke ball, then looked at the boy. "Ah!" Seeing this, the boy had an incredible idea in his mind. He pointed at himself and asked in disbelief, "You want to leave here with me?" The little lion nodded affirmatively. "Ah!" The boy was stunned for a moment, and seemed to understand the little lion's intention. His eyes became bright, and he took the little lion into the poke ball. The poke ball shook gently twice, and then it became completely quiet. This means that the capture was successful. "Little Sure, please take care of me in the future." Having helped the young trainer, Naoki was in a good mood. He drove the car while humming a little tune, leisurely driving on the country road leading to Shichin town. At this moment, the Rotom phone that he had put in his pocket suddenly rang. Naoki drove with one hand and took out the phone from his pocket with the other hand, and then found that it was a video call opened by the Hero Expedition team. "Huh? Did Baby Bear call back?" After pressing the answer button, Baby Bear and Dreamy's little faces appeared on the screen. Meow meow. Meow. As soon as the call was connected, Naoki heard a burst of Pokemon's calls from the other end. Before he spoke, the two Pokemon's meanings were read out by Rotom on the phone through transcoding translation. Baby Bear, Naoki, there are new companions going to live on the World Tree. Dreamy, yes, there are many new companions joining this time. Hearing this, Naoki immediately became interested. What Pokemon is it? Not only him, but several EVs beside him also put their furry heads close. Baby Bear, it's Mewtwo. Mew, and Charizard, Golduck, Pudding, Bulbasaur, Pikachu, Meowth, and the others. Puff. Naoki almost spit out a mouthful of water. He asked in disbelief. What did you say? So Baby Bear repeated it again. Mewtwo and Pikachu are going to live with us on the World Tree. Then, Naoki saw the camera on the other side of the screen move to another direction. There, a human-like Pokemon with a long tail was looking calmly at the Rotom phone. Mewtwo, and behind Mewtwo stood a large group of ordinary Pokemon. Pikachu, Meowth, Charizard. Those Pokemon had special dark patterns on them, and Naoki recognized what they represented at a glance. That was the mark of a clone Pokemon. The relevant plot in the movie Mewtwo's counterattack immediately emerged in Naoki's mind. If he remembered correctly, that Pikachu was a clone of Ash's Pikachu. And that Meowth was a clone of the talking Meowth in Team Rocket. Wait a minute, aren't Bear and Mew traveling in the Hoenn region? How did they meet Mewtwo there? At this time, the camera of Rotom's phone returned to Mew and Bear. Mew said, Mewtwo will take Pikachu and the others to the ranch later. Naoki came back to his senses and nodded calmly. I know, no problem, I will treat them well. Meow was very happy about this, and made a meaningless cry that only expressed happiness. Meow. What about you? Naoki asked. Are you going to come back to the ranch with Mewtwo? Meow shook his head. No, because we still have things to do. It is a task that you entrusted to us, Naoki. Naoki's heart moved. Is it Jirachi? Dreamy nodded. That's right. We have already heard about Fanes from the Pokemon on the road. Next, I, Baby Bear and Zapdos plan to go there to find Jirachi and bring it back to the ranch. Naoki, have you found a way to help Jirachi? Naoki shook his head and said, Not yet. I don't have any ideas now. We need to make a plan based on this specific situation. Hearing this, Dreamy and Baby Bear nodded. The solution is left to Naoki. The first thing they need to do is to find Jirachi. That Pokemon is so pitiful. It sleeps for 1,000 years, but can only wake up for 7 days. Just thinking about it makes people feel lonely. The Hero Expedition team has to continue. After briefly explaining the current situation to Naoki, they hung up the phone. Mew and Bear Baby looked at Mewtwo, and Mewtwo nodded slightly to them. After a short reunion, they parted again. With the group of clone Pokemon and Pokemon that were hurt by humans, Mewtwo began to fly to the other end of the planet. The 3 Pokemon of the Great Warrior Expedition team were also continuing their journey. They watched Mewtwo's back, watched them go away, and looked forward to the next encounter. The old pickup truck stopped in the ranch. The Pokemon lined up to jump off the car, and Naoki closed the door only after they all got off. To be honest, Naoki was very confused about Mewtwo's plan to settle in the World Tree. Although he had mentioned this to Baby Bear and Mew before, he didn't expect them to meet Mewtwo so soon. And he also invited Mewtwo directly. Mewtwo not only came by himself, but also brought a large group of Pokemon to the ranch. Naoki couldn't help but worry whether Mewtwo could get along well with those Pokemon, and those Pokemon on the World Tree. But there was no point in worrying. Naoki decided to pay more attention to the situation, and try to ease the relationship between the two sides. For example, let Oliva and the others hold a welcome ceremony for the new Pokemon, and bring the two sides closer through gatherings. In the evening, Carrie led the super strength construction team to leave the World Tree. She found Naoki, and reported the construction situation to him. Well, this project is finally over, and all the facilities you mentioned before have been built. So fast. Naoki was a little surprised, but when he thought about the construction speed of the super strengths and the old construction craftsmen, he felt it was normal. Okay, thank you for your hard work. Naoki paid the balance to Carrie. Although this construction cost a lot of money, in order to fulfill his dream of building an expedition team guild, Naoki felt that everything was worth it. After sending off Carrie and her super powerful construction team, Naoki asked his sister Ai Guancher to prepare dinner. He went to the World Tree to check the situation there. Taking the World Tree elevator to the top floor, Naoki jumped into the wooden pile passage that emitted a faint green light. The current area of this floor has completely changed. There are various wooden buildings on the grassy open space. The shapes and decorations of those buildings are very unique, and people can understand their functions and uses at a glance. For example, the sign of the Pokemon item store has cartoon images of Moo Moo milk, various berries, and various small items. Moo Moo milk can help Pokemon recover their physical strength, and different berries have different functions. And those small items can help Pokemon improve their strength or exert other effects. For example, the unchanging stone that prevents evolution, the fire stone full of fire energy, the miracle seed that increases the power of grass attribute moves, etc. Pokemon can basically understand these images at a glance, and then they can come here to buy what they need. In addition, there are restaurants, sushi restaurants, cafes, dormitories, training rooms, and other facilities. The restaurant sign is painted with various food patterns, such as sandwiches, Pokemon, energy cubes, etc. The dormitory sign is painted with a bed pattern, and Pokemon only needs to take a look to understand. Oh, this turns out to be a place to sleep. Out of curiosity, Naoki walked into the Pokemon dormitory and was surprised to find that it was different from the conventional dormitory. According to the living environment of different Pokemon, Klee has specially created unique nests for them. For example, the tree holes that small Pokemon like Chinchilla like, the stone slabs that big Pokemon like Charizard like, the plush nests that Eevee like, etc. Not only Pokemon like this place, but it is also hard for humans not to be moved. This nest full of security and natural atmosphere looks very comfortable. If he were a Pokemon, he would definitely choose a tree hole as his nest. Because the tree hole was covered with a fluffy blanket, it looked safe and comfortable. After visiting the dormitory, Naoki went outside again. These buildings were surrounded by a circle in the open space, and at the center was a Pokemon park with benches, street lights, and fountains. Paths connected the facilities and the park together to form a whole. However, what attracted Naoki the most was the headquarters of the Expedition Team Guild located in the center. It is both grand and spacious. As soon as you walk in, you can see a commission column. If you need it in the future, you can post your commission on it and seek help from other Pokemon, even if Pokemon can't read. But with Rotom mobile phones, it shouldn't be a problem. Naoki began to think about ordering another batch of Rotom mobile phones. At this time, the Pokemon that originally lived on this floor also discovered the scene here. Soon, a large group of Pokemon ran over curiously. Wood Gecko, Millalong, Tropical Dragon, Oliva, Minas. Millalong, who arrived here on Tropical Dragon, noticed the sushi restaurant at first sight, because the pattern on the shop sign was almost exactly the same as theirs. Me? Millalong looked at Naoki, as if asking where that place was. Naoki replied, "That's the sushi restaurant." Me? Hearing this, Millalong was very happy. They quickly jumped over and jumped on the counter of the shop. Naoki followed them in. Looking around, there is a kitchen, a counter, and tables and chairs for customers to eat. The raw materials for making sushi include seaweed, rice, carrots, cucumbers, etc. The seaweed for making seaweed can be found in the seawater around the Dragonite Island in the lower layer, and rice, carrots, and cucumbers can be obtained by planting. Next, just hire some more Pokemon employees and teach Pokemon how to plant crops and process ingredients, and the sushi restaurant can officially start business. But can Pokemon really grow rice by themselves and then process it into rice? And in order for the sushi restaurant to continue to develop, Pokemon must also know how to save seeds and grow seedlings. Naoki couldn't help but feel a little worried. In addition to these, he also has to teach Pokemon how to make sushi and how to wash dishes. Just thinking about it feels so difficult. Making sushi requires Pokemon with hands and carefulness, and washing dishes requires Pokemon with water attributes. Everything cannot be done without the help of Pokemon. In short, the World Tree is still too short of manpower. With only these few Pokemon, there is no way to support the operation of the entire Expedition Team Guild. Fortunately, the World Tree will welcome a group of new residents next, which can add some manpower. Charizard, Ninetales, and Blaze can help to make fire. Blastoise and Golduck can use water guns to wash dishes, and Venusaur and the Mount Lamb can cultivate crops. Sandslash, Troll, and Mudsling can dig soil and plow the fields. Pikachu and Mare can help to generate electricity and provide energy for the guild. Oliva can provide everyone with fresh and delicious olive oil. Oh, and there is also a Pokemon. Naoki remembered that there was a Pokemon in Mewtwo's team. He thought of the Pokemon leader in the game Mysterious Dungeon Time Expedition Team. Maybe he can replicate it, and let that Pokemon be the leader of the guild. Naoki, It feels like a real-life version of playing house. Well, Clea didn't misunderstand him. He just wanted to play house with Pokemon. However, imagination is beautiful, but reality is unknown. All this will have to wait until Mewtwo and the group of Pokemon arrive. But with Mewtwo's flying speed, it should be able to reach the ranch before noon tomorrow, right? Before they arrive, Naoki still has some things to prepare. The next morning, after finishing his work at the ranch, Naoki drove to the town. He kept shuttling through the streets, going in and out of various shops, until it was almost noon, when he finished purchasing what he wanted. There are all kinds of crop seeds, fruit tree seedlings, pots and pans, blankets, quilts, clocks, large power generation equipment, various processing machines, etc. Klee has built a mill next to the barn where food is stored. Pokemon only need to put the harvested wheat into it to get a lot of flour. Then the dough can be made into bread through the oven. Well, it seems that in addition to ordinary Pokemon, the World Tree also needs some production Pokemon to join. Naoki thought. Pokemon like Saltstone, Kettle, Milky, Frostmilk, and Tribeebe. Kettle is also known as the automatic juicer. You only need to give it the fruit and Kettle will help brew magical tree juice that has the effect of restoring physical strength. Kettle will secrete a sticky liquid. If this liquid is mixed with tree juice, the brewed tree juice will be better than ordinary tree juice. While thinking, Rotom's phone suddenly rang. Naoki looked down and saw a message from Bugcrown, saying that Mutuo and the others had arrived at the ranch. What a fast speed, it's worthy of Mutuo. After a brief exclamation, Naoki started the car and started to return to the ranch with a full car of goods. 10 minutes later, the pickup truck stopped on the grass in the ranch. Before Naoki got off the car, he saw Mutuo, known as the strongest Pokemon in history, not far away. And behind Mutuo, there were a lot of Pokemon standing. Bubble, Motor Lizard, Gulton, Mount Goat, Saltstone Giant, Frost Milkman and Eevee all gathered around at this moment, curiously looking at these Pokemon who came to the ranch, and facing the group of Pokemon in Naoki's house. Those clone Pokemon and those Pokemon that had been hurt by humans seemed a little uneasy. Mutuo was much calmer. Seeing Naoki get off the car, its eyes also turned to him. Chapter 446. Long time no see, Mutuo. Naoki chuckled and greeted Mutuo, who was not far away. He still remembered the last time Mutuo came and got drunk in the Pokemon Tavern. Yeah. Mutuo responded in a low voice, and then looked away. Where is the World Tree? It asked. Naoki glanced at the group of uneasy Pokemon behind Mutuo, then put down the things in his hands, and prepared to take them to the World Tree to have a look. Come with me. Mutuo nodded, and a blue light appeared in its eyes. The powerful telekinesis instantly enveloped the bodies of the Pokemon following it, slowly lifted them off the ground, and flew forward behind Naoki. After passing through the farmland and entering the lake, the group entered the reverse world. Looking at this space full of destructive atmosphere, Mutuo's eyes showed a little astonishment. Almost the first time it entered here, it felt a terrifying atmosphere in this area. Mutuo's eyes instantly locked onto the broken sky island full of flowers in the distance. A Pokemon with a strange appearance and a ferocious aura was lying there to rest. Naoki noticed Mutuo's eyes and explained, That's Giratina, the owner of this space. Due to some special reasons, the World Tree can only be placed here first, but don't worry, it won't affect you. Hearing this, Mutuo nodded calmly, retracted his gaze, and looked in another direction. There stood a towering tree. The leaves were lush, emitting a green glow, and a strong natural atmosphere was emanating from it. Is that the World Tree? Mutuo muttered to himself. Naoki hummed, Yes, what we see now is only its outside. There is a very wide space inside it. Let's go and take a look. After that, Naoki walked towards the World Tree. They soon arrived at the huge sky island where the World Tree was. Looking up at the giant tree, the group of Pokemon following Mutuo were all stunned. This tree is so big, Mutuo also looked up at the sky. The huge tree canopy seemed to have no end, and the green leaves covered the sky. For the first time, it felt how small it was. What surprised the Pokemon even more was that the air in this place was so fresh, and the wind was so comfortable. They liked this place. For this secret place, the Pokemon such as the Mount Lamb, Bulbasaur, Blastoise, and Jigglypuff showed joy on their faces. Is this the paradise they have been looking for? Mutuo has been observing the expressions of these Pokemon. Seeing that they seemed to like this place very much, he made a decision in his heart. Don't worry, go in and take a look. Naoki said with a smile, Follow me, I will take you in. He walked into the entrance, and a large group of Pokemon followed him expectantly. Mutuo walked at the back. Before officially entering the Sky Island, it looked back in the direction of Giratina. As Naoki led the way, he looked back at the Pokemon. He noticed Mutuo's behavior and found that Mutuo seemed to care about Giratina over there, but then again, a powerful Pokemon like Mutuo should have a strong sense of territory, right? While thinking, Mutuo's voice sounded in his mind. Will this tree stay in this place forever? Naoki was slightly startled, and then he understood what Mutuo meant. He shook his head and said, Of course not. In another month, by June, the world tree will be fully grown. At that time, Giratina will use its power to help raise the tree to the sky. Then you will live there alone, and no human will bother you. Mutuo was silent, as if thinking. After a long while, it asked, "What about you? Will you live on the world tree?" "Me? Does Mutuo not want him to go?" However, Mutuo, who has human genes in his body, immediately saw his thoughts. It explained, "No, I have no other meaning. I just asked simply. After all, this tree was planted by you, and we have to thank you for providing us with such a place." "Is that so?" Naoki suddenly realized. He shook his head and said, "No, I won't live there, because I have my own things to do. For example, taking care of the ranch. If he were to abandon the ranch and live on the world tree, he would be reluctant." Xiaoming nodded. Naoki said, however, "I will occasionally go to the tree to see how everyone lives there, and see if there is anything I can help with." As they were talking, the group had passed through the winding tree hole and arrived at the location of the world tree elevator. Naoki taught how to use these Pokemon one by one. Just jump on the green bubbles, and you can go up. Some playful Pokemon were immediately attracted by this toy, like Pikachu, Cattail, and Curly. Although they were cloned, they are no different from ordinary Pokemon, and they still have the innocent and playful shadow of Pokemon in their bodies. Perhaps because they have been suppressed for a long time, these Pokemon are very interested in everything. When Naoki finished the introduction, they began to play on the bubbles happily. Naoki and Mutuo stood below and watched this scene. After a while, Naoki asked, "Do you want to try?" Mutuo, eh. It turned around and said, "Let's keep going." The playful Pokemon stopped when they heard this, and followed Mutuo obediently. Seeing this, Naoki didn't say much. He led the group of Pokemon to the top of the world tree. Soon, a wide grassland appeared in front of the Pokemon. On the grass, there are buildings with strange shapes. They look a bit like houses built by humans. From a distance, Mutuo saw several Pokemon wrapping fruits with large leaves and carrying them into a house. "This is the headquarters of the Great Hero Expedition Team Guild," Naoki said. "As you can see, those buildings are specially built for the expedition team. Over there is the dormitory where Pokemon sleep. Over there is the most magnificent one. Over there is the headquarters of the Expedition Team Guild. Over there is the prop shop. Over there is the cafeteria and sushi restaurant. In the middle is the park where Pokemon relax." Hearing this, Mutuo couldn't help but look surprised. Naoki saw what it was thinking and said with a smile, "That's right, the clerks and waiters here are all Pokemon, not a single human." Mutuo murmured in disbelief. There is such a thing. Don't underestimate the power of Pokemon. Naoki walked to the group of Pokemon next to Mutuo and introduced them to Mutuo one by one. "Charizard, you can use fire moves to help make a fire to keep warm. Blastoise, you can use water guns to help water. And Bulbasaur, you can use grass energy to take care of crops. Pikachu and Merely can provide electricity for everyone. Mud Donkey can till the land. And Troll and Curly can also serve as messengers to deliver letters to the world tree. Pokemon live on their own, plant fruits here, run guilds, and complete commissions, and never have to worry about going hungry again." The Pokemons who heard Naoki's words showed a look of longing on their faces. Every time Naoki mentioned a Pokemon's name, that Pokemon's eyes would become brighter. That's right, the copied ones can also do things like ordinary Pokemon in this world. The Pokemon that have not been mentioned look at this human with expectation. Can they really live together in this place as described by Naoki? The Pokemon that have been persecuted by humans are a little unconfident. A Mount Lamb even looks terrified. Naoki noticed this Mount Lamb, and he couldn't help but think of the 3 Mount Lambs in his home, who only knew how to dance all day. However, if he remembered correctly, there was no Pokemon like Mount Lamb in the movie Mutuo's counterattack, right? Mount Lamb is a Pokemon from the Kalos region, and it is impossible for it to appear in the Kanto region. Not only Mount Lamb, but also the nearby Mealy Sheep, Mud Donkey, Curly Ear, Troll and Cattail. Naoki looked at Mutuo with some curiosity. Did it take in these Pokemon? Mutuo's voice sounded directly from Naoki's mind through telepathy. They were once Pokemon persecuted by humans. Hearing this, Naoki understood instantly. No wonder these Pokemon are so panic-stricken. He reached out and touched the forehead of the lamb, soothing its emotions. "Don't worry, it's okay. No one will hurt you here. You can live here with peace of mind." The lamb looked at him with a confused look. "Bah? Naoki, do you know? I also have 3 lambs in my ranch. They used to be like you, but now they have grown into reliable goats. When I have time, I will bring them to the world tree to make friends with you." Mia. The lamb felt the kindness released by this human. It was stunned, and then finally showed a happy and expectant smile on its face. Mutwo watched this scene in silence. When it saw the lamb, who was always in a low mood, laugh, it was relieved. Now it seems that they have come to the right place. At this time, the natives on the World Tree discovered these Pokemon. Since Naoki told them yesterday that there would be new companions joining today, this group of Pokemon waited here early in the morning. Melidra, Milotic, Boomspur, Tropical Dragon, Oliva. It can be said that all Pokemon except Slowking are present. Oliva was the first to welcome these Pokemon, and Tropical Dragon also made a happy cry and took the initiative to give them the banana fruit on its neck. The three Melidra jumped excitedly on the spot. With the addition of new Pokemon, does it mean that they can hire employees to help in the sushi restaurant? Who should I choose? Looking at the large group of Pokemon in front of them, the Mililongs had difficulty making choices. After a long while, one of the Mililongs shouted, "Me! Are there any Pokemon willing to come to our sushi restaurant to help?" Sushi restaurant? Help? Mutwo and the group of Pokemon were slightly stunned. Naoki couldn't help but frown. He went forward and picked up the three Mililongs and said to them, "Don't be so anxious. The most important thing now is to hold a welcome party for everyone. When the new companions are familiar with this place, you can invite them to the sushi restaurant to help." Naoki thought that there were no pots and pans in the sushi restaurant now, so even if there were employees, there was no way to open the store. Meow. The three Mililongs called softly, indicating that if that was the case, they would recruit workers later. It was already noon, and Mutwo and other Pokemon, who had been traveling all night, had not eaten yet and were hungry. Naoki even heard a Pokemon's stomach gurgling. Seeing this scene, Oliva understood instantly. It said something to the bulrush, and then several Pokemon ran to the warehouse where the fruit was stored, took out various fruits from it, and piled them in front of the Pokemon. "Eat," Naoki said to the Pokemon with a smile. Although they were very hungry, these Pokemon did not pounce on the pile of fruits like hungry tigers. They walked up politely, picked up a fruit with their claws, and ate it happily. Mutwo stood there without moving. Naoki looked at it and asked, "Are you going to eat?" Mutwo shook his head and stood still. It wasn't very hungry. Okay. Naoki thought about it carefully, and guessed that it was because Mutwo could also absorb the energy between heaven and earth to replenish its physical strength. It seems that it is said that Pokemon can do this, and don't need to eat specifically. The Pokemon enjoyed this meal very much. After lunch, Naoki took them to visit other places of the Expedition Guild. After passing through the forest, an orchard full of fruit trees appeared in front of him. A group of Pokemon were stunned. There were so many fruit trees in this place, Naoki introduced. As you can see, this is an orchard dedicated to growing fruit trees. The fruit trees you ate at noon today were picked from here. These trees will grow a batch of fruit trees every once in a while, so you don't have to worry about not having enough to eat or eating all the fruit trees. Because this is the World Tree, the World Tree will continuously provide energy to the fruit trees so that they can bear fruit. In a sense, the World Tree is the best place in the world for farming. The group continued to move forward, passing through the orchard, and came to a farmland with a wide view. This is located in the north of the Expedition Guild. The land is flat, the soil is fertile, the light is abundant, and there is a stream running through it. At the end of the stream, there is a water mill, which is used to process flour. Naoki plans to transform this place into a farmland dedicated to growing crops. For example, rice, wheat, carrots, pumpkins, watermelons, soybeans, corn, etc. Pikachu. Pikachu looked around and looked at the land in front of him. He asked Naoki a question. Rotom's mobile phone automatically helped translate what Pikachu meant. It asked, "What will this land be used for in the future?" Naoki replied, "It will also be used to grow crops." Meow? Meow was a little confused. There was already a large orchard over there. What kind of crops would be grown here? Naoki smiled and said, "There are more edible foods in this world than just tree fruits. If you keep eating tree fruits, you will soon get tired of it, right? So, I plan to plant some other crops here, such as rice, wheat, corn, potatoes, etc. Rice can be processed into rice, which is the raw material for fried rice and sushi. Wheat can be ground into flour, which can be used to steam buns or make soft and sweet bread. Corn can also be ground into corn flour. If you use a specific machine, you can also make them into popcorn. If you add Frosty's cream, it will be caramel cream flavored popcorn. The caramel and cream flavors blend perfectly, and it must be delicious. In addition, there are crops such as carrots, pumpkins, potatoes, and watermelons. Each of them can make many delicious dishes." After hearing what Naoki said, some Pokemon began to drool. Mutuo, on the other hand, remained calm. It had been listening to Naoki's words silently, and a question popped up in its mind. Can Pokemon really perform such complex operations, like humans, with their power alone? Mutuo has seen Naoki's plan. He seems to want to build this place into a sustainable Pokemon park, where Pokemon of different attributes and races can live together. Guild, the Great Hero Expedition Team Guild. Is it for Mew? Mutuo murmured in his heart. Thinking back to the delicious snacks made by humans that Mew carried with him, Mutuo suddenly felt that this human was really good to Mew. No wonder Mew liked him and chose him. In comparison, the humans it met were simply hard to describe. Regardless of the Pokemon's wishes, the human doctors who made it used it as a weapon and wanted to use it, Sakaki. Only the boy named Xiaoji made it see the other side of human beings. Let it know that not all humans are greedy, evil and unscrupulous. There are still many humans in this world who keep their original kindness, treat Pokemon with their heart, and even sacrifice their lives to save Pokemon. Naoki took a group of Pokemon to visit the World Tree briefly, and then prepared to let them arrange their time by themselves. It is better to let them experience life on the World Tree by themselves. Before leaving, Naoki said to Mutuo, there is not only this layer of area on this tree, but also an ocean below that is suitable for water attribute Pokemon to live. I see. Mutuo nodded. It had sensed with telekinesis that the interior space of this tree was far beyond its expectations. If there are water attribute Pokemon that are not used to living here, you can take them to live there. Naoki continued. He noticed that there were some water attribute Pokemon in Mutuo's team. Gyarados, Blastoise, Golduck and Vaporeon. Mutuo's reply was still very concise. Okay. After explaining everything, Naoki turned and left the World Tree, preparing to come back in a few days. Because he had to prepare various furniture for the facilities of the Expedition Guild. Pots, pans, kitchen utensils, extra ingredients, various tools and processing machines. Naoki was ready to buy everything, and then asked the Bud Crown to use his superpowers to send them all up at once. Naoki left. Suddenly, only a group of Pokemon were left on the World Tree. Oliva continued to work in the orchard with the wood geckos, and Milotic occasionally came over and used Pray for Rain to help water the trees. The Pokemon that had just joined the World Tree stood aside and watched. At first, Oliva was worried that these Pokemon would not be used to life on the World Tree. But soon, he found that these Pokemon seemed to be curious about everything. Some Pokemon even took the initiative to participate in the planting work. This made Oliva secretly relieved. When the Pokemon that were taken care of by Mutuo chatted with the broomsticks and learned that the fruits they ate today were all grown by them, they all showed surprised expressions on their faces. Soon, a Pokemon thought of something. Before, when they traveled outside, Mutuo helped them find fruit to fill their stomachs. So now, can they plant fruit together and give it to Mutuo? Thinking of this, all the Pokemon immediately became very motivated. They couldn't wait to plant their own fruit trees and give the fruit to Mutuo. Gradually, the relationship between the Pokemon of both sides became more and more harmonious. And after a lot of hard work, the three Militaros finally successfully hired Pokemon employees of the sushi restaurant. They are Vaporeon, Golduck, and Venusaur. After the three Mililon's arrangement, Venusaur became the head chef, Vaporeon went out to attract customers, and Golduck became the waiter who served the dishes. What? You asked the boss what to do? Of course the boss has to stay at the counter to watch the store. Mutuo did not participate in it. It floated in the air, looking at the scenes below, and saw those clone Pokemon living in this place like ordinary Pokemon, and suddenly a strange feeling arose in its heart. Sometimes, Mutuo would also think that what Meow said was right. At that time, they were still living in seclusion on Clear Cliff. Pikachu and Meowth didn't want to stay there. They felt that living in a cave all the time was no different from being in prison. Meow said, "The moon is round no matter where you look at it. Whether it is a Pokemon or not, the moon shining there is round." That's right. What does it matter if they are cloned? We all live in this world and see the same round moon, without any difference. We are all Pokemon. It is also qualified to live in this world, and enjoy the beautiful scenery with everyone. Isn't this peaceful life what it has always longed for? Thinking of this, Mutuo landed in the Pokemon Park, ready to explore this place with its companions. Whether it is farming, using human tools, or running a store. If there is a place where it needs help, Mutuo will be happy to help. For example, using the human genes in its body to make food for Charizard. Working hard with everyone, planting crops in the fields, and waiting for the crops to mature, making them into delicious food and enjoying them with everyone. This ordinary yet fulfilling life is exactly what it dreams of. It was getting late, and Oliva was preparing to hold a welcome banquet for everyone. Seeing Mutuo coming, Pikachu and Meowth hurriedly waved to Mutuo, signaling it to come over. Mutuo nodded slightly, and then flew over. Pikachu and Meowth stood on its left and right, excitedly telling it what happened this afternoon. Pikachu. We went to plant berries with Oliva and the others. Meow, we planted them ourselves, and when the berries grow up, we will give them to Mutuo to eat. Meow, give it to me. Mutuo was slightly stunned. Pikachu and Meowth looked at it, and nodded happily. Pika. That's right, because Mutuo helped us find berries before. Now we have to plant berries for Mutuo. What? Mutuo was very surprised. It had never encountered such a thing before. At this time, a group of Pokemon had arrived at the party venue. Oliva asked Charizard to help make a fire with his jet flames. This kind of thing was a piece of cake for Charizard, and it readily agreed. It was very happy that Oliva treated it as an ordinary Pokemon. Opening his mouth, he spit out a flame, and the pile of firewood instantly burned. The firelight illuminated the cheeks of the surrounding Pokemon and was reflected in the eyes of each Pokemon. Everyone looked at the fire silently, ate the berries, and recalled today's magical experience, as if they were dreaming. They found their own paradise, and were friendly accepted by the Pokemon here. Not only that, the Pokemon also shared the berries with them, and held a banquet to welcome them to join. All this really seems like a dream. Clone Meowth looked up at the sky, but there was no round moon here. It could only murmur, meow. I hope I will never wake up from this dream, meow. Other Pokemon did not speak. It is obvious that many Pokemon have the same idea as Meowth. Tropical Dragon, Milotic, and Oliva looked at them in confusion. After a while, the Woodgecko asked blankly, Chafu? Are you bothered by something? The Pokemon were slightly stunned. Before they could speak, Millalong added, me. Why not ask the magical Slow King? Millalong number 2 continued, me. If you have a problem, go to Slow King, it will help us find a solution. Millalong number 3 nodded repeatedly, me. That's right, Slow King is our great sage, it knows everything. Slow King, hearing the name of the great sage, the Pokemon present were all slightly stunned. Is that also a Pokemon? Seeing the confused expressions on their faces, Oliva thought carefully and simply took everyone to see Slow King. So, a group of Pokemon extinguished the fire, walked through the woods, and came to a clearing in the forest. There was a big stone on the clearing, and Slow King sat on the stone and looked up at the sky, with a thoughtful look on his face. In front of it, there were several tree fruits. That was what Oliva and the others brought for Slow King. Oliva and the others stood aside. Millalong was carried by Tropical Dragon. They looked at the new companions and introduced them, me. Just line up and ask Slow King questions one by one. The clone Pokemon looked at each other and lined up in a row with a hint of curiosity and trance. Mutuo also mixed in. It looked at the Pokemon on the stone who was thinking like a human philosopher and murmured in its heart, the great sage who knows everything? I wonder if it can answer my question. Soon, the first Pokemon asked a question. It was Clone Meowth and Clone Pikachu. They asked, what is the meaning of life? This is a question that the two of them have been discussing for a long time, but they have never found an answer. Hearing this question, Slow King on the big rock looked at the two strange Pokemon. It blinked and thought for a long time before answering, the meaning of life lies in you. Pikapi? Meow? Meowth and Pikachu were both slightly stunned. Slow King, do what you want to do, follow your heart, and when you feel happiness and joy in the process of doing things, that is the meaning of your life. Hearing this, the two Pokemon looked thoughtful. What they want to do. Now they just want to plant fruit trees with their companions on this big tree and live a good life together. Thinking back to the anticipation and happiness when planting fruit trees this afternoon, Pikachu and Meowth suddenly looked enlightened. So that's the meaning of their existence? The two Pokemon who found the answer happily made way. From now on, they should realize the value of their lives and live happily with everyone in this place. Mutuo behind him listened to these words thoughtfully. Then, it was the turn of the second Pokemon. It was Clone Charizard. It looked at Slow King and asked in confusion, Roar? Why do Pokemon fight each other? Isn't it good for everyone to live together? Slow King, because not all Pokemon have this idea. Where there are Pokemon, there will be fighting. For food, for territory, these may cause fighting. Roar. Charizard seemed to understand, but it didn't like this. It just wanted to live with everyone in this place and live a peaceful life. Then, the third, fourth, fifth. Each Pokemon asked the questions that bothered them in their hearts. Some were asking what the meaning of fighting was, some were asking what the meaning of Pokemon becoming stronger was, and some were asking how to make delicious dishes. Soon, it was Mewtwo's turn to ask questions. It looked at the wise-looking Slowking in front of it, and then asked the question that had troubled it for a long time. Why do I exist? Slowking looked blankly, and looked at the strange Pokemon in front of it with a wise face. Suddenly hearing this unreasonable question, it couldn't help but show a distressed expression on its face. It's really a headache. Mewtwo was silent. Slowking looked at it for a while and asked, Who are you? Mewtwo. Mewtwo replied, I am Mewtwo. Mewtwo. Slowking asked again, Then how did you get here? Mewtwo, we received an invitation from you, so I brought them here. Hearing this, Slowking cast his eyes on the Pokemon and then slowly said, You want to protect these Pokemon and live here with them. Mewtwo was slightly startled, then his face suddenly showed realization. A glimmer of wisdom flashed in Slowking's eyes, and he said in a gentle tone, It seems that you have already found the answer to this question in advance. 3 days later, Naoki purchased the machines and materials needed to build the Expedition Team Guild from the town and the online shopping app. Near noon, he asked the Bud Crown to use his superpowers to send it and the pile of objects to the World Tree. Wait a moment. Bud Crown put down the Rotom phone, a blue light flashed in his eyes, and the next second, Naoki and the pile of things were transferred to the World Tree. In the past 3 days, Naoki has been busy outside shopping. In addition, he intended to let the Pokemon spend some time here, so he has not been to the World Tree. After 3 days, the World Tree has not changed much overall. The sushi restaurant is closed, and 3 Militaris are lying in the Slowpoke fountain in the Pokemon Park, blowing bubbles. Meowth and Curly are lying on a bench in the park, enjoying the breeze. When they saw Naoki coming, the 2 Pokemon immediately cast a curious look in their direction. Hello. Naoki greeted them and asked, Where are the other Pokemon? Meow. Meowth stood up, spread his paw pads, and stretched out in a relaxed manner. It jumped off the bench and led the way. Curly-eared Frog followed. The 3 Melidra looked at Naoki excitedly. Meow. Naoki, who had eaten the translation melon seed crisps in advance, understood what they meant immediately. The 3 guys were asking him if he had brought them the ingredients for making sushi. They couldn't wait to start business. Naoki was helpless. Of course I brought it, but have you found your employees? Millen nodded excitedly, and then told Naoki about the current situation of the sushi restaurant. Currently, there are 3 Pokemon employees in the sushi restaurant. They are Vaporeon, Golduck, and Venusaur. Volpe is the chef of the restaurant. It can use a vine whip to take sushi and a leaf knife to cut carrots. Vaporeon and Golduck are waiters in the restaurant, but Vaporeon's job is to go out to attract customers and wash the dishes, while Golduck's job is to serve customers. Hearing this, Naoki couldn't help but twitch his lips. Not to mention, the work distribution is very well done, and it completely matches the abilities and characteristics of each Pokemon. Okay, I talked to Mewtwo about something, and then I come back to teach you how to open a store, Naoki said. Meow. Millalong jumped in the water excitedly. Naoki turned around and looked at Meowth and Curly. Next, I ask you to lead the way for me. The 2 Pokemon happily agreed. Under their guidance, Naoki left the guild area and came to a forest. There, he saw Charizard curled up and napping under a tree, and Bulbasaur resting on a hill in the distance. After passing through the woods, there was an orchard and farmland in front. There were only a few Pokemon in the orchard, and Naoki continued to move forward without seeing Mewtwo. This time, he finally saw Mewtwo on the plain with a wide view. There was not only Mewtwo, but also Mud Donkey, the Little Lamb, the Ram, the Sandal, the Queen Flower, the Rhino, and the Drake. Mewtwo was leading a group of Pokemon to cultivate and till the land. Mud Donkey and Sandslash could use the moves Dig and till the land. The other Pokemon could not do that, so they just watched and prepared to help when they cultivated crops later. Mewtwo was much more exaggerated. It was using the terrifying superpowers in its body to forcibly till the ground. Under the stirring of that superpower, every grain of soil on the plain was forcibly dragged and lifted into the air, and then stirred, rotated, and finally fell to the ground. In this way, the soil on the plain became extremely soft and very suitable for farming. Seeing this scene, Naoki was completely confused. Oh my god, is Mewtwo farming? At this time, Mewtwo also noticed his arrival. So it stopped the work in its hands, and turned to look at Naoki. I'm here to give you something. Just in time for you to reclaim the land, you can plant the seeds I brought, Naoki said. There is no need to care about seasonal crops on the world tree. As long as it is a crop, it can be planted directly. Hearing this, Mutuo nodded. It estimated that it was almost noon, so it prepared to go to eat before finishing work. The group returned to the guild, and then Naoki saw something that shocked him even more. Mutuo used his superpowers to control a few tree fruits, then found a dozen wooden cups, and then squeezed the tree fruits into juice through telekinesis. Is Mutuo cooking? Naoki's eyes widened immediately. No, what made him more curious was where did those wooden cups come from? Could it be that Mutuo made them himself? Naoki fell into deep thought. If he remembered correctly, in addition to overwhelming combat power, Mutuo also had many special abilities. For example, he could use various superpowers such as teleportation, weather control, memory modification, and control of other people's thoughts at will. In the movie version of Mutuo's counterattack, it even used its own power to build a high-tech castle and rewrote the operating program of the automatic cloning machine. How can there be such a powerful Pokemon in the world? If Sakaki knew that Mutuo was plowing the land and cooking, I wonder what kind of expression he would show. Because Mutuo was created by Team Rocket as a biological weapon. The powerful Mutuo is naturally suitable for fighting. But Mutuo's power is so strong that Sakaki once created a set of armor to limit its power. And now Mutuo, who is highly expected by Team Rocket, is plowing the land and cooking here. This kind of thing is really unimaginable. Mutuo turned around and handed him one of the cups of tree juice. Thank you. Naoki thanked him politely. Mutuo didn't feel like a Pokemon to him, but rather a bit like a human. Perhaps it was because it had human genes in its body? Naoki suddenly remembered that he also had something to give to Mutuo. He took out the Rotom phone he had prepared in advance from his pocket and threw it over. Mutuo subconsciously reached out to take it, looked down at the strange machine, and looked puzzled. Rotom phone, with it, you can contact me at any time. If you need anything, just tell me, and I send it to you. After that, Naoki pulled Mutuo into the chat group of legendary beasts. Before handing the phone to Mutuo, he had already registered a communication account for Mutuo and added his own friends. At the same time, Bud Crown and Giratina received a notification at the same time. Mutuo joins the chat group. Chapter 447. Seeing a new Pokemon in the chat group, Giratina immediately came out and asked, "Is this Pokemon also a god?" The Rotom in Mutuo's phone automatically read it out. God? No, I'm not a god. Mutuo thought it was the machine talking to it, and shook its head and said, I am a Pokemon. Seeing this scene, Naoki couldn't help but hold his forehead. Ever since he accidentally let slip the secret of Divine Beast chat group to Giratina last time, Giratina began to think of himself as a god. And it was smart. According to the ability displayed by Bud Crest, that Pokemon seemed to be a god. This made Giratina realize that only legendary Pokemon like it could enter this group chat. And now another Pokemon named Mutuo came in. Mutuo's words were automatically sent through Rotom's mobile phone. Mutuo, god? No, I'm not a god, I'm a Pokemon. Giratina, then how did you get in? Mutuo, Naoki came out to explain, it's my fault. Giratina, you go ahead. I'm going to take Mutuo to visit the World Tree. Giratina was just curious about Mutuo, and when Naoki said that, it didn't ask any more questions. Naoki then had the opportunity to explain the Rotom phone to Mutuo. This is an intelligent machine developed by humans. A Pokemon named Rotom lives inside it, so humans call it the Rotom phone. With it, even if you are in the Kanto region and I am in the Padia region, we can still communicate with each other, and in addition, it has many other functions. The Rotom in the phone will give you a detailed introduction later. Mutuo nodded thoughtfully. It looked down at the Rotom phone in its hand, and then saw a smiley face icon appear on the screen. Then, the voice of the Pokemon named Rotom rang out. Hello Mutuo, I am Rotom. It's nice to meet you. Please take care of Rotom in the future. Mutuo had come into contact with human machines before, and it even made them. So, it quickly accepted the existence of the Rotom phone. Today, the Pokemon on the World Tree still had fruit for lunch. Although the variety was a bit monotonous, the Pokemon still ate happily. Naoki felt a little distressed, so after lunch, he called all the Pokemon on this floor over and led them to the pile of objects he brought up. The Pokemon stood in several rows in front of Naoki, with a tall Pokemon standing at the back and a short Pokemon standing in front. They all looked at the pile of objects behind Naoki with curiosity. These are the things I brought from the human world for you. Naoki introduced with a smile. There are seeds for planting, many varieties of fruit seedlings, pots and pans for cooking and eating, small quilts and blankets for sleeping, machines for processing crops and energy machines, and some ingredients and food. Me. Sushi. Hearing this, the 3 Mililongs jumped up first. Seeing their excited and expected looks, the other Pokemon also looked at them, all with happy smiles on their faces. Because everyone is in the same mood at this moment. Nothing can be more joyful than building your own home from now on. Naoki looked at the 3 Mililongs, and was amused by their appearance. Don't worry, I brought them all here, but there are a lot of things to do, so let's do them one by one. Naoki looked at the power storage device at hand and asked, Is there anyone willing to help us generate electricity? Meow? Meow asked puzzledly, What is power generation? Generation is to provide energy for the Expedition Guild. Naoki pointed to the street lights in the sushi restaurant and the park and introduced, With electricity, these street lights can light up and help you light your way home at night. Hearing this, Pixie's eyes lit up. Pixie? If so, then they don't have to be afraid of the dark anymore? Naoki smiled and nodded. Yes, but it needs electric Pokemon to help. Pikachu. Pikachu ran over excitedly on all fours, saying that it can help. Mimi. The light bulbs on the tails of the 2 Melees also lit up, and they could also use electric-type moves. The other Pokemon couldn't generate electricity, so they could only watch in embarrassment. Then I leave this matter to you. Naoki smiled and said, But you don't need to come here to generate electricity every day. If you store enough electricity in the machine at one time, it will last you more than a month. When the world tree grows up and flies to the sky, we can use solar energy and wind power to generate electricity, but now I leave it to you. Pikachu. Mimi. Pikachu, Mimi nodded indifferently. It's okay, they have endless electricity in their bodies, especially Pikachu. As if to verify what it said, it lay on the ground and let out a strong cry. Then, 2 yellow electric currents rushed out from its cheeks. The strong electric light instantly illuminated everything around. It's amazing. Naoki praised generously. This Pikachu is indeed a clone of Pikachu. Even without much training, the electric current released is very impressive. Pikachu. Pikachu seemed a little shy when he heard Naoki's praise. Then let's settle this matter first, Naoki said. Several Pokemon nodded. Mewtwo, who had watched all this in silence, suddenly said, After leaving here, I can modify these machines and build an energy power plant. Naoki was slightly stunned. You can build it? Mewtwo hummed. It had done this before. Maybe it's because of the human genes in it that it has wisdom and emotions far beyond ordinary Pokemon, and with its brain developed to the extreme by superpowers, it can easily learn human knowledge. And the castle on the new island was built by it by absorbing the memories and data left by the researchers of Team Rocket. Naoki was not too surprised that Mewtwo would do such a thing, because he had expected it. But then again, Mewtwo really has a lot of weird skill points. Build houses, modify machines, lay cement floors, and even hypnotize humans. In the movie, Mewtwo hypnotized a lady named Joy and asked her to come to the new island to be a housekeeper. Then I leave it to you, Naoki said. He was very happy in his heart. Since Mewtwo took the initiative to bring it up, it meant that it began to regard this place as its home. It sounds quite touching that Pokemon work together to build a common home. It's just right. Let Mewtwo build a power plant, and when Zapdos retires, he can settle down directly at the power plant. The energy issue was resolved, and the next thing was to plant crops. Naoki found the seeds and saplings he had bought from the pile of things, and prepared to go to the farmland over there to teach the Pokemon how to plant crops. But there were too many things, and he couldn't carry them all by himself. Seeing this, the Pokemon around ran over to help. Charizard picked up a bundle of saplings with its claws, and Bulbasaur released a vine whip to wrap around the larger fruit trees. Mud Donkey and Tropical Dragon also carried 2 bags of seeds each. Small Pokemon like Pikachu, Pixie, Vaporeon, and Meowth also took a small packet of seeds. Everyone ran to the farmland area with laughter and hope for a better life. Naoki, who was walking in the front, looked back and suddenly felt like he was taking kindergarten children on a spring outing. Soon, the group passed through the sage forest of Slowking and came to the fertile field. A large piece of farmland had been reclaimed by Mewtwo and his friends. Naoki sorted the seeds into categories, putting vegetables together and grain crops together. Finally, Naoki began to tell the Pokemon how to plant, when to harvest, and how to save seeds and grow seedlings. Planting and harvesting are very simple for these Pokemon, but saving seeds and growing seedlings is a bit difficult for them. Naoki talked for a long time, but few Pokemon could understand. Seeing this, Naoki was not in a hurry. Now the crops had not been planted, let alone mature. It will not be too late for him to teach them later when they mature. When the time comes, the Pokemon can follow him and try it themselves, which will surely be much easier. After the introduction, Naoki began to lead everyone to plant the land together. Sprinkle the seeds into the cultivated fields, and then cover them with soft soil. At first, the movements of this group of Pokemon were still very unfamiliar. But soon, they gradually mastered the skills of sowing, and the speed and efficiency were greatly improved. During this period, Mewtwo was not idle either. It flew into the air, blue light flashed in its eyes, and a magnificent superpower was released from its body. The next second, Mewtwo swooped down from the sky. The fields that had not been cultivated were immediately transformed into farmland suitable for planting by superpowers at a speed visible to the naked eye. Naoki was stunned by this scene. Mewtwo's ability was really too exaggerated. Soon, the entire field was turned over by Mewtwo. It also carefully left ridges between each field for Pokemon to walk on, so that Pokemon could check the growth of crops. After doing this, Mewtwo gave the small piece of land to Bulbasaur to plant, and it used its superpowers to fly through the air quickly with the remaining seeds. Under the precise control of telekinesis, the seeds fell into the dug pit as if attracted. Then, the soft soil automatically covered them. When Mewtwo finished planting all the land, Naoki and other Pokemon also completed the areas they were responsible for. Naoki looked around and felt that he should put up a small sign in front of each field so that Pokemon could tell what kind of crops were planted in this field. But he didn't bring the materials today. After thinking for a while, Naoki decided to send them to the World Tree after he finished. The first batch of crops planted by the Pokemon was very meaningful. Let them see the crops they planted grow and bear fruit with their own eyes. That feeling is completely different from harvesting directly. Therefore, Naoki didn't let Bud Crown come to ripen these crops instantly. What's next? Mewtwo asked. The next step is watering. Naoki looked at the water attribute Pokemon around him. Woo! This time, Milotic took the initiative to move forward. Its slender and graceful body danced gently, and a magical force surged above the fields and gathered into a dark cloud. Then, the rain fell from the dark cloud, moistening the fields below. Yes, that's it. Naoki nodded. Use water attribute moves to irrigate the fields. The seeds in the soil will absorb water and help them grow better. In addition to the move Pray for Rain, you can also use Water Gun to water the fields. Blastoise, Gyarados, Golduck, and Vaporeon, for water attribute Pokemon, felt that they had a say in this. They all knew how to use water guns, so they could come here to help water the farmland in the future. Yes, that's it. Naoki smiled and nodded. In this way, the farmland affairs could be temporarily put to rest. He looked around and finally fixed his eyes on the mill by the river. Naoki took out a bag of rice and wheat he had grown from his waist and said, Next, I take you to the mill to see how the harvested rice and wheat are turned into rice and flour. After walking through the farmland for about 3 minutes, the group arrived at the water-powered mill. The mill was built by the river, and the windmill on it slowly turned with the help of the water flow. There were 2 entrances to the mill, and Naoki took out the rice from his bag and put it into one of the entrances. This is where the grain is crushed and turned into rice. Along with the flow of water, a creaking sound came from the mill, and after about a few minutes, the work of the mill was completed. Naoki walked to the other side, took out the ground rice from there, and said to the Pokemon who followed him, This is rice. It can be used to make rice and sushi. Me? Are we going to make sushi now? The 3 Millongs said excitedly. Naoki smiled helplessly. Don't worry, there is one more thing. He took out the bag of wheat and put it into another entrance of the mill. As the mill was grinding, the wheat soon turned into fine flour as white as snow. This is the flour I told you about before. Naoki said, It can be used to steam buns or make bread. Just mix it with eggs and milk and put it in the oven to bake soft and sweet bread. Pikachu imagined that scene and felt that he was drooling just by imagining it. Okay, the function of the mill has been introduced. Let's go back to the guild, Naoki said. Hearing this, the 3 Millongs immediately realized that Naoki was going to teach them how to make sushi, and they quickly jumped and ran to Naoki. One of them jumped on his head, and the other 2 ran to Naoki's shoulders. I take you to make sushi now. Naoki turned around and looked at Mewtwo. Will Mewtwo come with us? Mewtwo nodded. It could sense that the human named Naoki in front of it really liked Pokemon. After a lot of twists and turns, the group finally returned to the Expedition Team Guild. Since there were no chickens in the World Tree, Naoki could only bring a few eggs from the ranch. He put the kitchen utensils, tableware and electrical appliances in their respective places, and then began to demonstrate for this group of Pokemon. Since the chef of the sushi restaurant is Venusaur, this demonstration is mainly for Venusaur. This clone Venusaur has different patterns from ordinary Pokemon, just like those barbarians who paint camouflage on their faces. Although this Venusaur looks wild, its personality is very careful and gentle. To make sushi, you need several ingredients first. Naoki spread the ingredients on the cutting board. Pokemon such as Venusaur and Milita looked over immediately. Rice, seaweed, fish, eggs, carrots. First, we need to use a rice cooker to cook the rice. If there is no rice cooker, we need to rely on fire attribute Pokemon to light the fire. But I brought a rice cooker for you, so you don't need Charizard to help. Plug in the power supply, the rice cooker will run automatically. Then we need to wash the rice and put it in, and finally add the appropriate amount of water, cover the pot, and start steaming. We can take advantage of this time to deal with other ingredients. Bulbasaur and Mililong looked over attentively. Naoki began to cut the salmon meat on the cutting board with a knife. Looking at the orange-red fish meat, Mililong was shocked and screamed, "Meow." Then he began to tremble. "Isn't that Mililong? How scary. Does making sushi require Mililong as an ingredient? Naoki, Naoki saw Mililong's idea at a glance. He explained speechlessly, "No, this is not Mililong, this is salmon, a food that Dragonite likes to eat." Meow? Mililong was a little unbelievable. Naoki nodded at them. "How could I eat you?" Meow? Mililong thought about it carefully, and found that it was indeed the case. After seeing that it was just ordinary fish meat, not Mililong, he immediately felt relieved. "Its name is salmon." Naoki introduced to the Pokemon in front of him. "This kind of fish usually lives in the sea, but don't worry, you don't need to go too far if you want to catch them. You just need to take the World Tree elevator to the Dragon Town on the next level, and you can find this fish in the sea there. You can also find another material for making sushi, nori. Nori also grows in the sea, and it becomes like this after it is dried." As he said this, Naoki showed the thin piece of nori to the Pokemon in front of him. Both of these ingredients can be obtained from the sea. If you are short of them in the future, you will have to rely on yourself to find them in the sea. Naoki looked at the Vaporeon and Golduck next to him. They were employees of the sushi restaurant, and were also water attribute Pokemon. But he thought that they might not have any experience in finding fish. After a little thought, Naoki said, "If you can't find it yourself, you can ask the Dragonite that lives there to help you find it. Then you just need to give them some sushi or other food." The three Millions excitedly put their hands on their hips. They looked at the water attribute Vaporeon and Golduck and said to them, "Meow. The task of finding ingredients is up to you." Naoki said helplessly, "You can't leave all the work to Vaporeon and Golduck, they will be too busy and tired." Meow? Mililong couldn't help but get tangled up. Who should he let go to buy the goods? They thought about it carefully, and suddenly came up with a good idea. Meow. There is a way. Then let's go find their former brothers. Naoki was quite surprised. What way? Mililong, meow. Go find Chihuba. Naoki understood immediately. Chihuba, they are indeed suitable for the job of a stocking clerk. At that time, the store manager Mililong can go to the sea with them to buy goods. But if you want to find Chihuba, you have to go to the Big Pot Lake. But he is a little reluctant to leave now. At this time, Mutuo on the side suddenly said, "Let me take them." Naoki was slightly stunned. He looked at Mutuo, then nodded and said, "Okay, then I leave it to you." Mutuo nodded slightly, then used teleportation to take the three Mililongs away from the World Tree. They were going to the Big Pot Lake to find Mililong's little brother Chihuba. Naoki stayed and continued to teach Venusaur how to make sushi. Venusaur is a very smart Pokemon. After watching Naoki making sushi several times, it completely learned how to make it. Seeing Venusaur saying that it had learned it, Naoki stepped aside and asked, "Try it?" Venusaur then stretched out two vine whips, scooped a spoonful of rice from the pot with a spoon, made a rice ball, then put the sliced salmon on it, and finally wrapped it with seaweed. In this way, the first type of salmon sushi is ready. Very good, it seems that you have mastered it completely. Naoki nodded with satisfaction. Bulbasaur was very happy. "Dan, then next, I will teach you the second type of sushi, rolled sushi," Naoki said again. This method mainly uses seaweed to roll up the rice ball, and then cuts it into small pieces for the convenience of customers. The method of making this sushi is also very simple, and Bulbasaur mastered it completely in a short time. There are still some ingredients here. "Do you want to make some sushi for everyone to try?" Naoki asked. "Yeah." Bulbasaur nodded happily. Then, Golduck and Vaporeon also started working. They invited the guests to sit down in a proper manner, and then brought the sushi made by Bulbasaur over. A group of Pokemon then happily enjoyed it. And Bulbasaur did not forget to leave a portion for Mewtwo. Seeing these Pokemon getting along well, Naoki couldn't help but smile. He quietly turned around and left, and began to place the remaining furniture and tableware in their respective places. Pokemon Tavern, Pokemon Restaurant, Expedition Guild. There are no props in the prop store now. Well, maybe I can teach Pokemon to identify tree berries, and let them transport the tree berries to the prop store for sale. Tree berries have various effects. Some can restore physical strength, some can cure poisoning, and some can unfreeze, which is equivalent to abnormal medicine in role-playing games. According to Naoki's plan, he had planned to have Babu Tubo's parents come to the World Tree to be the owners of the prop store. But now there is another very important thing they need to do. There are no eggs on the World Tree. If you want to get eggs, you could only raise hens. The two Babu Tubo have accumulated a lot of experience in raising chickens in the ranch. It is perfect to ask them to come to the World Tree to be the chicken house managers. There is also the Expedition Guild headquarters. Now the 3 members of the Great Hero Expedition team are still traveling outside, and Naoki plans to wait for them to come back and discuss the guild management issues with them in detail. Unconsciously, the pile of things that Naoki brought in from outside has been placed in various places in the World Tree. Today's mission is finally completed, and he should go back to the ranch next. At this time, Chow Ming and Mililong also return to the World Tree from the Big Pot Lake. Along with them, there are 3 stupid-looking Chahuba. There is no doubt that the 3 Chahuba are Mililong's subordinates. However, the water-attributed Chahuba is not very good at moving on land, so after the Mililongs briefly introduced the situation on the World Tree to it, they sent it to the sea in the Dragon Village. In this way, if the sushi restaurant is short of ingredients one day, the smart Mililong can go directly to the sea and buy them with his subordinates. Unknowingly, it was already evening. Naoki said goodbye to the group of Pokemon. I have to go back first, and I may come here in a few days. If there is anything you don't understand, you can ask. Before Naoki finished speaking, he heard Milion give the answer. Me. I know, if you don't understand, just ask Slowking. Naoki, that's fine. He looked at Mewtwo again. If you have any problems that you can't solve, contact me with Rotom's phone, and I will come to help you then. Okay. Mewtwo nodded. Naoki left. Before leaving, he looked at Mewtwo standing there, and suddenly felt that Mewtwo was a bit like the World Tree security captain. This title really suits Mewtwo. With Mewtwo around, there is no need to worry about bad guys going to the World Tree. When the World Tree flies in the future, such a big tree will definitely attract some human attention. After all, there are artificial satellites hanging in space, and the World Tree is so large that it will definitely be discovered at the first time. By then, perhaps a large number of humans will form an expedition team to explore. This is also a problem. And he can't always keep the World Tree in the reverse world, otherwise the Pokemon living there will not see the sun and the moon all year round. That would be too depressing. Although there are sunflowers, it is impossible for a small sunflower to illuminate every corner of the World Tree. Naoki tried hard to think of a solution. Then the question is, can he ask Dragonite to create a storm cloud around the World Tree to prevent outsiders from approaching? Or should Mewtwo use its superpowers to distort space and artificially create a secret place so that humans outside cannot find the location of the World Tree? Thinking of this, Naoki, who had returned to the ranch, sat on the sofa, took out the Rotom phone, and sent a message to Mewtwo. At the same time, Mewtwo on the World Tree was exploring the functions of the Rotom phone. It was not unfamiliar with human writing. During the time when it built the high-tech castle on the new island, it had learned human writing and could also make up programs. At this moment, Mewtwo was opening a web page and typing a string of words in the search bar. Pokemon, why do they exist? Although he already knew the answer to the question, Mewtwo still wanted to see how the humans in this world viewed this question. Suddenly, a message popped up in the background of the Pokemon communication. It was sent by Naoki, who was called Wing King. Wing King, by the way, Mewtwo, can you use your superpowers to distort space? After a while, the World Tree will be sent back to the real world. At that time, such a big commotion will definitely attract the attention of other humans, and then attract a large number of explorers. So I want to ask, if you can distort space, can you create a secret area around the World Tree so that others cannot see the World Tree from the outside? Distort space, create a secret area. It has never tried it before, but Naoki's words gave it a new idea. Chow Ming thought of the moves he had mastered. If you combine the magic space, illusion light, and light wall, maybe you can do this. First, use superpowers to create a magic space, then erect a light wall, and finally use illusion light to create an illusion to erase the world tree inside the space. In this way, ordinary humans will no longer be able to detect the world tree from the outside. After a moment of calm contemplation, Mutuo gave a reply. Mutuo, I can give it a try. After receiving Mutuo's reply, Naoki felt relieved. In this way, he no longer has to worry about the world tree becoming a popular attraction and being visited by a large number of tourists. Even if there are some humans who stray into it, it doesn't matter, such as trainers like Xiaoji, just treat it as an adventure for them, if that person has bad intentions. The perfect form of the bud crown riding on the Psycho and the snow horse, the shadow Giratina, has a very high IQ and can read the memory of Mutuo who erases the memory. When he gets old, he will send his mount Go to the world tree and let them guard the entrance of the world tree, just like the 3 guardian pillars of the world tree in the Kanto region. Plus the Dragonite army led by Giratina, Babbitt, Dragonite, and Giant Dragonite. To pass through the world tree, you must first defeat the 3 goats at the entrance, and then face the attacks of Giratina and Giratina. If you continue to go up, Mutuo and Budcrest will be waiting for them there again. With several Pokemon joining forces, no one in this world should be able to pass through the world tree. Oh, and there is also Rayquaza. Naoki thought of the different colored Rayquaza that was invited by his own Dragonite to visit the ranch. Later, he would have to ask Dragonite and Rayquaza to talk to see if they could invite it to live on the world tree, so that the world tree would have an extra layer of protection. Everything is ready, only the east wind is missing. Now all that is left is for the world tree to grow completely. April 20th, 200th year of the Lee calendar. Nearly half a month has passed since Mutuo arrived. During this period, Naoki went to the world tree several times, brought some other daily necessities to the Pokemon there, and gave the great sage Slowking a few books and a Rotom phone. Because Naoki discovered that once the Pokemon in the world tree had a problem, they would run to the big rock where Slowking lived to ask Slowking for advice. For example, how to get along with good friends, how to grow seedlings, how to better transport flour, etc. Naoki was worried that Slowking would also have questions that he didn't know, so he bought several books on agriculture, animal husbandry, world encyclopedia, etc. in the town of Jichin and gave them to Slowking. Just in case, he also gave Slowking a Rotom phone so that it could use the power of the internet when it encountered something it didn't understand. It is worth mentioning that Naoki built a brand new chicken coop on the world tree. Babu Tubo's parents also moved to the world tree and became the chicken coop managers there, responsible for taking care of the hens there. With them, the Pokemon on the world tree have a constant supply of eggs to eat. But compared to the hens, Naoki actually wants to invite Pokemon like Jigglypuff to live on the world tree. Because Jigglypuff's eggs contain a lot of nutrients, and the eggs they lay are larger and more than chicken eggs, and they can even lay several eggs a day. However, the number of this Pokemon is very rare, especially in modern times. It is said that a long time ago, there were many Chandler eggs in this world, but people began to catch them in large numbers in order to get nutritious eggs. After a period of indiscriminate hunting aimed at taking the eggs in the abdomen of Chandler eggs, the number of Chandler eggs has become very rare in modern times. It is basically difficult to see them in the wild. In addition, Naoki bought 3 milkmans and 2 frosty milkmen from the ranch store in the town and sent them to the world tree. Now the Expedition Guild basically has no shortage of milk, eggs, butter, and fruit. On weekdays, Oliva would also share his nutritious olive oil with everyone. Some Pokemon who are interested in cooking began to make cakes and bake desserts in the oven according to the method given by Slowking. Although the oven exploded and caused a fire due to a mistake, fortunately there was a water attribute Pokemon present at the time, and the fire was quickly put out. After hearing the news, Naoki sent them a new oven. Half a month ago, the crops planted by Naoki and Mutuo were about to be harvested. I don't know if it's because the natural energy on the world tree is too strong. The crops planted there grow very fast, and the quality is very high. Naoki has received photos of Mutuo, and is going to help harvest in a few days. It can be said that the world tree has gradually started to get on the right track. After working hard for more than half a month to build the world tree, Naoki finally had a few days to rest. With the arrival of summer, the temperature gradually became hotter. Only in the morning and afternoon can the weather be cool for a while. Naoki only goes out to sell vegetables during these 2 time periods, or to repair the wooden fences damaged by wild Pokemon in the ranch. The rest of the time, he basically stays at home to play Pokemon and play with his mobile phone. Recently, Naoki has been using the internet to learn about the news in the Hoenn region. Because if the time is right, the Hoenn event will break out this year. In order to awaken the ancient Pokemon Groudon and Kyogre, Team Magma and Team Aqua began their own plan. They wanted to use the power of the two ancient Pokemon. One wanted to expand the area of the Earth, and the other wanted to cover the whole world in seawater. And this year, Groudon and Kyogre will be awakened by the two extreme organizations and fight a devastating war in the Hoenn region. After the Pokemon world entered the internet age, all regions seemed to be connected together. Naoki quickly found information related to the Hoenn event. A netizen named Sea King posted a post, brazenly provoking the Hoenn Alliance, saying that their ocean team's great plan would soon be completed. Naoki glanced at the post date, and the time showed that it was the afternoon before yesterday. TSK, this member of the ocean team seems to be quite jumpy. Naoki clicked on the comment out of curiosity, and then saw the official announcement released by the Hoenn Alliance. Hoenn Alliance. The member has been successfully captured by the Hoenn police this morning. After investigation, he is a member of the evil organization Marine Team. The Marine Team is currently planning an evil plan in the Hoenn area. Please pay more attention to the citizens. If you encounter a suspicious person, please contact the local Metropolitan Police Department immediately. Naoki, what a brainless minion. Don't you know that opening champagne in advance will not have good results? The boss of the Marine Team, Shui Wudong, must be pissed off by his own little brother. If such a stupid person gets out, his peers will definitely laugh their heads off. But it is true that Team Magma can open champagne. Because the attention of the Hoenn Alliance is all attracted by Team Aqua, their action plan is expected to be much smoother. Groudon and Kyogre. Naoki couldn't help but fall into deep thought. And at this moment, a reminder sounded from Rotom's phone. It was a reminder that a message from a treasure friend was received. Huh? Who sent him a message now? Naoki unlocked the screen, and then he saw a small red dot next to Yesie's avatar. It's Yesie. Yesie. By the way, Naoki, summer is coming soon. To thank you for hosting the people from the Padilla Alliance during this period of time, we have specially prepared a holiday trip for you, with a special plane pickup, hotel and meal expenses all included. The destination is Nyangwang City, which is a good time for tourism. I heard that summer and the beach are more suitable. Naoki, why does he feel strange, so attentive to him, as if he is planning something? Could it be that he wants to win his favor and get him to join the Padilla Alliance to work, but he has to go to the World Tree to help harvest crops next, so he has no time to leave the ranch? After a brief thought, Naoki replied, King E, thank you very much, but the ranch is busy recently, I can't leave, so forget it. Chapter 448. Padilla Union Headquarters. I looked at the reply on the phone screen, feeling a little complicated for a moment. Not far away, Xianli leaned against the wall with her arms folded. Seeing Yisi's look, she was silent for a while. Didn't he accept it? Alas. Yisi sighed and told her original plan. I originally wanted Chishu to take him to visit Nyangwang City and have a 7-day beach trip there. She had already bought the tickets, but Naoki said he would not go. Xianli thought about it carefully and said, farmers are busy harvesting crops during this period. Maybe Naoki doesn't have time. Yisi was looking at her phone. She was about to say something when she suddenly saw a hot search on the internet. The hot search showed that Galar's strongest champion Dante had left the Galar region and was taking a cruise ship to the Padilla region. The publisher of this hot search was a Padilla person. He had just traveled to the Galar region a few days ago to watch the characteristics there, the Dynamax battle. Now that the trip was over, the man was going to take a cruise back to Padilla, and he ran into Dante on the cruise, and the two took a photo together. In the photo, Dante grinned, showing his white teeth, and his smile was very hearty. Dante? What was he doing in Padilla again? Looking for Naoki? Yisi suddenly remembered the last time Dante came to them to ask about Naoki's news. Her heart was suddenly alarmed. Could Dante be here to invite Naoki to join the Galar Alliance? Absolutely not. Yisi's expression suddenly became solemn. She told Xianli her guest seriously. After listening, Xianli opened her mouth and was very speechless. Chief, you are exaggerating. Xianli, help me pack up. I will go to visit Naoki with you. Yisi made a decision. It just so happened that she planned to go to the ranch to see what Naoki was busy with, and by the way, to find out what he was thinking and whether he had any plans. Don't go back and arrange marriage. Such a major event in life, after work like her. Xianli, She sighed and said, okay, I understand. At the same time, in the ranch, Naoki also received the news that Dan D was coming to visit him at the ranch. Dan D said that he was on his way to the Padilla area, and it would take another 2 days to arrive. 2 days? Naoki thought about it carefully, and found that he could just finish the work on the World Tree by then. After organizing the words in his mind, Naoki replied, Wing King. Okay, then remember to take the angry parrot flying taxi directly after you get ashore. Don't go back and get lost again. Dandy. Haha, okay, don't worry, I will definitely arrive on time this time. Dandy on the other side of the screen replied to the message embarrassedly. Since learning from the experience of getting lost last time, he simply gave up riding Charizard and chose a cruise ship with a fixed route. Dandy thought, this way he should not get lost, right? But there was no way, he had a bad sense of direction since he was a child. It was quite embarrassing to say. When he first went out to travel, he often got lost, and even forced Charmander to learn to read the map by himself and help him lead the way. Later, Charmander evolved into Charizard and became his most reliable partner. The next day, Naoki took the Pokemon in the ranch and the Bud Crown to the World Tree and ripened the World Tree. Under the blessing of the great power of the Bud Crown, a strong green light burst out from the World Tree. After a moment, the light disappeared, and the World Tree, which had absorbed a lot of energy, returned to its original appearance. Although its appearance did not change much, Naoki knew that there were only 2 months left before the World Tree was fully grown. Naoki looked up at the World Tree in front of him, and the next second, the information about the World Tree automatically emerged in his mind. World Tree, mature a seed sapling that absorbed a lot of grass power. Because of the goat on which it rode, it underwent a mutation during its growth process. The majestic vitality was brewing in it, and it finally broke out of the ground. It is said that it can support a world and nourish all things in the world with natural energy. It will take another 19,850 years to grow. Next, once in May, and in June, we can start the World Tree Ascension plan. Naoki was full of excitement. Not only him, but also the Bud Crown beside him was feeling an indescribable feeling at the moment. He had never thought that he could cultivate such a great existence in his lifetime. I am really looking forward to it. Bud Crown murmured softly. At this time, a white light flashed around, and then Mewtwo appeared on the Sky Island at the bottom of the World Tree. It looked at Naoki and the Pokemon in doubt, and then looked at the World Tree in front of it. It looked like it had also noticed the changes in the World Tree just now. Don't worry, that's Bud Crown helping the World Tree grow. Naoki said concisely. This is the power of Bud Crown. It can accelerate the growth of flowers, plants and trees, allowing them to grow instantly, but the World Tree requires too much energy, so it needs to come one at a time. I see. Mewtwo nodded calmly, looking at the Pokemon with a big head over there. It remembered that the other party was also in that group chat. These days, Mewtwo has been quietly lurking in the group chat, watching the chats of the other 2 Pokemon. After a period of observation, it found that the Giratina had a rather rude and violent personality, and liked to quarrel with humans on the internet. Sometimes Giratina couldn't quarrel with humans, so it would run along the internet cable to scare them. At first, Mewtwo thought that Giratina was full of malice towards humans. But later it found that this guy's personality was like this. But compared with Giratina, who cursed all day long, this Pokemon named Bud Crown was much calmer. He would occasionally speak to calm Giratina's irritable mood and let it calm down. In addition, Mewtwo also noticed that these 2 Pokemon were very popular on the human network, and they had many human fans. Giratina once tried to let it register an account, but it was rejected. Because Mewtwo didn't want to reveal his current situation, didn't want to be disturbed by humans, and was not used to that kind of life. Thinking of this, Mewtwo looked at the Bud Crown and nodded to him. A kind smile appeared on the face of the Bud Crown. Then, he turned around and said to Naoki, in that case, I won't bother you anymore. I'm going to go back and continue playing with my phone. Naoki, well, go. After seeing off the Bud Crown, Naoki turned his eyes to Mewtwo and said to it, the crops in the farmland should be ripe, right? Mewtwo nodded. Okay, in that case, let's go over and help you harvest the crops together. Naoki looked back at the Pokemon around him and said, Gultrin, Motor Lizard, Babutil, and Frostmilk and Saltstone, shall we go up there and help? Aghast. Gale. Bamo. A group of Pokemon readily agreed. Naoki led them into the World Tree behind Mewtwo. Mewtwo flew in front, with its big tail swaying gently, and it looked like it was in a very good mood. Naoki looked for a while, and only retracted his gaze when he came to the area where the World Tree elevator was located, and led the Pokemon to ride on the green bubble, and climb to the top of the World Tree. The Expedition Team Guild is located there. After a few days, the guild has gradually become lively, and Pokemon can be seen everywhere. Bulbasaur, Vaporeon, Golduck, and 3 Milliron managers working hard in the sushi restaurant. Meowth and Ninetales are leisurely enjoying the breeze on the bench in the Slowpoke Park. Curly and Troll are making coffee in the cafe. Pikachu and Meowth are serving in the tavern. And Rhino is sleeping soundly in front of the Expedition Team Guild. Naoki even saw a few Dragonites that came here to play. The 2 Dragonites were sitting in the sushi restaurant, their mouths wide open, tasting the salmon sushi made by the chef Venusaur. Wow, these Pokemon really look relaxed and at ease. Naoki was full of curiosity, and the Pokemon that followed him were also full of curiosity about this place. At this time, Frosty Milk Fairy saw the other 2 Frosty Milk Fairies through the glass window of the cake shop, and immediately let out a cry of surprise. Mama! The 2 Frosty Fairies were brought back from town by Naoki a few days ago and sent here. One of them is a milky vanilla flavored Frosty Fairy, and the other is a milky lemon flavored Frosty Fairy. When they heard the cry of Frosty Fairy, they immediately raised their heads and looked over here through the glass window. Naoki noticed this scene and said to Frosty Fairy, "Do you want to play with them?" "Mama." Frosty Fairy nodded repeatedly. "It loves making friends the most." "Then go." Naoki smiled. The World Tree was very safe, and he didn't have to worry about anything harming the Pokemon. So, Frosty ran away happily. Naoki turned around and said to the other Pokemon around him, "This is the Pokemon Park I built. You can move freely here and do whatever you want." Hearing this, Saifuhao and Ergian couldn't help but look longing. They ran to the sushi restaurant excitedly like children who saw new toys. Babu Tubo also went to the chicken coop here, ready to visit his parents. The EVs and Naoki's family also dispersed and started playing at the Expedition Team Guild. Only 5 big saltstone giants were left standing there blankly, a little overwhelmed. At this time, Frost Milk Fairy waved to them, and the 5 saltstone giants ran over happily. Suddenly, only Gulton and Motor Lizard were left beside Naoki. Mutwo stood aside, watching this scene in silence. "Let's go to the farmland and take a look," Naoki said. Hearing this, Xiaoming nodded. The group soon arrived at the farmland area transformed from a plain. At this moment, various crops have grown in those fields. Green watermelons, orange pumpkins, dark green cucumbers, red apples, golden wheat. When the wind blows, a layer of wheat waves will roll up in the wheat fields, and the air is full of the joy of harvest. "Remember how to harvest crops I told you before?" Naoki asked. Mutwo nodded. The next second, a powerful superpower enveloped the wheat field. Then, grains of wheat flew out of the wheat field, gathered into a dark cloud in the air, and then fell into the mill. Charizard and Nidoking were already waiting there with a wooden barrel. As the mill turned, the flour ground from wheat fell into the barrel, and soon filled the barrel. Seeing this, Nidoking reached out and took the flour barrel aside, and then moved the second empty barrel over. After a few rounds, more than a dozen barrels filled with flour were neatly placed next to the mill. Naoki, it would be too convenient if there were Pokemon with superpowers, right? But Naoki didn't come here to watch Mutwo perform magic today, because Mutwo couldn't take care of them for a lifetime, and those Pokemon would eventually learn to harvest by themselves, and then pass it on. Therefore, he called over several other Pokemon who were watching nearby, and took Gulton and Motor Lizard to show them how to harvest crops. The Pokemon watched carefully, and one of the smarter Sansangs quickly learned this skill. It used its sharp claws to follow Naoki, and began to harvest crops. Naoki took a look and nodded. "Yes, that's it, keep it up." Seeing this scene, the other Pokemon also excitedly joined in. Mutwo floated aside, looking at everyone in the farmland in confusion. Naoki stopped and stood beside it, as if he saw Mutwo's confusion, and explained, "They will eventually learn to harvest crops by themselves, because you can't take care of them for a lifetime. If one day you suddenly want to leave the World Tree and travel to other places, these Pokemon can also live here with their own power. Planting, watering, harvesting. Different Pokemon cooperate with each other to build their own large farms." Hearing this, Mutwo looked at the farmland thoughtfully. Naoki didn't say much, just smiled and said, "Let them taste the lunch made from the ingredients they grew at noon." "Okay." Mutwo nodded. Next, Mutwo didn't intervene much. It just stood aside and watched Naoki lead the Pokemon to work hard. It didn't harvest the remaining crops until the group of Pokemon collapsed on the ground due to exhaustion, and then it used teleportation to transfer them to the granary. Naoki looked at the scene and thought, there really aren't enough people. If there were a few more Pokemon like Axe War Dragon and Scyther, these farmlands wouldn't need Mutwo to help at all. Forget it. Let's wait for Mew and Bear to invite us slowly, Naoki thought. Near noon, they returned to the Expedition Guild with a lot of harvest. Naoki personally cooked a sumptuous lunch for the Pokemon using the fruits and vegetables harvested today. The dining location was in the restaurant next to the Expedition Guild. A large group of Pokemon surrounded the tables in the restaurant, and each table was filled with very sumptuous dishes and snacks. After tasting the food, a Pokemon immediately showed a shocked expression on his face. So delicious. Seeing its appearance, the other Pokemon also began to eat heartily. Naoki stood by with Guillerton, smiling, and asked, "How does it feel to eat food made from crops you planted yourself?" Meow Meow's face was full of enjoyment, as if he was drunk. Meow, what a happy feeling, meow. Pikachu's eyes also lit up. Pikapi. This is the life I like. Da-na. A-woo. Woo. The group of Pokemon around also echoed, and for a moment, the whole restaurant was filled with a taste of happiness. Naoki looked at the scene with a smile on his face. Then from now on, you will live well here. After lunch, Naoki began to visit the lives of the Pokemon on the World Tree. He found that the work of these Pokemon was done in a very professional manner. After filling their stomachs, the Pokemon gathered together gradually dispersed to do what they liked. As the owner of the sushi restaurant, Mililong took his 3 employees back to the sushi restaurant and continued to run it. But everyone had just finished their meal and was not hungry, so no customers came into the store. Coincidentally, at this time, the chef Venusaur reported to the store manager Mililong that there was not enough food. After hearing the news, Mililong immediately set off for the next level of the Dragon Town, where he found their little brother Chahuba, and went to the sea with Chahuba to look for salmon and seaweed growing on the seabed. Naoki did not follow. He also wanted to see how other Pokemon lived in this place. Therefore, he went to the cafe next to the sushi restaurant. When Naoki arrived, Curly was brewing coffee at the bar. It used a spoon to stir the coffee powder in the cup to mix it evenly. Seeing Naoki coming, the sniffer immediately brought over 3 cups of coffee brewed by Curly. 1 cup for Naoki, 1 for Gulton, and 1 for Motorcycle. Naoki took a sip and found that the coffee was not as bitter as he thought. Curly seemed to have improved the taste. Very good craftsmanship. Naoki gave a thumbs up to Curly. Because he found that Gulton and Motor Lizard, who originally didn't like coffee, drank a lot. It seemed that this improved coffee was very suitable for Pokemon's taste. Mimi! Curly made a happy cry. At this time, the 3 geckos guarding the orchard came to the coffee shop. Curly immediately started to get busy. Naoki didn't stay here to disturb them. After drinking coffee, he took Gulton and Motor Lizard away. Next is the prop shop. The owner of the prop shop is now a queen flower. There are all kinds of tree fruits on the shelves of the shop, some of which can restore physical strength, and some can cure various abnormal conditions. The variety is very complete. Naoki walked around the store, and the queen flower happily followed him to serve. Yes, that's it. Use your enthusiasm to serve customers, and you will attract more customers, Naoki said to the queen flower. The queen flower nodded vigorously. That's right, next to the prop store is the Pokemon hospital, but there is no one in the hospital now, because there are no Pokemon that can heal at the World Tree. Next to the hospital is the dormitory where Pokemon sleep. At this moment, 2 Melee sheep and a Ninetales are nestling in their nests, taking a lazy nap. Naoki did not disturb them, got up and left this place, and then came to the Pokemon Tavern. Pikachu and Meowth are busy here. Saifuhao is also here, and it seems to like the atmosphere of this place. Pikachu and Meowth used the method that Slowpoke taught them to squeeze the juice from the fruit. When the cup was full of juice, Meowth would take it to Saifuhao. Saifuhao saw Naoki and greeted him happily. Naoki smiled and shook his head. You play here, I go to other places to take a look. Next, it was the turn of the Expedition Team Guild headquarters. But now this place has not officially started operation, and there is no one inside, only a 1-horned rhino taking a nap at the door. Naoki did not go in, but walked to the Slowpoke fountain, sat on the bench, and looked at everything around him with satisfaction. A cat was enjoying the breeze on the bench. When it saw Naoki sitting down, it jumped onto his lap affectionately and fell asleep. It looked like an ordinary cat. Naoki smiled and reached out to stroke the pink fur of the cat. In this way, all the problems of the Expedition Team Guild were solved. In this way, even if he doesn't come here, the Pokemon here can live hard with their own strength. Naoki looked around and asked the 2 Pokemon beside him, "What do you think of this place?" Guillerton and Motor Lizard looked around. Motor Lizard showed a happy expression on his face. Gah! It's the Pokemon Paradise. Naoki raised his eyebrows and repeated Motor Lizard's words, Paradise. A very good name. So from now on, this place will be called Paradise. It just so happens that Golden is the guardian dragon of Paradise. although the paradise in this name refers to the Zero Zone Research Institute established by Dr. Olin and Dr. Fudu. But Naoki feels that compared to that place, the World Tree is more suitable for the name of paradise. What about Golden? Naoki looked at Golden beside him again. Golden nodded his big head, and he agreed with the description of Motor Lizard. Then you must protect this place in the future, and don't let the bad guys come and destroy it. Naoki grinned. Gaw. Motor Lizard nodded seriously. But Golden heard a different meaning from this sentence. It looked at Naoki in confusion, but couldn't figure it out. On April 24th, 200 of the Alliance calendar, after several days of sailing, Dondi finally arrived in the Padilla region. This time Dondi learned his lesson. In order to prevent himself from getting lost, he followed the main force throughout the journey. As soon as he got off the ship, he immediately went to the local Angry Parrot flying taxi station, where he took a flying taxi to Naoki. In the ranch, Naoki was enjoying the air conditioning, holding a cup of Lifegoat milk, and asking about Dandy's current schedule. Last night, he found a fun game on his phone and stayed up all night without realizing it, which resulted in him feeling tired when he got up the next morning. If it were any other time, Naoki might have stayed in bed to catch up on his sleep until he woke up naturally. But today was the day when guests were visiting, and he had to entertain them. After drinking all the Lifegoat milk in the cup, Naoki immediately felt that all the fatigue and tiredness on his body had disappeared. At this time, the call to Dandy was also connected, and there was a whirring sound from the other end, which sounded like flying in the sky. Hello, have you arrived in the Padilla area? Naoki asked. Dandy's voice came from the other end of the phone. Yes, we will arrive in Zichin town soon. Hearing the whistling sound of the wind over there, Naoki couldn't help asking, did you come here by yourself on the Charizard? If so, he wouldn't go in the opposite direction and fly to Nyangwang City? Dondi immediately understood what Naoki meant and comforted him. Don't worry, this time I took a flying taxi. That's good, what time will you arrive? Naoki breathed a sigh of relief and asked again. Around 10:30 noon. 10:30? Naoki reminded, okay, then don't run around in the town, I will drive to the town to buy vegetables later, and pick you up from there. Dondi, He wanted to say that he was not a child anymore, but thinking that he might get lost, he swallowed the words again. Finally, he replied, okay. At 10:20 in the morning, Naoki finished buying vegetables, and went to the flying taxi station in Zichin town. After waiting for about 10 minutes, a flying taxi of the Angry Parrot brothers landed on the platform from the sky. The door opened and Dandy walked out. Naoki saw him at a glance, he lowered the window, patted the co-pilot, and signaled, get in the car. Dandy didn't mind that his pickup truck was too broken and too low-end. He opened the door and got in the car. Long time no see. Dandy smiled brightly. Indeed, it's been a long time no see. Naoki started the car, turned a corner, and drove away from Zichin town. It was a year ago since he last met Dandy. At that time, it was because of Dandy that ADK came to the ranch and his Vulcan moth was able to save its life. Isn't the work in the Galar region busy? Naoki asked. He often saw news about Dandy on the internet, and he could also see that he had taken on a lot of commercial endorsements. Every time he went out to fight, the cloak was covered with labels of various brands. Busy, Dandy said helplessly. If I wasn't busy, I would have come here to challenge you. Naoki, especially some time ago. Dandy looked at Naoki with a smile and complained. The matter of the Bud Crown King caused a big explosion in the Galar region. Originally, Naoki didn't think it was a big deal. After all, the Bud Crown King is not a resource of a certain region, but an existence with independent thoughts. But after what Dandy said, he suddenly felt a little embarrassed. Is it a big impact? He asked. How should I put it? Dandy thought for a moment, and then said, it has a big impact on the Galar royal family. Their behavior has been condemned by the public opinion of ordinary people, and their reputation has been ruined. Their influence in the Galar region is no longer as strong as before, but it has no big impact on the Galar Alliance. After all, those netizens are still quite rational, because the Galar Alliance did not do it. And the Galar Alliance has been working hard to develop and build the Galar region, which is better than the Galar royal family, who did nothing and stole the credit. I see. Naoki nodded and fell into deep thought. Judging from Danty's reaction, the Galar Alliance doesn't seem to take Budcrest very seriously. Compared to Budcrest, President Ross obviously pays more attention to the Dynamax battle. In order to completely solve the energy problem in the Galar region, he secretly built an underground energy factory, but he did not expect that the energy leak from the factory would cause Pokemon everywhere to start Dynamaxing and run away, and finally release the out-of-control Eterna. If the Wichita is completely controlled by President Ross, what will the Galar region become? Naoki doesn't know, but he can feel that the current Galar region has a feeling of emphasizing commerce and suppressing agriculture. It can't be said to be suppressed. It has not reached such an exaggerated level yet. It just gives people a feeling of neglect. But I really can't imagine that such a thing happened in the Galar region before. Dante sighed. The legend that Pokemon saved the Galar region from the darkness is too unbelievable for humans, like them, who live in modern times. Not to mention that Pokemon was once the king of the Galar region. Not only the Galar region, many regions have their own ancient legends, but the Galar region is a bit complicated and was misinterpreted by later generations. Naoki said. Let's not talk about that. Dandy shook his head and said with high morale, I came here today to fight you. Last time I challenged the green grass trial, this time I want to challenge the storm trial and the lightning trial. There are more than these 3 trials in the ranch now. Naoki smiled. Dandy's attention was instantly drawn. Huh? That is a hidden trial in the ranch. Only trainers who have passed any of the pre-trials can participate. Last time you passed the green grass trial, now you can challenge that trial. Naoki explained. What is it? Dandy asked hurriedly. I call it the ancient trial. Naoki introduced, but unlike the previous trials, you can choose to play singles or doubles in this trial. In singles, you only need to defeat one Pokemon, Golden, to pass, but in doubles, you need to defeat both Pokemon. Naoki wanted to see who was stronger, Golden or the strongest champion, Dante. Ancient Trial Golden. The strong Scarlet Pokemon immediately appeared in Dante's mind. He showed anticipation in his eyes. Then I will challenge this trial. No problem, I am also looking forward to fighting with you. Naoki smiled. While chatting, the pickup truck arrived at the ranch. From a distance, Naoki saw Yessie at the ranch entrance. Yessie? Why is she here? Isn't the Padilla Alliance busy? Naoki was a little surprised. After approaching, he stopped the car. Yessie also noticed them and said with a smile, Long time no see, Naoki, I'm here to visit. It shouldn't bother you, right? Naoki, no bother. What is this? Chief's inspection. If you remember correctly, UCI would conduct regular inspections on the gym leaders in the game to test their strength. Although he is not a gym leader, he can probably be considered a half-official superstar now, right? Come in and talk. Naoki drove the car into the ranch. Dandy jumped out of the car. UCI raised his eyebrows, with a little surprise on his face. Mr. Dandy, I didn't expect to meet you here. Dandy looked at UCI, shook her hand, and grinned. Well, it's been a long time, Chief. I came here to visit Naoki and have a sparring match with him. I see. UCI suddenly realized. She clasped her hands together in anticipation, then shook them together, and said excitedly, It seems that I will have the opportunity to witness the battle between 2 powerful champion-level trainers. It's just a simple sparring match, not an all-out battle. Dandy grinned. Dandy likes to laugh very much. When talking to people, he always has a hearty smile on his face, and looks very approachable. UCI shook her head. This level of battle is also rare. Apart from the annual World Championship and 8 Masters, it is rare to see 2 champions fighting in other places. Speaking of the World Championship and 8 Masters, Dandy thought of something. He asked, but then again, Lord UCI, are you not going to participate this year? UCI smiled and shook his head. There are still many things waiting for me to do in the Padilla Alliance, and I may not have so much time. Dandy was very regretful. I still want to have a battle with you on that stage. UCI shifted the topic to Naoki. Naoki, don't you plan to participate in the World Championship and the 8 Masters? Me? Naoki was a little surprised. He shook his head and said, Forget it. I'm not a teenager anymore. Let the young people challenge that kind of stage. UCI is about 26 or 27 years old now. The only person present is Dandy, who is not yet 20 years old. He is very young. For a moment, Naoki and UCI looked at Dandy together and sighed, Young people. Dante. You are not much older than me, right? No more talking, I'm going to cook. Come in and have a cup of tea first. Naoki invited. The 3 of them entered the living room, and his sister Ai Guancher brought them tea. Yessie and Dante noticed that there were many more Pokemon at Naoki's ranch. As a trainer, their eyes were immediately attracted. Dante even took out his Rotom phone and scanned Urukyuk and Signet. No relevant information can be found. It is a Pokemon that has not been recorded in the illustrated book. Saifuhao, the treasure Pokemon, is said to have a body made up of 1,000 coins. It likes to get close to people, and can get along well with anyone immediately. Yi introduced. That is a Pokemon unique to our Padilla region. It evolved from a Pokemon named Socaling. Currently, there is only this one in the entire Padilla region. So rare? Dandy was a little surprised. Yes. Yi nodded and said, this Pokemon Naoki spent a lot of effort to evolve it. What about that Pokemon? Dante looked at Yurukyo again. However, Yesi shook his head and said, I don't know about that. It's a Pokemon that Naoki brought back from outside. Hearing that the two humans seemed to be discussing it, Yurukyo jumped and showed its two starry eyes. Bony! Naoki looked up from the kitchen and helped introduce it. It's Yurukyo, a Pokemon from the Johto region. Yurukyo. Dante murmured the name of the Pokemon. It looked so lively. Bony. Dandy smiled and greeted it. Hello, Ergian. Ergian also happily responded, Bony. Then, it ran away with Saifuhao. Dandy pointed the phone at Gulden, who was sleeping on the floor. However, there was still no information about Gulden in the illustration. This surprised Dandy very much. How could it be? Yesi was more clear about this matter. The research at the Zero Zone Research Institute was funded by the Padilla Alliance from the beginning. Because of this, they are very clear about the research and experiments of the two doctors. And this Pokemon was summoned from ancient times by Dr. Olin through a time machine. Its name, Gillerton, was also given by Dr. Olin. But so far, the research of the Zero Zone Research Institute on paradoxical Pokemon has not entered the public eye. Therefore, neither Gillerton nor other ancient and future Pokemon have been recorded in the illustrated book. After Naoki simply fried a few dishes, he gave the rest of the dishes to his sister Ai Guancher to prepare. He returned to the living room to chat with the two guests. However, when he saw him, Yisi suddenly mentioned the trip to Nyangwang City. The opportunity for that public travel is very precious. If you don't go, the quota will be taken away by others. Naoki thought for a while, and said, let's give it to others. Yisi, Dandy on the side was quite surprised. Travel? Naoki, are you planning to travel? There is no plan at the moment. Naoki shook his head. Okay. Dante invited, if you have time in the future, you can go to the Galar region. I can take you to the War Town to soak in hot springs, to the Spike Town to listen to heavy metal music, and to the Palace Gate City to visit skyscrapers. Naoki smiled and nodded, sure. Come to think of it, he has never soaked in a hot spring before. It's a pity that there seems to be no hot spring in the Padilla region, otherwise he will definitely take Gulden and the others to experience it once. Dante nodded seriously. Well, then I will definitely treat you well. I was shocked. She was right. Dante was here to invite Naoki to settle down in Galar. She quickly changed the subject. In order to make her purpose less obvious, Yusei took a sip of tea slowly. After the two finished their conversation, she pretended to be calm and asked, but then again, Naoki, wouldn't you be too busy to run the ranch by yourself? Don't you plan to get married and run the ranch with your wife and take care of these Pokemon? Naoki, it's okay. The Pokemon in the ranch are very sensible, and the brother and sister who love to serve will also help, so they are not too busy. As for marriage, it seems that you haven't married yet, right? Yesi, She pretended to be calm and drank a sip of tea. There are still many things that need to be dealt with by the Padilla Alliance. Now work is important, and I don't plan to get married for the time being. But Naoki is different. If Naoki plans to get married now, she can help raise a child in 2 years. When the child grows up, it will be time for her to retire, and she can take over her job and lead Padilla to the peak. Yesi was more and more excited as she thought about it, and felt that this was the most perfect plan. Naoki couldn't help but joked, workaholic. Chapter 449. After lunch, Dante couldn't wait to have a Pokemon battle with Naoki. Okay. Naoki nodded and took him to the battlefield in the ranch. Some Pokemon attracted by the battle also gathered around to cheer for Gillerton. Yesi also stood aside, with his hands behind his back, looking at the two people on the field with expectation. Are you going to play doubles or singles? Naoki asked with a smile. Gulden walked to the battlefield, ready, while Flutterfair mixed in the Pokemon group, silently watching the next battle. Let's play singles this time. Dandy's eyes were hot. Let's try doubles next time. Since Gulden is Naoki's strongest Pokemon, he will also send out his strongest Pokemon to fight, and have fun with the main one. No problem. Naoki smiled slightly. Dandy took out a Pokeball from his waist, and with a flash of white light, a powerful and perfectly cultivated Charizard appeared on the battlefield. The flame on its tail was burning very vigorously, which meant that the state of this Charizard was at its peak. Naoki observed the state of the Charizard and said, There is no Gigantamax here, so the fight may not be fun. Because the Dondi who can Gigantamax is the strongest. It doesn't matter. Dondi seemed to be unconcerned. Gigantamax or something. Wait until you go to the Galar region to fight again. I will give you a Gigantamax wristband to let Gigantamax. And then, I will also let Charizard Gigantamax and fight you. He is now the champion of the Galar League, and can give the Gigantamax wristband to the outstanding trainers he likes. Gigantamax and Gul'dan. Naoki was immediately interested, because Shuzi was after Sword and Shield, and the Gigantamax system was not inherited, which also caused all the Pokemon in the Paidia region to be unable to Gigantamax. But that was just a game. If it were put in reality, all Pokemon in the world could be Gigantamaxed, including Gul'dan. But the prerequisite is that you need a Gigantamax wristband, and it needs to be near the Gigantamax energy point. Okay. Naoki was looking forward to what the giant Gillarden would look like. Now, it's time to start the battle. The elder brother, Ai Guancher, with a whistle hanging around his neck, walked to the edge of the battlefield. It looked at the two Pokemon that were ready to go, and then blew the whistle hard. Swish. The battle officially began. The crimson energy slowly flowed from the scales on Gillarden's body. The next second, the sky changed, and the floating white clouds all dissipated, revealing the clear blue sky behind. A golden sun hung high in the sky, and the sunlight began to become stronger. Dandy noticed this scene, and immediately became interested. Is it the characteristic of that Pokemon? It's incredible that it can change the weather. Naoki smiled lightly and commanded, Gul'dan, use the original power to test the opponent. Ah, hiss! Gul'dan stomped the ground fiercely, and a loud rumbling sound came from under its feet. The energy full of original breath flowed rapidly, and several stones condensed around Gul'dan and flew towards Charizard. However, seeing this scene, Dondi did not retreat but advanced. His desire to attack was very strong. Charizard, Iron Tail. Roar! The Charizard roared, spread its wings and flew into the air. Its tail was covered with a layer of silver light, and it looked like metal at first glance. Facing the flying stones, Charizard rushed out, and its tail, as hard as steel, swept from left to right, instantly smashing the stones. It's coming! Dondi grinned. Charizard used Dragon Claw. According to his observation, the Gul'dan was suspected to be a Pokemon with Dragon and Fire attributes. In this case, Gul'dan would resist Fire attribute moves, but would be hit hard by Dragon attribute moves. Of course, it didn't matter if he guessed wrong, this was just a simple test. After the command was issued, Charizard accelerated and flew towards Gul'dan in front. Its right claw was raised high, and purple energy surged rapidly, turning into a huge dragon claw, blasting towards Gul'dan. Gul'dan stood still, with its wild face calmly staring at Charizard. Let's come to. Let's see who is stronger between the two of you. Naoki's voice came from behind, and the aura of Gul'dan suddenly began to surge. It waved its dragon claws, and instantly condensed a huge dragon claw, attacking Charizard. In the flash of swords, the two Pokemon collided with each other. The huge dragon claws collided with each other, bursting out a hot energy, and then triggered a strong shock wave. But even though the impact was not weak, Gul'dan still stood firmly in place without moving. Its golden pupils stared at Charizard. The wild and primitive breath swept over instantly, and for a moment, Charizard seemed to feel that it was locked by a beast at the top of the ecosystem. Ah, gah! A low cry came out of Gul'dan's mouth. The strength in its hand suddenly increased, and then it directly pulled Charizard away. The huge dragon claws left several scars on Charizard's body, and Charizard's body fell back and fell to the ground, barely stabilizing its body. What a powerful force! Yusi's eyes flickered as he watched the battle. Compared to Charizard, the power of that Gul'dan was obviously better. Seeing this, Dandy grinned. Sure enough, but it's not over yet, right? Charizard, use hot air. Dandy decisively gave up the power competition with Gul'dan and instead adopted a long-range attack. Charizard began to flap its wings, and a scorching breath swept over. Under the blessing of the dazzling sunlight, the temperature in the air became higher. Naoki saw what Dandy was thinking at a glance. He shook his head and said with a smile, That's not that easy, Gul'dan. It's our turn, full force. The hot wind swept over. Gul'dan ignored it. It jumped high, and its golden eyes locked onto Charizard. Then, Gul'dan exuded an ancient aura, and while violently transforming, it rushed towards Charizard. At such a fast speed, Charizard had no way to avoid it, and was hit by Gul'dan in an instant. Boom! The ancient breath caused a huge explosion in the collision, and the entire Pokemon of Charizard was instantly pressed under Gul'dan. The next second, Naoki's voice sounded, Now, use the original power. The original breath rose from the earth and turned into huge stones floating around Charizard and Gulton. Danger! Dandy's heart was instantly alarmed. The speed and strength of Gulton far exceeded that of Charizard. His brain was working rapidly, trying to find a way to deal with it. But Charizard was pinned down by Gulton and couldn't move at all. We can only go for broke. Dandy gave the final order, Charizard, use Purgatory. The scorching flames instantly rose up, enveloping Charizard and Gulton. At the same time, the stone made of the original power also fell suddenly. The two completely different moves collided with each other, causing a violent explosion that submerged the figures of the two Pokémon. The hot flames ignited the grass at the edge of the battlefield, and the Vaporeon watching the battle quickly used a water gun to put out the fire. The flames were reflected in the eyes of the three people. Yessie was amazed. Dandy was a little nervous. Naoki was calm because he knew that Gulton would not lose. Sure enough, when the aftermath of the explosion on the battlefield gradually dissipated, Gulton slowly walked out of the fire. The scales on its body were burned black by the flames, but its face remained normal. Charizard had already fallen on the battlefield, his eyes swirling around, and he seemed to have lost his ability to fight. His elder brother, Ai Guancher, stepped forward to check Charizard's condition, and then blew the whistle to end the battle. Yesai clapped. A wonderful battle. This was the first time she had seen those paradoxical Pokémon fighting. Huh? Dandy breathed a sigh of relief. He watched his younger sister Ai Guancher feeding Charizard with live goat milk, and sighed. It's worthy of being a hidden trial. It seems that my training is not enough. Decided, after returning, he will go back to Master Ma's Armor Island to train for a while. Naoki also fed Gulton a bottle of live goat milk. After hearing what Dante said, he smiled and said, "You have done very well." Hearing this, Dante instantly became interested. Besides me, has anyone else challenged Gulton? Naoki nodded. It was a champion-level trainer of the Padilla League, but he lost the battle after just one encounter. Hearing about the champion of Padilla, Dandy couldn't help but look at Yessie. Yessie, Naoki explained. It's not the chief, it's other trainers. Oh! Dandy then remembered that the Padilla League seemed to be different from other regions. There were many champion-level trainers here. It's just that their strengths were uneven. Some champions were very strong, but some were very weak. Only the strongest one among them could become the chief champion of Padilla League. As they were talking, Danteye's Charizard had recovered its combat capability, and Gulton's injuries had also completely recovered. The battle was over. Naoki touched Gulton's head and said to it, "Go play." Ah gah! A group of Pokémon dispersed. The weather outside was a bit hot, so Naoki invited the two to rest in the living room for a while. At this time, Yesai suddenly received a call. "Hello, I'm Yesai. Okay, I got it. I go back right away." Hearing this, Naoki and Dandy turned around and looked at her. Yesai's face was full of apology, and he explained embarrassedly, "I'm very sorry, it seems that I have to leave first. Something happened in the Padilla Alliance, and I need to go back to deal with it." Naoki has long been accustomed to the fact that Yesai is very busy. After all, the Padilla Alliance is full of workaholics from top to bottom. He nodded and said to Yesai, "See you next time." Yesai smiled and nodded, "Well, see you next time." Then, she turned to look at Dandy. "Sir Dandy, if you encounter any problems in Padilla, you can contact the Padilla Alliance. I hope you have a good time here." Dandy waved his hands. "I am just visiting Naoki in a private capacity, no need to be so formal." Yesai smiled slightly. "In that case, then the two of you, see you next time if there is a chance." After saying that, Yesai turned around and left the ranch. Yesai is really dedicated to his job, Dandy said. Naoki nodded. It was indeed the case. The Padilla region is different from other regions. There is no league president here. Therefore, the chief champion, Yesai, has to serve as the president in addition to his duties as the regional champion. Unlike Galar, where President Ross and his secretary Oliver handle all the major and minor affairs in the Galar region, the champion Dante can relax a lot and only needs to focus on Pokemon battles. Okay. Naoki turned around. Go to the living room to rest for a while. If you are not in a hurry, you can rest in the ranch for a night and wait until tomorrow to return to Galar. That's what I meant. Sorry to bother you. Dandy touched the back of his head embarrassedly. The two entered the room and sat down on the sofa. The sister Ai Guancher brought 2 cups of tea and a plate of snacks. Dandy took a sip, then said a little embarrassedly, "That Naoki." Naoki looked up at him. Dandy continued, "Actually, I have another thing I want to ask you for help this time. This sentence surprised Naoki. He put down the tea and asked, "What is it?" Dante straightened his face and said seriously, "To be precise, I want to find the Bud Crown King to learn about some things in the past." Bud Crown King? Naoki was slightly stunned. After a brief thought, he quickly guessed what Dante meant. Sure enough, he then heard Dante say, "Whether it is the legend circulated in the history of the Galar region or the truth revealed by Professor Oak, there is no clear record that the disaster called Dark Night was completely eliminated. Then one day, it will come to the Galar region again, and then the Galar region will be in danger again, just like in the past. The Galar ancient books have records about the disaster that happened 3,000 years ago. At that time, a black vortex appeared in the sky, covering the entire Galar region, and the sky became dark, as if it was the end of the world. Not only that, the ancient books also recorded that something happened in the dark at that time, and it also caused many wild Pokemon to grow uncontrollably to Gigantamax or Gigantamax. The Galar region was almost destroyed because of the huge Pokemons running rampant. I'm worried that the disaster will happen again." Dante's eyes were filled with worry. The Galar region is now vigorously developing Dynamax battles, but where does the Dynamax energy that supports the Dynamax of Pokemon come from? Not only that, the Miraculous group, headed by President Roz, has also established energy stations in major cities. If the Dynamax energy there leaks, what will happen? I understand. Naoki nodded gently. Dante is also a champion worthy of respect. In the anime, he was seriously injured in order to stop Mugen Taina. If it weren't for Sora Hibiki and Kurama Ranto's timely arrival, Dante would probably have lost his life there. This behavior is very similar to Daigo, who sacrificed his life to save the Hoenn region in this special episode. Thinking of this, Naoki took out the Rotom phone and sent a message to the Bud Crown. After a while, the figure of the Bud Crown floated in from outside the door. Seeing the legendary king of Galar for the second time, Dante suddenly had an indescribable feeling in his heart. Recalling his past achievements for the Galar region, Dante thanked the Bud Crown King with a serious look. "Hello, Bud Crown King, I am the current champion of the Galar region, Dante." Hearing the name of the Galar region, Bud Crown King showed a surprised expression on his face. He looked at the young human with a gentle gaze, and then slowly floated to Naoki's side, and sat on the sofa with an elegant posture. Then, Dante heard the gentle voice of the Bud Crown King in his heart. "Why are you here?" Dante straightened his face and asked, "How much do you know about the Dark Night 3,000 years ago? I learned from ancient books that the two heroes did not completely defeat the Dark Night, but only sealed it. I am very worried that the Dark Night will come to the Galar region again in the future." Dante slowly expressed his inner worries. After listening, the Bud Crown King looked enlightened. "So you came here for this matter." He looked at the Emperor Dan in front of him, and when he talked about the Dark Night, his tone changed, as if he had become the majestic, noble and elegant king of Galar again. "Since you have this intention, I will tell you everything in the past." The next second, a huge spiritual energy was released from the king of the Flower Crown. The energy instantly enveloped the entire room. Then, the surrounding scene began to change drastically. The room, the sofa, and the wall were all gone. What came into view was a vast wilderness with no end in sight. There was no trace of human towns in the distance, only a few Pokemon. "This is the world 20,000 years ago." The Bud Crown King slowly spoke. At that time, darkness fell from the sky. 20,000 years ago. The Dan Emperor was shocked. Naoki was not surprised, because he knew that the Bud Crown King had the ability to see the past and the future. The Bud Crown King nodded slightly. As his voice fell, the whole sky was dyed red, and an extremely huge meteorite streaked across the sky, with a blazing tail flame, crashing down on the earth. In a flash, the earth shook, everything on the field was destroyed, the grassland was ablaze, and countless Pokemon began to flee. Dandy's eyes could not help but be shocked by this scene. And then, he saw a scene that he would never forget in his life. From the huge meteorite that could destroy the land, a hideous and huge dragon-shaped mysterious creature slowly crawled out. The creature was made of a red glowing substance and a dark purple substance attached to it, similar to an exoskeleton or armor, and its appearance was similar to a dragon bone. Its head is triangular, a translucent red film with 5 long spines extending backwards, a pair of eye-shaped spots composed of 3 white circles on the front, and a slender toothed jaw made of dark purple material. Its body and tail are thin and long, with dark purple material with spines attached, and the overall shape is like a spine. Its limbs and claws are made of dark purple material, slender and sharp, and each claw has 3 pairs of fingertips. In the middle of its body, where all the skeletons are wrapped, there is a part that looks like a chest bone. A pink glowing core that looks like a heart is beating slowly inside. What on earth is that creature? Dandy's tone was shocked. Its size was even much larger than the world's largest Pokemon, Uthia. That's Dark Knight. The voice of the Bud Crown slowly sounded. Eternal Hyena. Naoki silently added the name of the Pokemon in his mind. Dandy was surprised and said in disbelief, Dark Knight? Is that creature Dark Knight itself? Bud Crown nodded gently. Then, the scene in front of him continued to flow. For some reason, the Pokemon that came from the meteorite was in a very bad state and extremely weak. It had just left the meteorite when it fell down due to exhaustion. Its huge body fell into the meteorite and fell into a deep sleep, leaving only the pink core in its chest beating at an extremely slow speed. Vegetaina fell asleep. But the story is not over yet. The Bud Crown King's mind moved slightly, and time began to speed up automatically. Spring went and autumn came, and the earth was covered with a layer of frost. Then, the snow melted and everything began to revive. After experiencing countless cycles of the 4 seasons, the creature woke up from its slumber. But its condition still looked very bad. It seemed that in order to maintain its life, it began to absorb the earth energy of the Galar region. As the condition of the creature gradually improved, strange phenomena began to appear in various parts of Galar. First, the sky. Affected by the terrifying energy released by the creature, the space above Galar was distorted, and large black vortices appeared. Then, the red light enveloped the nearby Pokemon, causing them to all enter the state of Dynamax and Gigantamax, losing their minds and becoming almost crazy. These huge Pokemon began to wreak havoc in the Galar region. Wherever they went, no grass grew, the forests burned with raging fire, and human towns became ruins. The royal family that ruled the Galar region hid in the palace and trembled, summoning heroes everywhere to stop the disaster. But the power of the heroes was far from enough. At that time, the entire Galar region was almost destroyed. The scene stopped here. In an instant, everyone returned to the living room. Dante was in a daze, and it seemed that he had not yet come to his senses. The sequel of that scene appeared in Naoki's mind. Song Xiang and Zan Maranti, who obtained the power of the king, went to challenge the Infinite and smashed it. The fragments of the body of the Infinite were poured down in the form of wishing stars, wishing star blocks, and wishing star fragments. Its core was severely damaged and fell into a deep sleep. Song Xiang and Zong Marant saved the Galar region from the disaster, and that incident became a legend of Galar. Until later, President Ross and his secretary Olive began to collect wishing stars and tried to wake up the Infinite. This is the truth of the night. The Crown of the Flower looked at the descendants of Galar in front of him with a majestic look. You are right. In the near future, the night will awaken, and it will once again cover the entire Galar region. Hearing this, Dante looked solemn. Then, he said firmly and seriously, I will definitely stop this from happening. The Bud Crown felt the determination of the descendant of Galar in front of him. He looked at Dante with admiration and nodded. In this case, you can go to the We Sleep Forest and seek help from the 2 heroes. This is the last help I can give to the Galar region. Waymay Forest? 2 heroes? Dante was slightly stunned. His eyes met Naoki's. Naoki nodded and said, yes, they are the 2 kings who repelled the Dark Knight and saved Galar 3,000 years ago, the Sword King Song Xiang and the Shield King Zangmarant. Of course, you can come to me when the time comes. I also have a Pokemon here that can provide some help in the fight against the Dark Knight. Speaking of which, it can probably be regarded as the junior brother of Song Xiang and Zangmarant. That kind of thing was too dangerous, and Dante instinctively didn't want to involve other people, because it was his responsibility as the Galar champion to protect the Galar region. But Naoki was willing to help, and Dante was moved and said seriously, thank you. After saying these words, the Bud Crown King flashed and went to the glass greenhouse to play with his phone. Dante originally planned to stay at Naoki Ranch for another day, but the truth he got from the Bud Crown King made him unable to stay any longer. Because the Galar region is facing a huge crisis all the time. Dante also planned to leave. Thank you very much for the help you and Bud Crown provided. I will not stay at the ranch today. I will come to visit you again when the crisis in Galar is resolved in the future. Naoki was slightly stunned, but then he understood Dandy's idea. Don't be so nervous, there will always be a solution. Naoki comforted. Yeah. Dandy grinned and returned to his cheerful appearance. I'm leaving. He stood up and waved to Naoki. Naoki sent the man to the ranch. In order to prevent Dante from getting lost, he directly called a Dragonite deliverman at home and asked it to deliver Dante to the port. Rotom phones can help Dragonite navigate and locate, so there is no need to worry about Dragonite getting lost. Dragonite readily agreed. It landed on the ground and motioned the human to get on. It only needed to deliver the human to the destination like delivering goods to complete the work, which was no different from usual. Since he knew that Naoki had a Dragonite deliverman, Dante was not too surprised. He thanked him again, got on Dragonite's back, waved to Naoki, and left. As soon as Yessie and Dante left, the ranch returned to its former peace. Naoki returned home and began to clean up the house that was messed up by Pokemon. There was nothing for him to deal with at the World Tree for the time being, so he could now transfer all his energy to the ranch. April 25th, 200th year of the Alliance calendar. Early in the morning, Naoki went to the apple orchard to see if he could find a way to help the fruitworm evolve. As we all know, fruitworms have many ways to evolve. They will evolve into different forms depending on the taste of the apples they eat. If the fruitworms eat sour apples, they will evolve into apple dragons that can spit out strong acidic liquid. When the fruitworms eat sweet apples, they will evolve into honey dragons that can emit a sweet fragrance. The apples grown in the ranch are very sweet, but they don't seem to have reached the sweetness required for the fruitworm to evolve. Looking at the fruitworm disguised as an apple standing on the apple tree, Naoki couldn't help but fall into deep thought. "Have you tasted all the apples here?" he asked. The fruitworm shook its head quickly, indicating that it had not tasted them, but it could feel that the apples here were not enough to make it evolve. "Is that so?" Naoki muttered to himself. In this case, he could only buy apples specially used for the evolution of fruitworms from the internet. But before that, Naoki still had one thing to do. He took out his Rotom phone, opened the Pokemon encyclopedia, and searched for fruitworm. Then, the encyclopedia popped up information about the fruitworm, and Rotom's electronic voice automatically helped introduce it. Fruitworm, an apple-dwelling Pokemon, spends its entire life in an apple. When it encounters its natural enemy, the bird Pokemon, it will disguise itself as an apple to protect itself. It has 4 evolutionary forms, Lodo. Hearing this has 4 evolutionary forms, Naoki was stunned in place. What's going on? Doesn't the fruit gnaw have only 2 evolutionary forms? He quickly opened the illustration, and then saw 2 new forms below besides Apple Wrap and Honey Dragon. They are Honey Wrap evolved from the Honey Apple, and Snake evolved from the Honey Wrap. Naoki clicked on Snake, and heard Rotom introduce it. Snake, the Apple Snake Pokemon, 7 snakes and bugs live in an apple made of honey, and the snake in the middle is responsible for giving orders. It is said that when they occasionally communicate with each other, they will exert their true power. Rotom. Honey Bug and Dense Snake? Naoki was a little surprised. Could it be that these 2 new forms are the new forms announced in the Vermilion DLC? When he traveled through time, the Vermilion DLC had not yet been released. Now it seems that both the Eruption, the Honey Bug, and the Dense Snake are the content of the DLC. What surprised Naoki even more was the new move called Dragon Voice Encouragement. He searched for this move on the internet, and found that this new Dragon Attribute move was a new move developed by the teacher at Blueberry Academy. Pokemon cannot comprehend on their own, and can only learn through the training and development of trainers. Blueberry Academy. Naoki always felt that he had heard this name somewhere. He recalled it carefully, and finally found that he seemed to have heard it from ECI. At that time, ECI said that the Padilla Alliance and the United Alliance had established a cooperation and established a new academy dedicated to Pokemon battles on the sea. And that Blueberry Academy and Padilla Academy would conduct exchange activities every semester, and send students to the academies of both sides for exchange and study. Interesting, Naoki thought. After briefly understanding the new evolution forms of the fruitworm, he focused on the fruitworm in front of him. He opened the Pokemon encyclopedia and showed the 3 evolution forms to the fruitworm. "Which one do you want to become?" Naoki asked. The fruitworm's round eyes turned around. It heard what Rotom had just said, so it immediately ruled out the honey bug and the snake. Because it didn't want other fruitworms to compete with it for apples to live in, and if it evolved into a snake, 7 bugs would live in 1 apple, which would be too crowded just thinking about it. Then, there are only Apple Dragon and Honey Dragon left. Apple Dragon needs to eat sour apples to evolve, and fruitworm hates the taste of sour apples, and likes the taste of sweet apples. So, it made a choice quickly. "Do you want to evolve into Honey Dragon?" Naoki noticed where the fruitworm's eyes were resting. "Apple." The fruitworm made a sound, indicating that it was right. "In that case, I go buy you a sweet apple," Naoki said. He opened the online shopping app and searched for the fruitworm evolution item Sweet Apple. Soon, a list of sweet apples popped up on the app interface, with prices ranging from 1,000 to 2,000 Alliance coins. It can be said that compared to other evolution items, the price of this magical apple is really cheap. Naoki randomly found a store, added it to the shopping cart, selected the fastest Gull Express, and placed an order. Compared with Dragon Express, the delivery speed of Gull Express provided by other stores is really too slow. After Naoki waited for about 2 days at the ranch, a large-billed gull with a bag on its back finally arrived at the ranch. It landed in front of the window in the ranch and knocked on the window with its big mouth. Naoki pushed open the window, and the large-billed gull landed on the windowsill, took out a red apple from the bag with its big mouth, and put it in Naoki's palm. Then, the large-billed gull handed Naoki a courier slip. Naoki took a look at it, then signed his name on it to confirm receipt, and the large-billed gull turned around and flew away slowly. Really leisurely. Naoki couldn't help but sigh, then turned around and went to the apple orchard to give the sweet apple to the gnawworm. The gnawworm opened its mouth and took a bite of the sweet apple. The next moment, a stream of white light surged out of its body. In the light, the gnawworm's appearance changed rapidly. From a small apple, it gradually turned into a new Pokemon about half a meter tall. Fengmi Long was born. Fengmi Long's body is somewhat similar to a turtle. Its hide bulge back is covered with woven fruit pie lace, and the top still retains the eyelids of the gnawworm period. It looks chubby and very cute. Especially, the body of the honey dragon is covered with a layer of sweet honey juice, which smells very sweet. Naoki looked at this scene with satisfaction. Mature the honey dragon is a perfect match. Hello, honey dragon. He greeted the Pokemon in front of him. Awoo! Honey dragon raised its head slightly in response, and its temperament seemed to be as honest as a cow. Next, I will take you to a new apple orchard, but don't worry, that place is as safe as the ranch, Naoki said with a smile. Awoo! Fengmi Long made a simple cry, and it was looking forward to that place. So Naoki brought Fengmi Long to the World Tree. That apple orchard was planted by him and Mutuo a few days ago. With the power of the Bud Crown, it has already produced huge apples. As soon as Fengmi Long arrived here, he was attracted by the fruitful apple orchard. It looked at the red apples hanging on the branches, and its eyes flashed with excitement. Those apples are big and round. Just from the outside, one can imagine how sweet and juicy the flesh is. Just thinking about it makes people drool. Okay, let's live here from now on, Naoki said. Use your ripening characteristics to help everyone take care of this orchard and cultivate more red apples. Awoo! On the way here, Fengmi Long had heard Naoki introduce this place. It knows that there are many Pokemon living here, and everyone is a good friend. Fengmi Long likes this place very much. It plans to stay here in the future, and use its ability to cultivate more sweet apples for everyone. So far, there is another honest apple-growing old farmer on the World Tree. When Naoki returned to the ranch, it was already noon. AI huh? His sister AI Guancher came forward and asked Naoki what he was going to eat for lunch. Just eat something, Naoki said casually. EV, Eruption, Cyphro, Butterfree, Farfetch, Fluttershy, Frostmilk and Saltstone all went to play on the World Tree. These Pokemon probably won't come back at noon. Naoki is not worried that they will be hungry. Anyway, there is no shortage of food for them in the World Tree. Only Gulton, Motor Lizard, Bubblehead and Dragonite are left at home, as well as 3 bees, Mount Goat, Miltank and Braided Sheep. Except for Gulton, Motor Lizard and Dragonite, Naoki prepared the food for other Pokemon in advance, and when it's time to eat, he can just feed them directly. Like the grass balls that the Mount Goats like to eat, the fresh grass and energy cubes that Miltank eats, the honey that the 3 bees eat, the carrots that Blizzard and Ghost Horse eat, etc. As for himself, he could just eat a little. After all, it was too hot in the summer, and he had no appetite. But before that, Naoki went to cook a few dishes for Golden and the others. He took a sandwich and sat on the sofa, continuing to read the news about the Hoenn region. After the last incident, where the members of the Marine team provoked and were arrested by the Hoenn Alliance. Maybe those red flame pines and water sycamores deliberately restrained their own brothers, resulting in no trace of the members of the Magma team and the Marine team on the internet. Thinking of the possible impact of the battle between Groudon and Kyogre, Naoki switched to his forum account and posted a post online. Shock! The Magma team and the Marine team are acting in the Hoenn region for Chapter 450. Shock! The Magma team and the Aqua team are in the Hoenn region for the purpose of. After typing this title, Naoki began to edit the details of this post. The situation in the Hoenn region is not complicated, and the Magma team and the Aqua team are in opposition to each other. In this case, it is easier for him to fish in troubled waters. In addition, the ROTEM in the ROTEM phone can provide a perfect signal shielding function for the phone, which can prevent others from using network signals to query his location. In the Pokemon world, real names are not required for internet access. In this case, no one will be able to find him even if he says anything online. Thinking of this, Naoki began to type quickly with both hands. A pure passerby, based on the incident of ordinary members of the Marine team provoking the Hoenn Alliance that was a hot topic online a few days ago, rationally speculate on the purpose and plan of the Magma team and the Marine team to wreak havoc in the Hoenn region. As we all know, the Hoenn region has a very long and ancient historical legend. The editor has specially checked the relevant information. According to the ancient books and murals in some ancient ruins, something that could destroy the world once happened in the Hoenn region. Groudon, the legendary Pokemon known as the god of the earth, and Kyogre, the legendary Pokemon known as the god of the ocean. One of them created the earth, and the other created the ocean. They once woke up 1,000 years ago, and in order to expand their respective territories, they fought a great war. The result of the battle is not mentioned for now. What I want to talk about here is that the Magma team and the Ocean team that roam in the Hoenn region just match these two legendary Pokemon. It is said that where Groudon passes, lava veins will be left, which will solidify into the earth, and Kyogre will rain down from the sky to flood the earth, so as to expand the area of the ocean. Lava is to Groudon, and the ocean is to Kyogre. So is there a possibility that the two organizations are targeting Groudon and Kyogre, and all the reasons why they are moving around in the Hoenn region are to awaken or capture these two legendary Pokemon? If the guess is true, then we can start the next step of speculation. According to the editor's investigation, it is said that the appearance of Groudon and Kyogre will cause weather changes. Groudon will increase the temperature and make the sunshine stronger, while Kyogre will cause heavy rain in the sky. If the Magma team and the Ocean team want to find their location, then the two organizations may set their sights on the Weather Research Institute in the Hoenn region. Groudon, the god of the earth, is on the earth. As long as its location is determined, you can find it directly. And Kyogre, the god of the sea, must be sleeping in the sea. If you want to see it, you need a submarine that can withstand the pressure of the deep sea. So next, the Ocean team may set its sights on the shipyard in Canis City. As far as I know, they have the best shipbuilding technology in the entire Hoenn region. I hope the evil plans of the two organizations will fail. If Groudon and Kyogre are captured by them, I am afraid that a war will break out between the two organizations, and the entire Hoenn region may be affected. If it really happens, there is nothing we can do. I am afraid we will have to go to the Sky Pillar and ask the god of the sky, Rayquaza, to stop them, just as recorded in the legend that has been circulated for thousands of years. Well, today's speculation ends here. If you have any ideas, you can also leave a message in the comment area to tell the editor. After editing, Naoki clicks send, and the next second, this post was uploaded to the internet, and then according to the algorithm of the Pokemon forum, it was automatically pushed to people who might be interested in it. After doing this, Naoki switched to watch Chishu's live broadcast. At the same time, in the Hoenn region, a man with glasses who loves to collect historical legends suddenly saw this post while surfing the internet. The man with glasses is called Raping, and he is a member of a legend lover association, which gathers a large group of people who like to study historical legends from all over the world. Shocking, the Magma team and the Ocean team are operating in the Hoenn region for. What a strange post. Raping's eyes were immediately attracted by the title. He couldn't help but click in, wanting to see what was so shocking. But the next second, Raping saw something shocking in the post. The legendary Earth god Groudon and Ocean god Kyogre? Magma versus Groudon, Ocean versus Kyogre. Could it be that Team Magma and Team Aqua are trying to capture these two legendary Pokemon? Fuck. After the thread owner pointed it out, Raping suddenly realized that this was very possible. After all, the two organizations have been operating in the Hoenn region, and up to now, they have not caused any major actions, nor have they caused any difficult problems for the Hoenn Alliance. For a long time, many people thought that Team Magma and Team Aqua were against the Hoenn Alliance, but now it seems that they are very likely for the two legendary Pokemon. This guess was too bold, involving the legendary Pokemon Groudon and Kyogre, so Raping quickly shared this post in the group chat of the Legendary Fans Association. Soon, the group chat quickly discussed this issue. Someone logged into the forum, searched for the post, and left a comment below, asking the poster if he knew any more information. One person spread the word, and 10 spread the word. This matter soon reached the ears of Miss June Shaw, who was investigating the Magma team and the Aqua team. After reading the post, Miss June Shaw immediately reported the relevant information to the Hoenn Alliance. Soon Daigo, who was looking after the iron dumbbells in the mansion in Greenridge City, saw the post on the internet. Daigo Tsukiyoshi, the champion of the Hoenn region and the eldest son of the Devon Company, has many fans in the Hoenn region because of his handsome appearance and strong strength. At this moment, Daigo's handsome face showed a look of surprise. Then, the champion fell into deep thought. Team Magma and Team Aqua, Groudon and Kyogre. There seems to be some secret connection between the two. No, it can't be said to be secret. The clues were already seen from the interrogation of the member of Team Aqua by the Hoenn Alliance last time. Are those two organizations actually trying to awaken those two super ancient Pokemon? For this result, perhaps because he had already guessed it in his mind, Daigo was not too surprised. What surprised him was that the owner of this post actually predicted the trajectory of Team Magma and Team Aqua so accurately. A few days ago, Daigo heard from his father, President Zafuchi, that a package from Devon Company was stolen. The package contained important parts for the submarine Hyuan No. 1. Devon Company and the Nanma shipyard in Kana City are currently cooperating to explore the ocean. They plan to work together to build a submarine with better performance to explore the depths of the ocean. At first, Daigo didn't quite understand why those people would steal the parts of Hyuan No. 1. But now, it makes sense. Thinking of this, Daigo clicked on the poster's personal homepage, and then sent a message to the other party with his own account. Hello, I am the current champion of the Hoenn region, Daigo Tsurugi. I want to talk to you about your post. Can we meet? At the same time, in the base of the Magma team and the Marine team, Chi Yinsong and Shui Wudong received a report from their subordinates, and saw the post on the internet. Chi Yinsong read the entire post calmly, with a solemn expression on his face. Is this person an undercover agent of the Lava team? Why does he know their plans so thoroughly? Boss, what should we do? A subordinate asked. Chi Yinsong adjusted his glasses with his hands and said calmly, activate the Alpha plan. Yes. On the other side, the Marine team base. Shui Wudong stared at the content on the phone with his eyes wide open, cursing. Who the hell is this guy? Is there an undercover agent among us? The members of the Ocean team shook their heads. It's not me. Boss, you've been so good to us. How could we possibly betray the Ocean team? Don't let me know who this guy is. He actually dared to hinder the actions of our Ocean team. I will definitely teach him a lesson when the time comes. Shui Wudong snorted coldly. Then what should we do now, boss? The plan is proceeding as usual. I have received news that Hyuan No. 1 will be built soon. When the time comes, we just need to sneak in and steal it. No one can stop us. Chapter 451. Ding! You have a new private message. Please click to view. 3 days later, when Naoki was steaming grass dumplings for his goat at home, Rotom's phone suddenly received a notification. Naoki clicked on the Pokemon forum to check, and then saw a series of private messages from netizens. After a quick glance, there were netizens who wanted to talk to him about the legend of Groudon and Kyogre, passers-by who asked him about the follow-up, and Alliance investigators who asked him for more information. Naoki even saw threatening text messages from members of the Ocean team and the Magma team. A netizen named Huahua said, "You little brat, I advise you to be sensible and delete this post as soon as possible, otherwise don't blame us for being rude." Naoki replied with a question mark. Soon another message came over. Huahua, if you have the guts, send me your address. You really deserve to be punished. I will let you see the consequences of hindering our plan. This time, Naoki chose to use the strategy of two tigers competing for food. He pretended to be a member of Team Rocket, and replied in the tone of Sakaki, "Humph, you overestimate your own capabilities. This world belongs to Team Rocket after all. Team Magma and Team Aqua are just minions. This time, we will use the hands of the Hoenn Alliance to eliminate you." Then he started to curse. The content was probably that Team Rocket was not even worthy of carrying shoes with Team Magma, and Team Magma was for this world. He also said Team Rocket was a minions, and he had never heard of it. Naoki, Seeing this, he directly replied, Team Rocket has been around for decades, while Team Magma has only emerged in recent years. A new force dares to challenge Team Rocket. If you dare to come to Yuhong Street, you will definitely suffer. Then, he put this person on the blacklist, making it impossible for him to reply or comment, and he could only watch anxiously. Yuhong Street is a famous street in Yuhong City, which is located in the Kanto region, and is the location of Team Rocket's base. If the minions of the Magma team ran over to provoke, the scene would be very exciting. Continuing to look down, Naoki suddenly saw a familiar name among them. Daigo, huh? Daigo? Is it the Daigo he knows? With curiosity, Naoki clicked on the person's personal homepage and saw the Alliance certification logo on it. This means that this person is the current champion of the Hoenn League, Daigo Tsushima. Hello, I am Daigo Tsushima, the current champion of the Hoenn region. I want to talk to you about your post. Can we meet? Daigo wants to meet him? Naoki was slightly stunned, and then he reacted. It was obvious that Daigo wanted to talk to him about the Magma team and the Ocean team. After a little thought, Naoki replied, Hello, I'm sorry, it's not convenient for me to meet you now. If you want to know something, just chat online. And soon, Daigo sent a message. He did not continue to ask for a meeting, but asked, Are you from Interpol? Interpol? The name of the handsome guy appeared in Naoki's mind. But unfortunately, he is not. Stranger number 1. No, I am just an ordinary person. At the same time, in the Hoenn region, Greenridge City. Daigo looked at the reply on the screen and fell into thought. Don't want to reveal your identity? Or is the other party afraid of revenge from the Magma team and the Aqua team? He clicked on the other party's personal homepage and found that it was an account that had just been registered not long ago, named Stranger number 1. It was obvious that the other party was deliberately hiding his identity. In this case, he didn't ask any more questions. Thinking of this, Daigo changed the question and started asking about the real business. Daigo, are the contents of that post all your personal speculations? Stranger number 1. Yes, I made speculations based on the current situation in the Hoenn region. Whether you believe it or not is up to you. Daigo, to be honest, your speculation is very accurate. At present, there are signs of the actions of the Magma team and the Ocean team in various parts of Hoenn. The traces left by suspicious people have been observed at the Kana City shipyard and the Weather Research Institute. Daigo, before this year, the Magma team and the Ocean team were usually regarded by the public as the Nature Conservancy and the Ocean Conservancy, until recently. Nature Conservancy and the Ocean Conservancy. After seeing the message from Daigo, Naoki didn't know what to say for a moment. If the red flame pine and the water sycamore were not so extreme, maybe it would really turn out like this. Because the goal of the lava team is to expand the land area and increase the scope of human activities, so as to closely connect human development with the overall happiness of the world. The goal of the Ocean team is to expand the ocean and take back the habitats that the ocean Pokemon have lost due to human desires. They believe that the ocean is the source of life for all creatures, and they plan to build the ideal home of Pokemon by expanding the ocean area. To realize these two plans, they can only use Groudon and Kyogre. But it's too extreme, whether it's the red flame pine or the water pine tree. Naoki looked at the message sent by Daigo on the screen thoughtfully. Daigo said that there have been signs of suspicious activities at the shipyard and the Weather Research Institute in Kana City. This means that the Magma team and the Ocean team are about to start the action. As long as they get the Sea Abyss number 1 submarine, and then determine the location of the 2 super ancient Pokemon through the Weather Research Institute. Then soon, Groudon and Kyogre will be awakened. Seeing that the other party did not respond for a long time, Daigo asked, Are you still there? Naoki came back to his senses. He thought carefully, and then told Daigo everything. Things are just as I guessed. If I am not wrong, the Magma team and the Aqua team will start to act soon. Their target is the 2 legendary Pokemon. According to the previous activities of the 2 organizations, the Magma team seems to intend to expand the area of the land, while the Aqua team intends to expand the area of the ocean. It just so happens that Groudon and Kyogre have this power, so they need to capture them. Next, Team Magma and Team Ocean may target the Weather Research Institute and a shipyard. That's all I know, and next, it's up to you, the Hoenn Alliance. Naoki typed this in one breath, and then heaved a sigh of relief. In this way, the Hoenn Alliance will be alert. It's just right to stop the plans of the 2 organizations, so that Groudon and Kyogre will not wake up from their slumber, and the Hoenn region can continue to maintain stability for a few more years. If it cannot be stopped, then some coastal cities in the Hoenn region can only prepare for evacuation in advance. Daigo read the reply of stranger number 1 word by word, and then thanked him seriously. Then, he prepared to contact the Hoenn Alliance, report the information, and then send some strong trainers to garrison the Weather Research Institute and the Kusunoki shipyard in Kana City. As for verifying the authenticity of these speculations, Daigo felt that it was unnecessary. If it didn't happen, it would be fine. If it did happen, their advanced preparations would come in handy. Huh? Daigo put away his rodent phone, but at this moment, another private message came. Daigo clicked on it, and saw a surprising message. The message was still sent by stranger number 1, and the content was completely beyond his expectations. Stranger number 1. If the ancient Pokemon Groudon and Kyogre are really revived, and if the Hoenn Alliance cannot solve the problem, you can contact me, maybe I can help. Daigo was slightly startled. He originally thought that the other party was just an ordinary person, who was afraid of the revenge of Team Magma and Team Aqua. But now, after turning off his phone, Naoki breathed a sigh of relief. This way, there would be no problem. He didn't know the exact time when Groudon and Kyogre would wake up, so he couldn't go to the Hoenn region to watch in advance. But as long as he could get in touch with Daigo, he might have a chance to witness this famous scene. And Kyogre had severely injured his Dragonite before. As a Dragonite trainer, he had to help his Pokemon get back on track. With the cards in his hand, even if Groudon and Kyogre join forces, they can handle it. Let's not talk about Litten for now. At that time, he only needs to make a phone call to call Giratina and Budcrest. If it's worse, Dragonite can also use the DD Dragon service. Use the Dragon Scales, given by the different colored Rayquaza, to call the opponent over. I believe that for the sake of so many Pofin and Energy Cubes, Rayquaza will be happy to help Dragonite teach Kyogre a lesson. Thinking of this, Naoki suddenly realized something. Unconsciously, he had become a legendary Pokemon man. If there were a few more legendary Pokemons at home, he could even form a legendary Pokemon team to participate in the World Championships and the 8 Masters. Extreme Golden, Peak Twin Horses, Giratina, Mewtwo. What a terrifying lineup. Compared to the legendary Pokemon Mandarkto, they are even better. But Naoki could only think about it secretly in his heart, because not every one of these legendary Pokemon was willing to participate in the battle. Given Giratina's personality, he would be happy to join in the fun. But Crest would definitely be willing to help him. But Mewtwo, who now longs for a peaceful life, may not be so sure. After all, Mewtwo has now become a farmer Pokemon who doesn't like fighting and works in the World Tree, just like Budcrest. Forget it, don't think about it anymore. Today is Role Model Day. Naoki needs to take his 3 goats to the World Tree to visit the goat that was rescued by Mewtwo, and was once hurt by humans. Chapter 452. Naoki had heard Mewtwo talk about the experience of the lamb before. A year ago, Mewtwo and his cloned Pokemon were traveling aimlessly in this world. When they stopped to rest on the way, they saw a house in a remote area in the wilderness. The owner of the house was a middle-aged strong man, with a face full of flesh and a beard on his chin. He used a Houndoom to capture many wild Pokemon and force them to work for him. Since the lamb is a male Pokemon and cannot produce milk like a female sheep, its job is to help the man pull heavy goods and carry stones. During this time, the man sat in the back, with Houndoom, and a whip covered with thorns to supervise the Pokemon's work. Those Pokemon that he forcibly captured were exhausted. Whenever the lamb was tired and wanted to stop and rest, the man would whip it from behind with a whip, forcing it to get up and continue working. In the end, the Mount Lamb was beaten with scars all over its body. It was at that time that Mewtwo passed by that place. It found the Pokemon being persecuted by that human, and it was kind-hearted and could not bear to see such a thing happen. So, Mewtwo rescued the Mount Lamb and other Pokemon, and taught the human a lesson and erased his memory. Since then, the Mount Lamb has joined Mewtwo's team, and Mewtwo has taken the initiative to take the responsibility of protecting them. That's why the little goat is so afraid of humans, and so cautious. On the way to the World Tree, Naoki told the 3 goats at home about the little goat's past experiences. So, our task today is to visit the poor little goat on the World Tree and play with it. Do you understand? As he spoke, Naoki adjusted the position of the box of green grass dumplings in his arms. These were the green grass dumplings he had just steamed today, and he was going to take them to the World Tree and give them to the little goat. The Mount Goats had never had that experience. They had lived on the grassland of the Big Pot Lake since they were born. Until later, Naoki came and brought the 3 of them back to the ranch. In the ranch, they received the best care, with endless grass balls to eat every day and a shed to shelter from the wind and rain. The Mount Goats often felt that they were the happiest Mount Goats in the world. Compared with them, the Mount Lamb was so pitiful. Me? One of the goats barked with a determined look in his eyes. No problem. Let it take care of the task of comforting the little goat. The second goat nodded immediately after. Mia. We will help it get out of that terrible period. The third goat looked left and right, and quickly followed his 2 companions and nodded. Mia. Me too. Seeing this scene, Naoki nodded with satisfaction. Well, very good, that's it. While chatting, Naoki and his 3 goats had passed through the reverse world and arrived at the huge Sky Island, where the World Tree was located. He took the bubble elevator with his goats, and went all the way to the top floor. Here, the Expedition Guild was running in an orderly manner. The Pokemon living in the World Tree went in and out of the buildings, enjoying the life of this place to their heart's content. Naoki took his goats and shuttled on the path, and the Pokemon passing by all greeted them along the way. Naoki responded with a smile. When he arrived at the cafe, Naoki saw his own Eevee here. Seeing him coming, the three Eevee brothers, led by Flareon, excitedly waved their little paws and greeted loudly. Eevee. Naoki walked up and poked its little head, snorted, and asked, "You haven't been home for a day, have you become wild Eevee?" Since the Expedition Team Guild was built, the Pokemon in the ranch often came here to play. From the 9 Eevee to Frostmilks and Saltstone, even Eruption and Sephirtari often come over. It was fine at first, but later these Pokemon got crazy and started to wander around. For this reason, Naoki jokingly called them wild Pokemon. However, after hearing this, Flareon's eyes suddenly became erratic, and he looked a little guilty. Boy! The eyes of the other Pokemon around him also began to become erratic. Alright, just play. Naoki stood up and said to the Eevees in front of him with emotion, "After all, this place was built for you to play." Eevee. Hearing this, the Eevees' eyes lit up and looked very happy. Naoki hummed twice. The Eevees would not stay at home to make trouble for him if they ran to the World Tree to play, so he could relax a lot. It's okay for independent Eevees like Glacian and Moon Eevee, but Flareon and Sylveon are too clingy. Sometimes when he was sitting on the sofa playing with his phone, a few Eevees would come up to him. They would squeeze beside him or press on him to attract his attention, often making it difficult for him to breathe, and his body was covered with Eevee's hair. Thinking of this, Naoki stood up and said to the Eevees, "You guys continue playing, I'm going to take the Mount Goat to find the Mount Lamb." Eevee. Seeing this, Leaf Eevee quickly helped Naoki point out the location of the Mount Lamb. It just saw the Mount Lamb blowing the wind over at the mill. The mill, okay, I got it. Naoki reached out and touched the head of Leafeon, then said goodbye to the Eevees. "I'm leaving first, remember to go home tonight, I make you something delicious." When they heard about the delicious food, the Eevees' eyes lit up, and they all responded in unison, "Biu." Naoki followed the location provided by Leafeon, and when he arrived at the mill, he saw the figure of his Mount Lamb there as expected. At this moment, the little sheep was standing alone by the river, looking down at the clear water below, where its own reflection was. "Little sheep," Naoki called out. The little sheep immediately turned around. Naoki walked up with the goats and introduced them. "This is the goat I told you about before. I brought them to visit you today and bring you some food." As he said that, Naoki put the basket of grass balls on the grass. The little goat moved his nose, obviously attracted by the smell of the grass dumplings. Seeing this, the three goats said happily, "Mia, eat it." "Me? This is the grass dumpling made by Naoki, the most delicious thing in the world." "Me?" That's right. Faced with such enthusiastic goats, the little goat seemed a little reserved. Naoki thought that it was the presence of a human like him that reminded the little goat of the previous experience of being persecuted by humans. So he turned around and inspected the large farmland planted by the Pokemon himself. The goat also mistakenly thought that the lamb was afraid of Naoki. They comforted Ba. "Don't be afraid, Naoki is a very good person." "Ba!" "That's right. Although we were not hatched by Naoki, he has always taken good care of us." The lamb listened to these words, with a confused look on his face. It asked curiously, "Ba? Is Naoki your master?" "Master?" A Mount Goat shook his head. "Mia. No, Naoki is our trainer." Seeing this, the enthusiastic Mount Goats directly told the Mount Lambs their stories about Naoki. A long time ago, they were still very weak Mount Lambs, living next to a big lake. One day, a human came here and had a fierce battle with them, and then subdued them with a poke ball. And that human was Naoki. From that day on, the three of them came to live in this ranch. In order to make them like this place, Naoki not only built a shelter for them, but also made delicious grass dumplings for them with fresh and fertile grass every day. Gradually, under Naoki's care, they began to grow up and evolved into powerful Mount Goats. Not only that, they also took charge of a trial. Many humans came to the ranch to challenge them, but they were all defeated by them. So far, only 2 humans have passed the trial. Listening to the story of the Mount Goat, the Mount Lamb couldn't help but look envious. It could hear from the tone of the Mount Goats that they liked Naoki very much. That human was really nice. The Mount Lamb thought of his past experiences again. It asked again, "Ba? Did Naoki whip you?" The 3 Mount Goats were confused by this. "Ba? Whip? No, why did Naoki whip us?" The Mount Lamb thought carefully. Bah? Because you didn't finish your work? The goats shook their heads. What a joke. They spend all day in the pasture eating and sleeping, or basking in the sun. Apart from using the energy of grass to take care of crops, they have nothing else to do. The goats were very envious of Naoki not fighting Pokemon. A goat stood in front of the goat and said to it with a firm look, Mia. So let's train. The goat looked confused. The goat said, Mia? In this way, you can become as powerful as us and protect yourself and other Pokemon. As soon as the words fell, a terrifying green energy surged out of the goat. The energy was like a huge wave raging in the sea, sweeping all around. In almost the blink of an eye, the whole world seemed to have turned into a green ocean. The green grass transformed from pure energy swayed gently in the breeze, looking like a dream. Seeing this scene, the Mount Lamb was instantly frozen in place. Mia. Looking at the Mount Goat in front of him, that was emitting rich grass energy, the Mount Lamb was completely stunned. Good, so powerful. But the next second, the Mount Lamb saw a scene that shocked it even more. The three Mount Goats suddenly leaned down slightly. A rich grass energy began to condense rapidly from their mouths, and finally transformed into a huge grass holy sword. The Mount Goats held these swords in their mouths, and then their bodies flashed quickly. With a loud bang, a large rock not far away was split in half, and then exploded. Mount Lamb. Wow, it's really amazing. The Mount Lamb's eyes were full of admiration for the three predecessors. If it could become so powerful, would it be able to protect itself and its companions, who were persecuted by humans? The Mount Lamb couldn't help thinking. The past scenes emerged from its mind. In the deserted forest, the human who claimed to be a Pokemon hunter was holding a long whip, cursing them from behind, swinging the long whip in his hand, and whipping them hard. Damn it! Hurry up, you useless bastards! Since you can't sell for a good price, then stay here and work hard. Snap! Snap! The long whip kept falling. During this period, some companions fell to the ground because they were too weak. Some Pokemon wanted to resist, but were knocked to the ground by the Houndoom. Other Pokemon were trembling with fear. The man saw the Pokemon who resisted and sneered, Humph, you are overestimating your own abilities. They could only continue to work. But the lamb had been beaten a lot before, and its body was already covered with injuries. It was almost unable to hold on to this high-intensity work. The man noticed that it had stopped and walked over, cursing, Damn, you're being lazy again. The lamb was unable to move because of fear. Facing the long whip waving high, it could only stay where it was and tremble. That was when Mewtwo appeared. It stood in front of the lamb as a protector, and a terrifying telekinesis burst out from its body, directly knocking the human and the Houndoom away. At that time, if Mewtwo hadn't saved it in time, it would have died from exhaustion. It didn't want to be like that again. If it had strong power at that time, would it be able to protect other Pokemon that were hurt? The Mount Lamb's eyes gradually became firm. It looked up at the three strong Mount Goats in front of it and asked, Mia, Senior Mount Goats, please teach me. The Mount Goats also looked down at the Mount Lamb. One of the goats used a vine whip to move the grass balls made by Naoki to the front of the goat. Me? Eat them. Then we will start to teach you to practice our special move, the Holy Sword of Grass. Mia? Holy Sword of Grass. The goat was surprised to hear the name of this unfamiliar move. The goat nodded and said, Mia. Yes. This is the name Naoki gave us. The goat understood it instantly. It cast its eyes on the frame of grass balls in front of it, and then began to eat them in big mouthfuls. It also wants to become as powerful as the goat senior. In this way, it can protect itself and other Pokemon that are hurt. Chapter 453. Is life here at the World Tree okay? Naoki, who was checking the growth of crops in the field, ran into Mewtwo and greeted it casually. Hearing this, Mewtwo's face was as calm as water, and it nodded gently. Then, a low voice sounded in Naoki's mind. Everything is fine. Yes, everything is fine, Mewtwo thought. This World Tree perfectly met its expectations. It is located in a remote, quiet and peaceful place, and no outsiders will come to disturb it. Only Pokemon live here. More importantly, it no longer has to go out to find food for the Pokemon that follow it like before. Thinking of this, Mewtwo couldn't help but think of the Pokemon that it took care of a few days ago, giving it the fruit they grew. Those clone Pokemon are so pure and kind, and they know how to thank others. Although Mewtwo doesn't need those fruit, it still accepts the gift full of affection. It likes this place. That's good. Naoki smiled and said, I thought you wouldn't be used to it. What are your plans for the future? For example, leaving here and seeing the world. Mutwo remained silent. After a while, it shook its head gently. No, it's not necessary anymore. Okay. Naoki nodded and said, in that case, you can stay here without worry. If there is anything you want to know, you can also use the Rotom phone to learn about the world we live in. Thank you. Mutwo thanked him, because the Rotom phone was given to him by Naoki, and this place was also cultivated by Naoki. As a Pokemon with both human and Pokemon genes, Mutwo remained silent for a moment, perhaps because he didn't want to owe anyone a favor, and added, if you need any help in the future, you can find me. Hearing this, Naoki was slightly stunned. But he looked at Mutwo's expression, and quickly understood what it meant. Mutwo was thanking him in this way. Yeah, okay. Naoki didn't bother to be polite with Mutwo, but agreed with a smile. Seeing this scene, Mutwo was also slightly relieved. Otherwise, it didn't know how to continue living here. At this time, Naoki suddenly saw that the field under his feet turned into a large area of green grass field. He turned around and saw 3 goats using the green grass field. And the goat was eating the green grass balls in the basket vigorously. What is that doing? Naoki and Mutwo were attracted to it. What are you doing? Naoki asked. The goat swallowed the grass ball in his mouth and explained, Mia. The goat senior is teaching me to practice the holy sword of grass. Before coming here, Naoki had eaten a few pieces of translation melon seed crisps, so he naturally understood what the goat meant. He looked at his 3 goats in surprise. Holy sword of grass. The mount goat nodded quickly. Mia. This way it can protect itself and other Pokemon. Me? That's right. I want to become a mount goat as powerful as the mount goat senior. The mount goat said this with full of fighting spirit, and then lowered his head, and continued to eat the grass balls with great effort. Naoki, He looked at his 3 mount goats, and then looked at the mount goat in front of him. Could it be that it was holding a script for Keldeo? Doesn't that mean that his 3 goats have become holy swordsmen? It's a pity that there is no Kyurem here to challenge it. Otherwise, it can really reproduce the plot of Keldeo in the movie, awakening its own holy sword in a critical moment. Mutwo, who witnessed everything, was thoughtful. Protect? Naoki took a deep breath and said, Okay, in this case, from today on, the mount goats will be handed over to you 3 for guidance. The natural energy and green grass set on the world tree side are rich, which can achieve twice the result with half the effort for the practice of the mount goats. Me? The goats immediately said that there was no problem. In the evening, Naoki returned to the ranch. After giving the agricultural and sideline products that needed to be sold in the ranch to Zack, he went to the kitchen and started to make dinner for the Pokemon tonight. Compared with meat food, many Pokemon in the ranch prefer sweet dishes. Like Frosty Milkman, Eevee, Bubblehead, Budcrest, and the Butler brothers and sisters. So tonight, Naoki baked many desserts according to the dessert recipe book. For example, tiramisu, Portuguese egg tarts, caramel pudding, and apple pie. Tiramisu is a coffee wine-flavored dessert. The main raw material is mascarpone cheese. Finger biscuits replace the sponge cake of traditional desserts. Finally, coffee, cocoa powder, and other ingredients are added and refrigerated. In the afternoon, Naoki had already made a portion and put it in the refrigerator for storage. When the Pokemon comes back, he can take it out and eat it. In addition to tiramisu, there are caramel pudding made with thick fresh cream and thin and crispy caramel, filled with sweet apple fillings, apple pie mixed with cinnamon and lemon juice, etc. It was getting dark outside. It was at this time that the Eevees, who had played on the World Tree for a day, came back. As soon as they entered the house, they rushed to the kitchen. Eevee, the leading Flareon, smelled the sweet fragrance and asked Naoki loudly what delicious food he had made for them. Looking at the Eevees rushing over, Naoki smiled and replied, I made a lot of desserts that you like, sister. Help me take them out of the refrigerator. The sister AI Guancher, who was standing by, nodded happily. It came forward and took out the tiramisu and caramel pudding. The Eevees twitched their little noses and gathered around the desserts, their eyes sparkling with surprise. A bunch of greedy little cats. Naoki glanced at the effects of the desserts and found that most of them were to increase the happiness of Pokemon and increase their favorability, so he didn't pay much attention to them. His younger sister, AI Butler, took a knife to the side to help them cut the desserts. Frosty Milk Fairy and Babu Groundhog, who liked sweets, also ran over. Only a few Pokemon who wanted to eat meat were left looking at this scene eagerly. Ah, gah. Gah. Ah. Meng. Finally, Gulton couldn't bear it anymore and went to the kitchen directly, with Motor Lizard, Flutterwing, Dragonite, and a different colored mini dragon, looking at Naoki eagerly. Naoki was feeding an apple pie to the lava worms under the stove. Seeing the pitiful appearance of Gulton and the others, he couldn't help but laugh and said, "Are you that hungry?" "Aw, gaw." Gullerton shook his big head, indicating that he was not hungry, but just wanted to be taken care of by Naoki like those EDs. EDs are still babies, and you older ones can start a family and build a career. Naoki was speechless. "Aw, gaw." Gullerton hung his head, looking very lost. Motor Lizard perked up. "Gaw. It's not big, it's not even 3 years old." The newly hatched mini dragon also nodded repeatedly. Dragonite, who had been born for more than 10 years, abandoned his face, pretended to be a baby Dragonite, hugged Naoki, and acted coquettishly to him. "Aww." Flutterfur was lost in thought. How old is it? Well, that's a question. Being suddenly hugged by Dragonite, the spatula in his hand accidentally fell to the floor, and Naoki couldn't help but frown. He began to push Dragonites back to drive them out. "Get out. You guys are making trouble here, and I can't cook." Until a group of Pokemon were driven to the living room, Naoki returned to the kitchen and started cooking meat. For this, Gulton and the others were very sad. But these Pokemon soon cheered up because the familiar smell of meat wafted out of the kitchen. Seeing this scene, the younger sister AI Butler couldn't help but cover her mouth and laugh. The older brother AI Butler took a vacuum cleaner and cleaned the hair of the EVs on the floor. Summer is here, and the thick fur on the EVs to protect against the cold in winter has begun to thin, so that a lot of hair will fall off every day. When Naoki walked out of the kitchen with the prepared food, he saw the Pokemon waiting for dinner in the house. He called out, and several Pokemon rushed over happily, enjoying today's dinner happily. The EVs, who had already eaten and drunk enough, were lazily scattered around the living room. Some huddled together on the same sofa, some squatted on the floor alone, licking their fur, and some lay leisurely on the rocking chair in front of the fireplace, gently shaking their tails. Looking at this beautiful scene, Naoki felt very satisfied. He couldn't help but reach out and touch the head of the Motor Lizard in front of him, and said to them, "Eat, eat, if it's not enough, there's more in the kitchen." Motor Lizard responded happily, "Gaw." Naoki had eaten some while cooking, so he wasn't very hungry. He was just a little hot from the temperature of the lava worms while cooking in the kitchen, so he went outside to get some fresh air. The temperature in the summer nights was not as hot as during the day, and the wind blowing from Frost Mountain was very cool and pleasant. Naoki took out his Rotom phone to check the value communication, and then replied to the chat message sent by Chishu. As a result, he left the chat interface, and saw that Giratina was chatting with Mutuo again in the Legendary Beasts chat group. "Giratina, you should also create a Treasure Forum account. Let's compete with me to see who has more fans." Mutuo, not interested. Naoki, If Mutuo registers a Treasure Forum account and becomes a big internet celebrity, I guess all the members of Team Rocket will have to follow it. But then again, what kind of hobby is this for Giratina? Want to compete with other mythical beasts to see who has more fans? Naoki remembers that when Budcrest's fans surpassed it asked Rotom to take crazy photos of it and upload them to its personal homepage. All kinds of angles and distances are available. This strange competitive spirit. And this is not the first time that Giratina has invited Mutuo. However, Mutuo did not seem to be very interested in Giratina's invitation from the beginning to the end. Seeing this scene, Naoki couldn't help but interrupt. "Wing King, Giratina, I will give you 2 Rotom phones. How about you give them to Dialga and Palkia?" "Soon," Giratina responded. Giratina, "No, those 2 guys can't join the group." Naoki was puzzled. "Wing King, why?" Giratina, "Humph, no reason, no means no." Naoki, Logically speaking, the relationship between the 3 gods of Sinnoh should not be as strong as that between Groudon and Kyogre, 2 legendary beasts who fight each other as soon as they meet, right? Maybe it's because they don't like each other? Forget it. He has no chance to meet Dialga and Palkia now anyway, so he won't invite them. What about Arceus? Naoki couldn't help but wonder. Is it possible to pull Arceus into the group? In the movie Arceus and the Transcendence of Time, Arceus finally regained his sanity. Anyway, he promised Giratina that he would go back to join in the fun and help to avenge Arceus. From Arceus's perspective, he should only regard them as trainers who prevented him from destroying the world when he lost his mind, just like Xiaoji. When Arceus regains his sanity, he can take the opportunity to send Arceus a Rotom phone, under the banner of making it easier to understand the world. I just don't know if Arceus will accept this phone. However, judging from the background setting in the game, the Arceus in this world seems to be just an avatar. The real creator Arceus is outside all universes, quietly observing the development of humans and Pokemon. Compared to the avatar Arceus, the real Arceus is still very fashionable. He even developed his own Arceus phone and sent it to Xiao Zhao, who traveled to the Shisui area. It can be said that he is a creator god who keeps up with the development of the times. April 28th, 200th year of the Alliance calendar. On this day, Chishu received an invitation from Jishu and came to the ranch from Yangguang City again. The cause of the incident was that Jishu posted photos of the desserts he made on WeChat Moments. Jishu commented that it looked great and she wanted to eat it too. The hospitable Jishu replied, "I will use it to entertain you when you visit the ranch next time." So the next day, Chishu came to the ranch. Seeing Chishu running over so quickly, Naoki was very puzzled. Isn't the Yangguang gym busy? Chishu suddenly felt guilty. It's been fine recently, and it's okay to take a day off occasionally. Hearing this, Naoki nodded. If he remembered correctly, some gym owners in the anime would stop the gym challenge because of their own affairs. Sometimes they need to wait for the trainers of the challenge gym to help them finish their work before they return to the gym to accept the challenge. This makes sense. Chishu spent a happy day at the ranch. She didn't leave the ranch until the evening. Naoki watched Dragonite take Chishu to the sky, and recalled that Chishu praised his cooking, and he was very happy. For this lively and cheerful gym leader, Naoki was quite welcome to her to come to the ranch often. He didn't have many human friends in the Pokemon world, Yessie, the two doctors, ADK, Dante, and some townspeople. But they didn't meet very often, and could only chat occasionally on the internet. Once the strange tree comes, the ranch will be more lively, the Pokemon can make new friends, and Naoki can chat with humans about human life. Watching Dragonite gradually disappear, Naoki breathed a sigh of relief. But then again, the relationship between Mikoli and Daigo should also be like this, right? In the anime, these two are very good friends. He smiled, turned around, and took Golden and the others home. In the living room, his brother Ai Guancher was cleaning. The sister Ai Guancher looked at Naoki with a smile. Noticing the expression of the sister Ai Guancher, Naoki raised his eyebrows in surprise and asked, anything you want to say? As he said that, Naoki casually ate a piece of translation melon seed crisp, and then took a sip of the black tea on the coffee table. The sister Ai Guancher nodded slightly and said happily, Ai? Chishu likes you very much. Will she become the future hostess of the ranch? Puff. Hearing this, Naoki spit out a mouthful of tea, and because he was too shocked, he choked. Ahem. Sister Aishu hurried forward and patted his back. After a long while, Naoki felt better and asked immediately, "What did you just say?" Sister Aishu blinked and repeated, "Ahem. My brother and I both felt that Chishu has a good impression of you, the master. As Pokemon that use emotions as a source of energy, Aishu brothers and sisters are very sensitive to human emotions." Hearing this, Naoki was completely shocked. Chishu likes him? Impossible? He treats Chishu as a friend, and Chishu looks very young. Sometimes he even treats Chishu as a junior like Xiaoji and Lily. In response, his sister Ai Guancher looked puzzled. Ai? But we all feel it, right? Chishu has a good impression of you, the master. Gulton on the side couldn't help but interrupt. Gah. That's right. This surprised Naoki. He cast a surprised look at Gulton. You like Chishu very much? Motor Lizard beside him also looked at Gulton curiously. Gulton began to play dumb. Gah. She is a very nice person. Sister Ai Guancher nodded in agreement. Yes, I can feel that Chishu is a very kind human being, Naoki. He suddenly felt a headache. You must have felt it wrong. So let's just let it go. Don't mention it again. He didn't know how to face Chishu. Seeing Naoki like this, his sister Ai Guancher could only skip the topic temporarily. Okay. Naoki wanted to say something else, but soon, he was diverted by another thing. Because Daigo sent him a message again. Chapter 454. Daigo, you guessed right. The Magma team and the Ocean team really did attack the Weather Research Institute and the Kusunoki shipyard. Seeing this message, Naoki sat down on the sofa before replying. Stranger number 1, what was the result? Daigo, because we prepared in advance, we replaced the Kaiyuan number 1 submarine of the Kusunoki shipyard and hid the real submarine in another place, but things didn't go well at the Weather Research Institute. Daigo, the Magma team and the Ocean team sneaked into the Weather Research Institute in advance, disguised as staff inside, and took advantage of the trainers of the Hoenn Alliance guarding the Institute outside, and they launched the action. Now the data related to the super ancient Pokemon has been stolen. Seeing this message, Naoki secretly said, as expected, the Hoenn Alliance really has information about Groudon and Kyogre. Whether in the game or in the anime, this has been indirectly revealed to players and viewers. The Hoenn Alliance is even constantly monitoring the movements of Groudon and Kyogre. Once they make any moves, the Hoenn Alliance will be able to prepare in advance. Thinking of this, Naoki asked Daigo a question. Stranger number 1, what do you think they will do next? Daigo did not respond immediately. He looked at the information on the screen, and couldn't help but fall into deep thought. This stranger number 1 knows so much about the history of the Hoenn region, it is obvious that he has specially investigated it. The Hoenn Alliance did not hide the legend of Groudon and Kyogre, and there are still many ancient ruins in the Hoenn region. It is not difficult to investigate information about super ancient Pokemon from them. Maybe Team Magma and Team Aqua also learned about Groudon and Kyogre from these places. But there is one thing that this stranger number 1 does not know. Long ago, not only the legend of the ancient Pokemon was passed down, but also 2 orbs containing powerful ancient power. They are the Vermilion Orb and the Indigo Orb. It is said that those who get them can control Groudon, the god of the earth, and Kyogre, the god of the sea. These 2 important treasures are now kept in Mount Sending Gods, guarded by the grandparents of Ghost King Ferong. Then, the 2 organizations are likely to set their sights on Mount Sending Gods. Thinking of this, Daigo's heart suddenly tightened. He quickly opened the treasure friend communication and contacted the Ghost King Ferong in the Hoenn region, asking her to rush to the Songshan Mountain as soon as possible to protect the 2 important treasures, and he would rush over later. Daigo walked out of the house, came outside, and dialed a number on his mobile phone. Soon, a private plane with the logo of Doing Company slowly landed in front of Daigo. Daigo boarded the plane and then contacted stranger number 1. Daigo, I guess their next plan and I'm rushing there now. Seeing this reply, Naoki raised his eyebrows. Daigo should have guessed the 2 gems on the Songshan Mountain, right? The Vermilion Orb and the Indigo Orb can be used to awaken Groudon and Kyogre. And the super ancient energy contained in the orbs can also make the 2 Pokemon return to their original appearance. Stranger number 1, I wish you a smooth operation. Naoki replied. Then, there was no news from Daigo. Naoki was not in a hurry. He made a cup of black tea and sat in the living room waiting patiently. Time passed by minute, and during this time Naoki received a thank you text message from Chishu. Chishu said in the text message that she was very grateful to Dragonite for sending her home, and asked Dragonite to bring a small gift back to the ranch. Looking at the smiling sunny doll in the photo, Naoki couldn't help but curl his lips. When Dragonite returned to the ranch, he and the Pokemon in the ranch hung the sunny doll under the eaves. At 10 o'clock in the evening, there was finally news from Daigo. Daigo, everything went well. We successfully stopped the plan of the Magma team and the Ocean team, thanks to a few Pokemon that suddenly broke in. Seeing this reply, Naoki was slightly stunned. Stranger 1, what Pokemon? Daigo, it's a baby bear, a legendary Pokemon Zapdos, and a Pokemon that looks like a cat with pink fur and blue eyes. Naoki, question mark. Isn't that the Great Hero Expedition team? At the same time, in the Hoenn region, Send God Mountain. Looking at the 3 Pokemon turning around and leaving, Daigo breathed a sigh of relief. The situation just now was too dangerous. When he and Ferong arrived here, the Magma team and the Ocean team were fighting, seemingly to snatch the 2 gems and prevent the other from getting the gems. But when they arrived, the Magma team and the Ocean team decisively chose to join forces and held Ferong's grandparents hostage. Fortunately, at the critical moment, the 3 strange Pokemon passed by here, and the pink Pokemon used superpowers to save the 2 hostages. And they also took the opportunity to launch an attack and capture the members of the Magma team and the Ocean team. Where did those 3 Pokemon come from? The crisis was resolved, and Ghost King Ferong looked at the backs of the 3 Pokemon who had just left with curiosity. What's more interesting is that the Zapdos has a satchel hanging around its neck. Daigo still maintained his gentlemanly demeanor. He shook his head and said, I don't know, but today's incident was all thanks to their help. Interesting. Ferong's eyes sparkled. 3 Pokemon of different races and attributes came together. They looked well trained, not like ordinary wild Pokemon. Thinking of the satchel around the Zapdos' neck, Ferong wondered if a human trainer had specially trained them. Daigo on the side retracted his gaze. He calmly looked at the houses around him that were destroyed by the Pokemon battle, and said, we can't keep the 2 orbs here any longer. The 2 orbs were thrown into the bushes by the members of Team Magma and Team Aqua during the battle. Daigo turned around and planned to look for them nearby, and then send them to the headquarters of the Hoenn Alliance for safekeeping. However, he soon discovered something. The bushes where the 2 orbs were lying not long ago were now empty. Daigo was stunned. Where is the orb? Farong also noticed the scene. She hurried forward and searched in the bushes. However, after searching for a long time, she did not see the orb. This made her face darken. Farong had a bad guess in her mind. Could it be taken away by the lava team and the ocean team? Impossible. Daigo analyzed calmly. Because all the members of the lava team and the ocean team were caught by them. At this moment, they were being taken to the police car by the investigators who came, and it was impossible for them to hide the orb privately. Then the question is, where did the two gems go? High in the sky, the proud figure of the lightning bird was shuttling through the clouds at a very fast speed. The originally white clouds, under the influence of the lightning bird, turned into thunderclouds brewing lightning. A thunderclap sounded in the night sky, and people on the land looked up, but they could only see a flash of lightning. The recent Hoenn region seems to be unstable. Some people who have a prior understanding of the current social situation hurriedly quickened their pace to go home. Dream and Baby Bear sat on the back of Zapdos. They each held a beautiful pearl in their hands, one in vermilion and the other indigo. What's more interesting is that they glow. These two pearls were just picked up by Baby Bear on the grass. When they passed by there, Baby Bear saw the two beautiful pearls thrown on the ground at a glance. The instinct of picking up hidden in its body allowed it to distinguish the two treasures at a glance. So, while Menghuan was helping the old man, Baby Bear ran into the bushes and picked up the two unwanted pearls. At this moment, Baby Bear was holding the pearls excitedly, thinking how beautiful they were. If he gave them to Naoki, Naoki would definitely like them. So, when the expedition team found a place to rest, Baby Bear gave the pearls to Zapdos and asked it to send them back to the ranch. At the same time, Naoki, who was about to go to bed, received a message from Daigo again. Daigo, the plan has changed. The two important treasures that the magma team and the ocean team intended to snatch are missing. Seeing this news, Naoki immediately perked up. He immediately understood what Daigo meant. The two important treasures should be the indigo orb and the vermilion orb. Stranger number one, what's going on? Daigo, I don't know either. He then told the other party everything that happened today. All the members of the magma team and the ocean team were arrested by Interpol, but the two treasures were missing. They searched all the members' bodies, but couldn't find them. The two important orbs seemed to have disappeared out of thin air. Seeing the messages sent by Daigo, Naoki's first reaction was, is it impossible? Could it be that the people from the magma team and the ocean team used teleportation to move the two orbs? He immediately proposed this idea to Daigo. Stranger number one, could it be that the psychic Pokemon used teleportation to move them to other places? Daigo, this shouldn't be possible, because there are no psychic Pokemon among the Pokemon sent by the magma team and the ocean team. They are almost all wolfhounds, shark-toothed fish and megalodons. That's a bit strange. Naoki couldn't help but fall into deep thought. However, it was already late, so Daigo did not continue to ask questions. Daigo, thank you very much for your help. I will not bother you today. I will continue to investigate tomorrow. Stranger number one, okay. After leaving the Pokemon Forum, Naoki began to think about the whereabouts of the two gems. Unfortunately, after thinking for a long time, he could not figure it out. However, Naoki soon found the answer to this question. The next morning, the Zapdos carrying a backpack landed in the ranch. Seeing this, Naoki knew that the Hero Expedition team had something to give him again. He reached into his bag skillfully. Soon, he touched two round objects. Naoki took them out, and when he saw the two objects in his hand clearly, he was stunned. Scarlet Orb, a red glowing orb, said to have a deep connection with the legend of the Hoenn region. Indigo Orb, a blue glowing orb, said to have a deep connection with the legend of the Hoenn region. Fuck. Seeing these two things, Naoki couldn't help but swear. No wonder Daigo didn't find the two gems, they were picked up by the Hero Expedition team. At this time, Naoki also received a call from Dream and Baby Bear. He pressed the answer button. Baby Bear and Dream's little faces appeared on the screen. Through the screen of Rotom's mobile phone, Baby Bear saw the gem in Naoki's hand. It asked happily, "This is a treasure I picked up on the grass, Naoki. Do you like it?" Naoki, Sure enough, he knew it. No wonder Daigo didn't find it. It turned out that the Baby Bear triggered his pickup characteristic. Seeing that Naoki didn't speak, the Baby Bear's face was full of confusion. It looked a little sad. Naoki doesn't like them? Naoki came back to his senses and shook his head. It's not because of this reason. It's still a strange coincidence that when he contacted Daigo, the Hero Expedition team came forward to help Daigo. But the problem is that you can't pick up other people's things, Naoki said with a headache. You rescued an old couple on a mountaintop yesterday, right? Hearing this, Baby Bear and Dream were shocked. How did you know? Their words were automatically translated by Rotom's mobile phone. Naoki, because I heard this news from someone else. Among the people you met at that time, he told me the news of your appearance. Although he didn't recognize Dream, I guessed it was you based on his description. Hearing this, Baby Bear and Minghwan were suddenly enlightened. So that's how it is. Why doesn't Naoki like them? Baby Bear asked, puzzled. Naoki explained, because they are very important to the people in that place, they are not without owners. Baby Bear was shocked. It thought they were things that no one wanted. Naoki had taught it before not to take other people's things, and Baby Bear had always kept it in mind. But now, it made a mistake again. At this time, Daigo must have started to look for these two gems anxiously, right? Holding the two orbs in his hands, Naoki thought for a moment. There was no need to hide his identity any longer. He took out his phone and sent the message that the orbs were with him to Daigo. Daigo responded quickly. Daigo, what? Stranger number 1, this is a misunderstanding. Let's add a treasure friend. As he spoke, Naoki sent his treasure friend account. He soon received a friend request from Daigo. After agreeing, Naoki briefly explained the current situation. Wing King, the bear cub yesterday was my Pokemon. Its characteristic is to pick up. When it saw the gems dropped on the ground, it thought they were things no one wanted, so it picked them up. On the other side of the screen, Daigo looked at the message sent from the other side, and couldn't help but fall into silence. This kind of thing is indeed consistent with the behavior of a Pokemon with the picking up characteristic. However, Daigo still doesn't understand. Are the 3 Pokemon yesterday all Pokemon of this person named Wing King? How could they pass by that place by chance and provide them with help? Could it be that at that time, the netizen who provided them with help was near Songshan Mountain? Is all this in his plan? But since stranger number 1 took the initiative to tell him this news, it means that the other party has no ill intentions. At this time, Daigo saw the message sent by the other party. Wing King, hello, let me introduce myself formally. I am Naoki, currently living in the Padia region. I have traveled in the Hoenn region, and am very interested in the historical legends there. Daigo was stunned. Daigo, you said you are in the Padia region now? The other party seemed to know what he was wondering about, and took the initiative to explain. Wing King, that's right, it was the Zapdos that sent the 2 orbs to the Padia region. In short, this is a misunderstanding. Send me your location, and I will let the Pokemon send the orbs over. Daigo still had many questions in his mind, but the most important thing now was the 2 orbs. He wanted to send his location. But then, he thought that it was not safe to leave the 2 orbs in the Hoenn region. In that case, it would be better to take advantage of the situation, and leave the orbs in the Padia region, and then take them back after the matter is resolved. But, can the person on the other side be trusted? After pondering for a moment, Daigo made a decision in his heart. Daigo, if possible, I would like to keep the orbs with you temporarily. Naoki was slightly stunned. But soon, he understood what Daigo meant. King Tsubasa, if you believe me. Seeing this message, Daigo's face was full of hesitation. After a while, he expressed his doubts to the other party. Daigo, who are you? The legendary Pokemon Zapdos is not something that ordinary trainers can capture. Moreover, from the information revealed in the other party's words, the 3 Pokemon are currently traveling in the Hoenn region, and there is no trainer accompanying them. Coupled with the mysterious temperament that the other party has vaguely revealed in the past few days, at this moment, Daigo's curiosity and thirst for knowledge reached its peak. And at this time, the other side finally sent a reply. Daigo looked at it carefully. Wing King, me? I am a rancher. Daigo, ? Chapter 455. Hoenn region, Lioli City. A drizzle of rain fell from the sky, through the crater, and onto the stone streets in the center of the town. Lioli Gym is located inside the city in the volcano. It is said that a long time ago, an underwater volcano erupted, and then stretched out of the sea. The crater in the center of the land formed a lake due to the accumulation of rainwater. Soon, people found that the climate here was very warm, and suitable for living, so they built Lioli City in this crater. In order to find the 2 lost pearls, Daigo came to this city to seek help from his friend Mikoli. However, he received information about the 2 pearls at this time. At this moment, in Mikoli's private residence. Looking at the reply on the screen, Daigo fell into a long silence. Rancher? Mikoli, who witnessed everything, was surprised and interested. It's really an interesting thing. Daigo, Yes. He never thought that the orb would run from the Hoenn region to the distant Padia region overnight. There was a hint of coincidence in the absurdity. The three Pokemon, Baby Bear, Zapdos, and the Pink Kitten Pokemon. Daigo specially checked the relevant information last night, and finally found that the Pokemon was very likely the legendary mythical Pokemon Mew. The mysterious stranger number 1 not only captured Zapdos, but also captured Mew, an extremely rare Pokemon. It was hard for Daigo to imagine that the person who could do such a thing was actually a rancher. This was not to say that he looked down on the profession of rancher, but because the ranchers in his impression, none of them could capture rare Pokemon of the level of Mew and Zapdos. In that case, you don't have to worry. Mikori showed an elegant smile on his face. In any case, Team Magma and Team Ocean would not have thought that the two orbs had been moved to the Padilla region at this time. Daigo couldn't help but feel relieved when he mentioned this. During this period of time, he had consulted a lot of ancient books and materials, and he knew very well that once the two super ancient Pokemon were awakened, it would bring a terrible disaster to the Hoenn region. This happened thousands of years ago. At that time, if the sky god Rayquaza hadn't appeared from the clouds and stopped their fight, I'm afraid the entire Hoenn region would have been destroyed. After that, the humans living in the Hoenn region also built a sky pillar for Rayquaza. Thinking of this, Daigo replied, "Then I leave it to you." And the other side quickly replied, "Wing King, it's okay, after everything is over, you can go directly to the Naoki Ranch in the town of Jichin in the Padilla region to get it." Daigo, okay. Seeing the reply from the other side, Mikoli chuckled and said, "Naoki Ranch. It's getting more and more curious. I really want to see with my own eyes what the rancher who captured the legendary Pokemon looks like." Daigo thought calmly, "Let's wait until everything in the Hoenn region is over." Although the orb is gone, Team Magma and Team Aqua now know the exact location of Groudon and Kyogre. They are likely to give up using the orb to awaken the two ancient Pokemon and use violence to awaken them. After a brief thought, Daigo used the Pokemon Friend communication to hold a remote video conference with all the gym leaders in the Hoenn region. When everyone was present, the Hoenn champion commanded in a deep voice, "Next, I will go to Groudon's sleeping place to stop Team Magma's plan, and Mikoli will go to the deep sea to capture Team Aqua. If we fail, please organize the citizens to evacuate in advance. The Weather Research Institute will monitor the movements of the two super ancient Pokemon. Once they wake up from their slumber, I will ask you to help them." "Got it." "Yes." "Understood." The gym leaders responded one after another, saying that they would fulfill their duties as gym leaders. The short video conference ended. Daigo turned his gaze to his friend again, nodded at him and said, "I will leave Kyogre to you." Mikoli always had an elegant smile on his face. "Got it, our champion." Daigo, Everyone in the Hoenn region began to take action. At the same time, in the ranch, Naoki was talking to Baby Bear about Mewtwo and those clone Pokemon. "Don't worry, Mewtwo has settled down on the World Tree, and the Expedition Guild and other facilities have been built. You will be surprised when you come back next time," Naoki said with a smile. Hearing this, Mew and Bear, who were a little worried, immediately felt relieved. "Does Mewtwo like World Tree?" Mew asked. "Should like it?" Naoki thought about Mewtwo's performance in the past few days. He wanted to tell Mew about this, but suddenly he thought of something, slapped his head, and said, "By the way, Mewtwo also has a Rotom phone. I send you its number, and you can add it as a friend." As he said this, Naoki switched to the background and shared Mewtwo's treasure friend account. Hearing this news, Mew and Baby Bear showed surprise on their faces. They couldn't wait to add Mewtwo as their friend. Before hanging up the phone, Baby Bear looked at the two beautiful pearls in Naoki's hand again. They were someone else's, and Naoki would not snatch them even if he liked them. Baby Bear thought about it carefully, and then patted his chest and promised, "Naoki, next time I will definitely find more beautiful pearls for you." Naoki, He had no doubt about the Baby Bear's ability to pick up treasures. With the picking up characteristics, super luck, and the sacred blessing of the King of Phoenix, it would not be surprising if it sent back a piece of Arceus's Origin Stone tablet one day. But he was still very touched by the Baby Bear's kindness. Naoki nodded and said, "Well, I believe you." The Baby Bear's eyes suddenly lit up, and a happy expression appeared on his little face. He nodded vigorously, "Yes." Naoki took a deep breath and began to say goodbye to the Hero Expedition team. "Okay, I won't bother you anymore. I'm going to replenish supplies for the Zapdos now. Do you have anything you want to eat? I make it for you, and then have Zapdos take it over." Baby Bear wants honey pudding and honey candy. Meow wants energy cubes and Pofin. Naoki nodded, "Okay, no problem, I make it right away." After hanging up the phone, Naoki asked Zapdos if he wanted to eat anything. However, this arrogant Zapdos raised its head proudly, indicating that it was not hungry. The next second, Naoki heard the gurgling sound coming from Zapdos' stomach. Naoki, Zapdos was furious. So Naoki pretended he didn't see anything, turned around and went back to his room, and started making delicious food for Mew and Baby Bear. At the same time, Mewtwo on the World Tree suddenly received a friend request. It was quite surprised to click it with its finger. After seeing the avatars on the other side were Baby Bear, Mew and Zapdos, Mewtwo understood and agreed to the friend request. The next second, a video call came in. Mewtwo pressed the answer button. Then, the faces of Bear and Mew appeared on the screen. The two Pokemon greeted it excitedly. Mewtwo, you went to the World Tree, right? Do you like it there? Mew asked happily. Seeing Mew floating on the other side of the screen, Mewtwo felt soft in his heart. It nodded gently and replied, well, this is the paradise we have been looking for. That's good. Mew nodded happily. We will go back after we complete the commission here. I will take you to the secret base of the Hero Expedition team. Mew, okay. It paused and asked again, are you still traveling around like before? Mew nodded, yes. There are still many Pokemon in this world who need help. Hearing this, Mew felt a little confused and puzzled. Why do you want to help other Pokemon? Is it because doing so can bring satisfaction to oneself? Or is it to get the gratitude and gifts from those Pokemon? However, Mew's answer was beyond its expectations. Because they need help. What? Mewtwo was slightly stunned. Is it just because those Pokemon need help? At this time, the Baby Bear next to him added, that's right, we want to make friends with everyone and invite them to the World Tree, so that everyone can live together forever. We play together on the grass, pick fruits together, and sleep in tree holes together every day. We will never feel lonely. Just thinking about it makes me happy. Happiness. Mewtwo murmured and repeated these two words. What is happiness? What does happiness feel like? The old troubles are over, and new troubles follow. After ending the communication with Mew and Baby Bear, Mewtwo opened the search engine on the Rotom phone and entered human words on it. What is happiness? Soon, the relevant answer popped up on the web page. Happiness is a long-lasting sense of satisfaction with life, the joy generated when personal needs are met, and a stable mood of wanting to maintain the current state. It is a state of mind, an experience, and even a state of life. Satisfaction with life. A stable mood of wanting to maintain the current state. Is it satisfied with the current peaceful life? Mew asked himself. Mew's mind emerged with the life on the World Tree during this period of time. Cultivate fields with clone Pokemon, plant crops, harvest fruits, sleep on rocks together. Here, no human wants to hurt them, no rocket team tracks them, and there is no need to worry about starvation and war. It must be happy at this moment, right? Super Dream. It was almost noon, and Naoki prepared the food that Mew and Baby Bear wanted. He stuffed the packed honey pudding, honey gummies, Pofin and energy cubes into the space bag on the neck of Zapdos. He stopped only when the space inside was filled to the brim. In addition, Naoki also prepared a pack of energy cubes for Zapdos that catered to the taste of electric attribute Pokemon. Finally, he checked the poke balls in the space bag again, and found that Mew and Bear Baby had not used them to invite new partners to join the World Tree during this period of time. Maybe it was because they were busy looking for Jirachi? Naoki put the things away, then touched the slightly prickly feathers of Zapdos and said, everything is ready. In addition to the food that Mew and Bear Baby want to eat, I also prepared a pack of energy cubes for you. I just don't know what flavor you like, so I made energy cubes with the universal flavor of electric attribute Pokemon. The lightning bird looked at Naoki in front of him with sharp eyes. After hearing that this human also made an energy block for it, a flash of emotion flashed through the heart of the lightning bird. It is impossible to say that it is not moved. But as a soaring and proud lightning bird, it will never easily express its feelings. Therefore, the lightning bird turned its head and made a sharp bird cry, indicating that it was leaving. Well, go, Naoki said. The lightning bird looked back, and then flapped its wings and flew into the sky. Almost in the blink of an eye, it disappeared from Naoki's sight. Looking at the figure of Zapdos, Naoki couldn't help but think of Mew and Baby Bear. Unconsciously, the Hero Expedition team has traveled to many places. It is quite touching to say that who could have imagined that at the beginning, Baby Bear was just a Pokemon that was good at using its cute appearance to cheat farmers of honey, and now, it has become a kind Pokemon full of justice. Naoki sighed with emotion, and was about to turn around and take Golden home to enjoy the air conditioning. But at this moment, Golden seemed to have discovered something, turned his head, and looked in one direction. Ah gah! What's wrong? Seeing Golden's reaction, Naoki followed its gaze. Then, he saw the figure of a strange Pokemon in a bush. It was a Pokemon that looked like a kitten. It had a light green body, a dark green pattern like 4 overlapping leaves in the middle of its face, and green hair on its chest that looked like a collar. When Naoki saw the other person clearly, he was stunned. That is, New Leaf Cat? New Leaf Cat, the grass-attributed Gobi in the Padilla region. Is it a wild New Leaf Cat that broke into the ranch? Naoki instantly became alert. But soon, he found something wrong. The New Leaf Cat had a small bell like the one in Pleasant Goat hanging around its neck, and it was obvious that something had helped it put it on. Isn't it a wild New Leaf Cat? Naoki murmured. The New Leaf Cat was not afraid of him and Golden, but walked towards them. When they were a certain distance away, the New Leaf Cat looked up at Golden, then looked at Naoki. Meow huh? Naoki was slightly stunned, then took out the Rotom phone and turned on the translation function. Say it again? The New Leaf Cat looked at the Rotom phone, and then repeated, Meow huh? The Rotom phone translated, Is this the Pokemon Tavern? Huh? New Leaf Cat looking for the Pokemon Tavern? Naoki was slightly stunned, and then asked, What are you doing here? New Leaf Cat, meow. I heard that Pokemon can be helped here. That's right. Naoki nodded and looked at the New Leaf Cat. Do you want me to help you find your trainer? The New Leaf Cat with a bell around its neck might have lost its trainer, and then heard the news from the Pokemon who had been to the tavern, so it came here specifically to seek help. Naoki imagined what happened to the poor New Leaf Cat in his mind. However, the next second, New Leaf Meowth turned away angrily. Meow ha! No way. It ran away from home on purpose, just because its trainer was too partial to it and didn't care about it. After catching a new Pokemon, New Leaf Meowth was very angry, so it decided to run away from home. Later, it heard that there was a tavern here that could help Pokemon solve their problems, so it came here specially. Hearing New Leaf Meowth's answer, Naoki was very surprised. If you didn't come here to ask him to help find the trainer, then why did you come here? Thinking about it, he asked directly. New Leaf Meowth, meowha? I want to ask, how can I make the trainer like only my Pokemon? Naoki was stunned. When New Leaf Meowth saw the human's reaction, he thought he was a little stupid. So he told all his experiences. Meowha meowha. Shout-on is really too much. He doesn't care about me after catching a new Pokemon. He only takes care of those annoying Pokemon all day long. I ran away from home for several days, and he didn't notice. Naoki understood instantly. So, you want your trainer to only like you one Pokemon? If he remembered correctly, Pokemon like New Leaf Meowth were afraid of loneliness and possessive of their trainers, and they would easily get jealous. New Leaf Meowth nodded with certainty and looked at him expectantly. Meow ha! That's right. Can you help? If you can help me, I can give you my favorite treasure. Naoki, He wanted to say don't ask. He and the person named Shoutong are the same. Sure enough, he is not the only one in the world who faces the problem of too many Pokemon and jealousy. Chapter 456. So, you want the trainer to focus on you, the Pokemon, right? In the living room, Naoki and Golden sat on the sofa together, looking at the New Leaf Meowth opposite, and asked uncertainly. New Leaf Meowth licked its paws leisurely and nodded. Meow ha! That's right. Seeing this scene, Golden on the side was a little speechless. Ah gah! I always feel like you asked the wrong person. It thought that Naoki didn't seem to have found the answer to this problem. Naoki, Yes, what Golden said is absolutely right. He often encounters Pokemon getting jealous of each other. New Leaf Meowth looks at the big Pokemon next to him. Meowha? What? Nothing haha. Naoki quickly made a joke and covered Golden's mouth. New Leaf Meowth's little face was immediately full of doubt. Meowha? Can you really help here? I'm not sure about this either. I can only try to help you think of a few solutions. Naoki said. New Leaf Meowth looked at Naoki. Meowha? What method? Naoki began to help it with advice. For example, you should be more proactive and brave to express your feelings to the trainer, or provide help to him when he needs help. Maybe in this way, he will think you are a smart and sensible Pokemon and like you more. Naoki said. But then again, among all Pokemon, New Leaf Meowth is famous for its changeable temperament and love to act like a spoiled child. If the trainer favors a Pokemon other than it, then the New Leaf Meowth will most likely get upset. Then it will sulk, ignore the trainer, and disobey orders. In more serious cases, it will even run away from home. Hearing this, The new leaf Meowth had a thoughtful expression on its face. Meow huh? Will the trainer only like me, the Pokemon? It asked. Gulton on the side looked hesitant to speak. Naoki couldn't guarantee. Not necessarily, but your trainer may like you more, much more than other Pokemon. New Leaf Meowth thought seriously for a while, then said, Meow ha. I understand. I try it first. If it works, I send you my treasure. After that, without waiting for Naoki's response, New Leaf Meowth jumped off the sofa, ran out the door, and disappeared into the bushes. Naoki sighed slightly in his heart. Fortunately, he didn't have a Pokemon as possessive as New Leaf Meowth at home. Ah gah. Gulton thought carefully for a while after watching New Leaf Meowth run away. It turned its head to look at Naoki, and suddenly asked, Agassi? Through the translation of melon seeds, Naoki immediately understood what Gillerton said. It asked, who is Naoki's favorite Pokemon? Naoki, He showed a polite smile on his face. I like all of you equally. However, this answer was not what Gillerton wanted. Agassi. It asked again, Agassi? Which Pokemon does Naoki like more? I like them all equally. Naoki still didn't change his words. Seeing this, Gulton changed the way of asking. Ah gah. Does Naoki like Motor Lizard? Of course. Although Naoki was a little surprised to hear Gulton mention Motor Lizard, he still explained, for human trainers, the first Pokemon in life is always full of meaning, and Motor Lizard is the first Pokemon I met here. Before you came to the ranch, it was working with me. At that time, the ranch was very poor and I had no money, but the motorcycle lizard didn't despise me and slept with me in a dilapidated cabin every night. Gillerton immediately understood what Naoki meant. For a moment, he didn't know what to feel. If you say it's unpleasant, it has experienced such things before, because it is a motorcycle lizard. If you say it doesn't feel anything, that's impossible, because it is now both a motorcycle lizard and not a motorcycle lizard. Gillerton was both happy and jealous. He was happy because Motor Lizard meant a lot to Naoki. He was jealous because Motor Lizard in Naoki's words was not the present one, but the past one. To borrow a phrase from Slowking, it was a headache. Seeing Gillerton in a daze, Naoki continued, but each of you Pokemon is different to me, just like a family in human society, with a father, a mother, and children. Everyone in it is very important to the family, because everyone is there, so it can be called a family. Ah gah. So complicated. Gulton felt dizzy, his head drooped, and finally decided to give up thinking, lying on the soft grass to bask in the sun, watching the white clouds floating in the sky. Naoki turned and went to the kitchen to prepare lunch for the Pokemon. The lava worm living in the heating pipe crawled over obediently, ready to help Naoki light the fire and cook. Seeing the lava worm coming over automatically, Naoki squatted down and fed it with tree fruits and energy cubes. The lava worm was in a good mood and couldn't help but use smoke spray to express his happiness at the moment. Bang bang. 2 streams of white smoke spewed out from the chimney. The sudden noise scared away several wild parrots that were resting on the roof. Eat, eat, Naoki said, as he used an iron hook to help the lava worm hook out the burnt fruit core in its body. Looking at the slightly narrow ventilation duct and thinking of the vast world tree, Naoki asked, by the way, lava worm, do you want to live over there in the world tree? The lava worm immediately stopped eating the fruit and looked over in confusion. What's so cool? Because I think this place is too small, you could only move in the pipe every day, just thinking about it makes me uncomfortable. Naoki explained. It was okay at first, but now the world tree has grown up, everyone has gone to live on the world tree, and only the lava worm is left here, which is a bit unfair to it. What's more, there is an air conditioner and a fireplace at home, so the lava worm doesn't really need heating in winter. However, when Lava Worm heard this, it shook its head. Cool. Seeing this, Naoki was a little surprised. You want to stay here? Lava Worm nodded happily. Cool. Why? The space over there is much bigger than here, and there are many Pokemon there to make friends with you. Naoki asked. Lava Worm, cool. At this time, the mobile phone Rotom beside him automatically helped translate. Lava Worm said because Naoki and Babutubo are here, it also wants to stay here Lodo. Cool. The lava worm nodded happily, indicating that it was right. After a brief moment of surprise, Naoki quickly understood what the lava worm meant. He did not mention letting the lava worm live on the world tree again, but smiled and said, okay, in that case, let's stay here and live together. Cool. The flames on the lava worm burned more vigorously. Naoki stood up and began to concentrate on cooking. He turned the Rotom phone to flight mode, which automatically floated to the side, playing the noon news in the Padia region. At this time, Chishu's message came. Chishu, hello, hee, have you eaten? Seeing Chishu's name, Naoki's heart skipped a beat, and he immediately remembered what his sister Ai Guancher said before. He replied while thinking, Wing King, I'm working on it, what's wrong? Why are you looking for me at this time? Chishu, well, I mainly want to ask if you have time in June. There will be a super luxurious summer festival in Yangguang City at that time. I feel embarrassed to let you entertain them before, so I want to invite you and Gulton and others to come here to play for a day. Invite him and Gulton and others to Yangguang City to participate in the summer festival. If his sister Ai Guancher hadn't told him about that, maybe he wouldn't have felt anything. But now Naoki suddenly had a hunch. Could what his sister Ai Guancher said be true? Did Chishu have a crush on him? No, that shouldn't be possible. Naoki subconsciously denied it in his heart. It would be embarrassing if it was a misunderstanding. He thought Chishu had a crush on him. If Chishu didn't, wouldn't he be just a common man? After thinking for a moment, Naoki pretended that nothing had happened and continued to get along normally. He calculated the time and wanted to agree, but after thinking carefully, he might not be free in June. Because the world tree will be fully mature at that time, he has to move the world tree to the sky with Giratina and Mutuo. And according to the information provided by Daigo, the big event in the Hoenn region may happen in these 2 months. He has to stay at the ranch and see if Daigo needs help. Thinking of this, Naoki gave a reply. Wing King, June will probably be busy at the ranch. The crops in the fields need to be harvested, and then the season will change. I also need to prepare autumn crop seeds in advance. Chishu, what a pity. There will be a large-scale fireworks show in Brewing Light City at that time, and Brewing Light Gym will be closed for a day. I also want to invite you and Gillerton to watch it together. Fireworks show? Naoki raised his eyebrows. Wing King, at that time, there was also a fireworks show in Jichin town. That night, people would gather at the beach to watch the fireworks and spend the last day of summer. But by the way, is this considered a traditional festival in the Padilla region? Chishu, yes, it should be considered one. As far as I know, many coastal cities will hold such parties. Will Naoki take Golden and the others to participate? Wing King, of course, but the fireworks party in a small town may not be as lively as that in a big city. Chishu, I'm so envious. The beach in Yangguang City is so crowded that last year, I couldn't squeeze in with the electric frogs. This year, I don't want to go. I'm afraid I have to spend another boring holiday at home. Seeing this message, Naoki couldn't help laughing. He could almost imagine Chishu's expression when he said this. After thinking for a while, he replied, Wing King, there are fewer people in Zichin town, so it's not that crowded. If you are bored alone in Yangguang City, you could also come here to participate. Chishu seemed very surprised. Chishu, is it really possible? Wing King, of course, it will be more lively with more people. Chishu answered very straightforwardly. Chishu, okay, we will definitely go there to participate when the time comes. Naoki also replied okay. After that, Chishu started to get busy and stopped chatting after a simple goodbye. Naoki began to think about how he should go there to lend a hand if Daigo really needed his help at that time. Daigo went to him, which means that even the champion can't stop the situation in the Hoenn region. At that time, I'm afraid only the legendary Pokemon, who is also a god, can stop it. Now we have entered the internet age. Such a big scene will definitely have some brave reporters and bold trainers to report the situation. Naoki doesn't really want to reveal his true identity. If he is photographed, it will probably spread all over the internet overnight, and then be recognized by some trainers who have seen him and come to challenge the trial. If Bud Crown and Giratina take action, then everyone will know that the 2 Pokemon are at Naoki's ranch. At that time, the ranch will be raised by enthusiastic people. After a short thought, Naoki had an idea in his mind. In order not to affect the peaceful and stable life at the ranch, he had to disguise himself. This can not only prevent people from disturbing their peaceful life, but also prevent some people with ulterior motives from thinking about it. For example, organizations such as Team Rocket and Team Galaxy, although Naoki is not afraid of them, it is also annoying for them to come here to plot and scheme. As for the method, he has a Pokemon example that can be used as a reference. Just like Eruption, he wears a mask, a hood, or other props to cover his face. In this way, when he wears the mask, he is the masked man who stops the disaster and saves Hoenn. When he takes off the mask, he is an ordinary and common rancher. Except for some insiders, no outsiders can connect these 2 images together. Just like the flame chicken masked Lemonai and Professor Kukui in the anime. Lim1 is the father of Citron and Eureka. This man who loves his children is the owner of an electrical appliance store. But behind the scenes, he will dress up as a chivalrous flame chicken mask to fight against the attacks of Team Flare. The same is true for Professor Kukui. He is usually a teacher and professor at the Pokemon school. But behind the scenes, he will become a royal masked man and conduct passionate Pokemon battles in the Royal Dome. It's decided, this is how to act outside. Naoki decided to go back and find someone to order a mask for disguise. No, he didn't need an outsider. Mutuo, who had maxed out his crafting skills, was quite suitable. So after lunch, Naoki contacted Mutuo through the Rotom phone and told it his plan through video communication. After listening, Mutuo was silent for a while, and then after a long while, he replied, "Okay, but I need materials." It had tried to condense superpowers when building a castle on the new island before, using this method to create things with thoughts. But I don't know whether it was because of its lack of power, or some other reason that it failed. In the end, it could only use the building materials in the ruins of the Rocket Team's Research Institute to build the high-tech castle. Based on the learning over the years, Mutuo has a general understanding of human affairs. Compared to a complex castle, it is much easier to carve a mask with superpowers. Chapter 457. After deciding to make a mask, Naoki bought the materials needed to make the mask from an online shopping app that afternoon. When the deliverman Osprey arrived at the ranch, it was 3 days later. That day was May 2nd, 200th year of the Alliance calendar. The Osprey, which departed from Xiaoshu Town, landed in the ranch. This speed is very slow even for ordinary express delivery. Under normal circumstances, with the speed of Pokemon like Osprey, it only takes about a day to get from Xiaoshu Town to Zhiqin Town. The mailman gull that landed on the ranch looked a little embarrassed and dirty. Naoki was a little surprised. After some inquiries, he learned that the gull had encountered a wild Pokemon attack on the road and had to work hard to save the goods. The gull looked frightened and would never take the small road again. Naoki, He took the package from the gull, then took out the wound medicine and simply treated the gull's injuries. The gull thanked him profusely, and then set off on the way back. Naoki took the materials for making the mask to the World Tree and found Mutuo. He handed the package containing the materials to Mutuo. Mutuo took a look. The next second, its deep voice sounded from Naoki's heart. "What shape do you want to make it into?" "What shape?" Naoki immediately thought of Limonine's flame chicken mask. It was a mask made with flame chicken as the prototype. In addition to the mask, it also included cloaks, tights, and other clothing. Then he should also use the prototype of Pokemon. The only question is which Pokemon should he use as the prototype? Naoki looked at Gul'dan, who came to the World Tree with him. No, Gul'dan's words are too obvious. Naoki shook his head subconsciously. Because there are only 2 Gul'dans in the world so far, one is in the Zero Zone Research Institute, and the other is here with him. Even the Pokemon Encyclopedia has not registered the ecological information of Gul'dan. Then, what about Motor Lizard? Motor Lizard is a household Pokemon in the Padia region, and is also an important means of transportation for the Padia people. Everyone is Motor Lizard, so it won't be so obvious if he wears a Motor Lizard mask. Thinking of this, Naoki had the answer in his mind. Motor Lizard. Mutuo had seen Motor Lizard before, and when he heard it, it nodded calmly, and then its mind moved slightly, and the materials for making the mask floated up under the control of telekinesis. Then, a magical scene happened. Under Mutuo's control, the materials began to change at a speed visible to the naked eye. Finally, it turned into a motorcycle lizard-shaped mask with black and dark green as the main colors. "Okay," Mutuo said. Naoki looked at it for a few times, and was quite satisfied. He thanked Mutuo, and then turned around and left with Gul'dan. In this way, he would not have to worry about exposing his identity later. From now on, he would be the motorcycle lizard mask when he put on the mask, and an ordinary rancher when he took off the mask. Naoki and Gul'dan left the reverse world. When they just returned to the ranch, Naoki saw a familiar figure sitting on the grass. It was the new Leaf Meowth from not long ago. Naoki ate a few pieces of translation melon seed crisps in his pocket, walked up and asked, "How is it? Was my method effective last time?" New Leaf Meowth angrily told Naoki and Gul'dan what it encountered after it went back last time. "Meow ha! It's so abominable. What I do doesn't work at all. Xiaodong will still care about other Pokemon, and during the days when I ran away from home, he captured a new Pokemon. He didn't care about me at all." Naoki, If that's the case, then that trainer is a bit too much. He stood on the grass and frowned, and asked, "So, you ran away from home again today?" New Leaf Meow said angrily, Meow ha. I don't want to go back again. Good guy, Naoki asked in surprise. Do you want to abandon your trainer? He has only seen trainers abandon Pokemon, but he has never seen Pokemon abandoning trainers. In this world, it is not uncommon for trainers to abandon Pokemon. Shinji in the anime only captures Pokemon with high talent and strength. Once he encounters a Pokemon that cannot meet his requirements, he will choose to let it go. Even Pokemon like Charmeleon will be abandoned. It is very rare for a captured Pokemon to actively abandon its trainer. New Leaf Cat was angry at the moment, and it shouted loudly, Meow ha! Right. Naoki was about to say something, but at this moment, a boy about 10 years old suddenly appeared at the entrance of the ranch. New Leaf Cat keenly smelled the boy's scent, and it turned around and ran without hesitation, scurried into the grass, and soon disappeared. Because the New Leaf Cat was green all over and almost blended into the grass, the boy did not notice it, but cast his eyes on Naoki standing there. Excuse me? Have you seen a New Leaf Meowth nearby? Naoki, He looked around and saw Butterfree, Tribeca, and Motorbike, but not New Leaf Meowth. From the boy's appearance, he seemed to be the trainer of New Leaf Meowth. Naoki noticed the anxious look on his face, and after a little thought, he replied, New Leaf Meowth, I did see one here. It was still here in the morning. I saw it drinking water and eating fruit by the river. Are you its trainer? Hearing that New Leaf Meowth had appeared near here, the boy's eyes lit up, and he was obviously relieved. Yes, I am its trainer, but I don't know what happened recently. New Leaf Meowth often sneaks out and comes back for several days. Speaking of this, the boy's face was full of trouble. But I thought that this kid was really careless. His Pokemon was about to abandon him, but he didn't know anything. Although the New Leaf Meowth was most likely talking in anger. Don't worry, maybe the New Leaf Meowth will come back here later, because there are no other houses nearby. It might come here when it's hungry. Do you want to wait here? Naoki asked. Is it okay? The boy was very grateful. Thank you very much, Mr. Rancher. I am Xiaodong from Xiaoshi Town, currently traveling around the Padilla region with Pokemon. Naoki smiled slightly. He handed the motor lizard mask to Gillerton and asked him to put it away for him first, then invited Xiaodong to the living room and poured him a glass of water. Xiaodong followed the footsteps of New Leaf Cat all the way, and because he was too anxious, he forgot to drink water. He picked up the cup and drank it all in one gulp, then said gratefully, Excuse me. You're welcome. Naoki asked, If it's convenient, can you tell me what's going on with that New Leaf Meowth? At the same time, the New Leaf Meowth that had just sneaked away tiptoed to the door, hid under the eaves, and pricked up its ears to eavesdrop on the conversation inside the house. Several Pokemon in the ranch discovered it, and looked over in confusion. Ah, of course. Xiaodong nodded, and then described the situation between himself and New Leaf in detail. This year is my first year of traveling. I received a starter Pokemon New Leaf from the principal of Padilla College. Later, we went to class together, ate together, and participated in extracurricular activities together. Everything was fine at that time. But later, I don't know what happened. New Leaf suddenly got angry with me, and then ran away from home when I wasn't paying attention. So far, New Leaf has run away from home 5 times. Naoki, Meowth is a well-known possessive Pokemon. He nodded thoughtfully and asked, When did Meowth get angry with you for the first time? Hearing this, Xiaodong was slightly stunned, and then fell into memories. About 3 months ago, at that time, I had just become a trainer, and after leaving Padilla Academy, I couldn't wait to go to the wild and wanted to capture the second Pokemon. At that time, on the grassland outside the Table City, I used the Pokeball to capture a sweet bamboo. Oh, right. It was after that New Leaf Meowth started to get mad. This answer was expected by Naoki, so he asked, What happened next? Xiaodong thought for a moment and continued later. Later I captured Pokemon, Chickadee, Marill and Psyduck. Naoki asked in disbelief, All captured within 1 day? Xiaodong shook his head quickly, No, within a week. He seemed very excited when he said this. I have been looking forward to this day for a long time, to become a trainer and capture all Pokemon. Naoki, I think I know why Meowth ran away from home. He said. Xiaodong was stunned. Huh? Pokemon like Meowth have a strong possessiveness towards their trainers. They don't like to share their trainers with other Pokemon. Naoki looked at the boy in front of him and continued to ask, If I guess correctly, after catching those Pokemon, you also made sandwiches for them and petted them, right? That's right. Xiaodong nodded, because this way, he could get closer to the captured Pokemon as soon as possible and become friends with them. At this point, Xiaodong paused, as if he suddenly realized something, and asked in disbelief, "Did New Leaf run away from home because I captured so many Pokemon?" Naoki nodded affirmatively. Pokemon, like us humans, also have very rich emotions. They will be happy when praised by their trainers, and will also feel sad when their trainers ignore them, he said. Hearing this, Xiaodong showed a thoughtful expression on his face. Sometimes, a trainer must learn to restrain himself, because there is only one trainer, and once too many Pokemon are captured, it is difficult for one person to take care of them. In this case, there must be Pokemon that are ignored, just like New Leaf Meowth. In that case, New Leaf Meowth chose to run away from home because it felt ignored. Xiaodong murmured. New Leaf Meowth has run away from home 5 times, and the time he stays outside is getting longer and longer. If he continues like this and keeps catching Pokemon, will New Leaf Meowth give up on him completely one day and never come back? Thinking of this, Xiaodong suddenly felt very scared. His mind flashed with every bit of his past with New Leaf Meowth. When they first met, he chose the cute New Leaf Meowth from the 2 of them. They went to Padilla Academy for classes together, ran and trained on the playground together until they were exhausted, and then went to the cafeteria to eat together. At night, New Leaf Meowth would sleep with him in the dormitory. Naoki had already noticed the situation of the Pokemon watching outside the door, and he knew that New Leaf Meowth should be eavesdropping there. He exchanged a glance with Golden outside, then looked at the depressed boy in front of him and asked, "Is that New Leaf Meowth important to you?" "Of course it is important," Xiaodong answered without hesitation. When New Leaf Meowth heard this, his heart suddenly trembled. "Meowth? If you see New Leaf Meowth again, what do you want to say to it?" Naoki asked again. Under Naoki's guidance, Xiaodong continued, "I will apologize to it. I have neglected it during this period of time. From now on, I will pay more attention to the mood of Shinya Meow and never let it be sad again." Naoki smiled and nodded. He looked outside the door and said, "Did you hear it? Shinya Meow." "Huh?" Xiaodong was shocked. He looked at Naoki and turned his head quickly following his gaze. Then, he saw his Shinya Meow walking in from outside with an awkward look on his face. New Leaf Meowth. Seeing New Leaf Meowth, Xiaodong was very excited. He stood up and ran to New Leaf Meowth, then hugged it. "I'm sorry, I ignored you during this period of time. I will never do that again." Seeing his trainer apologize to him, New Leaf Meowth looked at him in a daze, and then responded, "Meow ha." In short, this is what happened. Naoki briefly told Xiaodong, who had calmed down, everything that happened after New Leaf Meowth ran to the ranch. "So that's how it is," Xiaodong murmured, and then solemnly expressed his gratitude to Naoki. "Thank you very much for taking care of Shinya Cat, Mr. Naoki." "You're welcome." Naoki waved his hand nonchalantly. He looked at Shinya Cat, and said to Xiaodong, "Shinya Cat has something to say to you. Do you need my help to translate?" "What?" Naoki smiled and said, "It said that it likes you very much and wants to be with you forever." Hearing this, Xiaodong was stunned on the spot. "So, don't ignore Shinya's ideas in the future." Naoki turned around and waved to the back. "Goodbye, I wish you a pleasant journey." On the country road outside the ranch, Xiaodong and Shinya stared at the gradually receding back. After a long time, they looked away. "Shinya, let's continue our journey," Xiaodong said. Shinya nodded happily. Meow. The figures of one person and one cat gradually disappeared at the end of the road. At the same time, Naoki was slightly stunned when he saw the bunch of round things that Gul'dan handed over to him. "What is this?" "Ah, gah. It's something that New Leaf Cat left behind," Gul'dan replied. Hearing this, Naoki immediately thought of the treasure that New Leaf Cat had mentioned before. He looked at it carefully, and the detailed information of the bunch of round things emerged from his mind. Gratitude seeds, the magical seeds given by New Leaf Cat, which are full of New Leaf Cat's gratitude. If planted, they will definitely grow into a special crop. Chapter 458. Thanks to the seeds, a special crop will surely grow. Looking at the seeds in front of him, Naoki couldn't help but feel very surprised. "Uh-huh?" Gul'dan beside him tilted his head, looking a little confused. Naoki took a look at it, then put away the seeds and said, "Anyway, just plant it and you know." Since he had nothing to do now, Naoki found a shovel, dug a hole in the pasture, buried the seeds in it, and covered them with soil again. Finally, Naoki called the Bud Crown King. The Bud Crown King waved his hand casually, and a strong blue light emerged from the soft soil. The light penetrated the cracks in the soil, as if there was some mysterious treasure hidden underneath. In the light, the seed changed at a speed visible to the naked eye, from the original seed form to a young sapling. The sapling continued to grow, and eventually grew into a big tree about 5 meters tall with a thick trunk. At first glance, it looked no different from an ordinary tree. But when he looked closely, Naoki found a strange tree hole on the trunk of the tree. The entrance of the tree hole was round, and the space inside was neither too big nor too small, as if it was dug out by a Pokemon like Chinchilla with its claws. The walls and the ground in the tree hole were polished and not as rough as Naoki imagined. This thing was the special crop that the seed had turned into. Nursing tree house. Special crops mutated from a special seed, and its internal space perfectly simulates the natural environment. If you put Pokemon eggs in it, the nurturing tree house will draw nutrients from the earth and nature, feed them, and allow them to hatch safely. Pokemon hatched in the nurturing tree house will become healthier and stronger when hatching, greatly improving the talent and understanding of the hatched Pokemon. Huh? After seeing the specific information of this big tree, Naoki was stunned. Nurturing tree house. Perfectly simulate the natural environment, provide energy and nutrients for Pokemon eggs. Isn't this an automatic hatching room? What's even more exaggerated is that the talents and comprehension of the Pokemon hatched from this tree will be greatly improved. What does this mean? If expressed in the terms of the game, this means that the Pokemon born from the breeding tree house are all top-quality Pokemon. High comprehension means that they can more easily comprehend new moves. Extraordinary talents mean that they can go very far in the future. This tree, a congenital breeding house holy body, is perfectly suitable for opening a breeding house. If he opened a Pokemon breeding house, he would make a lot of money. Unfortunately, this tree has no effect on Pokemon that have already hatched. Naoki murmured. If it had come earlier, all the EV eggs and Dragonite eggs that he sent before could be put in here and let the tree help hatch them. Naoki felt very sorry, but it didn't matter. There are so many Pokemon in the ranch and on the world tree. One day, those Pokemon will rub against each other and lay eggs. By then, this tree will be useful. But that will take a long time. Naoki was eager to see the magical effect of this tree. He looked at Gul'dan beside him. The Paradox Pokemon in the game seemed unable to lay eggs, and Gul'dan did not show any signs of falling in love with other Pokemon. Noticing Naoki's eyes, Gul'dan was puzzled. Ah gah. It's okay. Naoki narrowed his eyes, and turned to find his own Dragonite in the ranch. He remembered that Dragonite had a crush on Dragonite before, and that Dragonite also followed Dragon Island to live on the World Tree. If his Dragonite had that intention, Naoki would actually be willing to encourage it to pursue love. Because he was very curious. The offspring of Dragonite, who had eaten storm buns and whose strength had reached the champion level, plus the incubation of the breeding tree house. What level of talent could they reach? Thinking of this, Naoki found his Dragonite and prepared to test its attitude. Dragonite was there, following Rotom's instructions, putting Pofin and energy cubes into his bag. Seeing Naoki coming, it greeted him happily. How are you feeling recently? Naoki asked. These days, Dragonite occasionally goes to the Dragon Village on the World Tree and visits its former companions on Dragonite Island. Now, with Dragonite's speed, it only takes 3 minutes to go back and forth from the ranch to Dragonite Island, which is very convenient. Dragonite immediately expressed happiness, but soon, it looked at Naoki with a confused look on its face, as if it was puzzled as to why he asked this question. Ahem. Naoki approached Dragonite and asked in a low voice. I remember the Dragonite you liked before is also on Dragonite Island now, right? You often go there recently. Are you going to see it? Dragonite shook his head quickly. It went to Dragonite Island to give fruit and Pofin to Dratini and Haxorus there, because it was once raised by the adult Dragonites on Dragonite Island. Now that it has time and endless Pofin to eat, it should take care of the young Dragonites. Every time it goes there, the mini Dragonites and the Hacken Dragonites will pester it and ask it to tell them about the outside world. Dragonite will tell them about its happy life on the ranch and its experience of delivering goods. After hearing these stories, the little Dragonites said that when they grow up, they will also go out to deliver goods. Naoki, it's over. It seems that the little Dratini and Dragonite on Dragonite Island will be led astray by Dragonite. Ouch! Dragonite was a little puzzled. Naoki came to his senses and said, So that's how it is. I thought you were going to visit the Dragonite. Dragonite, ouch. It's okay, go and get busy. He found that his Dragonite really didn't seem to have that kind of mind. In that case, forget it. Everything depends on Dragonite's own decision. Thinking of this, Naoki reached out and touched Dragonite's head. Dragonite hugged him back affectionately, and then continued to pack the Pofin and energy cubes. Seeing this scene, Naoki asked, "Are you going to Dragonite Island?" Dragonite nodded happily. "Awoo." It had promised the Haxorus and Dratini there that it would give them delicious Pofin. Naoki thought about it, then found the heterochromatic Dratini, who was alone on the grass basking in the sun, and gave the Dratini to Dragonite. "Let's take it to Dragonite Island to play for a while," Naoki said. "There is only one mini dragon in the ranch now. Compared with here, Dragonite Island is more suitable for the growth of mini dragon. Because there are mini dragons and harpy dragons there, it can play with it, and there are adult dragonettes to take care of them." Dragonite looked at the mini dragon and agreed happily. The mini dragon looked at Naoki with some fear. Its little face was full of panic and anxiety, and a layer of tears appeared in its big eyes. Woo! Naoki didn't want it anymore. Seeing this, Naoki was slightly stunned. The power of the dragon made him quickly feel what Dragonite was thinking. Naoki shook his head helplessly and said, "No, I just want you to go to the World Tree to play for a while. There are many Dragonites like you there." Hearing that Naoki didn't want it anymore, Dragonite was relieved a little. It asked nervously, "Woo? Can it still go back to the ranch?" Naoki smiled and nodded. "Of course, when Dragonite comes back, you can go back with it." Dragonite finally let go of the worry. "See you later?" Naoki waved at them. Then, Dragonite happily left with Dragonite. They crossed the lake, entered the reverse world, and flew to the World Tree. Finally, they took the World Tree elevator and successfully arrived at the area where Dragonite Island was located. Dragonite held Dragonite in its claws and landed in front of the lake in the center of Dragonite Island, happily greeting everyone. "Awoo!" Seeing this, the Dratini and Haxorus in the lake swam over. Dragonite took out the Pofin and energy cubes from his bag and shared them with them. Seeing the delicious food brought by Dragonite, the Dratini and Haxorus were very happy. Shiny Dratini on the side curiously observed these strange Dratini. Seeing this, Dragonite also put it into the lake, and then introduced it to the other Dratini. "Awoo awoo." The Dratini and Haxorus looked at the strange Dratini. "Woo! Awoo! Woo! Awoo!" Soon, they showed a welcoming smile on their faces, inviting the shiny Dratini to eat Bofin with them. After eating Bofin, they would go to the sea to practice catching fish together. These warm and friendly Dratini dispelled the worries in the shiny Dratini's heart. It looked at these companions, blinked, and happily agreed. Woo! At this time, several Dragonites were attracted by the smell of Bofin and energy cubes. They looked at Dragonite's package with their big eyes. Dragonite noticed their gaze and immediately held his bag tightly. "Awoo! If you want to eat, go work." Hearing this, the group of wild Dragonites blinked. This is not the first time they have heard the word work. Long before, they had heard this word from several other working Dragonites. Those Dragonites would leave Dragon Island every morning and go to the human ranch, and would not return until the evening. When they returned to Dragon Island, they always bring a big box of delicious Bofin in their hands. They have been given a few pieces before. Because Bofin is so delicious, they can't forget the taste. They stay on Dragon Island every afternoon, waiting for the working dragons to return and share 1 or 2 pieces of Bofin from them. At first, it was okay, and the working dragons would share with them. But later, they stopped sharing and said, "We earned it through hard work. If we share it with you, we won't be able to fill our stomachs." Thinking of this, the group of wild Dragonites looked at Dragonite and asked, "Awoo? Can we also work in the ranch to earn Bofin like you?" Dragonite nodded. "Awoo. That's right." Hearing this, the wild Dragonites looked at each other, and then they had an idea in their minds. So 5 minutes later, dozens of Dragonites flew out of the reverse world. Naoki, who was weeding in the farmland, only noticed the scene after being reminded by Motor Lizard. "I saw those Dragonites flying in the air, looking around, and finally cast their eyes on him." A few seconds later, more than a dozen Dragonites landed next to the farmland. Naoki? The leading Dragonite said in a heroic and confident voice, "Awoo." The Rotom phone next to Naoki flew out automatically and helped translate. It said, "We also want to work Loto." Naoki, Good guy, the Dragonites are out in full force. Naoki has a lot of experience in this matter. After confirming the Dragonite's intentions, he used the Rotom phone to contact his Dragonite, and asked it to come over quickly to train these Dragonites. Then, Naoki gave each of them a Rotom mobile phone, so that they could get familiar with their work partners. Dragonite Express welcomed 12 new employees. The next morning, a large group of Dragonites carrying backpacks and Rotom mobile phones flew out of the ranch, and flew to various parts of Padia to deliver goods to customers. Naoki stood in the ranch and looked at this exaggerated scene, and couldn't help but sigh. There were only a few dozen Dragonites on Dragonite Island, and most of them probably came to his ranch to work. According to Dragonite, those young Dratini and Haxorus are also looking forward to growing up and working on the ranch to eat Pofin. Too exaggerated. Those Pofin are too tempting to Dragonite, right? With the increase in the number of Dragonite employees, new problems are coming one after another. The more Dragonites there are, the more Pofin they need. With more than 30 Dragonites, Naoki and his sister Ai Guancher have to make more than 40 boxes of Pofin every day. Because in addition to Dragonites, other Pokemon in the ranch also need to eat Pofin. In this way, even with the help of his sister Ai Guancher, Naoki was a little overwhelmed. After careful consideration, Naoki decided to make only a part of the Pofin every day, and order the rest of the Pofin online. As a basic snack in the Pokemon world, the price of Pofin is very cheap, and 500 Alliance coins can buy a large box. In this way, there is no need to worry about not being able to pay wages. Thinking of this, Naoki began to look for a good dessert shop online. Finally, he signed an agreement with a store called Bulbasaur Dessert Shop to order a batch of Pofin from it every afternoon. The store was located in the Glass Bottle Market next door. Her delivery method was originally to use the express delivery of the Gull, but Naoki felt that the speed of the Gull was a bit slow, so he prepared to pick up the goods by himself. At 3 o'clock every afternoon, he would send Dragonite to pick up the ordered Pofin, and then wait until 5 o'clock in the afternoon when the Dragonites got off work, and then send the Pofin to them. In this way, Dragonite Express can continue to operate, and there is no need to worry that the Dragonites will go on strike because he can't pay wages. After everything was resolved, Naoki breathed a sigh of relief. At 5 o'clock in the afternoon, Dragonite, who finished work early and stayed in the ranch until the end of the day, received his salary for the day on time. Looking at the full box of Pofin, the dozen or so newly joined Dragonite employees felt extremely excited. The work here is so easy. It only takes them half an hour at most to deliver a trip, and the rest of the time they can play, sleep, and bask in the sun in the ranch. In the past, when they were in the wild, they often flew over the sea, and the flying time was even longer than the total working time of the day now. Compared with that time, this job is so easy. At this moment, the Dragonites regretted that they did not come to the ranch to work earlier, so that they could eat less Pofin for so many days. Chapter 459. Awoo! Quilong couldn't wait to return to Quilong Island, and enjoyed the fruits of his hard work right there. As soon as the Pofin was in his mouth, the crispy and soft taste immediately filled his mouth, and the rich fruit flavor and the sweet shell blended perfectly, and it tasted sweet but not greasy. This is the taste. The eyes of the dozen or so newly employed Quilong employees lit up. They simply sat on the grass, bathing in the sunset, and enjoyed these Pofin with a happy face. Seeing these Dragonites' actions, other old employees Dragonites were surprised and stood aside to watch. Soon, some part-time Dragonites were speechless. They ignored these guys and flew into the reverse world with the Pofin box, ready to return to Dragonite Island to rest. Dragonite looked at these new part-time Dragonites with disdain. Naoki stood aside and observed for a while, then said, "By the way, Dragonite, try it too and see if the taste has changed." Hearing this, Dragonite picked up a piece of Pofin and took a bite. It slightly widened its eyes, and then looked puzzled. "Ah! Aren't today's Pofin made by Naoki and his sister Ai Guancher?" Naoki saw a Dragonite's doubt and explained, "I bought it from a store that specializes in Pofin." "Are you used to it?" Dragonite carefully felt it. Although it prefers to eat the Pofin made by Naoki, these Pofin are also delicious. "Ah!" Dragonite nodded his big head. Seeing this, Naoki breathed a sigh of relief. He was just worried that Dragonite would not be used to it. Now it seems that they can accept it, so he and his sister Ai Guancher can be much more relaxed. However, it is not a good idea to keep ordering from the store. It would be great if there were Pokemon that are good at making Pofin. If they were there, Naoki could move the kitchen utensils for making Pofin to the World Tree, and let them help with baking. In this way, the Pokemon on the World Tree can also make Pofin for themselves. Thinking of this, several Pokemon appeared in Naoki's mind. He had previously asked the Great Hero Expedition team to help invite them, but now Dream and Bear Baby have not encountered those Pokemon. Naoki wanted to capture a few more Love Buddlers and bring them to the ranch, but wild Love Buddlers are rare. These two of his family were lucky enough to meet the old man, who was helping Love Buddlers find their future owners. Forget it, this kind of thing can't be rushed. After a brief thought, Naoki decided to put this matter aside for the time being. because there was another important thing waiting for him to do next. May 3rd, 200th year of the Alliance calendar. The power consumed in the body of the Bud Crown has been restored, and today is the day to give birth to the World Tree. Early in the morning, Naoki took the Pokemon in the ranch to the Sky Island, where the World Tree was located in the reverse world. Looking up at the giant tree in front of them, both Naoki and the Bud Crown felt extremely excited. This was their penultimate time to cultivate the World Tree. As long as they do it again next month, the World Tree will be fully mature. After so many experiences, the Bud Crown King is already very familiar with how to cultivate the World Tree. He did not speak, but gently raised his hand. A strong light poured into the World Tree like a tide. The next second, an unprecedented green tide burst out from the World Tree, turning into circles of green energy ripples, rippling around. The Pokemon inside the World Tree seemed to sense something, and they all raised their heads and looked up at the sky. Mewtwo's figure flashed, and then he appeared at the top of the World Tree. In the dense green light, Mewtwo lowered his head, and cast his eyes on Naoki and his group of Pokemon. Buzz! Accompanied by a strange buzzing sound, the entire reverse world changed drastically. Green ripples enveloped all the surrounding Sky Islands. Wherever the light passed, those originally dilapidated and desolate Sky Islands full of dead air immediately grew green grass. At this moment, the entire reverse world has a little more vitality. Giratina, who was surfing the internet, felt this change and was awakened instantly. It raised its head, flapped its huge dragon wings and flew over, landing next to Naoki and a group of Pokemon. Giratina widened his eyes, looking unbelievable, because it can clearly feel the changes that have taken place in its reverse world. Compared to Giratina, Naoki is much calmer. This is a sign that the World Tree is about to mature, and its power has begun to affect this world. The first to be affected was Giratina's reverse world. Looking at the vibrant islands in the distance, Naoki was very curious. What will the reverse world of the future look like? It's really exciting. In a place where no one noticed, the green energy was transmitted to the outside world through the entrance connecting the reverse world and the real world, like ripples on the water, spreading in all directions in a circle. In a moment, it enveloped the entire planet, and was noticed by some ancient beings. Johto region. A gorgeous rainbow spanned the sky, and at the end of the rainbow, a sacred and beautiful Pokemon was flying away. That was the legendary Pokemon that could bring happiness to people, Ho-Oh. Suddenly, a breeze full of natural breath came towards us. Feeling the rich natural breath and vitality, Ho-Oh was stunned. A trace of surprise and doubt flashed in its eyes like flames, and then it looked around, trying to identify the source of the energy. But the wind was fleeting, as if it was all an illusion. In the ozone layer, Rayquaza, which was gnawing at the shell of the small meteorite, suddenly stopped. It turned its head and looked around, but found nothing. A trace of doubt flashed in Rayquaza's eyes, and it loosened its claws. Its dark figure was as fast as lightning, and it flew away into the distance, trying to find the source of the energy. Kalos region. Deep in a deep and mysterious cave, a Pokemon that looked like a cobra, with a black and green body, suddenly opened its pale eyes. This is the legendary Pokemon Zygarde, the monitor of the ecosystem. It is the guardian of the ecosystem, but unlike other legendary Pokemon that move outside, Zygarde, called Z, will divide itself into two forms, core and cell, and spread them all over the land. Then, through these cells and cores, it monitors whether there are any abnormalities in the ecosystem of this world. Once there is a being that destroys the ecosystem, Zygarde will appear, exert its hidden power, and ruthlessly eliminate all enemies. Nowadays, the ecosystem of this land has begun to become precarious. In the wild forest, there are negative energy cores in the shape of huge plants everywhere. The culprit that caused all this and damaged the order of the region is the highly dangerous creature called human beings. But now, Zygarde suddenly sensed a faint breath. Is that a warning released by nature and the ecosystem? Zygarde looked puzzled. Even though the breath was very weak, it still sensed the direction it came from. Not in Kalos, but in a very far place. After a short silence, Zygarde made a decision. It contacted the cell that was monitoring the ecosystem in the forest outside, and ordered it to investigate in that direction. Hoenn region. Inside a huge volcano, in this place full of high temperature and magma where life ends, a huge Pokemon with a red shell sleeping in the magma suddenly opened its eyes. Deep in the sea, in the dark canyon, inside a hidden cave, a blue fish Pokemon sleeping in the seawater opened its eyes at the same time. Groudon and Kyogre looked up and looked around in confusion. Just now, they clearly felt a pure natural energy. But that energy was fleeting, and when they wanted to feel the direction it came from, they could no longer feel it. Was it an illusion? Outside all the universes, in a void space with no end in sight, the god of creation, who was silently observing the development of humans and Pokemon in these worlds, suddenly noticed something strange coming from one of the worlds. A ray of light appeared in the eyes of this great being. Then, everything in that world was completely presented before his eyes. The human named Naoki, the Bud Crown, the World Tree he planted, the Expedition Team Guild, the Great Hero Expedition Team, Mew and Baby Bear. Expedition Team, Arceus murmured, and he remembered that there was no expedition team in this world he created. He had created many worlds, some of which were only human worlds, and some were only Pokemon worlds. The expedition team was born in those worlds where only Pokemon existed. However, in those worlds where humans and Pokemon merged and developed together, it was impossible for an expedition team composed of only Pokemon to be born. Was it because of that human? Some things that should not have appeared in this world appeared. Thinking of this, Arceus' eyes showed an interesting expression. Interesting. He slowly uttered 2 words. Could that human being and those Pokemon create so many interesting things when they met? Even the cold and violent Giratina could become his friend. Arceus put off observing other worlds, and began to concentrate on observing this world. He wanted to see what interesting things the human named Naoki could bring to him. Reverse the world. With the end of the cultivation of the Bud Crown, the changes on the World Tree gradually stopped, and the green light slowly disappeared. In the blink of an eye, the tree returned to its original appearance. Naoki looked up, and the detailed information of the World Tree appeared in his mind. World Tree, mature a seed sapling that has absorbed a lot of grass power. Because of the goat on which it rides, it has undergone a mutation during its growth. The majestic vitality is brewing in it, and it finally breaks out of the ground. It is said that it can support a world and nourish all things in the world with natural energy. It will take another 9,854 years to grow. Seeing this number, Naoki was in a good mood. In this way, if we do it again next month, the World Tree will be fully grown. It's still incredible. It only took them 2 years to shorten the time from 100,000 years to 9,000 years. And all this is thanks to the Bud Crown. If it weren't for the power of the Bud Crown, he would never see the World Tree grow up until he died. I leave it to you this day next month. Naoki looked at Giratina beside him, and said to it with bright eyes. Giratina was in a very good mood at this time, because this tree had just changed its reverse world, and many flowers and plants grew on those sky islands, and there was a vibrant scene everywhere. It opened its mouth, revealing a ferocious smile, and said domineeringly, "Don't worry, leave it to me." Naoki smiled. "Then you can live on the World Tree together." Giratina already had this plan in mind. Even if Naoki didn't say it, it would run over. Although it can't leave the reverse world for a long time, it can live in the shadow of the World Tree. When the time comes, just stick your head out, and you can go through the shadow to the World Tree. Thinking of this, Giratina grinned and said, "Okay." After the World Tree was cultivated, Naoki said goodbye to Giratina, left the reverse world with a group of Pokemon, and returned to the ranch. It was a sunny day today, and the temperature in the northwest of Padia had reached 37 degrees, which was very hot. The Eevees had just gone to play on the World Tree, and the mini Dratini had also gone to Dragonite Island. Now only Naoki, Gul'dan, and Frostmilk were left at home. Naoki took a look and saw Gul'dan lying on the carpet and yawning, Frostmilk chatting with Babudog on the windowsill, Motor Lizard sitting on the sofa watching TV, and the Butler brothers and sisters were playing the 3DS that Naoki bought for them. "What are you playing?" Naoki was very curious about what game could make the brother and sister so fascinated. Sister AI Guancher turned around happily, and showed Naoki the screen of the game console. On the screen were 2 Pokemon, a Charmander and an Eevee, who seemed to be exploring a maze. In order to make Naoki understand what it said, Sister AI Guancher brought Naoki a piece of translation melon seed crisp, and then said happily, "Aya, we are playing Pokemon Expeditions. This Charmander is my brother, this Eevee is me, my brother, and I are exploring the maze together." Exploration team? Naoki was slightly stunned. He switched the game to the background, and then saw the name of the game, Mysterious Labyrinth Pokemon Rescue Team. The game company is Game Freak. Naoki opened his eyes wide. My god, how come there is a girlfriend in the Pokemon world? Sister AI looked at Naoki expectantly and asked, "AI, Naoki, do you want to play with us?" Naoki was stunned. Can this be played with multiple people? The elder brother, AI Guancher, who is good at studying game consoles, nodded. Up to 6 players can play online. "Okay, then you guys play first. I go order a 3DS first, and when the game console arrives, I team up with you guys to play. As Naoki said this, he placed an order on the online shopping app with his Rotom phone. A 3DS costs about 18,000 Alliance coins, which is not very expensive. Hearing this, the brother and sister were very happy. Sister AI Guancher, Aya. That's great. Brother AI Guancher's eyes were also full of fighting spirit. He must help Naoki pass the most difficult maze. He had passed that maze a long time ago. Sister AI Guancher was stupid and couldn't beat her, so he pestered her to play with him. Later, he had no choice but to agree. Chapter 460. The next afternoon, the 3DS that Naoki ordered online arrived. After signing for it, he started playing games with the AI Guancher brother and sister. Mysterious Labyrinth of Pokemon Rescue Team. Although this local game in the Pokemon world is also a Rescue Team series, it is different from the Rescue Team that Naoki is familiar with. Here, it is mainly a large map divided into several small mazes, and then the player controls a group of Pokemon to explore in the maze. There are many dangers in the maze, including hostile Pokemon, dangerous traps and terrain, etc. But dangers and opportunities coexist. Accordingly, Pokemon can also obtain various treasures and props when exploring inside. For example, various evolution stones, carrying props that enhance Pokemon's own abilities, tree fruits with various effects, magical candies that enhance Pokemon's levels, etc. Players can control Pokemon to use moves to fight enemies inside. After defeating the enemy, they can gain experience, which can be used to increase the level. When the level is high enough, Pokemon can evolve into a more powerful form. Naoki took a quick look and found that there were a total of 10 Pokemon available for the initial roll. They were Charmander, Eevee, Croc, Squirtle, Chickweed, Meowth, and other Pokemon. Hearing from his brother Ima, he could unlock new Pokemon character options after defeating the boss. His sister Ima chose Eevee, his brother Ima chose Charmander, and Naoki chose a walking grass after learning about the gameplay. After deciding on the roll, one person and two Pokemon officially entered the maze and began their adventure. At first, there was no danger on the upper level of the maze, only some low-level Pokemon and basic props scattered on the grass. The younger sister AI Guancher, who likes to collect things, picked up some fruit here to restore physical strength. After clearing the hostile Pokemon in the maze, Naoki and his brother AI Guancher successfully upgraded to level 8. Then, the three of them went to the second level through the stairs. The strength of the Pokemon here was much higher than that of the previous level. But with the cooperation of the move Dissolving Liquid of Walking Grass and Spark of Charmander, the wild Pokemon on this level were cleared without any danger. Then, Charmander reached level 16 and evolved into Charmeleon. Eevee, controlled by Sister Ayaka, also evolved into Flareon through the Fire Stone. On the third floor of the maze, some powerful wild Pokemon began to appear. The most difficult one was a Gyarados. Charmeleon, controlled by brother Ayaka, and Flareon, controlled by sister Ayaka, were completely restrained by Gyarados, and two water cannons reduced their health to a minimum. Frightened sister Ayaka, she screamed in panic and hurriedly took out orange fruit from her backpack to restore her strength. The elder brother AI Guancher calmly controlled Charmeleon to retreat, frowning as if he wished he could travel back to the game and face the Gyarados in person. Fortunately, at the critical moment, Naoki's walking grass accumulated enough experience after defeating several younger brothers, Queen, who followed Gyarados, and successfully evolved into Smelly Flower. Relying on the coordination of several major moves, including Poison Powder, Hypnotic Powder, Paralysis Powder, and Ultimate Absorption, he successfully defeated Gyarados. The fallen Gyarados exploded with a lot of magical candies and carrying items. Ah! Seeing this, Sister AI Butler immediately looked at Naoki with admiration. Brother AI Butler also thought Naoki was amazing. It's nothing. Naoki grinned and said, after all, I'm a trainer, I know how to restrain the Gyarados. Come on, brother, eat all these magical candies. However, brother AI Butler thought that Naoki, who was even more powerful than him, needed these magical candies more. No, there is no need to increase the level of Skank to evolve. Next, you just need to find the Leaf Stone and the Sun Stone to evolve into a more powerful Pokemon. Naoki shook his head and explained, compared to Skank, Charmeleon's combat power will be greatly improved after evolving into Charizard. The next level depends on you. The elder brother I Beauty understood. It took the magical candies and fed them to Charmeleon. In the white light, Charmeleon evolved into a handsome and heroic Charizard. The group continued to move forward, and the sister AI Guancher's Flareon found a leaf stone in a tree hole. Naoki's Skank evolved into Tyrannosaurus through it, and learned the moves of Poison, Moonlight, moon power, and stand. With Naoki's familiar substitute and poison tactics, plus the help of AI Guancher brothers and sisters, they arrived at the bottom of the maze without any danger. Next, they just need to defeat the boss here, Banjira, to pass the level. Naoki thought it would be a piece of cake, but he never thought that this Banjira would actually use a combo move. As soon as the battle started, it immediately used Screech, greatly reducing the defense of Tyrannosaurus, Charizard, and Flareon. Naoki sensed something was wrong, and while controlling Tyrannosaurus to retreat, he warned the AI Guancher brothers and sisters. But before he could speak, Banjira on the screen used Earthquake. The earth began to shake violently, and the sister AI Guancher's Flareon's physical strength was directly reduced to 0, losing the ability to fight. Fortunately, at the critical moment, Naoki controlled Tyrannosaurus to use a stand to resist the attack. After the move, he immediately began to use Moonlight to recover his physical strength. His brother AI Guancher controlled Charizard to meet it, and used Jet Flames on Banjira. However, that Banjira seemed to know how to raise his hand. At the moment when Charizard moved, it stomped on the ground, and used Sharp Stones to attack. Charizard was also defeated in one move. Naoki wanted to resist, but after defeating Charizard, Banjira rushed directly towards his Queen Flower, and with an ultimate attack, he killed his Queen Flower instantly. The word Game Over appeared on the 3DS screen. Outside the screen, one person and two Pokemon looked at each other in bewilderment. The younger sister AI Butler frowned. AI? Brother lied. Didn't you say before that you had already cleared this level? A drop of cold sweat appeared on the forehead of the older brother AI Butler. It tried hard to recall what happened before and replied, AI? I can't remember clearly. The Pokemon guarding the level at that time was not Banjira, but a Geranium, and my Charizard defeated it in 2 moves, Naoki. Don't worry. Naoki comforted him. It seems that the boss in the maze will keep changing. This time we were unlucky, and were restrained by this Banjira. Let's regroup next time. However, this random maze, and the difficult final boss, do increase the playability for players. And its battle is not turn-based, but a bit like an action game. The moves are not limited to 4 moves, but can be combined by the player in advance. Then, in battle, you can switch the move wheel freely to achieve the effect of the move. The GF in this world is really something. Naoki immediately decided to try again. This time, he arranged a more versatile lineup with a wide range of attacks based on the types of Pokemon available. Sister Ayaka plays Psyduck, brother Ayaka still plays Charmander, and Naoki's Pokemon is changed from Grasshopper to Eevee. Golduck, which evolved from Psyduck, can use water and psychic moves, and can also use harsh sounds to reduce the opponent's defense. Charizard has 3 attack modes: Fire, Flying, and Dragon. Naoki plans to evolve Eevee into Leafeon. Before evolution, you can use tail wagging, acting coquettishly, calling, and helping to assist Charizard. After evolution, you can use Sword Dance and Leaf Blade combo moves in conjunction with Golduck's harsh sound. Not only that, Leafeon can also use Sunny Day to change the weather. Sunny Day can not only amplify Charizard, but also trigger Leafeon's characteristic Chlorophyll to increase speed. After finalizing the lineup, the game started again. With Naoki's command and cooperation, they reached the bottom without any danger. This time, the final boss was replaced by an Infernape. Golduck started with a shrill sound, and Charizard was restraining him from all sides. Naoki took the opportunity to use Sunny Day, and then stacked the status through Sword Dance. Finally, with the cooperation of Charizard, he successfully defeated Infernape. Win! AI! The AI Butler brother and sister cried out in surprise. The 3 of them were having fun here, and even Gultron and Motor Lizard were attracted to come over. Seeing that these Pokemon were very interested in the game console, Naoki couldn't help asking, "Do you want to try it too?" Gaw! Motor Lizard saw that Naoki was having so much fun, and it also wanted to try it. Frost Milk was also eager to try. Gultron had played it before, but his interest in the game console was not as strong as Motor Lizard's. Seeing this, Naoki handed the game console to them, then took out the Rotom phone, opened the online shopping app, and said to them, "Then I will buy a few more game consoles, so that you can play together in a team." Afraid that there would be Pokemons to try later, Naoki ordered 10 3DS at once this time, and told the store owner that he would pick them up. After that, Naoki went out to contact a working Dragonite, and gave it a commission. So 15 minutes later, Dragonite returned to the ranch with a full bag of 3DS. Naoki distributed them to the Pokemon, and then taught them how to operate them, and then sat on the sofa and watched them play. The settings in this game emerged in his mind, and Naoki felt that some parts were quite interesting. Pokemon explore the maze, search for treasures, and find all kinds of rare items. Even after defeating the final boss, you can invite the other party back to the rescue team guild headquarters to become a teammate to explore together. Not only that, what makes Naoki even more interested is that there are all kinds of tree fruits and treasures in the maze. It would be great if there was a maze like this on the world tree, Naoki thought. In this way, those Pokemon who work hard to train and want to become stronger will have a place to spend their energy. Just like the little lamb taught by the 3 goats. It can enter the maze to hone itself and become stronger. There is also Farfetch'd, who can also go to the maze to practice swordsmanship. Unfortunately, there is no such place inside the world tree. If you want to build it, you have to find Palkia, the god of space, and ask him to open the space channel connecting to the world of the mysterious labyrinth so that Pokemon can go in and explore. The mysterious labyrinth can also derive a series of commissions. For example, searching for treasures, rescuing Pokemon in need, exploring mazes, etc. In this way, the Expedition Guild headquarters will become a real headquarters. And the Pokemon on the World Tree can enter the maze to explore with that as the center. However, he has not met Palkia yet, and even if he has met him, Palkia may not be willing to help. Moreover, Giratina and the 2 legendary Pokemon seem to have some incompatibility. Forget it, there is no point in thinking about this matter. Naoki turned his head and put the matter behind him. While the Pokemon were playing games over there, he opened the Pokemon forum, entered the Hoenn section, and surfed there. Netizens in the Hoenn region were still discussing the appearance of the previous Aqua team and the Magma team. Naoki saw from inside that an insider revealed that the champions of the Hoenn League and the gym leaders were already prepared to deal with it. Daigo had already set out to stop the plans of the 2 organizations. The gym leader of the Glass Gym, Mikoli, also left the gym and disappeared. Some trainers went to challenge him, but found that the Glass Gym was closed. Mikoli. Naoki's mind flashed with the image of Daigo's good friend. According to the relationship between the 2, Daigo must have told him everything. In addition, Mikoli seemed to have some relationship with the Glass people. If Naoki guessed correctly, he might have gone with Daigo to deal with the Groudon and Kyogre incidents. The situation in the Hoenn region was becoming increasingly tense. However, in this situation, Naoki saw an unexpected hot search content on the forum. The Millennium Comet is coming. Let's go to Pokemon Park and observe the 7-day event together. Millennium Comet? When Naoki saw this word, the name of a Pokemon immediately emerged in his mind. Jirachi. Is the time for Jirachi's movie coming soon? In the Hoenn region, southwest of Chimney Mountain, just north of Kamugen Town. In this land called Fallens, a purple-haired man in a white tuxedo is looking for something here. I will definitely prove myself, Butler said firmly, and the past scenes emerged in his mind. At that time, he was still a scientist of the Magma team. During his time in the Magma team, in order to complete the mission of the leader Red Flame Pine, Butler developed a device and planned to restore Groudon using the fossilized remains of Groudon's shell that he accidentally obtained. However, when he activated the device to the cadres of the Magma team and was about to start the restoration, the device exploded because it did not have enough energy, resulting in the failure of the experiment. The top management of the Magma team laughed at him and kicked him out of the Magma team. Butler hated those guys in his heart. He didn't want to accept this fact. He swore that he would take revenge and restore Groudon through the fossil remains, but in order to restore it, he first needed to find a source of energy that could stabilize the device. So Butler came to Fawns, because there was a legend circulating in the local area. There was a Pokemon named Wishing Star sleeping in Fawns. That Pokemon woke up once every 1,000 years. It could absorb the energy from the Millennium Comet and feed the energy to Fawns, making it more rich and beautiful. As long as he finds that Pokemon and uses its power, he will be able to keep the device running and revive the ancient Pokemon, Groudon. When the time comes, he will take the resurrected Groudon to find those high-ranking members of the Magma team who once mocked him, and prove to them that he is right. At this time, a hidden cave appeared in front of him. Butler's eyes lit up, and he ran into the cave quickly. There was an opening on the top of the cave that connected to the outside. A beam of sunlight shone through the opening. In that beam of light, a special crystal was lying there quietly. Chapter 461. The sun is high in the sky, and the scorching sun is pouring down on this rich and magnificent quartz sandstone peak forest. Looking around, this rugged and special landform extends all the way to the distant horizon, with mountains and forests everywhere, and winding rivers passing through the sandstone peak forest. Standing on the peak and looking down, there is no sign of human existence within 100 miles. In addition, the water resources here are abundant, and the green forest valley grows plump wild fruits, which is enough to make people imagine how large a number of wild Pokemon communities live here. The 3 Pokemon of the Great Hero Expedition team, who were chasing the rumors about Jirachi, slowly landed on a hilltop. Mew and Baby Bear flew out from Zapdos, and looked out at the beautiful and spectacular forest with it. Baby Bear was attracted by the scene here, and couldn't help muttering, "Imee, Imee? So beautiful. Is this the Fawn's area?" Meow. Mew tilted her little head, and looked down at the scene below with her beautiful blue eyes. If the King Swallow is right, this should be the place where Jirachi is sleeping in the Farnese region. Zapdos is also looking at this strange land. Sure. Anyway, we know after we go down and ask. Hearing this, the 3 Pokemon of the Great Hero Expedition team looked at each other, and then flew down together. Like other places, there are also many Pokemon living here. Parasaurolophus, Thunderbeast, Straight Bear, Tropical Dragon, Long-Nosed Leaf, Tanabata Bluebird. These local Pokemon soon noticed the 3 strange visitors. The 3 members of the Great Hero Expedition team also saw them. In order to find out about Jirachi, Dream flew to a group of Parasaurolophus and asked, "Meow? Excuse me, is Jirachi here?" Hearing the unfamiliar name Jirachi, the Parasaurolophus seemed a little confused. "Nosa? Jirachi? Who is that?" "Meow. It's a Pokemon that looks like a star." Dream replied, "Naoki said so." But the Parasaurolophus still shook their heads. The Baby Bear on the side murmured, "Independent Maine. It seems that they don't know Jirachi anymore. So what should we do now?" The Baby Bear quickly thought of a good idea. They can just ask Naoki directly through the Rotom phone. Thinking of this, the Baby Bear called out the Rotom phone and said to it, "Independent Maine. Rotom phone, please help us contact Naoki." Received Lodo. The screen of the Rotom phone flashed twice, and then the call interface appeared on it. With 2 rings on the phone, the video call was finally connected. Naoki's face appeared on the other side of the screen. Through the screen, Naoki noticed the special landform behind the Baby Bear. He recognized their location at a glance. "It seems that you have successfully arrived in the Farns region," Naoki said. "The special landform in the Farns region is very unique in the entire Pokemon world. After all, its prototype is Wallingiwan in Xia country." "Is it?" The Baby Bear nodded repeatedly. Then, it reported to Naoki the difficulties it was facing. "Is it? It's just that the Pokemon here don't seem to know Jirachi." Then, Mew on the side was also puzzled. So, several Pokemon looked at the screen together, waiting for Naoki's answer. "I think I should know what's going on." After a brief thought, Naoki thought of the reason. Because the characteristics of Pokemon like Jirachi are that they can only wake up once every 1,000 years, and it has been 1,000 years since it last woke up. These Pokemon were born later, so it is understandable that they don't know it. "Yemo?" Baby Bear frowned immediately. "How can they find Jirachi?" "That's easy." Naoki continued. "First, find a Pokemon named Absol. It should know the location of Jirachi. There is an Absol in that movie. It seems to be Jirachi's guardian, and can track Jirachi's location." In the end, it led Xiaoji and the others to the fans area, allowing Jirachi to complete his mission. Hearing this, Baby Bear quickly turned his head, and asked the group of Parasaurolophus, "Emo? Do you know Absol?" The Parasaurolophus know. Absol is the guardian of the land of Fanes, and they have received help from it before. Although it is unknown what these 3 strange Pokemon want from Absol, one of the Parasaurolophus still offers them help. It points in a direction and says, "Nosa." It means Absol lives over there. Mew and Baby Bear look over there. They first thank the Parasaurolophus, and then ride on Zapdos to fly over in that direction. During this time, the video call on Rotom's phone was not disconnected. Naoki also took the opportunity to observe the Fancy region and the wild Pokemon living there through the screen. The long-nosed leaves standing on the big trees, the tropical dragons gathering by the river to drink water, the vigilant coyotes in the grass. It must be said that the Pokemon living there are really rich in species. This situation is inevitable. Jirachi absorbs the energy from the Millennium Comet and then uses this energy to nourish the land, making the soil fertile and the vegetation more lush. Fertile soil will produce abundant resources on the ground, thus raising more wild Pokemon. But there is still a problem. What should he do to make Jirachi no longer sleep? Reverse series of dishes? That might turn Jirachi's characteristic of grace into punishment. Then change your thinking. As we all know, Jirachi can absorb the energy from meteors to feed them to the land of fawns. And as far as Naoki knows, the natural energy on the world tree can also do this. Then the question is, If Jirachi absorbs enough natural energy, can it be saved from sleeping? Just as Naoki was thinking, a strange Pokemon suddenly appeared in front of the expedition team. It was a four-legged Pokemon with white hair, a pair of red eyes, and a bow-like horn on its head. The Absol was looking calmly at the Pokemon that broke in here. Baby Bear and Mew also discovered each other. Naoki introduced them. It's Absol. Human voice? Absol's eyes instantly turned to the Rotom phone floating in the air. Meow looked at Absol and asked, Meow. Hello Absol, do you know Jirachi? When Absol heard the name Jirachi, his eyes instantly became alert. It glanced at the human, then looked at the three strange Pokemon. Woo! What do you want? The bear cub noticed the change in Absol's tone. It soon realized that the Pokemon in front of it seemed to have misunderstood something, so it quickly explained, EMO. We are the Great Hero Expedition team, not the bad Pokemon. The reason we want to find Jirachi is because we want to help it so that it doesn't have to wake up every 1,000 years. Hearing this, Absol fell silent. As Jirachi's guardian, it naturally knows Jirachi's situation very well. But, thinking of this, Absol looked at the three Pokemon in front of him and said, Woo! Jirachi has disappeared. Gone? Hearing this, the three Pokemon of the Heroes Expedition team were all slightly stunned. Absol turned around and led them to a cave. Woo! Jirachi was supposed to be sleeping there, but it disappeared 3 days ago. The Pokemon nearby said that there was a human around here, but I couldn't track him. Only when Jirachi wakes up can it follow the breath to determine Jirachi's location. What? The baby bear suddenly had a bad idea. Could it be that Jirachi was captured by a human trainer? Hearing this, Absol immediately said, Woo! Impossible. Jirachi hasn't woken up yet. It's impossible for him to make a decision on his own. Absol is right. At this time, Naoki's voice sounded again. Absol immediately locked his eyes on the human in the machine. Naoki noticed Absol's gaze and explained to it with a smile. Absol, don't worry, we have no ill intentions. I am Naoki, and I am looking for Jirachi this time just to help it. The bear cub beside him nodded. Ime. That's right. It was Naoki who asked us to come here to help Jirachi. Meow also said, Meow, Naoki is a very good human. Absol is not a fool. It did not believe it immediately, but remained skeptical about it. Because it was the human who kidnapped Jirachi, it was not sure whether what the human said was true, or whether he also wanted to capture Jirachi. Absol fell silent. Naoki had already found the location of the Pokemon Park online, and sent it to Baby Bear and Mew. If he guessed correctly, the crystallized Jirachi had been taken away by Butler, the former scientist of the Magma team. Butler and his girlfriend Diane will hold a grand Pokemon Park near Fawns for tourists to have fun and spend the 7 days when the Millennium Comet arrives. They also held a ticket sales event online to attract tourists. Of course, all this is just appearance. Butler's real purpose is to absorb cosmic energy through Jirachi, and then use the fragments of Groudon to create a Groudon to prove himself to the Magma team. And all the money he earned from opening the amusement park was invested in research. Okay, I have said Jirachi's current possible location, Dream Bear Baby and Lightning Bird. You can get there by following the navigation. But now there are still a few days before the arrival of the Millennium Comet, and Jirachi may not have woken up yet. Hearing this, Baby Bear and Dream were full of surprise. Imo. Meow. As expected of Naoki, he is so reliable, and the Absol was stunned. How did this human know where Jirachi was? Dream began to confirm the location of the Pokemon Park on Rotom's phone. After finding that it was not far from here, he immediately prepared to set off there. Baby Bear turned around and looked at Absol, inviting it. Imo. Absol, come with us to help Jirachi. Absol, Thinking of his suspicion of this human, and the 3 Pokemon just now, Absol turned his head away a little embarrassedly. But now compared to himself, Jirachi's matter is obviously more important. Woo. Then I leave it to you. Seeing that the Heroes Expedition team successfully reunited with Absol, Naoki was relieved. Then you go first. I also need to study how to keep Jirachi awake, and contact me if you encounter anything, he said. Yeah. Baby Bear happily responded, and then hung up the phone. In order not to attract other people's attention, Mew used the Pokeball to collect Zapdos. It itself transformed into a blue bird, followed Baby Bear on the back of Absol, and ran to the venue of the Pokemon Park according to the navigation of Rotom's mobile phone. Naoki walked out of the house, and looked at the Pokemon playing in the ranch thoughtfully. As far as he knew, there was not only one Jirachi in the world. But whether it is the Jirachi in Fanes or the Jirachi in other places, they all retain the ecological habit of sleeping for 1,000 years and waking up for 7 days. Of course, not all Jirachi need to absorb the energy from the Millennium Comet. The Jirachi in Phanes is very special. It absorbs natural energy not for itself, but to nourish the entire land of Phanes. And from the performance in the theater version, Jirachi is not as directly able to help the wisher realize his wish as rumored by the outside world. Its ability is more inclined to transfer items. When the wisher wishes for unfinished food, Jirachi will use his supernatural power to transfer food from other places. Therefore, it is not feasible to directly wish Jirachi not to fall asleep. Naoki walked forward, crossed the path in the pasture, and came to the lake connected to the reverse world. Then, he crossed the lake again and came to the reverse world, and came to the world tree without any obstacles. Naoki did not go up, but stood on the empty island at the bottom, thinking. Will the food made with the leaves of the world tree have an effect on Jirachi? In the past, when the world tree had not yet grown, he had used the leaves to make a dish called leaf cake. That dish has 3 effects in total. They are, permanently increasing the power of grass attribute moves by 25%, shortening the growth period of crops when grass attribute Pokemon use grass energy to cultivate crops, and the last one, the World Tree Master, which is only effective for him. Just as Naoki was thinking, a magical scene happened. The World Tree in front of him seemed to sense his thoughts, and a green light suddenly lit up on the huge treetop. In the light, 2 leaves emitting a radiant glow slowly fell down and landed in front of Naoki. Naoki was slightly stunned. He looked down, and the next second, the information of the 2 leaves emerged from his mind. Leaf of Awakening, a leaf with magical effects. Using it to make food can keep certain Pokemon awake without sleeping. Leaf of Life, the leaves of the World Tree have rich natural energy. Placing them somewhere can nourish the ecological environment of that place, and make it rich and beautiful. Seeing the 2 leaves falling in front of him, Naoki was slightly stunned. He then looked up at the World Tree in front of him in disbelief. Could it be? Is the World Tree helping him? As far as he knows, this world seems to have natural will. And the power of Chonpan is the embodiment of natural will. Nature will bestow this power on the chosen humans. After pondering for a long time, Naoki roughly guessed the current situation in his mind. The natural will on the World Tree felt his current troubles, so it took the initiative to help him. Is this the effect of World Tree Lord? It's so terrifying. Outside all the universes, Arceus looked at the human named Naoki. Interesting. Even if you have never met that Pokemon and have only heard of it, you are willing to take the initiative to help it. In that case, I will give you a gift. Arceus's mind moved slightly, and 2 leaves slowly fell from the tree. As the god of creation, he didn't mind personally changing the rules of that Pokemon. As for why he wanted to help that human, it was because he saw a new possibility in him. There is not only one world in these universes. Some worlds are peaceful and stable, while others are in danger. Arceus needs some people to help those worlds that are about to be destroyed. He has his eyes on the Pokemon organization called the Great Hero Expedition Team organized by Naoki. This is not the first time he has done this. Long ago, Arceus selected a Pokemon named Xiao Xiao from a certain world. The human who had been transported to the Shitsue region, which was plagued by the cracks in time and space, and gave him Arceus a mobile phone. Arceus' pupils reflected the image of the human named Naoki lowering his head to pick up the 2 leaves. He was young and fashionable at that time, and did not know that all the gifts of fate had been secretly marked with a price. Chapter 462. May 7th, 200th year of the Alliance calendar, summer. Looking at the 2 leaves that fell from the World Tree on the table, Naoki was thoughtful. He had already made the Leaf of Awakening into a green leaf ball, and he only needed to feed it to Jirachi to save it from the fate of sleeping for 1,000 years. And the Leaf of Life, that was emitting a bright green light, could replace Jirachi to nourish the Fawn's region. With it, Jirachi could set out on a journey, or go on an adventure to other places. Everything is ready, only the east wind is missing. The next thing is Jirachi's arrival. It has been 3 days since the last time the Hero Expedition team called him. During this period, Bear Baby and Dream reported the progress of the commission to him. They have successfully found Jirachi in the Pokemon amusement park. Although the man named Butler tried to stop them during the process, fortunately they sent out the lightning bird in time and shattered Butler's dream with a 100,000-volt move. At this time, the Hero Expedition team should be taking Jirachi to the ranch, right? Tonight is the day when the Millennium Comet arrives. If Naoki is not wrong, the Jirachi will also wake up tonight. Knock, knock, knock. There was a knock on the door. Hearing this sound, Naoki was a little surprised. Who would visit the ranch at this time? He put down the leaves in his hand and turned to open the door. As the door opened, the old face of Mayor Thomas appeared in front of the door. Mayor Thomas? Naoki was slightly stunned, and then invited the old man to sit at home for a while. However, Mayor Thomas shook his head. Naoki, I came to you today because I want your help with something. You tell me, Naoki said. Mayor Thomas then told the story. It's about the mother of the motorcycle lizard. The motorcycle lizard is 53 years old this year. It has not been in a good mental state recently. I took it to the Pokemon Center for a checkup yesterday. Ms. Joy from the Pokemon Center said that its time is coming and there is almost no time left, so I want you to take the motorcycle lizard to visit it. Hearing this, Naoki was confused. The lifespan of a motorcycle lizard is only over 50 years old. Mayor Thomas shook his head. That's not the case. Generally speaking, motorcycle lizards can live for a very long time, but that motorcycle lizard was seriously injured when it was young to protect me. It may be because of that incident that its body became so weak and its lifespan was shortened. Naoki immediately understood. Isn't this the same situation as ADK's Vulcan moth? I know. Naoki turned around and took out a bottle of live goat milk from the refrigerator, then called the lizard, who didn't know the situation, and prepared to follow Mayor Thomas to the town. Gaw? The lizard looked confused. It looked at Naoki, then at Mayor Thomas. Perhaps it saw something unusual in the expression on Mayor Thomas's face, and the lizard seemed to realize something bad was going on. Gulton, who was enjoying the cool in the shade not far away, noticed the situation here and hurriedly followed. Ah, gaw. Naoki saw what Gulton meant. It was saying that it wanted to go too. Okay. Naoki responded, turned around and told Ai Guancher and his sister, I leave the house to you first. I take Motor Lizard and Gulton to the town. Ai. Although the brother and sister were a little worried, they still agreed obediently. Gulton took Naoki, Motor Lizard took Mayor Thomas, and the group quickly arrived at Mayor Thomas's house. At the door, Mayor Thomas looked at Motor Lizard and couldn't help sighing, Little Motor Lizard, go see your mother. The bad premonition in the motorcycle lizard's heart was confirmed. It rushed into the room, and Gulatin followed closely. In the room, the older motorcycle lizard was lying on the floor with drooping eyelids, looking listless. From that look, anyone could see that it was about to die. The motorcycle lizard seemed to realize something, and ran directly to the motorcycle lizard and shouted at it anxiously. Gale! Hearing the voice of her child, the mother motorcycle lizard lifted her eyelids and looked at her child. It stretched out its claws and gently touched its child, as if to comfort it and tell it not to be sad. Tears began to accumulate in the eyes of the motorcycle lizard. Ah, gaw! Seeing this scene, Gulton beside him also hung his head, looking very sad. But he soon turned his eyes to Naoki. Naoki took out a bottle of live goat milk from his pocket, and then walked up to the motorcycle lizard, and fed it the live goat milk in the puzzled eyes of Mayor Thomas. Don't worry, nothing will happen. After drinking the milk of life, the originally very weak motorcycle lizard mother suddenly felt a warm energy flowing through her body. For a moment, it seemed to have returned to its youth. The power gradually surged up, and the motorcycle lizard mother, who had escaped from that state, let out a cry of surprise, and then looked at her body in confusion. Gaw? That is. Mayor Thomas also opened his eyes wide. Motor Lizard's tears suddenly stopped, and then it realized what happened, and let out a cry of surprise. Gaw! That's the goat milk produced by my goat on the ranch. Naoki explained to Mayor Thomas. Mayor Thomas immediately thought of the expensive goat milk sold in the town. His old face was full of disbelief. What is going on? It's probably the power of the Bud Crown. Naoki took a deep breath. Bud Crown blessed my ranch, so that the goat milk produced by the goat is blessed by nature. It can help Pokemon recover their strength, and heal even the most serious injuries. In other words, the life goat milk can help this Pokemon whose lifespan is shortened due to injury to violently extend its life. That kind of goat milk can actually have such an effect. Mayor Thomas murmured, his face full of disbelief. The recovered Motor Lizard mother has already hugged Motor Lizard excitedly. Gulton on the side was very envious of this, and he also wanted to go forward and rub his mother, but when he thought of his current appearance, he couldn't help but feel a sense of retreat in his heart. Looking at this scene, Naoki was filled with emotion. How should I put it? Pokemon are really powerful and fragile. They have great power, and are born with unparalleled fighting ability. But no matter how powerful they are ordinary creatures living in this world just like humans. A moderate amount of fighting will enhance their strength and temper their physique. But if they fight too much or suffer serious injuries, it will consume their lifespan and lead to early death. It's not just ADK's Vulcan moth. There are many trainers in this world who are facing this situation. This happened to the former champion of the Galar region, Master. He was an undefeated champion in his early years. But because of the fierce battles over the years, his partner Pokemon passed away early. After that, Master's condition began to decline gradually, and his undefeated record was broken. At this time, the calm motor lizard turned his head, and suddenly noticed Golden, who was in a daze next to him. Golden's eyes were also a little wet, as if he had just cried. Seeing this scene, Motor Lizard's face was full of confusion. Gale? Why are you crying too? Golden didn't want to answer. Motor Lizard was even more confused. It stared at Golden, but couldn't figure out why. At this time, Mayor Thomas on the side had already begun to express his gratitude to Naoki. Mayor Thomas was very concerned about the physical condition of his old partner. When he heard Miss Joy say that it was about to die, Mayor Thomas felt uncomfortable and didn't sleep well for several days. Now, watching the lizard getting better, the old man finally breathed a sigh of relief. He wiped away the tears from his eyes and said with emotion, I don't know what to say. I really want to thank you this time, Naoki. It's okay. Naoki smiled and shook his head. When I first came here, you also helped me a lot. Talking about this, Mayor Thomas couldn't help but burst into laughter. There is no help, those are all your own efforts. You have managed the abandoned ranch in an orderly manner, even better than your grandfather. If the old man saw the ranch become like this, he would be very happy. Naoki smiled. Mayor Thomas wanted to keep them for lunch, but Naoki was thinking about Jirachi, so he declined the invitation. After saying goodbye to him, he took Gulton and Motor Lizard back to the ranch. However, as soon as Naoki got home, he saw a commotion in the orchard. There were even a few fruit trees that fell to the ground. Seeing this scene, Naoki was confused. What happened? Could it be that a wild Pokemon broke into the ranch? He quickly took Gulton and Motor Lizard to check. When he arrived there, he found that his sister Ibutsu and Butterfree had already arrived there in advance, and even the 3 Mount Goats had come there. These Pokemon were looking angrily at the Pokemon tied up by the vine whip on the grass. It was a monkey Pokemon with yellow-white body, brown stripes on its back, and a tuft of orange-yellow hair on its head. Naoki was slightly stunned. The name of the Pokemon immediately appeared in his mind. Hyperactive Ape? At this time, Butterfree and Butterfree also noticed Naoki's arrival. The Pokemon turned their heads and angrily complained to Naoki about the Pokemon's behavior. This bad guy knocked down several fruit trees. Fie! It wants to attack us! How annoying! Naoki suddenly felt a headache. The lazy otter sleeping in his orchard evolved into a hyperactive ape. He looked at the hyperactive ape. Even though its body was tied up by the vine whip of its Mount Goat, it was still struggling hard, and a sound of ho-ho came out of its throat. It looked like it was about to jump up and hit someone. Naoki walked up and tried to communicate with it. Hyperactive monkey? Do you still know me? The hyperactive monkey looked ready to make a move. It knew this human, who was the one who saved it from the forest fire. It wanted to nod, but the boiling blood in its body made it unable to sit still for even a minute. It just wanted to jump up and make a big fuss. Let it go first, Naoki said to his goat. He had some knowledge of Pokemon like Hyperactive, and knew that the reason why they destroyed things was entirely due to their physical condition. After evolving from Sloth to Hyperactive, this Pokemon may have completely exploded with the energy accumulated during the Sloth period. It caused the blood in their bodies to boil, and their hearts began to beat 10 times faster. If Hyperactive does not move its body, its stress will accumulate too much, making its physical condition worse. This also makes Pokemon like Hyperactive very difficult to tame. They have a violent personality, and cannot calm down unless they make trouble. They will wave their 2 arms around and destroy things. This situation is easy to solve for trainers. As long as they keep sending Hyperactive to fight Pokemon, they can waste their excess energy until they evolve into the King of Leaf. However, now, as soon as the Mount Goat loosened the whip that bound Hyperactive, the hyperactive monkey began to make a fuss everywhere. It did not attack Naoki, but destroyed the surrounding fruit trees. In the blink of an eye, another fruit tree was knocked down by it. Naoki, Seeing that the hyperactive monkey was about to rush to the next fruit tree, Naoki hurriedly called the Mount Goat. Mount Goat, use the vine whip. Swish, swish, swish. Accompanied by a sound of breaking through the air, the irritable hyperactive monkey was tied up tightly again. Naoki tried to use Pokemon battles to help the hyperactive monkey consume its energy. He sent out Flareon, Motor Lily, Miltank, Butterfree and other Pokemon to fight Hyperchimera in turn. After a while, these Pokemon came to Naoki to protest. Flareon and Butterfree said that Miltank was too aggressive and hurt it, It didn't want to fight Hyperchimera. And Miltank, who was famous for his strong stamina, was also beaten up by Hyperchimera. Although Motor Lily was able to knock down Hyperchimera, it would start to make trouble again after a while. The hyperactive monkey was too energetic, even though the Pokemon in the ranch helped it consume its energy. But if everyone was not careful, the hyperactive monkey, which had recovered its energy, would start to wreak havoc on the ranch. In one afternoon, it knocked down 5 fruit trees, destroyed the onion garden of Farfetch's duck, and messed up the crops in the farmland. The angry Farfetch's duck chased it with onions. Although the hyperactive monkey was temporarily knocked down, it recovered its energy after more than an hour of rest and began to wreak havoc. In the end, Naoki and the Pokemon in the ranch were all exhausted by this restless Pokemon. Looking at the devastated ranch, Naoki was very sad. Pokemon like Hyperactive Ape are really not suitable for living in a ranch. They should be left to the Kara trainers, because trainers can take them to fight other trainers and challenge gyms. In contrast, most of the Pokemon in the ranch are used to being lazy and don't like such intense battles. Just when Naoki didn't know what to do, the Great Hero Expedition team came back with Jirachi. Along with them came 4 familiar faces. Standing on the far left, it seemed that there was a pair of siblings. The sister was wearing a red dress, and the brother was wearing a green short-sleeved shirt and a pair of black-framed glasses. In the middle was a boy wearing a hat, with a Pikachu standing on his shoulder. And on the far right was a slightly mature boy with dark skin and a pair of squinting eyes. Naoki was slightly stunned when he saw the people coming. Xiaoyao Xiaosheng, Xiuji Xiaojing. Weren't they traveling in the Hoenn region? How did they come to Padilla with Mew? Chapter 463. I Meow. Meow. Returning from far away, Meow and Baby Bear happily flew to Naoki's side. Naoki smiled and touched their heads, then looked at the 4 people in front of him. Meow and Baby Bear turned around and looked at Xiaoji and others with Naoki. At this moment, Xiaoji and the other 4 were completely attracted by the scene in the ranch. Because there were many Pokemon here that they had never seen before. A few days ago, they were still traveling around the Hoenn region to collect gym badges. Because they heard the news that the Millennium Comet was coming, they went to the Pokemon Park to witness the grand event that could only be seen once every 1,000 years. However, they did not encounter the Millennium Comet, but they encountered 3 Pokemon who called themselves the Great Hero Expedition Team. At that time, Butler had just handed them the sleeping cocoon, and these Pokemon rushed there. After a battle, they learned the truth of everything and Butler's evil plan from the Baby Bear, and helped them. When everything was over, Mew told them that they had a way to change Jirachi's miserable fate of sleeping for 1,000 years, so they followed him together, crossed the sea, and came to this remote place. Among the 4 people, only Xiaojing tried to stay calm. He looked at the man in front of him with his squinting eyes and asked, "This gentleman should be the trainer of the Great Hero Expedition Team, right?" Xiaoyao looked at the Great Hero Expedition Team on the side. The legendary Zapdos and Mew, and the mysterious Baby Bear. She couldn't help but murmured, "This is incredible." Naoki smiled. "Hello, I'm Naoki, the owner of this ranch." Ash shifted his attention away from the Pokemon around him and introduced himself. "Hello, I'm Satoshi from Pallet Town." "I'm Brock." "My name is Haruka, and this is my younger brother, Shock." Naoki nodded, but he didn't speak because there were more important things to do. Not only Satoshi and his team were invited to the ranch by the Great Hero Expedition Team, but also an Absol and a Jirachi. Naoki's eyes were on the innocent Jirachi hiding on the back of Absol. "Come with me," he said to the people in front of him. The group walked through the ranch and entered the living room. Seeing that there were guests, the little sister AI Butler prepared tea and snacks for them. "Excuse me." In the living room, Xiaoji and Xiaojang looked at the little sister AI Butler with curiosity as she brought a few cups of tea to them. Xiaoji couldn't help but take out his Rotom phone and scan the little sister AI Butler. AI Sai, female, emotional Pokemon, serves people and Pokemon attentively in order to collect gratitude. Female AI Sai is very good at taking care of children. The electronic voice of Rotom came from the phone. Both Ash and Brock were very surprised. AI Sai, what a magical Pokemon. Ashy couldn't help but say. Naoki smiled slightly. Yes, AI Sai is a very reliable Pokemon. Ashy pointed the Rotom phone at the nearby Golden. But he got the information. No relevant information found. It is a Pokemon that has not been discovered. Xiaoji immediately opened his eyes wide and looked at Golden with an incredible look on his face. Xiaoji, now is not the time to care about such things. Xiao complained speechlessly. Xiaoji came back to his senses and smiled embarrassedly. I am so excited to see so many Pokemon that I have never seen before. Seeing Xiaoji like this, Naoki smiled. Xiaojing on the side brought the topic to the point. He looked at this mysterious man and asked calmly, Mr. Naoki, do you have any way to help Jirachi? Yes, that's why I asked the Hero Expedition team to find Jirachi, Naoki said. He looked at Jirachi, who was following Mew and looking at everyone around him with curiosity. The eyes of the man and the Pokemon happened to meet. Jirachi's eyes and temperament were as pure as a child. Mew, who was next to him, called out to it, Meow, he is Naoki, a very good person, Naoki. The next second, Jirachi's childish voice rang in everyone's ears. Yes, I'm Naoki. Naoki looked at this cute Pokemon, and then introduced it to Xiaoji and others. This is the ecological habit of Pokemon like Jirachi. They sleep for 1,000 years, but can only wake up for 7 days. Because they only wake up once every 1,000 years, their personality and mental growth are like children. How pitiful. Xiaoyao couldn't bear it. Xiaosheng looked up at Jirachi floating in the air, and then pleaded, Mr. Naoki, please help Jirachi. Don't worry, just leave it to me. Naoki turned around, took out the special leaf green dumpling from the kitchen, and walked to Jirachi. This is a dish I made with secret methods and special ingredients. Eat it, and Jirachi will never have to sleep again. Dish? Jirachi tilted his head, and looked at the green dumpling in front of him blankly. That's right. Naoki nodded and asked softly, does Jirachi want to wake up every morning like Absol and the others, play with friends, wait until the sun sets, and then go to bed together? You no longer have to sleep for so long at a time, and you don't have to worry about opening your eyes and finding that all your familiar friends have disappeared. You can wake up when the sun rises like ordinary Pokemon in this world. These words touched Jirachi's heart. Its eyes flickered slightly, and its mind recalled the Pokemon friends it made when it woke up last time. Its tone was full of expectations for that kind of life. Is it really possible? Of course, Naoki said. Jirachi looked back at Mew and Baby Bear, and then at Xiaoji and Xiaosheng. Although they had only been together for a short day, Jirachi had already become friends with them. Looking at everyone's encouraging eyes, Jirachi nodded vigorously, and then ate the leaf green ball. The next second, a strong light burst out from Jirachi. When the light faded, it seemed that something had been changed unconsciously. Jirachi looked down at his body in confusion. Is that all? Yes, that's right. Naoki smiled and said, this way you don't have to sleep like before. Jirachi's eyes lit up when he heard this. Mew also flew over happily to celebrate for him. Meow! The two Pokemon flew around the room happily. Xiaoji and the others looked at this scene and breathed a sigh of relief. That's great. But by the way, was the food Jirachi ate just now made by Mr. Naoki? Xiaoji couldn't help asking. Yes, that's right. Naoki smiled and explained, that's my special ability. You can think of it as the same type of ability as superpowers. Superpowers? Gon immediately became alert and asked in surprise, like those humans with superpowers? As far as he knew, Miss Nancy, the gym leader in the Kanto region, had superpowers. Xiaoji also recalled his experience of challenging the Golden Gym. It seems that you have also seen humans with superpowers, Naoki said with a smile. Xiaojing nodded. Just as he was about to say something, a burst of Pokemon screams suddenly came from outside the door. Everyone's attention was instantly attracted by the sound. What happened? Xiaoji asked puzzledly. Are the Pokemon in Mr. Naoki's ranch fighting? Naoki knew the sound very well. Everyone went out to check, and sure enough, as Naoki expected, the irritable hyperactive monkey was jumping up and down in the ranch. And Farfetch'd was chasing it frantically with green onions on his shoulder. Naoki looked in the direction of the green onion garden, and saw that the green onions there were being destroyed by the hyperactive monkey. It's the hyperactive monkey. Xiaoyao recognized the Pokemon at a glance. Her father Qinli's gym has several hyperactive monkeys. The Farfetch'd is chasing it. Xiaoji followed the figures of the hyperactive monkey and Farfetch'd and asked, Mr. Naoki, what's going on? Naoki, He sighed helplessly and explained. The hyperactive ape was a lazy otter that I took in. It had been sleeping in the orchard, but in recent days, it suddenly evolved into a hyperactive ape and started to make trouble everywhere. That's right, Pokemon like hyperactive ape are very energetic. They will only calm down if all the excess energy is vented. Xiaoyao nodded. Vent? How to vent? Through Pokemon battles? Thinking of the Pokemon battle, Xiaoji immediately became excited. He rolled up his sleeves and said, Mr. Naoki, let me help. Naoki. That hyperactive monkey is very energetic. There must be a way to calm it down. Xiaoji said to Pikachu on his shoulder. Pikachu, it's time to go. Pikapi! Pikachu rushed out first and blocked the hyperactive monkey. Seeing that there were Pokemon coming to block the way, the hyperactive monkey immediately fell into a state of rage. It beat its chest with its fists vigorously, and then rushed towards the Pikachu while howling. Pikachu then fought with Hyperactive Ape. Seeing this, Xiaoyao couldn't help but hold his forehead and said, Xiaoji is too reckless. Naoki thought that this was in line with Xiaoji's style. Looking at the scene, he suddenly thought of a good idea. Can he entrust Hyperactive Ape to Xiaoji to take care of? In the past 2 days, the Pokemon in the ranch have been tormented by Hyperactive Ape and Frost Milk, and the others don't like Pokemon battles very much, so they can't meet the challenge of Hyperactive Ape anytime and anywhere. At this time, if there is a trainer who can capture the Hyper Zodiac, the energy of the Hyper Zodiac can be consumed by continuous Pokemon battles. More importantly, Xiaoji is trustworthy. Ask the Hyper Zodiac what he thinks later. Naoki made a decision in his heart. This is the best of both worlds, which can help the Hyper Zodiac find a suitable trainer and prevent the crops in the ranch from being destroyed. At the same time, in the air, on a Meowth-shaped hot air balloon, Meowth, Musashi, and Kojiro are observing the ranch below through a telescope. The little brat is fighting a hyperactive monkey, Meow. Let me see. Musashi snatched the telescope from Meow. She first looked at Xiaoji and Pikachu, then slowly moved the lens. Oh my god, there are so many Pokemon in this ranch, and many Pokemon I have never seen before. Kojiro on the side also became excited. If we can catch them all and present them to the boss. As soon as these words came out, the trio's mind appeared the scene of the boss Sakaki praising them, giving them promotions and bonuses. What a happy feeling, Meow. Meow made a decision immediately. It's decided, then we will serve as the vanguard to explore the Padilla area, Meow. Suddenly, a curious voice came from the side. What? The trio turned their heads and saw that several Dragonites with red satchels had come to the hot air balloon at some point, looking at them with a pair of bright black eyes. One of the Dragonites with a scar on its face was staring at them fiercely, with a bad look on its face. There are so many Dragonites, Meow. Meow Meow hadn't said anything yet, but she felt a chill on her back, because those Dragonites were hostile to them for some reason. Dragonites are very powerful, especially when there are so many of them, they are simply not able to handle them. Realizing this, the trio immediately threw away their telescopes and huddled together, trembling. Awa? 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 The Dragonites began to communicate. Musashi stared and asked, Meow, what are they talking about? Meow had a drop of sweat on his forehead. They heard what we just said about capturing those Pokemon and presenting them to the boss, Meow. The next second, one of the Dragonites used its claws on the hot air balloon. Accompanied by the puff of air that spurted out of the hot air balloon, the hot air balloon immediately lost its balance and flew away. Only the screams of the trio were left in the wind. What a disgusting feeling. After driving away the bad guys, the Dragonites returned to the ranch happily. At this time, Xiaoji's battle with the hyperactive monkey had ended, and the hyperactive monkey, which had consumed a lot of energy, finally calmed down. However, only Naoki knew that it was only temporary, and it would not be long before the hyperactive monkey would start a new round of riots. At this time, Xiaosheng suddenly saw more than a dozen Dragonites landing on the ranch from the sky. He immediately exclaimed, So many Dragonites! Hearing this, Xiaojiang, Xiaoji and others also looked up at the sky. Looking at those Dragonites carrying backpacks, Xiaojiang's face was full of surprise. They are the delivery men in my ranch. Naoki's voice came from the side. Delivery men? Xiaojiang was shocked. Using a Pokemon like Dragonite as a deliveryman, Mr. Naoki is too extravagant, isn't it? Good, so amazing. Xiaoyao was also shocked. Only Xiaoji looked excited. He realized belatedly that this rancher named Naoki might be a very powerful trainer. Not only was he able to capture Mew and Zapdos, and let them form an expedition team to travel outside, but he also captured so many Dragonites. It's decided. He wants to have a Pokemon battle with Mr. Naoki. Xiaoji immediately challenged Naoki. Naoki, Okay, this is Xiaoji. But now it's 11 o'clock in the afternoon, and he should go to prepare lunch. Thinking of this, Naoki said, In the afternoon, it's almost time for lunch, I go prepare lunch, everyone stay at the ranch today, and you can visit my ranch during this time. Naoki called his brother Ai Guancher and said to him, Take these guests to visit the ranch. Ai. The elder brother Ai Guancher nodded slightly, then walked forward and led the way for the few people. Sorry to bother you. The four of them thanked the elder brother Ai Guancher very politely. Then, the elder brother Ai Guancher began to lead everyone to visit Naoki Ranch. Xiaoji held the Rotom phone throughout the whole process, and learned about the Pokemon that he had never seen through the Pokemon Encyclopedia. Naoki came to the resting Hyperactive Ape and asked, "Hyperactive Ape, do you want to see the outside world?" Hyperactive Ape, "Ah." It means traveling with human trainers, constantly challenging gyms, and fighting Pokemon with professionals. In that way, you will become stronger. If you are willing, I will help you find a suitable trainer, Naoki said. Hearing this, Hyperactive Ape showed longing. Since the evolution, the blood in its body began to boil. This feeling made it impossible for it to stop. It just wanted to run in the mountains and fight other Pokemon. The hyperactive monkey was a little tempted. No, just thinking about it made it excited. The hyperactive monkey, who was sitting on the ground to rest, stood up directly, pounding his chest with both fists and making passionate shouts. "Ah! Naoki, Okay, he knew the answer. In this case, he can ask Xiaoji to subdue it from now on. Naoki turned around and went back to the room to prepare dinner. He wanted to check on Jirachi, but found that all the Pokemon had run away. It was obvious that Mew and Baby Bear had taken Jirachi and Absol to visit the Pokemon Guild on the World Tree. Naoki was not in a hurry to call them. He called back the Pokemon through the Rotom phone only after preparing lunch for the day. At this time, Xiaoji and the others had also finished visiting the ranch. Thinking back to the rare Pokemon in the ranch, Xiaoji was full of excitement. When he saw the video phone in the living room, he immediately remembered something. "Mr. Naoki, can I borrow your video phone?" "Of course." Naoki nodded, and he looked at Xiaoji's Rotom phone, wondering why Xiaoji didn't use the Rotom phone. Maybe it feels better to use the video phone. While Naoki was thinking, Xiaoji's phone was dialed out. Soon, the call was connected. Professor Oak's face appeared on the screen. Professor Oak was surprised to see the familiar background behind Xiaoji. "Huh? Xiaoji, are you in the Pokemon Center now?" "No. Because of something, we went to the Padia region halfway. After the matter here is resolved, we will return to the Hoenn region to continue our journey," Xiaoji explained. "Padia region?" Professor Oak was very surprised. Xiaoji nodded excitedly. "Yes, that's right. We came to a ranch with many Pokemon." At this time, Professor Oak saw Naoki passing by with food behind Xiaoji. "Naoki?" he said in disbelief. Naoki had heard Professor Oak's voice. He smiled and looked at the screen and greeted him. "Long time no see, Professor Oak." "Huh? Professor Oak knows Mr. Naoki?" Xiaoji was stunned. Professor Oak smiled and nodded. "Well, because I have been to Naoki Ranch, but by the way, Naoki is a very powerful trainer. Have you ever fought Pokemon with him?" Hearing this, Xiaoji's eyes were full of fighting spirit. "Mr. Naoki has accepted my invitation to fight, and he will fight with me after dinner." "Ah, then you have to work hard." Professor Oak smiled. Chapter 464. Everyone, come out. Looking at the sumptuous meal on the table, Xiaoji was very happy. He took out several Pokeballs from his pocket and threw them out. With flashes of white light, all of Xiaoji's Pokemon appeared in the living room. Pikachu, Booming, Swallow, and Squirrel. Xiaoyao and Xiaosheng have been on the road these days, and haven't had such a formal meal for a long time. They all swallowed their saliva, and Xiaoyao couldn't help saying, "Mr. Naoki's cooking skills are great." Xiaojing picked up a piece of Pokemon and an energy cube and looked closely. This rich fragrance and this crystal clear luster can only be made by a very good Pokemon breeder. "Are you also a Pokemon breeder, Mr. Naoki?" Xiaojing asked. "It's not that exaggerated. It's just practice makes perfect." Naoki smiled and shook his head and said, "There are so many Pokemon in the ranch. I have to make Pokemon and energy cubes for them every day. Over time, I have developed a good skill." Pika. Hearing this, Xiaoji's Pikachu picked up a piece of Pofin and put it in his mouth. The next second, a happy expression appeared on its face. "Pikachu, it seems that Pikachu likes it too." Xiaoji smiled. Naoki smiled. "If you like it, eat more." He turned around and called his Pokemon to come home for dinner. A clear whistle spread throughout the ranch. Pokemon such as Babu, Dragonite, Frostmilk, Sagittarius, and Urako, who were playing outside, immediately ran over from all directions. Guillerton and Motor Lizard were waiting in the living room early, and Eevee and the others went to play on the World Tree again. Even though they had visited the ranch in the morning, Xiaoji and the others were still attracted by so many Pokemon they had never seen before. "The Pokemon here are really rich," Xiaoyao said with emotion. Xiaosheng looked around and suddenly found something and asked, Huh? Where are Jirachi and Mew? Maybe Mew and Baby Bear took him to their secret base. Naoki explained. That's a secret place created by Mew using the secret power move. Even I don't know the exact location. Xiaoji was about to say something, but the next second, a Pokemon with a big head suddenly appeared in the living room. Pikachu, Bimbo, and other Pokemon who were eating were startled by the newcomer and screamed. When Xiaojang saw the Pokemon, he immediately opened his eyes in shock. What is that Pokemon? Xiaoji immediately took out his Rotom phone and pointed it at Budcrest. The next second, Rotom's electronic voice rang out from the phone. Budcrest, the king Pokemon, has the power of healing and blessing, and is a Pokemon with a heart full of love. Budcrest? Xiaoyao exclaimed, could it be? She immediately thought of the legend that had been making a lot of noise on the internet before. Xiaojang had already opened the Pokemon forum and clicked on his follow list, and soon found a netizen named Budcrest. Yes, it's the legendary Pokemon. Gon nodded in shock. He looked at Naoki beside him, and thought of what Professor Oak had just said about his previous visit to Naoki's ranch. An incredible idea immediately emerged in Gon's mind. No wonder Professor Oak published a paper on Budcrest afterwards. So the trainer who captured Budcrest was Mr. Naoki? Don't be so surprised. Naoki smiled softly and said, just treat Budcrest as an ordinary Pokemon. The Bud Crown also came to eat after hearing the whistle. Hearing this, he nodded slightly, looked at the young humans in front of him, and said, don't worry, I'm no longer a king, I'm just an ordinary farmer now. Xiaoji and others opened their eyes wide, looking shocked and speechless. Okay, let's eat, Naoki said. Everyone sat around the dining table. Xiaoji, Xiaojang, Xiaoyao, and Xiaosheng looked at the Bud Crown from time to time. This was their first time to eat with a legendary Pokemon. It felt incredible. Xiaoji was eager to try. Mr. Naoki, can I challenge the Bud Crown later? Naoki was slightly stunned. But the Bud Crown looked at the boy with interest and asked, do you want to fight me? Xiaoji nodded vigorously, with a look of longing in his eyes. Well, because meeting all the Pokemon in the world and becoming a Pokemon master has always been my goal. What about after that? The Bud Crown asked again. After that? Xiaoji thought about it carefully, and then answered, I will go to every corner of the world with Pikachu and others to meet Pokemon I have never seen before. Xiaoji. Xiaoyao looked at Xiaoji in a daze. Naoki didn't know what to say for a moment. The Bud Crown King seemed to be moved by Xiaoji's words. He nodded slightly, and then accepted Xiaoji's challenge. Okay, I accept your challenge. Great. Xiaoji was very excited. Naoki looked at Xiaoji's Pokemon with hesitation. Pikachu, Bimbisara, Ogre Smuff. Except for Pikachu, the other three Pokemon were captured by Xiaoji not long ago, right? At this time, Xiaoji's Pikachu's strength has not yet reached its peak. And the opponent they have to face is the Budcrest that has surpassed its heyday. Pikachu, I fight Budcrest. No matter how you think about it, you can't win, right? But when he thought about it, it was Xiaoji, and Naoki felt that this was normal. After all, Xiaoji had just gone out to travel, and after completing the test of the Rainbow Warrior, he challenged the King of Phoenix. Because he couldn't wait to fight, Xiaoji ate his lunch very quickly. Seeing this scene, Xiaoyao couldn't help complaining. Xiaoji is really a guy. Xiaojang, who had traveled with Xiaoji for several years, crossed his arms and smiled and nodded. This is Xiaoji's style. After lunch, the group came to the battlefield in the ranch. But Crown floated to the battlefield, and Naoki stood with Xiaoyao and the other two. Huh? Mr. Naoki, aren't you going to command? Xiaoyao asked. Naoki shook his head, but Crown knows what to do. On the field, Xiaoji sent Pikachu to fight as expected. It's decided to be you. Go ahead, Pikachu. Xiaoji pointed forward. Pikachu standing on his shoulder immediately jumped down and rushed to the opposite side of Bud Crown. Pikapi! The battle officially began. The Bud Crown on the opposite side did not move, but Pikachu still felt a superpower from him that seemed to be real. This made Pikachu's face show a solemn expression. But it did not retreat, but bravely faced it. Pikachu, use 100,000 volts. Pikachu! After the order was issued, a strong electric current suddenly burst out from Pikachu's body. The rich electric light turned into countless lightning and rushed towards the Bud Crown King in front. Facing this scene, the Bud Crown King did not dodge. His mind moved slightly, and a transparent light wall appeared in front of him, blocking all of Pikachu's 100,000 volts. Pikapi? Pikachu was shocked. The opposite Bud Crown also launched an attack. His superpowers became a physical entity and launched a fierce attack on Pikachu. The attack was so fast that Pikachu could not react at all, and was blasted back. Pikachu! Xiaoji shouted hurriedly, hold on. Pikachu actually held on after hearing this. It gritted its teeth and looked at the opposite Bud Crown with wounds. Seeing this, Xiaoji's brain worked quickly, and then decisively changed the strategy. Pikachu, use Lightning Flash. Pikapi! After the command was given, Pikachu's body began to run at a high speed, and finally turned into a white light, and rushed towards the Bud Crown. However, facing the scene, the Bud Crown just raised his hand lightly, and instantly condensed a ball of spiritual energy and flew towards Pikachu. The next second, Pikachu collided with this spiritual power. Accompanied by a violent explosion, Xiaoji's Pikachu was once again knocked out and fell to the ground, losing the ability to fight. At this point, the battle ended. As expected of a legendary Pokemon. Looking at this scene, Xiaojang couldn't help but sigh. Xiaoyao and Xiaosheng were also shocked by the powerful strength of the Bud Crown. From the powerful strength that Bud Crown just showed, Xiaoji's Pikachu had no chance of winning. However, Xiaoji was not discouraged by the loss. Instead, he thanked Bud Crown seriously. Bud Crown nodded slightly, then used healing waves on Pikachu, and then disappeared from the spot, going to the glass flower house to play with his mobile phone. How do you feel? Naoki walked forward and asked with a smile. Xiaoji nodded vigorously. Yes, Bud Crown is really powerful. He turned his head and looked at Naoki's other Pokemon, and said with full fighting spirit, Mr. Naoki, let's continue the battle. Bashi and Scorpion can still have Pokemon battles. Naoki, Okay, he promised Xiaoji this morning, Naoki can't break his promise. Therefore, Naoki summoned a few Pokemon at random, and used them to fight Pokemon battles, with Xiaoji one after another. By the time it was over, it was already 5 o'clock in the afternoon. Naoki went to work on the ranch, preparing today's goods, and selling them to Zack. And Xiaoji took Pikachu, and the others to help Hyperactive Ape use up his energy. Young people are always energetic. Xiaoji doesn't seem to feel tired. Naoki always feels that his energy can compete with Hyperactive Ape. Xiaojang and Xiaosheng began to observe the Pokemon ecology in the ranch. Looking at so many Pokemon in the ranch, Xiaosheng was very envious. He also wanted to grow up quickly, have his own Pokemon, and travel with them. After seeing off Zack, Naoki returned to the ranch and saw Xiaoji and Hyperactive Monkey lying on the grass together, panting from exhaustion. Naoki noticed that Hyperactive Monkey seemed to have a fondness for the boy who was willing to go crazy with him. Seeing this scene, Naoki nodded silently, and had a rough idea in his mind. After dinner, Mew, Baby Bear and Jirachi returned to the ranch. Because today is the second day of the Millennium Comet's arrival. Although the Millennium Comet cannot be seen passing through the sky in Jichin Town, the night sky over the ranch is also full of stars. After dark, Naoki took Xiaoji and the others to the ranch to watch the stars. Jirachi and Menghuan also sat obediently on the grass, looking up at the summer night sky with everyone. It's so beautiful. Xiaoyao couldn't help but murmured. At this time, Xiaoji and Xiaosheng suddenly remembered the rumors about Jirachi that they had heard before. They looked at the star Pokemon and asked curiously, I heard before that if you make a wish to Jirachi when he wakes up, Jirachi will be able to fulfill any wish. Is that true? Mew and Bear Baby beside him also looked at Jirachi curiously. Hearing several people talking about him, Jirachi's eyes were full of confusion. Wish? Naoki leaned on Galton, stroking its big paws, watching the scene with a smile on his face, but did not interrupt. Xiaosheng came forward and nodded vigorously. Yes, a wish. I want snacks, endless snacks. Snacks, snacks. Jirachi repeated, and then flew up happily. The wishing paper on its head lit up. Then, bags of snacks suddenly appeared out of thin air. Seeing this scene, Xiaosheng and Xiaoji's eyes lit up. It can actually come true. Xiaosheng was very excited. At the same time, in a store in Jichin Town, the 3 members of Team Rocket, who were working here, were complaining to each other. It's all your fault. Those Dragonites heard what you said, and destroyed the Meowth balloon. That was our last activity fund, now we have no choice but to come here to work. Who could have thought of such a thing? Kojiro couldn't help complaining, and you guys thought so too. Stop talking, Meow. Meow sorted out the shelves. Make enough money quickly, so I can repair the Meowth balloon and leave this damn place, Meow. However, at this moment, the snacks on the shelves they were responsible for disappeared one by one. Seeing this scene, Meow Meow was startled. It's haunted, Meow. At this time, there were only 3 of them in the store warehouse. The sky outside the window had darkened. With a gust of cold wind blowing, Musashi and Kojiro began to feel scared. At this moment, the door of the warehouse opened. It turned out that the store owner came to check the work progress of the 3 new employees. But when the store owner saw the empty shelves, he was stunned. He stared at the 3 people and yelled, "I've told you before you start working that you must not steal snacks from the shelves." "It wasn't us, Meow." Meow shook his head quickly. "But there were only them here, no one else." The boss slammed the door shut. "Humph, since you don't have money, then stay here and work until you pay off your debts. Hinla Jiao, keep an eye on them, and make them work hard." After that, the boss left. Only a strange-looking Pokemon with 2 heads was left staring at them fiercely. It's true, Jirachi can really help people realize their wishes. In the ranch, Xiaoyao looked at the snacks all over the ground, and was very excited. Just as several people were about to make a wish to Jirachi again, Naoki's voice suddenly came from the side. "This is a snack from the store in Ziqing Town. There is a store logo on it." Xiaoji and others turned their heads to look over. These snacks may have been moved by Jirachi from a nearby store. Naoki pretended to guess. "Huh?" Xiaoyao ran over to take a look, and sure enough, saw the relevant pattern on it. "Doesn't that mean Jirachi doesn't have the power to fulfill wishes?" Xiaojang noticed this. "Energy in nature is conserved." Naoki explained. "These snacks can't be conjured out of thin air." "I see." Xiaoji looked at the snacks, and suddenly realized that they were moved away. The owner of the store must be very troubled, right? Thinking of this, Xiaoji said to Jirachi, "Jirachi, please help me restore these snacks to their original state." "Don't you want snacks?" Jirachi asked in confusion. Before Xiaoji could speak, the bear baby beside him explained the reason to him. "Me." After listening, Jirachi looked enlightened. It flew into the air again, and the wishing paper above its head lit up again. The next second, these snacks disappeared one by one. By the way, what are Jirachi's plans for the future? Xiaoyao suddenly remembered something. Since Jirachi no longer needs to sleep for 1,000 years, he can go wherever he wants, right? After hearing this question, everyone looked at Jirachi. Jirachi looked at the 2 good friends he had made since waking up, Dream and Baby Bear. This morning, they took him to the beautiful tree and visited the secret base of the Hero Expedition team. Dream also shared a lot of toys with him. Besides, there are many fun things on that tree. Jirachi likes it very much, and he thinks he can't have enough fun there even if he plays there for 1,000 years. But Farin still needs it. That land and the Pokemon living there needed to absorb energy from the stars, and then feed it to the land. Thinking of this, Jirachi's little face showed a tangled expression. What should he do? Chapter 465. Jirachi has been slow to make a decision. In the past, it has been sleeping in the crystal, and can only wake up for 7 days every 1,000 years. Because of this reason, Jirachi has never been anywhere since its birth. In the past 2 days, Menghuan and Baby Bear introduced many new things to it. The chivalrous expedition team, the delicious Baofan, the lively world tree, the beautiful natural scenery. Jirachi was very envious of what he heard. He was full of longing for that kind of life, and he also wanted to experience it personally like Menghuan and the others. But the land of Fanes cannot do without it. The Pokemon there, and every flower and grass need its power. Without it, all the flowers and grass there will wither, and the Pokemon living there will all starve and lose their homes. Jirachi doesn't want to see this happen. Thinking of this, it has made a decision in its heart. Jirachi looked at Xiaoyao and answered firmly. Jirachi will return to the land of Fanes to absorb the energy of the stars and help the Pokemon and nature of the land of Fanes. Hearing this, Xiaoyao opened his mouth. But then you can't visit other places? However, Xiaoji suddenly thought of a good idea. Then Jirachi only needs to return to the Fanes area when the Millennium Comet arrives and use the energy from the stars to nourish the flowers and plants there, and then he can go out and play freely at other times, he said. However, Jirachi shook his head and replied in a childish voice. No, nurturing cannot be completed all at once, the earth cannot bear it, and the energy must be slowly transferred from Jirachi's body to the earth. After hearing this, Xiaoji was at a loss. For a moment, everyone was in a low mood. Naoki looked at this scene. He was about to speak, but suddenly he saw the Absol, who was guarding Jirachi, stood up silently and walked in front of Jirachi. Absol? Jirachi stared at it in a daze. Absol's voice was low, "Awu. It's okay, don't worry, everyone can take care of themselves. Jirachi can rest assured to do what he wants to do." Jirachi was slightly stunned. Absol. Xiaoji didn't understand what Absol said. What is Absol saying? Xiao was puzzled. Shishu didn't understand either. He took out the Rotom phone, and the Rotom inside automatically translated Absol's words. Absol is asking Jirachi to do what he likes, Xiaoji murmured. But Jirachi has many concerns in his heart. It is always worried about everyone it finds. Every flower and every blade of grass there is nurtured by it. After so many years, everyone has gotten used to it. If it leaves suddenly. Is it? Meow. Baby Bear and Dream also felt very sad. Naoki looked at the Absol and thought that it was worthy of the name of a guardian. In this case, he would come to help them. Thinking of this, Naoki said, I have a way to let Jirachi take care of the land of Faunus without absorbing the energy of the stars. As soon as he said this, everyone around and Pokemon looked at him. Naoki asked them to wait here, and he went back home and found the leaf that the World Tree gave him. Leaf of Life. The leaves of the World Tree have rich natural energy. If they are placed somewhere, they can nourish the ecological environment of that place and make it rich and beautiful. He returned to the crowd with the leaf. Xiaoji and others immediately cast their eyes on the huge leaf emitting a bright green light. That is, it's glowing. 1. Baby Bear and Dream felt a familiar breath from the leaf. This is a treasure I got by chance before. It can release natural energy, nourish the nearby land, and make the surrounding plants grow more luxuriantly. If you put it in fans, it can replace Jirachi's role. In this way, Jirachi can travel freely. Naoki said slowly. How magical, Xiaoshang said. Such a precious thing, if it is not there, will it have any bad effects on Mr. Naoki's ranch? Xiaogang thought calmly for a moment and asked. Hearing this, Xiaoji and Jirachi also looked at Naoki. Naoki smiled and shook his head. Don't worry, it won't happen. The land of this pasture is already very fertile. Moreover, I am a professional farmer. Even if I don't have this leaf, I can make this land fertile with my own strength. For example, plowing the land, fertilizing, and reasonable planting. As he said, he handed the leaf of life to Absol. Take it. Absol was surprised. Jirachi looked at the leaf with a puzzled expression on his face. Like a simple child, he expressed his doubts. Why did Naoki give Jirachi such a precious treasure? Naoki smiled and replied, because this way Jirachi doesn't have to sleep all the time. Jirachi was slightly startled. He felt a strong kindness from the human in front of him. Naoki. Jirachi called out softly. Naoki looked at it. Jirachi happily flew into Naoki's arms, his tone full of gratitude. Thank you, Naoki is the best. Naoki smiled. He stroked Jirachi's soft body with his hands. Xiaoyao, who was watching this scene, couldn't help but sighed. This is really great. Xiaoji also nodded. He was sincerely happy for Jirachi. Well, in this way, Jirachi will no longer have to worry about the Fanes region. The summer night breeze blew slowly, and the stars in the night sky blinked. Everyone spent a pleasant night with Jirachi in the ranch. The next morning, Xiaoji and others were ready to leave. Because their journey in the Hoenn region was not over yet, they still needed to challenge the gym, collect badges, and then participate in the Kaiyu conference. In addition, they also wanted to send the leaf back to the Fanes region with Jirachi. Hearing this, Naoki was not surprised. Before leaving, Naoki brought the hyperactive monkey to Xiaoji. He looked at the zoanthrope, then at Xiaoji, and said to it, Thanks to you for comforting the zoanthrope these 2 days. This child liked you very much, and it is also eager to live outside, but I can't leave the ranch. Can you take it to see the outside world? Xiaoji was slightly stunned when he heard this. Xiaojiang understood what Naoki meant. Does this zoanthrope want to become Xiaoji's Pokemon? The zoanthrope punched his chest with his fist in excitement. I understand. A smile appeared on Xiaoji's face. In that case, then Pikachu, it is decided that you are the one. A battle to capture the Pikachu is about to start. Gon and Xiaoyao stay here to watch. And Jirachi floated in front of Naoki and asked, Jirachi, can you see Naoki again in the future? Of course, you can see me anytime you want. Naoki nodded gently. Jirachi's eyes lit up. Great. It's decided. When the leaf is returned to fans, it will come to live on the World Tree with the Dream Bear baby and others. Naoki looked at the expedition team next to him, nodded at them, and praised them. Well done, you have completed the commission very well this time. Meow. Meow. Dream and Bear baby immediately became embarrassed. And Zapdos, I have heard about your heroic performance in that battle. You are amazing. Naoki praised generously. Hearing this, Zapdos' cheeks flushed suspiciously. It turned its head proudly. Chew. At this time, Xiaoji's battle had also come to an end. He put the hyperactive monkey into the Pokeball and said excitedly, I have captured the hyperactive monkey. Well, goodbye, Xiaoji, Naoki said to Xiaoji. Xiaoji nodded vigorously. Well, goodbye, Mr. Naoki. One day in the future, Pikachu and I will definitely come to the Padilla region to travel, and then we will definitely challenge you and Gul'dan again. Naoki smiled and said, I am looking forward to that day, so before that, I wish you a smooth journey. Goodbye. Goodbye. Ash and his group, who aimed to become Pokemon Masters, left Naoki Ranch and continued their journey to collect gym badges. What will be waiting for them in the future? Ash and his group gradually walked away. In a bush, Musashi, Kojiro and Meowth looked in that direction. The brats left. Kojiro murmured. What should we do now, Meow? Meowth asked. The owner of the store where they worked yesterday saw snacks coming back and realized that he had misunderstood them. The boss not only exempted them from their work, but also gave them a sum of money to help them go home after learning that their ship was destroyed and they were unfortunately stranded in this place to work. Of course, we will continue to catch the Pikachu of the little devil, Musashi said without hesitation. Those Dragonites are not something they can deal with, and the guy who can let so many Dragonites deliver goods must be a big shot, not something they can afford to provoke. In comparison, the plan to capture Pikachu is easier. More importantly, it would be bad if they provoke some unprovoked guys for Team Rocket and Boss Sakaki. In addition, Team Rocket has no plans to set foot in the Padilla region, so they should honestly go to the Hoenn region to help Boss Sakaki investigate the Magma team and the Ocean team there, and capture Pikachu by the way. In that case, what are you waiting for? Let's go now. Kojiro seemed to have seen the white tomorrow waiting for them. Suddenly, a white light flashed, and a goblin ran out of the Pokeball. SS. Chapter 466. May 12th, 200th year of the Alliance calendar. The Great Hero Expedition team and Xiaoji and his group returned to the Hoenn region successfully. Naoki, who was far away in Padilla, received a message from Mew and Baby Bear. It said that they had successfully delivered the leaf to the Faunus region and parted ways with Xiaoji and his group. Jirachi no longer needed to stay in the Faunus region to nourish the earth. It wanted to see the outside world like those ordinary Pokemon. Therefore, after saying goodbye to Absol and other Pokemon in the Faunus region, Jirachi chose to embark on the journey with the Great Hero Expedition team. Looking at the photo sent by Baby Bear on the screen of his mobile phone, Naoki couldn't help but smile. The background of the photo was the Farnese region. When the photo was taken, it seemed that the Millennium Comet just passed through the sky. Under the starry sky, Dream, Baby Bear, and Zapdos surrounded Jirachi. They looked at the camera, and all of them showed happy expressions on their faces. Ah, this is so good! Naoki was very satisfied with this ending. In this way, Jirachi would no longer have to endure that pitiful fate. From now on, it can fly freely in the sky like most Pokemon in this world. Naoki saved the photo to his mobile phone and planned to print it out for collection. He did what he said. Naoki ordered a machine specially used for printing photos online, and sent a mailman Dragonite to pick it up. 30 minutes later, Dragonite returned to the ranch with the machine. Naoki imported the photo into it, and soon, the photo recording the story of the Heroes Expedition team and Jirachi was printed out. Ah gah! Seeing Naoki busying himself over there, Gul'dan's big head came over, as if he wanted to see what he was doing. Naoki touched Gul'dan's head and answered him, I'm printing photos. Ah gah! Gul'dan saw the baby bears in the photo and suddenly understood. And Naoki suddenly had a new idea in his mind. He wanted to buy a camera and an album to take pictures of the Pokemon in the ranch and preserve their present. Although devices like Rotom phones can store photos more conveniently, Naoki still thinks that paper photos are more memorable and nostalgic. That afternoon, he went to the department store in the town of Jichin and bought a camera and a family album. As soon as he returned to the ranch, Naoki called the Pokemon in the ranch and took photos of them. Baboo, Frostmilk, Gul'dan, Motor Lizard, Dragonite, Butterfree, 3 Bees, Milky Can, 3 Diglett, Saltstone Giant, Snorlax, Eevee, Braided Sheep, Psyduck, Eruption, Zephyr, Ayakashi brothers and sisters, Flutter Bear. For taking photos, most of the Pokemon in the ranch were experiencing it for the first time, so they were all very curious about Naoki's actions. Butterfree flew to Naoki's side and looked at the camera that was being adjusted with curiosity. Fui? Bui bui? The Eevees also gathered around and used their paw pads to pull Naoki's legs, indicating that they also wanted to see. Naoki squatted down and showed them the camera screen. The camera lens was now aimed at Dragonite in front of it. An Eevee accidentally touched a button. The next second, the picture on the screen began to grow larger, and Dragonite's big face immediately appeared on the screen. "Boy!" the EVs exclaimed, "It's Dragonite." Naoki pointed the camera at his partner EV and pressed the shutter. With a click, his partner EV's face was frozen on the screen. Bammo! Babu saw EV's photo, and was very envious. It also wanted to take a photo. Other Pokemon also wanted to play together. Naoki saw what they meant and smiled, and said to the Pokemon in front of him, "Okay, you guys play like usual. Don't worry about me. I will follow you, and take the most natural photos." Then, the Pokemons cooperated and started playing in the pasture as usual. Naoki walked around them, and kept pressing the shutter. EVs enjoying the cool in the shade. Psyduck sitting in a row. Dragonite flying in the sky. Golden's handsome look back. Braided sheep basking in the sun on the grass. Flame Eevee in front of the fireplace. At night, the Pokemons returned to their nests. Naoki took the opportunity to continue taking pictures of their sleeping faces. Before he knew it, hundreds of photos were stored in the camera. When the Pokemon in the house fell asleep, Naoki did not go to sleep immediately, but sat at the desk, turned on the desk lamp, and put the printed photos into the album one by one under the moonlight outside the window. In the darkness behind him, Golden yawned lazily, looked up at Naoki's back, then lay on the floor with peace of mind, and slowly fell asleep. After putting the album together, Naoki gently flipped through the photos of the Pokemon on it. Pokemon playing, Pokemon in a daze, Pokemon flying. Looking at these photos, Naoki's heart softened. Ah, Pokemon are so cute. He put away the album, turned around and came to his partner Eevee who was sleeping soundly in the nest, bent down and kissed it. Eevee was not awakened, but moved his body comfortably, turned his 4 legs up to the sky, and exposed his furry and soft belly. This means that this Eevee is very relaxed at the moment, and it trusts the surrounding environment very much. How cute, Naoki thought. He smiled and went back to bed, looked at Golden sleeping beside him and Babu Tubo sleeping at the foot of the bed, and closed his eyes relaxedly. What a happy day. It's time to go to bed. The next morning, Naoki got up early and started a new day's work. It was summer, and the weather was very hot, which greatly increased people's demand for watermelons. Naoki received a large number of watermelon orders every day. Due to the very fast delivery speed of Dragonair, it often only takes half an hour to deliver the goods to your door. Those customers who ordered from Naoki Ranch did not need to worry about the watermelons going bad on the way. Early in the morning, the working Dragonites lined up to receive watermelons from Naoki one by one, and then flew them to various places in Padilla. Huh? After sending off the Dragonites, and checking that there were no missed orders, Naoki breathed a sigh of relief. At 9 o'clock in the morning, the sun gradually became hotter, and the wind came with rolling heat waves. Naoki stood under the eaves and squinted his eyes to look at the distant back mountain. The weather was too hot. Even the cicadas in the back mountain stopped chirping. Looking out, you could see the Shrine of Abundance surrounded by lush trees in the distance. Compared to the real world, the temperature in the reverse world was normal and very cool. Therefore, Eevee, Yuruko, Psyfury, Frostmilk, Butterfree and other Pokemon all went there to escape the heat. The Mount Goat also went to the World Tree to teach the Mount Lamb. Now only Naoki and Golden were left in the ranch. Just as Naoki was about to go back to the room to rest, Golden, who was enjoying the cool breeze under the eaves, seemed to have suddenly noticed something, opened his eyes suddenly, and looked in one direction. Ah, gah! The motorcycle lizard next to him also raised his head. Huh? Naoki turned his head to look at Golden and asked, "What's wrong?" Golden changed from a squatting position to a large golden-haired form with 4 legs on the ground. It, ah, gah, and then rushed out suddenly, rushed into a bush, and took out a ball of green unknown creatures like caterpillars from it with its mouth. Golden returned to Naoki with the creature in his mouth, opened his mouth, and placed it on the wooden floor. When Naoki saw the creature clearly, he was stunned. This is Zygarde's cell. What's going on? How could Zygarde's cell appear in the Padilla region? Naoki reached out and picked up the trembling cell. The cell seemed very scared, and it instinctively arched into Naoki's palm when it was picked up. Gale? Motor Lizard tilted its head and looked at the unknown creature, full of confusion. What is that? Naoki saw what Motor Lizard was thinking and explained to it. It should be considered a Pokemon, right? Zygarde, the 3rd god of the Kalos region, the famous Z-God, is also the guardian of the ecosystem, and has been silently monitoring every move of the ecosystem. In the anime, because the Kalos region is full of tree-shaped negative energy cores, this Z-God also left Xiaoji's Greninja alone to help cut trees. Among all the legendary Pokemon, Zygarde is a very special one, because it can differentiate itself into the form of core and cells and spread them throughout the nature. If it encounters danger, these cells will begin to gather and transform into Zygarde to show its power. The little squid that Eureka picked up in the anime is the core of Zygarde, and the one that appeared in his ranch now is a cell. Looking at the cell in his hand, Naoki suddenly had a bold guess in his mind. Could it be that this cell was sent by Zygarde to act as a monitor? As we all know, cells have no self-will, and can only follow the instructions of the core. There is no Zygarde in the Padilla region. The cell appeared here, and it is very likely that Zygarde sent it here. But Naoki is a little uncertain, because as the guardian of the ecosystem, it is not strange for Zygarde to appear anywhere. It monitors not only the ecosystem of the Kalos region, but the whole world is within its protection range. Gulton, have you seen this guy near the ranch before? Naoki asked. Ah, gah. Gulton shook his big head. He had seen it when he was still a motor lizard, but he hadn't seen it since he became Gulton. Is that so? Naoki thought. Could it be that this cell was attracted by the breath of the World Tree? After all, if the World Tree is born, it will be of great benefit to the entire ecosystem. No matter which possibility it is, Zygarde has no ill will towards them. Therefore, after a brief thought, Naoki took the cell back home. This thing can combine to form a Gundam. Collect it first. Maybe the World Tree will attract more Zygarde cells and cores in the future. He will bring them all home to see if he can make a Gundam. The King of the Flower Crown, who was playing with his phone in the living room with the air conditioner on, suddenly noticed a strange breath. He raised his eyes and saw the green unknown creature in Naoki's palm. The Bud Crown was slightly stunned. What is that? It? Naoki smiled and answered, It's Softy. Softy? The Bud Crown was surprised. I gave it a new name, Naoki said, as he took out some snacks that Pokemon liked from the cupboard and tried to feed it to Softy. But the green cell did not eat. It instinctively arched into Naoki's palm, seeming very nervous. Naoki was not surprised to see this scene. Because Zygarde cells do not have self-will, it may not need to eat like other Pokemon. It only needs to absorb some natural energy, or sunlight, and water to survive. He thought carefully, then put the little Soft on the windowsill, and placed a snack and a small dish of water next to it. The cell lay there motionless, occasionally blinking, as if observing this place. I don't know how long it took, but the little Soft seemed to have no energy. It then slowly crawled a short distance, came to the snack, opened its small mouth, and instinctively began to eat. At the same time, in the Kalos area, in the end cave, Zygarde saw everything it encountered through its cells. That human possessed a strong natural energy. Did the breath from before come from it? Zygarde was very confused. Could it be that the other party was a human chosen by the ecosystem, and when it saw that the human actually named its cells Little Soft, the whole Pokemon was silent. Little Soft. It was Zygarde, the guardian of order. How could it be called this name? No, we don't know enough. We need to monitor for a while before we can draw a conclusion. The green light in the end cave gradually subsided, and Zygarde continued to monitor the ecosystem outside. Hoenn region. In a huge volcano, Daigo looked solemnly at the slender man opposite him, who had red hair, black-framed glasses, and exuded a calm and composed aura. The fiery red magma flowed slowly, and many humans wearing the uniforms of the magma team and Pokemon such as coyote dogs were lying on the ground around them. The scars on their bodies all represent how fierce a battle had just taken place here. Why do you want to stop me? Red Flame Pine asked calmly. The purpose of doing all this is only to expand the area of the land and increase the activity space of humans and Pokemon. It has great benefits for both humans and Pokemon. Behind him, a huge Pokemon covered with a red shell was sleeping in the magma with its eyes closed. Daigo's expression was extremely serious. He tried to stop this extreme man. That would only destroy the balance of the world, let the earth fall into an endless purgatory. When that happens, both humans and Pokemon will be severely affected. Humph, even if you are the champion, you can't stop me, look. Red Flame Pine stretched out his arms, as if to show Daigo, the Pokemon behind him. Look, this sleeping super ancient Pokemon Groudon, how beautiful. I have been waiting for this day for a long time. No one can stop me. Daigo frowned. He clenched the Pokeball in his hand, and the Metagross beside him was reliably guarding him. Beside the Red Flame Pine, a fire-breathing camel was slowly tapping the ground with its toes, ready to go. A big battle is about to start. The same scene was played out in the underwater cave at the same time. Shui Wudong laughed wildly. Ha ha ha. I really sympathize with you. You took so much trouble to get here with me, But now, no one can stop us. No one. Even without the orb, we can forcefully wake up Kyogre. Macaulay looked at the sleeping Kyogre elegantly. He raised his lips slightly and said softly, "It seems that we can't get back to Lioli City before dark today. I don't know how Daigo is doing, but Milotic, we can't let that guy down." Woo! Accompanied by a melodious cry, Milotic beside Macaulay rushed out in the direction of Shui Wutong. Chapter 467. Boom! The powerful hammers of the giant metal monster fell fiercely on the body of the fire-breathing camel. The fire-breathing camel, which was hit hard, let out a painful cry and fell to the ground, gasping for breath. Daw frowned. He looked at the Chinsong who was defeated by him, and said, "That's it." Chinsong's face was full of reluctance and anger. "How could it be? I have come here. How can I fall here? No, although I didn't get the orb, if I have the meteorite, it will definitely wake up Groudon." After saying that, Chinsong looked down at the meteorite in his arms. This was dug out by their lava team at Meteor Falls after their plan to snatch the orb failed. These meteorites that fell from space to the Earth have very powerful energy. As long as they are thrown into the magma, Groudon will definitely wake up. Thinking of this, Chinsong threw it into the magma where Groudon was without hesitation. Seeing this, Daigo immediately tried to stop it, but it was too late. As the meteorite fell into the magma, the energy in the meteorite directly reacted with the magma, causing a huge explosion, causing the lava in the volcano to erupt. The hot magma began to bubble up, like a boiling oil pan, splashing in all directions. Daigo's expression was tense. At this moment, he suddenly noticed that the Pokémon that was originally sleeping in the magma had opened its eyes at some point. The pair of golden pupils full of ancient atmosphere looked down at the red flame pine in front of them. Red magma slowly flowed from its body, and then a heavy roar came from Groudon's mouth, carrying a terrifying breath and sweeping around. Daigo's expression was unprecedentedly solemn. "Megalod, get ready." Megalod next to him waved his arms, ready to fight this huge red Pokémon at any time. The red flame pine not far away saw Groudon wake up and seemed extremely excited. "Groud, you finally woke up. I woke you up from your sleep." However, before he finished speaking, Groudon let out an even more terrifying roar. Suddenly, the ground began to tremble, and huge rocks kept falling from the top of the volcano. With a rumbling sound, a huge rock fell next to Daigo, and it was only a dozen centimeters away from hitting him. Red flame pine was shaken and fell to the ground, while Daigo and Metagross hurriedly hid. When they finally found a safe place, they suddenly discovered that Groudon had disappeared from the magma just now. Daigo suddenly had a bad feeling in his heart. He thought of the ancient legend that was circulated in the Hoenn region, and at this moment, he didn't care about the magma team and the red flame pine at all, and flew out of the volcano on the armored bird. Daigo took out the Rotom phone and quickly contacted the Hoenn Alliance. At the same time, in the underwater cave, the originally calm sea waters suddenly became turbulent. At the moment when Groudon woke up, Kyogre, who was sleeping in the underwater cave, seemed to have noticed something and suddenly opened his eyes. A terrifying aura swept out instantly. Seeing this scene, several members of the marine team were startled and quickly reported, Boss, Kyogre is awake." Shui Wudong, who was fighting with Macaulay, was also very shocked. "What's going on? Isn't it sleeping?" Macaulay twitched his mouth, and while commanding Milotic to use waterfall climb on Shui Wudong, he said, "It's just sleeping, not dead." The huge water wave accurately hit Shui Wudong's Megalodon. At this time, Kyogre also noticed the tiny humans who broke into his cave. It decisively ignored them, then turned around, left the underwater cave, and swam towards the sea surface at a very fast speed. Because Kyogre had already sensed that Groudon was heading in that direction, as if he wanted to expand his territory, Hoenn region, Kanaz City. It started to rain. The drizzle of raindrops fell on the street, and this sudden rain caught people off guard. The trainer who was traveling on the road, the little girl who was going out to buy ice cream, and the office worker with a briefcase quickly hid under the shops on the street. The office worker shook off the rain on his briefcase and muttered, "Really? The weather forecast clearly said that it would be a sunny day today." The rain was getting heavier and heavier, and he had no way to meet the client. The office worker looked at the watch on his wrist anxiously, hoping that this sudden rain would stop as soon as possible. At this moment, a shout suddenly came from the side. "Look!" The office worker raised his head and looked in the direction of the young trainer's finger, and then he saw a shocking scene. The originally clear sky was covered with a thick layer of dark clouds, and terrible wind and rain were brewing in it, as if something terrible was about to be born. The rain was getting heavier and heavier, and soon, it submerged Kanaz City, and the surrounding towns. However, compared with Kanaz City, Fuyin Town was a scene of scorching sun. The temperature in the air is getting higher and higher, and the sun in the sky is getting more dazzling. The strong high temperature is baking the earth, causing some trainers running in the wild to have symptoms of heat stroke. Such incidents are happening in the Hoenn region. The two extreme weather conditions are constantly intertwined in the Hoenn region, and this phenomenon immediately caused panic among people everywhere. At this time, the gym leaders of various cities took action and began to organize people and Pokemon to take refuge in an orderly manner. In the Weather Research Institute, more than 20 researchers were sitting in front of their computers, monitoring the anomalies in the Hoenn region through satellites and radars. The air was filled with a heavy atmosphere, no one spoke, and the sound of keyboards was particularly abrupt in this space. Some senior executives stood in the back, looking at the constantly jumping screens with serious expressions. Suddenly, one of the researchers shouted, "Report, traces of the ancient Pokemon Groudon have been found." The satellite image zoomed in quickly, and then people saw a huge Pokemon covered with a red shell on the screen. It had left the land and stepped into the sea. What shocked the researchers even more was that every time the Pokemon took a step, it would leave a piece of solidified land under its feet. It seemed to be the result of the reaction between the magma in its body and the seawater. Before everyone could react, the second alarm sounded again. Report, Kyogre has also appeared in the monitoring range. According to the radar chart, these two super ancient Pokemon are moving towards each other. As soon as this was said, the group immediately thought of the legend circulating in the Hoenn region. According to the legend, when Groudon, the god of the earth, and Kyogre, the god of the sea, awaken, they will start an endless battle. A senior executive frowned and asked in a deep voice, "How long will it take for them to meet?" At the current speed of these two Pokemon, it is expected that they will meet in 5 hours and 32 minutes, the place where we met. As the researcher finished speaking, the computer screen in the institute also inferred the next trajectory of the two Pokemon based on their speed. On the screen, two dots, one red and one blue, kept moving on the map, and soon stopped on a sea area 50 kilometers west of Lily City. Padia region, Naoki Ranch. After lunch, Naoki was leisurely taking care of the flowers in the garden with a Psyduck spray bottle. Several EVs surrounded him, chasing and playing around his feet. In the flower field filled with the fragrance of flowers, Butterfree and 3 bees were slowly shuttling through it, diligently collecting nectar. As the water from Psyduck's spray bottle sprayed out, a beautiful rainbow was immediately reflected in the air. The EVs nearby soon discovered the rainbow, and curiously gathered around, trying to touch it with their claws. At this moment, the partner EV, who was playing happily, suddenly felt his nose wet, as if a drop of water had fallen on it. "Boy!" The partner EV looked up, and then it saw a dark cloud floating in the clear sky. A light rain fell from the dark cloud, covering the whole ranch. Seeing this scene, Naoki stopped watering the flowers, and was slightly stunned. He looked up at the sky in surprise. "It's raining, strange." The weather forecast clearly said that there would be no rain today. When it rains, the land in the ranch will turn into mud. In this case, if Pokemon continue to play outside, they will become dirty. Before the rain got too heavy, Naoki hurriedly took a group of Pokemon home. The EVs leaned against the window and looked out at the pasture covered by the continuous rain. "Boy! If you feel bored, you can go to the World Tree to play with the geckos." Naoki said, "It won't rain there, and the ground is dry." "Boy!" The EV's eyes lit up. This was a good idea. It was decided. They went to play at the World Tree, then the EVs ran away. Not long after, Naoki received a text message from Mutuo. The text message said that the World Tree would hold a Pokemon tea party tonight, and the EVs would attend together, and they were not going back to the ranch tonight. Naoki, really? Children. Don't keep them when they grow up. He reluctantly replied to Mutuo, saying that he understood. Once the EVs left, the house was empty again. Naoki, who was bored, started surfing the internet, but soon, he was attracted by several hot searches on the hot search. Extreme weather in the Hoenn region. A volcano in the Hoenn region begins to erupt. Heavy rain and tsunamis hit various parts of the Hoenn region. A huge figure of a mysterious Pokemon appears on the sea surface in the Hoenn region. And so on. Seeing these hot searches, Naoki was slightly stunned. Have Groudon and Kyogre woken up? So this sudden rain in the Padia region could not have been affected by those two Pokemon? Naoki quickly clicked on these news hot searches and checked the specific situation. It is said that extreme weather suddenly appeared in the Hoenn region. Some cities were covered by high temperatures and strong sunshine, while other cities were hit by continuous heavy rain. Cities located on the coast, such as Kana City and Widow Town, even experienced tsunamis. This terrible disaster in the Hoenn region quickly attracted widespread attention from all over the world. People in other regions asked about the situation there. In response, some netizens living in the Hoenn region took many photos with their mobile phones and uploaded them to the internet. The background of the photo is a dark sky covered with dark clouds. The photographer is on an island. Looking around, he can see huge waves sweeping over the distant sea. That scene is like the end of the world. Some photos have sunny backgrounds, but the sun in the sky is stronger than ever before. The netizen who took the photo also recorded a video to show it to netizens in other regions. The video shows that his arm was sunburned not long after it was stretched out in the sun. The Hoenn Alliance did not hide this disaster from the public. They used their official account to directly tell the people of Hoenn. The disaster recorded in the legend has reappeared in the Hoenn region. Groudon, the god of the earth, and Kyogre, the god of the sea, have awakened. Under their influence, a disaster is erupting in various parts of Hoenn. Please don't panic, and try to cooperate with the gym leader and Miss June Shaw to seek refuge. We are doing our best to prevent this disaster. Groudon and Kyogre have awakened. Seeing this scene, Naoki couldn't help but mutter, "I wonder what's going on with Daigo." Naoki continued to scroll down and read the posts of netizens. Soon, he saw some daring guys. These trainers did not go to take shelter obediently, but rode their own Pokemon to chase the huge Pokemon moving on the sea. They also broadcast live on Piku TV, showing people the true face of Groudon, the god of the earth. There were also several helicopters in the background, most of which were printed with the logo of the Hoenn Alliance, but Naoki noticed that one of the helicopters also had the logo of a TV station. The bold outdoor anchor exclaimed, "Ah, that's the helicopter of the Hoenn Alliance, and the reporter from Violet TV is here too. But by the way, is this Pokemon the legendary Earth God Groudon? It's really big." The anchor wanted to say something else, but soon a staff member of the Hoenn Alliance came over on a Tanabata Bluebird and dissuaded him. "It's dangerous here. Please leave here quickly, and go to a nearby city for refuge." The bold anchor wanted to refuse, but at this moment, the attention of the helicopters in the sky attracted the attention of the Groudon. It opened its mouth, and the energy of the earth vein surged wildly, and finally poured into the earth. Then, huge swords of stone pierced out from the sea. That was Groudon's exclusive move, the Cliff Sword. Naoki recognized it at a glance. One of the helicopters was hit on the spot, and fell to the sea. Fortunately, at the critical moment, the helicopter pilot was ejected, so the helicopter was not destroyed and no one was killed. After witnessing this scene, the Alliance staff frowned and ordered, "All personnel keep a distance from Groudon, don't get close easily." Suddenly, the helicopters stayed where they were, not daring to get close to Groudon. Groudon then retracted his gaze, and continued to move forward. The anchor seemed to be frightened by the scene just now. He quickly turned off the live broadcast, and went to take shelter. In the Hoenn region, on the sea 50 kilometers away from Lily City. Daigo arrived here in advance by helicopter. The sky was overcast, and the sea breeze was constantly sweeping in. Daigo frowned, his silver hair fluttered up and down with the wind, and his handsome face was full of solemnity. Suddenly, a cry of surprise came from the headphones he was wearing. "Grotto and Kyogre are here." Daigo looked up suddenly. "I saw a huge black shadow appeared in the sea below, and Groudon also appeared on the sea not far away." The next second, the shadow in the sea rushed out of the water, floating on the sea, staring at Groudon on the opposite side. Groudon also stopped, its thick claws slightly clenched, looking down at Kyogre on the sea. The heavy rain fell, covering the sound of the helicopter engine. Daigo clenched the Pokeball in his hand. At this moment, the fate of the entire Hoenn depended on him. The three parties gathered together, and a war was about to break out. Chapter 468. The sea breeze blew Daigo's silver hair. He held the Pokeball in his hand, looked at the two ancient Pokemon below, and said calmly, "Groudon and Kyogre have already reunited. Next, I will try to stop them. I leave that to you." His voice spread far away from the radio headset. Outside the distant Duskwater town, Mikoli stood elegantly on a huge whale king. He looked at the sea in the distance. On a misty water, an ancient tower stood quietly. The top of the tower reaches the clouds, as if connecting the ocean and the sky. There is the Sky Pillar. According to legend, those who reach the top of the Sky Pillar can summon the legendary Sky God, Rayquaza, on the Dragon Altar. As a member of the Glass Clan, Mikoli has always been responsible for protecting the Sky Pillar. Although they, the Glass Clan, are not qualified to enter, things have come to this point, and he has to try anyway. This is the backup plan that Macaulay discussed with Daigo in advance. If the plan to stop Team Magma and Team Aqua fails, Groudon and Kyogre will unfortunately wake up. Then Daigo will immediately go to stop them, and Macaulay will need to go to the Sky Pillar to find Rayquaza and ask it to appear, so that the legendary Sky God, who stopped the dispute between the land and the sea, can reappear in the world. Macaulay's mind was full of thoughts, and his thoughts returned to reality when the cold sea breeze mixed with drizzle blew. "I know, Mr. Champion." Macaulay heard the solemnity in Daigo's tone, and he used a light tone as usual to try to liven up the atmosphere. But the effect was not very good, because Groudon and Kyogre had already started the first round of conflict. The huge force turned the world upside down, and a huge tsunami rushed into the sky. The helicopter Daigo was riding on quickly increased its altitude to avoid being overturned by the huge waves. Daigo was unable to dodge, and almost fell down, but fortunately, he grabbed the handrail on the side in time to stabilize his body. Listening to the noise coming from the other side, Macaulay stopped joking and said quickly, "I'm leaving." "Hold on, Daigo." "Yeah." After the communication ended, Macaulay took a deep breath and said to the Whale King under him, "Whale King, we should go." Roar! A strange and heavy cry sounded between heaven and earth. Then, the Whale King under Macaulay swung its huge tail fin and rushed towards the pillar of the sky in the distance. "Mr. Daigo, are you okay?" The pilot who had stabilized the helicopter quickly looked at Daigo behind him. Daigo shook his head, looking at the Groudon and Kyogre that were constantly colliding below, and heard the current situation in various places in the Hoenn region through his headphones. The heavy rain, tsunami, and high-temperature sunshine seemed to become more intense with the fight between the two legendary Pokémon. Some areas even began to experience extreme weather where it was still raining heavily in the last second, and the temperature in the air soared to more than 40 degrees in the next second. If Groudon and Kyogre continue to fight, it won't be long before the aftermath of their fight will cause a devastating blow to the entire Hoenn region. We can't let them go on. Thinking of this, Daigo stopped watching the battle and chose to participate in this battle of gods as a third party. He threw 2 Pokeballs. With 2 flashes of white light, an armored bird and a Metagross appeared under the helicopter. Daigo jumped onto the armored bird and turned back to say to the helicopter pilot, "Leave here first and go to shelter." The helicopter pilot was slightly stunned, but... No buts. Daigo frowned. There was no time. The helicopter pilot looked at their champion anxiously, and then nodded vigorously. "Yes." "Then I leave everything to you." After that, the helicopter flew away. Daigo rode on the armored bird and rushed into the battlefield between Groudon and Kyogre. Metaphysical, Cannon Beam. Roar! A strong light suddenly burst out from Metaphysical, and countless lights gathered at one point, turning into a thick beam of light and blasting towards Kyogre, who jumped out of the sea. Boom! The huge force caught Kyogre off guard, and its huge body fell back into the sea. Groudon also noticed this human who intervened in their territorial battle. Accompanied by an ancient roar, countless magma energies flowed from its body into the earth veins, turning into huge stone pillars piercing out. Boom, 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 boom. Megalodon noticed this scene keenly, and its mind was alarmed. Its body immediately reacted and flew forward quickly. Huge stone pillars emerged from behind it one after another. The speed at which the stone pillars appeared was too fast. Metal Claw. Daigo's voice came from above. Metagross had always trusted its trainer unconditionally. After hearing this command, it immediately swung its steel claws. The next second, a huge stone pillar that stabbed out from in front of it was split into several pieces. Roar! The cliff sword finally stopped, and Groudon's golden pupils stared at the Pokémon. Just when the Metagross stopped and wanted to take a break, a huge black shadow suddenly appeared under the sea. The next second, the black shadow jumped up and looked down at the Metagross. Then, countless blue-white shining lights shot out from Kyogre's body. The Metagross was unable to dodge, and was directly blasted into the sea. A dazzling red mushroom cloud immediately erupted on the sea. In an instant, all sounds disappeared. When everything was restored, huge waves also poured down. Witnessing that scene, Daigo's pupils shrank slightly. That power. Fortunately, Metagross did not lose its ability to fight. It rushed straight out of the sea, and continued to fight the 2 legendary Pokémon without retreating. Groudon and Kyogre noticed this tiny Pokémon at the same time. Its attitude, though tiny, looked superior, completely angered the 2 legendary Pokémon. The red magma flowed again, and a huge stone pillar pierced up from the sea. Kyogre fell into the sea, raised its head, and condensed a stream of extremely cold rays from its mouth, shooting at Metagross. These two legendary Pokemon actually planned to join forces to repel the two intruders, Metagross and Daigo. Metagross, move at high speed. Daigo ordered in a deep voice. Metagross instantly entered a high-speed movement state, constantly dodging Groudon's cliff sword. Kyogre's freezing beam passed by it, and in a blink of an eye, a large area of seawater was frozen. The Metagross rushed towards Groudon. Daigo followed closely behind, and when they were about the same distance, he suddenly said, "Comet Fist." The four metal arms of the Metagross merged into one in an instant, and a deep blue light burst out from its body, like a meteor falling from the sky, hitting Groudon. Crack! The huge impact caused the ground that had just solidified under Groudon's feet to crack. Roar! The angry Groudon roared, opened its mouth wide, and locked onto the Metagross with its golden pupils. A beam of blazing flames gushed out of its mouth, instantly drowning the Metagross that had not yet pulled away. The powerful force directly caused the Metagross to fly backwards, and it fell heavily on the sea frozen by Kyogre, rolling several times. Metagross. Daigo frowned. However, before he finished speaking, Kyogre's huge body jumped out of the sea again. The blue-white beams of light met at one point, and instantly blasted the Metagross into the frozen sea. After dealing with the Metagross, Groudon and Kyogre once again cast their eyes on Daigo and Armor Bird in the air. The next second, a water cannon blasted towards Armor Bird. Gaw! Armor Bird immediately flapped its wings, and took the trainer to dodge at high speed. At this moment, this tragic scene appeared in the eyes of countless people. High in the sky, the female reporter of Violet TV shouted with tears in her eyes, "Sir Daigo!" In the underground shelter of the distant city, countless citizens looked at the screen nervously. It's over! Daigo can't deal with those two legendary Pokemon at the same time. Is that the legendary god of the earth and god of the sea? What a terrifying power! The head of the Hoenn Alliance looked at the screen with a serious expression. Suddenly, a liaison officer rushed in and reported, "Report, other regions have provided us with support. Currently, the champions of the Kanto and Sinnoh regions are rushing here." The chairman, who was over 50 years old, said in a deep voice, "Before that, you must hold on." After that, he took off his suit and turned to leave the room. The contact person was stunned. "Chairman, what are you going to do?" "Chairman, we can't let Daigo fight alone. I was also a king when I was young, so I can help a little bit." The main battlefield of Lioli. After dealing with the tiny human, Groudon and Kyogre turned their attention back to each other. They once again started a new round of fighting. On the ice, Daigo and Armored Bird, who were shot down, found the Metagross stuck in the ice due to loss of strength. Ahem. Through the cold ice, Daigo used the Pokeball to rescue Metagross. He quickly took out a bottle of first aid medicine from his pocket and healed Metagross. After a while, Metagross opened his eyes weakly. Seeing that Metagross was fine, Daigo breathed a sigh of relief. He stood up and looked at Groudon and Kyogre fighting in the distance, and then checked the communication device beside his ear. "Mikoli!" Daigo shouted in a deep voice. "I'm here!" Pillar of the sky. Mikoli was running up the stairs with all his strength. He could hear a hint of anxiety in Daigo's voice. He knew that the situation over there might not be very good, so he sped up again. But this ancient tower seemed to have been in disrepair for many years, and the tower and the ground had become extremely fragile. Mikoli accidentally stepped on the ground and fell to the next floor. Hiss! He took a breath of cold air because of the pain, but there was no time to rest in this situation. Mikoli gritted his teeth and continued to rush upwards. After an unknown amount of time, he finally reached the last step. Mikoli panted and stepped onto the top of the tower. "Rayquaza!" he shouted. "Please come out and help us stop the fight between Groudon and Kyogre." There was silence all around. Huge waves hit the tower, and this ancient pillar of the sky stood still in the wind and rain. Rayquaza did not respond. Mikoli's heart sank immediately. Padilla Region, Jichin Town, Naoki Ranch. Mayor Thomas hurried to Naoki Ranch with an umbrella. The weather has been unstable recently, and he was worried that Naoki had no experience in dealing with this kind of weather, so he planned to come and give him some advice. But when Mayor Thomas arrived at the ranch, he learned from his sister Ai Guancher that Naoki had gone out. Looking at his sister Ai Guancher who was receiving him, the old man was stunned. Going out? Did Naoki say where he was going? Sister Ai Butler, Aya. It saw Mayor Thomas's worry and comforted him. Aya. Well, when Naoki comes back, remember to ask him to call all the Pokemon in the ranch back to the house, close the doors and windows, and prepare enough food. Mayor Thomas reminded. Aya. Sister Ai Butler nodded happily, indicating that he understood. Mayor Thomas then turned and left. Rayquaza did not respond. Mikori's slightly heavy voice came from the communication device. I've tried many ways, but I can't summon it. Hearing this, Daigo frowned. Is there no other way? He, Metagross, and Armor Bird looked at Groudon and Kyogre in the distance. News came from the Hoenn League that the 4 kings and champions from other regions were coming here to support. Before that, he must hold on. As if sensing the trainer's mood at the moment, the wounded Metagross floated in front of him. Daigo was slightly stunned. Do you want to continue fighting? Metagross nodded its heavy head. The armored bird beside it also chirped and flapped its wings, as if it was preparing to stop the 2 ancient Pokémon together with Metagross. I understand. Daigo took a deep breath. In that case, I leave it to you. There were only these 2 flying Pokémon around him, and the other Pokémon could not fight Groudon and Kyogre in such a large ocean. Metagross and Armored Bird looked at Daigo, and then rushed towards Groudon and Kyogre again. Daigo stood on the ice and watched their figures. The hearts of trainers and Pokémon are connected. Even without words, they clearly understand each other's thoughts. This time, Metagross faced Kyogre, and Armored Bird faced Groudon. Explosions continued to be heard on the sea in the distance. Heavy rain, huge waves, beams of light, flowing magma, solidified earth. This scene, which can be called grand, was reflected in Daigo's light blue eyes. At this moment, the flow of time seemed to slow down, until the Metagross was blown away by Kyogre's root wave and fell on the ice. The huge impact force caused Daigo to fall down with him. The Rotom phone was forced to roll out of his pocket. The female reporter from Violet TV couldn't help crying when she saw this scene. Mr. Daigo. At this moment, everyone watching the live broadcast felt extremely heavy. Someone saw Daigo's physical condition. Just now, Daigo was injured when he and Armor Bird were shot down by Kyogre. Doesn't that mean that Mr. Daigo has been holding on to the battle? Daigo. Some people prayed for a miracle, while others cheered for Daigo. Come on, Mr. Daigo. It was as if Daigo heard people's shouts. He slowly opened his blurry eyes after falling unconscious. After a while, his vision gradually became clear. What came into view was a silver Metagross-style Rotom phone. At this moment, a voice suddenly appeared in Daigo's mind. The person said to him, if the ancient Pokémon Groudon and Kyogre are really revived, and if the Hoenn Alliance cannot solve the problem, you can contact me, maybe I can help. The person also said, me? I'm a rancher. Thinking of this, Daigo stretched out his hand, and held the Rotom phone in his hand. Turn on the phone, unlock the screen, start the Pokémon friend communication, and click on the communication record with the Wing King. Daigo, if you are here, please contact me. The other party replied quickly, with only 2 short words, but surprisingly reassuring. Wing King, I am here. Daigo, please help the people in the Hoenn region. As soon as this message came out, there was no immediate reply from the other side. Daigo looked at the explosion on the sea in the distance, and suddenly felt that he was a bit desperate. That's right, after all, the other party was far away in the Padia region. What would be the use even if he agreed to help? After all, it would take a long time to get to Hoenn from there. However, at this moment, Daigo suddenly noticed that a huge black shadow appeared again under the sea in the distance. Is that Kyogre? No, Kyogre has already jumped into the air and rushed towards Groudon. What is that? The shadow gradually covered the entire sea surface, and the huge sea surface completely turned into a shadow field. The next second, a shadow even bigger than Kyogre and Groudon rushed out from it. A huge body, black wings, black and red stripes, golden structure, blood-red eyes. That Pokémon is the internet celebrity Giratina. Daigo recognized the identity of the Pokémon at a glance. A look of astonishment suddenly appeared on his face. What happened? At this moment, this question also lingered in the minds of the people watching the live broadcast. In the Weather Research Institute, a researcher discovered the Pokémon that suddenly broke into the battlefield through a satellite. Soon, he discovered something shocking. The researcher shouted, "Look, there is a human standing on the head of that Pokémon." The researchers and senior executives around him all looked there. The screen kept zooming in, and soon, everyone saw a human on the head of that Pokémon. It was a man tall, with a black and dark green mask on his face, and a cape behind him. The man stood in the wind and rain, his cape rustling in the strong wind. What's going on with that guy? Someone murmured in disbelief. Is he the trainer of Giratina? How could that be? These researchers had just witnessed the horror of the legendary Pokémon. As far as they knew, Giratina was also a legendary Pokémon. And now, this legendary Pokémon was captured by humans? Who was that man wearing a mask? Before people could figure out the answer to this question, the scene on the screen changed again. With the arrival of the mysterious man and Giratina, Groudon and Kyogre, who were originally fighting fiercely, were immediately attracted by them. The two legendary Pokémon turned around and looked at Giratina, looking at the strange Pokémon that was just as oppressive as them. Growl and Kyogre showed a solemn expression on their faces. And Giratina glanced at the two Pokémon with disdain. "That's it?" it said to Naoki through telepathy. "Naoki, you came here to join in the fun." He originally just wanted Giratina to help open a door, and then take a shortcut to the Hoenn region, but he never thought that Giratina would run over immediately after hearing that there was a fight here. "Humph!" Giratina hummed excitedly, "Leave it to me." After saying that, a layer of strange light lit up in its blood-red eyes. The energy in the surrounding space surged wildly, condensing into huge meteorites behind Giratina, falling from the sky with a breath of destruction. Dragon Star Cluster. Such dense meteorites fell from the sky, almost without deliberately aiming, and hit the huge Groudon and Kyogre. Grotto was hit on the head, and his huge body smashed a big hole on the ground. Perhaps he was a little confused by the hit, and after coming to his senses, Groudon immediately roared angrily, spitting out destructive death light to the sky, smashing those endless meteorites. Kyogre was smashed into the sea by the meteorite. Just when Naoki thought it was hit hard, Kyogre suddenly jumped up from the sea and flew directly in front of Giratina. Countless blue-white beams of light flashed around it, and shot at Giratina. Shadow Sneak. Naoki made a quick decision. Giratina snorted arrogantly, and the next second, its huge body disappeared from the spot. Kyogre's root wave failed. Everyone who saw this scene was shocked. Disappeared? On the ice, Daigo looked up at the sky. Even though he was well informed, he couldn't help but be shocked by the help that suddenly appeared. Is the person riding on Giratina Wing King? Kyogre and Groudon became alert to the sudden disappearance of the Pokémon. But suddenly, the surrounding space was distorted. A purple space gate suddenly appeared, and Giratina emerged from it. The huge claws with a faint purple light tore through the space, and cut off Kyogre in front of him. Ouch! Kyogre, who was hit hard, flew backwards instantly, wailing in pain, and then fell into the sea. Giratina looked proud. It is indeed the most powerful legendary Pokémon. However, just as it was feeling proud, Naoki's voice suddenly came. "Watch out." Not far away, Groudon had already condensed the cliff sword. The stone pillars protruding from the sea were attacking Giratina at a very fast speed. Chapter 469. Giratina dodged quickly, and thanks to Naoki's advance warning, it was not hit by the Pokémon's attack. But Groudon's sneak attack made Giratina very angry. It roared angrily, turned around, and a thick black and red beam of light instantly shot out from Giratina's mouth. Groudon also used the Destruction Death Beam to fight against Giratina. The black and red energy met in midair, intertwined and annihilated each other, and the red energy lightning kept flashing and jumping. For a moment, the surrounding space seemed to be distorted. Giratina was interested in exchanging waves with Groudon. It slightly increased its energy output, and Groudon instantly felt a sense of pressure. A solemn expression appeared in its golden pupils, and the energy of the earth continued to flow from Groudon's body. The next second, it pushed back the destructive death light that was suppressed by Giratina. However, at this moment, something unexpected happened. Kyogre under the sea attacked again, and it suddenly jumped out of the water, bursting out countless blue-white rays of light, trying to attack Giratina from the side. Seeing this scene, Naoki frowned slightly. He took out a pokeball in his right hand, and with a flash of white light, Dragonite appeared beside Giratina. "Thunder," Naoki said in a deep voice. Dragonite was already extremely proficient in the thunder move. Almost in an instant, the thunder in the sky turned into a thick lightning bolt that fell from the sky, and under the blessing of the rain, it suddenly hit Kyogre. The huge lightning energy once again blasted Kyogre into the sea. The root wave passed by Giratina and missed. Dragonite also noticed the big fish Pokémon on the opposite side at this moment. It once wanted to catch the other Pokémon back to the ranch and give it to Naoki, but was defeated by the other Pokémon. Seeing that Pokémon came to attack it again, Giratina became even angrier. It withdrew the idea of playing with Groudon, and the huge energy instantly swallowed up Groudon's destructive death light, and Groudon was also submerged by the terrifying energy. The majestic energy caused a violent explosion on the god of the earth. At one point, the sea surged and the ground cracked. Huge waves rose on the sea. Groudon and Kyogre were knocked to the ground at the same time. Great, amazing. In the heavy rain, the female reporter from Violet TV wiped the tears from her face and looked at the scene with excitement. Her excited tone was transmitted through the camera to the ears of everyone watching the live broadcast. Inside the underground shelter of Chunghwa City in the distance, Qianli stood in front of the crowd, folded his arms, and looked at the figure on the screen. People exclaimed from behind him. So strong. That guy could actually fight two Pokemon at the same time without losing. At this moment, people in the Hoenn region saw hope. They shouted and cheered across the screen. Come on! You must win. Weather Research Institute. When the group of senior executives and researchers saw that the mysterious trainer, who suddenly appeared in Giratina, had the ability to stop this disaster, they all breathed a sigh of relief. Great! Some people were so excited that they stood up and high-fived their companions. After calming down, everyone turned their eyes to the mysterious trainer on the screen. At this moment, a question popped up in their minds. Who is the trainer who has captured Giratina and is so powerful? No one knows the answer. Because the mask on the man's face covered his face, people couldn't see his appearance clearly. Grau staggered to his feet from the ground, and Kyogre also resurfaced. They looked at the strange Pokemon in the air with serious expressions. Naoki also looked at Groudon and Kyogre below. He thought that the blood of these two guys was too thick. But it was not a good idea to fight like this. After thinking about it, Naoki tried to negotiate with them. Groud, Kyogre, let's stop here. Don't fight anymore, go back to where you should go. However, Groudon and Kyogre just looked at him and Giratina in silence, with no intention of stopping here. The rainstorm became even more violent. The sea was pitch black, and the natural energy between heaven and earth was being rapidly absorbed by the two legendary Pokemon. At this moment, the two Pokemon tacitly chose to join forces. Groudon burst out with a hot earth energy, and a huge stone pillar quickly pierced out of the sea. Kyogre made an ancient cry, and its figure jumped up from under the sea to behind Giratina, and countless bluish-white lights began to shine. The two Pokemon actually attacked Giratina at the same time. Looking at this scene, all the audience watching the live broadcast felt nervous. The God of Earth and the God of Ocean have joined forces. What's going on? An old man once said to me that when two equally powerful Pokemon are fighting, if a third party breaks in, they will first work together to repel the third party, and then start fighting again. Someone murmured. Now, can that Giratina deal with two combined legendary Pokemon at the same time? Boom! The huge energy merged with the air, and a violent explosion sounded on the sea. Giratina's figure dived into the shadows, and then emerged from the sky. Want to fight 2 against 1? Naoki instantly saw what Groudon and Kyogre were planning. If he remembered correctly, in the anime, when Rayquaza came out to stop them, these two Pokemon would also attack Rayquaza together. It seems that the fight between the gods does not allow others to intervene. Groudon and Kyogre did not answer. Their golden eyes locked onto Giratina in midair. A thick black-red beam of light spurted out of Groudon's mouth. Kyogre raised a huge wave and bombarded Giratina with it. Dragonite Thunder. As the words fell, a purple glow appeared around Giratina. Its body instantly disappeared from the spot. Dragonite once again summoned dense thunder to bombard Kyogre. A huge lightning bolt struck the sea surface, and dense yellow electric currents spread rapidly along the seawater. In just a moment, the entire sea surface turned into a sea of electric currents. Kyogre felt pain, and now he recognized the Pokemon that had entered his underwater cave. Overestimating his own abilities, Kyogre, who had fallen into the sea, suddenly jumped out of the water, and countless blue-white beams shot out from his body, blasting Dragonite into the sea. At the same time, Giratina also appeared behind Groudon. The huge purple claws tore through the space, and slashed Groudon fiercely. Roar! Groudon felt pain and roared. It turned around and grabbed Giratina with its thick claws, trying to engage in a wild melee with it. At such a close distance, Naoki could even see Groudon's face clearly. Destroy the Death Ray. He spoke quickly. Giratina opened its mouth, and the black and red terrifying energy condensed in its mouth, turning into a thick beam of light that hit Groudon's chest. The huge impact force blasted Groudon back continuously, and its body left a huge mark on the ground. However, at this moment, Kyogre suddenly appeared from behind Giratina. The surging water quickly condensed in its mouth, and finally turned into a water cannon that was suppressed to the extreme and blasted towards Giratina. Giratina was unable to dodge, and was hit in the tail by Kyogre's water cannon. The pain made a layer of red light appear in its eyes, and with a roar, the entire Pokemon of Giratina began to fall into a state of rage. It's endless, Naoki shouted at Dragonite, and then jumped off the top of Giratina's head to avoid being affected by the close combat of these three mythical beasts. Dragonite locked its eyes on Naoki, flapped its wings, and caught him with its back accurately. On the sea below, Giratina began to beat up the attacking Kyogre, and tried to drag it into the reverse world. But Kyogre was too slippery, or something. It quickly swung its tail fin to get out, and returned to the sea. Groudon activated the energy of the earth veins, created the Cliff Sword, and attacked Giratina from behind. Looking at this scene, Naoki frowned, and said to Dragonite, "Summon it. It's better to leave this matter to professionals." Ouch. Dragon nodded, indicating that he understood. At the same time, the people watching the live broadcast also found that the mysterious trainer suddenly went to Dragonite. What's going on? What happened? Just when people were puzzled, a distant dragon roar came from far away. Then, the sky covered by dark clouds suddenly broke open, and the sacred light was projected onto the earth. Along with the light came a mysterious Pokemon that was pitch black and shaped like a dragon. Seeing this, everyone in the Weather Research Institute sat up in shock. That was the legendary god of the sky, Rayquaza. Wait, was the mysterious trainer's reason for stopping just now to summon Rayquaza? Soon, the scene on the satellite screen verified their guess. The pitch-black Rayquaza flew in front of the mysterious man, looked at the mysterious man, and then looked at the Dragonite beside him. Sure enough, Rayquaza was summoned by him. At this moment, not only the researchers and senior executives realized this. Even the people in the shelter realized this. The legend says that when the god of the earth and the god of the sea are fighting, the god of the sky, Rayquaza, will appear to stop them. That's the legendary god of the sky, Rayquaza. Who is that guy? Not only did he subdue Giratina, he can also summon Rayquaza. Daigo was also stunned. Rayquaza. King Tsubasa called for Rayquaza. At this moment, countless speculations flashed through Daigo's mind. Did King Tsubasa subdue Rayquaza, or was he the legendary meteorite? Either possibility was enough to shock people. Above the sea, Rayquaza joined the battle. 2v2, an extremely fair doubles match. Groudon and Kyogre also noticed the sudden arrival of Rayquaza. Their expressions suddenly became more solemn than ever before. At this time, Rayquaza also turned his attention to Groudon and Kyogre. In its mind, it saw Dragonite and the group of Pokemon calling it a hero, and it was extremely excited. Dragonite must have believed in it, so it summoned it to stop these two guys, right? Roar! Rayquaza raised its head to the sky and let out a dragon roar. So today, let it do what a hero should do in front of Dragonite. Under the watchful eyes of the crowd, Rayquaza burst out with a strong energy. The energy turned its entire body green. The next second, Rayquaza rushed out like an arrow. A green straight line pierced the sky. Groudon and Kyogre on the sea were instantly pierced. A violent explosion occurred on the bodies of the two Pokemon. The irritable Giratina followed closely, quietly emerging from the purple shadows, and slammed its claws hard on Kyogre. Kyogre, who suffered 2 heavy blows, immediately let out a painful whine. Kyogre, who fell into the sea, instinctively turned around and rushed into the sea, giving up the fight. Groudon, who got up from the ground, turned around and ran back. Giratina flew to Naoki and laughed at the two guys who were running away in a panic. Naoki, With the departure of these two Pokemon, the dark clouds covering the Hoenn region finally dissipated. The heavy rain stopped and the temperature gradually dropped. This crisis was finally resolved. Naoki heaved a sigh of relief. Sure enough, this kind of thing should be left to professionals. Giratina and Rayquaza flew to the left and right of him and Dragonite. Dragonite was looking at Rayquaza with a burning gaze, and its tone was full of excitement. A woo! As expected of Rayquaza Sr., so awesome. Rayquaza felt Dragonite's admiring gaze, opened its mouth, and responded, roar. Dragonite happily invited, a woo! Senior Rayquaza, please come to the ranch next time. I will treat you with delicious food. Roar! Rayquaza readily agreed. It said yes, looked at Naoki, then looked at Dragonite, then turned around and rushed into the sky. The dark figure quickly disappeared into the sky. Giratina looked at Rayquaza's figure, and said in a deep voice, that guy is very strong. Naoki thought to himself that it was not true. In the movie version, it could fight 7 people alone. Thinking about it, Naoki turned his head and saw that Kyogre had disappeared from the sea, while Groudon was walking towards the land. It was finally over. He wanted to chase Groudon to see how it walked back home, but suddenly he noticed a helicopter not far away. The helicopters of Violet TV and the Hoenn Alliance were hovering in the cloudless sky, and one of them tried to fly towards him. After a moment of silence, Naoki said to Giratina, let's go back too. He came here to help, and had no intention of taking advantage of the opportunity to become famous. Otherwise, he would not have come here to hide his true identity. The fun was over, and after exercising his body, Giratina was content to take Naoki back to the reverse world. Before leaving, Naoki looked at Daigo below and nodded at him. Then, he followed Giratina into the reverse world. Seeing them disappear from the spot, the people of the Hoenn Alliance were also slightly stunned. Disappeared? What a mysterious trainer. What a pity. I didn't have time to thank him. No matter what, he is a hero who saved our Hoenn region. Daigo stood up from the ice, picked up the Rotom phone, clicked into the chat interface of Wing King, and sent him a thank you. The other party did not reply immediately. Daigo looked through the chat records above. When he saw the sentence "me, I'm just a rancher," Daigo's face showed a stunned expression. A huge sense of contrast rose in his heart. Conquering Giratina, summoning Rayquaza, stopping the god of earth and the god of the sea? Is this really something a rancher can do? At this moment, Daigo's face showed a bewildered expression. After the disaster, the Hoenn region was in ruins, and gym owners from all over the country and staff of the Hoenn Alliance led people to rebuild their homes. The disaster in the Hoenn region has attracted widespread attention from all major regions. Especially the mysterious trainer, who suddenly appeared with Giratina. The heroic figure of the other party riding Giratina was uploaded to the internet, and soon, netizens from other regions recognized the prototype of the mask on his face. That was the Pokemon Motor Lizard from the Padia region. For this reason, people affectionately called the mysterious man Motor Mask. Naoki was still unaware of these things, because he had just returned to the ranch and changed his clothes that were soaked by rain. The cloak was prepared by his sister Ai Guancher. After his sister Ai Guancher learned of his plan, she prepared a cloak specifically for Naoki, because his sister Ai Guancher thought it was a standard for heroes. Although Naoki repeatedly said that he was not a hero, his sister Ai Guancher still prepared a cape for him. Naoki had no choice but to cooperate and put it on. But now everything is over. Naoki caught a cold not long after returning home after being caught in the rain. He took a hot bath, then wrapped himself in a blanket and drank ginger tea brewed by his sister Ai Guancher. Gulton, who was standing by, complained with resentment that Naoki did not take it out this time. Achoo! Naoki sneezed, sniffed, and said to Gulton, "There's nothing I can do, because you're so recognizable." "Aww." Gulton hung his head. "Okay." Naoki hugged Gulton's head and rubbed it hard. "I take you out next time if I have a chance, okay?" Gulton agreed. At this time, there was a knock on the door. Naoki opened the door, and saw Chishu coming to the ranch with a gift. Ding ding ding. "Hey, good afternoon, Naoki." Naoki was very surprised. "Why did you come here suddenly?" "I promised you last time, I will give you some specialties of Nyangwang City, Nyangwang seaweed and pork floss basil." Chishu raised the bag in his hand. Naoki smiled, and then welcomed, "Come in." As soon as he walked into the living room, he saw the motorcycle lizard mask that he had casually placed on the coffee table. Naoki's heart tightened, and he quickly pretended to be calm and walked forward, sat on the sofa, and hid the mask behind him. Fortunately, Chishu didn't care much. She was talking to Naoki about the incident in the Hoenn region and the motorbike mask that suddenly appeared. That motorbike mask is so amazing. He must be a very powerful trainer, right? It was really scary at that time. Those two legendary Pokemon actually had such powerful destructive power. I can't imagine what terrible things would happen if they appeared in the Padia region. Chishu was full of fear. She looked at Naoki, who was a little listless, and asked, "But by the way, Naoki, did you watch the live broadcast?" "Aw?" Naoki came back to his senses and secretly hid the mask. "Yes, of course I watched it." Chishu was very excited. "Then do you think that Motor Mask is from our Padia region?" Naoki said nonsense seriously. "I'm not sure, because it's not only Padia that has Pokemon like Motor Lizard. Maybe it's a trainer from Galar? I've seen Motor Lizard in Galar before. Some trainers from other regions would bring some Pokemon from Padia away when they traveled. Over time, other regions also had Pokemon like Motor Lizard and Ichthyophobia." Chapter 470. With the capture of the Red Flame Pine and the Water Pine, the haze that enveloped the Hoenn region finally dissipated. The ordinary members who witnessed the destructive power of Groudon and Kyogre with their own eyes withdrew from the Magma team and the Ocean team one after another, and chose to return to normal life. The high-level cadres of these two organizations all disappeared, and their whereabouts were unknown. Interpol sent professional police to track down Huiyin, Chao, Quan, and others. At this point, the crisis in the Hoenn region came to a temporary end. Kanaz City, the old house of the Zafuchi family. Daigo's arm was wrapped in a white bandage, and the bright sunshine shone in from the window. With a gentle breeze, the silver-gray curtains fluttered gently. There was a pot of blooming flowers on the windowsill, and outside the window was a clear blue sky without a trace of clouds, which made people feel relaxed and happy. Daigo stared at the scene in a trance, and I don't know what he was thinking in his heart. At this time, the door was opened. The president of Doing Company, Daigo's father, Zafuchi Mujin, walked in from outside with his private doctor. Father. Daigo came back to his senses, and called out to the person who came. Zafuchi Mujin was worried. He still felt extremely scared when he recalled what happened that day. At that time, if the mysterious man had not appeared, what would happen to his son? Zafuchi Mujin did not dare to think about it. It's okay, it's all over. Zafuchi Mujin comforted his son's emotions. Daigo was helpless. Father, I am no longer a child. You will always be a child in my father's eyes. Zafuchi Mujin said. Daigo, The private doctor beside him pretended not to hear anything, and silently stepped forward to help Daigo check his body. After a moment, he put down the instrument in his hand, and said to Zafuchi Mujin, It's okay now. Your Excellency Daigo has a good physical condition, and is basically healed now. The bandage and splint on the arm can be removed in 3 days, but you still have to pay attention to it, and don't overwork it. Hearing this, Zafuchi Mujin breathed a sigh of relief. Okay, then I'm relieved. After finishing the work, the private doctor turned around and left the room, leaving the space for the father and son. Zafuchi Mujin then talked about business. Daigo, we must thank that man. I know. After a pause, Daigo said, I have made an appointment with him, and will visit him a few days ago. That's good, that's good. Zafuchi Mujin nodded, and picked up 2 suitcases from his side. This is a little thank you gift I prepared for him. Remember to bring it over when the time comes. Daigo was stunned for a moment. He looked at the box and asked, What's inside? Zafuchi Mujin opened the box, and the next second, 2 large boxes of banknotes were exposed in front of Daigo. Daigo was silent for a while and asked, Isn't this a bit too tacky? And according to his understanding, King Yi didn't seem to be short of money, and didn't care about fame and fortune. Over the past period of time, speculation about his identity has been fermenting on the internet for several days, but he has never been seen from beginning to end. Many netizens went to Giratina and tried to find out the identity of the motorcycle mask from Giratina, but Giratina did not reveal a word. Some people found clues from Giratina's follow list, but when they clicked on it, it showed a blank account, with no comments or following others. Could this person be Giratina's trainer? People followed and sent private messages, but did not receive any response, as if the other party no longer used this account. This further highlights the mysterious identity of that person. The trainer of Giratina summoned the god of the sky, Rayquaza, and stopped the god of the earth and the god of the sea with his own strength. Such mysterious and powerful trainers have been sought after since ancient times. In the Hoenn region, many people even spontaneously formed a fan club of Motorcycle Mask, wearing the same motorcycle mask to attend the party. After Daigo said this, Zafuchi Mujin also felt that the gift he chose was a bit too tacky. But he thought, maybe the mysterious man needs money? After all, raising and breeding Pokemon is very expensive. Not to mention the size of Giratina, it must have eaten several tons of berries and energy cubes in one meal, right? Send it over first, and when you visit him, observe him carefully to see if he needs anything, and we will prepare it for him separately. Zafuchi Hibiscus said. After all, the other party saved his son, and he only has this one son. For Daigo, he is willing to give up Doing Company. Okay. Daigo reluctantly agreed. Then you should have a good rest first. I won't bother you. Zafuchi Hibiscus said goodbye to his son with a smile. Padia region, Naoki Ranch. After the rain, the temperature in the air also dropped a lot. After replying to Daigo's message, Naoki became a rancher in the countryside again. He took a basket to the apple orchard to pick apples covered with dew. In the Snorlax Park opposite, Dragonite was telling the deeds of Senior Rayquaza vividly to Butterfree, Motor Lizard, Babbage and other Pokemon. Awoo! Senior Rayquaza is so awesome. It defeated the 2 Pokemon that wanted to destroy the world in one go. GA? Wow! The Pokemon audience around him all showed admiration. What a pity. They didn't get to see that scene with their own eyes. After picking apples, Naoki went back to the kitchen to check the food at home. After finding that the food was almost gone, he decided to go to town while there was still time. Before leaving, Naoki found the Pokemon playing in Snorlax Park and said to them, You guys play at home, I'm going to buy some meat in town, don't run around, got it? Oh! Bammo! The Pokemon agreed happily, and then continued to listen to Dragonite telling what happened at that time. Naoki drove his old pickup truck slowly to the town of Zikin. He parked the car on the side of the road and started to rush towards the Zikin market. When passing a street, Naoki suddenly saw several masked children chasing and playing on the side of the road. As they ran, they shouted, "Groudon, stop it! I'm Motor Mask, am here to stop you today, hoo-hoo, don't run!" One of the children who played Groudon hurriedly ran away in front. But suddenly, they accidentally bumped into something and fell to the ground. The children behind them also stopped and looked up at the tall man in front of them. Naoki looked at the motorcycle lizard masks on their faces and fell into silence. After a while, he reached out and pulled up the child who played Groudon. "Don't play on the road. There are cars, it's dangerous." "Got it." The group of kids responded in unison, then turned around and ran to an open space to play. Looking at this scene, Naoki shook his head helplessly. Too exaggerated. It's only been a few days. That incident has spread so widely. Is this the power of the internet? It's too scary, right? Luckily, he was wearing a mask at the time, otherwise, I'm afraid his underwear would have been stripped by these netizens now. After quickly buying the vegetables he needed from the street, Naoki drove back to the ranch. After putting the ingredients in the refrigerator, Naoki took out his Rotom phone and checked the recent news online. It is worth mentioning that Naoki no longer uses the previous account, and it has become a blank account. Because those netizens followed Giratina's attention and sent him harassing private messages all day long. The incident in the Hoenn region is still the most popular, and the news about Giratina and the mysterious trainer wearing a motorcycle mask is even more enduring. Naoki even saw some netizens forming a Motor Mask club, which only fans of Motor Mask can join. Naoki, But what made him more concerned was that the number of fans of Giratina increased again, breaking through the 8-digit level, reaching the tens of millions level. In the Pokemon world, this is an exaggerated number. This group of netizens began to regard Giratina as a kind legendary Pokemon, the kind that fights specifically to protect humans. However, no one except him knew that Giratina was just there to join in the fun. Giratina is indeed a big internet celebrity. Speak of the devil, and he will appear. Naoki was browsing Giratina's personal homepage when Giratina's message popped up in the background. In the chat group of legendary beasts, Giratina posted a screenshot of his fans to show off to Mutuo and Budcrest. Giratina, haha, awesome, right? Rotom said my fans have broken the record. Mutuo, Budcrest, you stopped the fight between the two Pokemon this time and saved the humans living on that land. You are a well-deserved hero. Listen to what Budcrest said, how nice it sounds. Giratina was very happy. Although it was just joining in the fun, now that those people said it was going to save the Hoenn region, then it was going to save the Hoenn region. But at this point, Giratina suddenly remembered something. It started to tag Naoki in the group. Giratina and Naoki, where is that powerful Pokemon? Added to the group, it's qualified to join. Naoki, It seems that Rayquaza's strength makes Giratina very concerned, but he didn't give Rayquaza any chance to use Rotom's phone. Naoki, I invited to join the group when I have a chance. Anyway, they have a chance to meet in the future. When the movie of Super Magic God Hoopa begins, all the legendary Pokemon will appear. When the other Pokemon are controlled by Super Magic God Hoopa, they have to rely on Rayquaza to fight 1v7. But Giratina seems to be one of the 7? Forget it, let's make a decision based on the actual situation at that time. It doesn't matter if Giratina is controlled, they still have Black Rayquaza. It doesn't matter if Dialga and Palkia are controlled, they still have Black Rayquaza. This is the confidence that Black Rayquaza brings them. The crisis of Groudon and Kyogre is resolved, and Naoki has nothing else to do next. Today is May 18th of the 200th year of the League calendar. In 13 days, the World Tree will mature, and then he can help the World Tree and the Pokemon their move. On May 22nd, at 9 a.m. on the Alliance calendar, Daigo, who had recovered his health, took the Metagross on a private plane to the Padilla region. After a 5-hour-long flight, the plane landed on the outskirts of Jichin town, a beautiful field with fresh air and beautiful pastoral scenery. Before landing, Daigo saw a bustling and prosperous ranch below. Looking around, the entire ranch was surrounded by wooden fences, and a small river ran through the middle. There are large fields beside the river, and the crops in the fields are growing well, and it seems that they will be harvested soon. On the other side, there is an orchard, and next to the orchard stands a barn and several other buildings. In front of the buildings, there are several large milk cans, and hens eating grass on the grass. A stone bridge connects the other side of the river. There is also an orchard on the other side of the river. Opposite the orchard seems to be a park. Under a big tree in the park, a furry Snorlax is lying. On a small hill not far away, a group of soft and round sheep Pokemon were basking in the sun leisurely. This should be Naoki Ranch. Naoki is actually a rancher. Daigo was extremely surprised by what he saw. A rancher who subdued Giratina? This fact is too unbelievable. At this moment, the pilot in front was about to land, but suddenly saw many Dragonites flying in front of the plane. The pilot couldn't help but exclaimed. Daigo looked over and saw several Dragonites with backpacks on their backs looking at the private plane they were on with curiosity. Mr. Daigo, what should we do? Being surrounded by so many Dragonites, the pilot was quite nervous, especially the look of one of the Dragonites with a scar on its face, which made him shudder. Don't be nervous, they have no ill intentions. Daigo said calmly, just land normally. Yes. Under the pressure of the Dragonites, the pilot slowly landed the private plane on an open space. As soon as Daigo got off the plane with 2 suitcases, he saw a tall man in blue overalls on the grass in front of him. There were several Pokemon standing next to the man. Butterfree, Dragonite, Motor Lizard, Babbitt, and a strange Pokemon. Daigo had never seen a Pokemon like that before. It had a scarlet body, a pair of golden pupils, colorful feathers on its head, and a wild aura all over its body. Finally we meet, Mr. Daigo. Naoki chuckled and greeted the silver-haired man in front of him. Daigo came back to his senses. Hello, Mr. Naoki. Then, Daigo looked back at the pilot of the plane and said to him, You go to the town to rest first. I will contact you when I return. Yes. The pilot responded, started the plane and flew away. Looking at this scene, Naoki thought that he was worthy of being the young master of doing company. Daigo Zafuchi, the famous rich young master in the Pokemon world. However, Daigo himself was not arrogant. Naoki invited him, Come in and sit down. Excuse me. Daigo responded politely, and then followed Naoki into the living room with 2 handbags. He placed the handbags next to the sofa and said to Naoki, This is a thank you gift prepared by my father for you. Please accept it. Naoki was slightly startled, then smiled and shook his head, saying, There is no need to prepare a gift. We are just going to help. Daigo shook his head and said, But the disaster in the Hoenn region was stopped because of your help. In any case, the Hoenn Alliance should express gratitude to you. As the champion of the Hoenn League, he came here to express his gratitude. However, Daigo did not tell other members of the Hoenn League about Naoki's true identity and information. Because from the fact that he wore a mask, he did not seem to want others to know his identity. If he did not know the inside story, Daigo felt that he would never believe that the hero who saved Hoenn was actually a rancher living in the countryside. Hearing this, Naoki grinned and did not continue the topic but asked, Is the Hoenn region okay now? Daigo nodded. Thanks to your help, the harm of Groudon and Kyogre to Hoenn has been minimized. Except for some towns near the ocean and volcanoes, other cities have successfully resumed operations. That's good, Naoki said. He turned around, took out 2 gems from the cupboard, and placed them in front of Daigo. They were the Scarlet and Indigo gems that Baby Bear had sent back before. Now that the matter is over, these 2 gems should be returned to their original owners, Naoki said. However, Daigo shook his head. We are not their masters. Naoki was slightly stunned. Daigo continued, To be precise, these 2 orbs belong to Groudon and Kyogre. During the previous investigation, he found relevant information from some ancient books. Whether it is the Vermilion Orb or the Indigo Orb, it is part of the original power of Groudon and Kyogre. Long ago, they lost these 2 orbs for unknown reasons until they were picked up by humans. Thinking of this, Daigo asked, Mr. Naoki, I keep these 2 orbs here. Naoki was surprised. Daigo expressed his inner worries. I'm worried that one day in the future, someone will use these 2 orbs to wake up Groudon and Kyogre again. And now, only I and a friend in the entire Hoenn region know that the orbs are here with you. In this way, we don't have to worry about the orbs falling into the hands of those people in the future. After hearing what Daigo said, Naoki quickly understood what he meant. He looked at the 2 gems, and after a moment, he smiled and said, Okay. However, I also want to ask you for something, Naoki said. You say. Naoki turned his head to look at the Pokemon around him and continued, We don't want others to disturb our peaceful life now, so please don't reveal my identity information. Hearing this, Daigo was slightly stunned, and then solemnly promised, I understand. That's fine. Naoki smiled. Also, Daigo hesitated. Naoki noticed his expression and asked, What's wrong? Daigo asked the question in his mind, Is Naoki a Meteor Clan? Meteor Clan? Naoki was a little surprised. The Meteor Clan is an ancient tribe in the Hoenn region. The sky pillar where Rayquaza lives was built by them. Daigo must have thought that he could summon Rayquaza, so he thought he was a Meteor Clan. Looking at Daigo, who was puzzled, Naoki shook his head and said, "No, I have nothing to do with the people of the Meteor. The reason why I can call Rayquaza is because something happened in the past." Dragonite heard about the heroic legend of Rayquaza, and ran out to find Rayquaza to listen to Rayquaza's past heroic deeds. Maybe Rayquaza liked Dragonite so much that he gave it a scale. Later, Rayquaza would accept Dragonite's invitation to visit the ranch. I understand. Daigo already knew the answer he wanted to know. It seems that Rayquaza is not only active in the Hoenn region. There is a wider world outside of Hoenn. Now that the crisis in the Hoenn region has been resolved, Daigo suddenly wanted to go to the outside world to take a look. There must be many charming stones waiting for him in those places. Speaking of stones, Daigo took out a special box from his pocket. The money in the 2 handbags just now was a gift prepared by his father, Suki Magungwa. The thing in this box is a gift he prepared for Naoki. It contains one of his most precious collections, and Daigo intends to give it to Naoki. He pushed the box in front of Naoki. "Mr. Naoki, this is a gift I prepared for you personally. Thank you for your help in the Hoenn region during this period." Naoki was slightly stunned. Why is there a gift? He looked at the 2 suitcases next to the sofa. Daigo looked helpless and couldn't help but explain, "That is a thank you gift my father asked me to bring to you." Hearing this, Naoki immediately understood. President Fuchi was thanking him for saving his son. The items in the 2 suitcases were gifts from a father. And the things in this box were gifts prepared by Daigo himself. Naoki reached out to take it. He wanted to wait until Daigo left before looking at it, but he accidentally touched the buckle on the box. The next second, the lid of the wooden box loosened and then automatically popped open, revealing a stone that looked like a glass marble with a strange pattern inside. When Naoki looked at the stone, the information of the stone was completely presented in his eyes. Electric Dragon Evolution Stone, a stone with extraordinary power. After the Electric Dragon carries it, it can be super evolved into a Mega Electric Dragon through the Evolution Key Stone. Naoki was slightly stunned. Daigo on the opposite side observed Naoki's expression. When seeing Naoki stunned, Daigo couldn't help but feel a little regretful. He suddenly realized that not everyone was as interested in stones as he was. He subconsciously gave Naoki what he thought was the most precious treasure, but he didn't think about whether he would like it. Seeing Naoki's stunned look, he must have not expected that the box contained an ordinary stone, right? Daigo considered his words and said, "Sorry, maybe I was in a hurry to go out and accidentally took the wrong box." Naoki was stunned. Huh? Daigo was also stunned. He observed Naoki's expression, and seemed to see a trace of reluctance from it. Daigo's heart moved, and he asked tentatively, "Mr. Naoki, do you like stones too?" "This stone is very beautiful." Naoki praised sincerely. The shiny glass marbles are the most precious treasures for little boys, and no boy can refuse them. Hearing this, Daigo felt relieved. "In that case, I give it to you. To be honest, I like stones very much. I am interested in all kinds of stones. I have many such stones at home." Naoki, This is Daigo. But Daigo didn't seem to realize the value of this stone. The Dragonite Evolution Stone, also known as the Super Stone, can make Pokemon like Dragonite surpass their own limits and undergo super evolution if it is paired with the key stone carried by the trainer. However, at this point in time, this special evolution method super evolution has not been discovered yet. Dr. Blatano should be studying super evolution, but has not yet achieved further results. It is precisely for this reason that Daigo did not allow Metagross to undergo super evolution in the recent God War. Chapter 471. Naoki accepted the precious gift from Daigo. It was a pity that there was no Pokemon in the ranch that could use this stone. Although there was a mare on the World Tree, it still had a long way to go before it could evolve into a Dragonite. Moreover, if you want Pokemon to Mega Evolve, the power of the Mega Stone alone was not enough. The trainer also needed to wear the Key Stone, but Naoki did not have the Key Stone now, and the relationship between him and the mare on the World Tree was not that of a trainer and a Pokemon. Therefore, this stone can only be used for collection, or kept for future exchange with other trainers when Mega Evolution comes out. The only problem is that there are no Pokemon in the ranch that can undergo Mega Evolution. Whenever he thinks of this, Naoki can't help but feel a pity. It would be great if Dragonite, Golden, and Boboto all had the corresponding Mega Stone. However, imagination is beautiful, but reality is cruel. There is no such thing in this world. That's all. Since Daigo gave him the stone, He should give Daigo some specialties from the ranch. Thinking of this, Naoki asked, "By the way, how is Metagross now?" He had noticed before that Daigo's Metagross was a Pokemon that challenged Groudon and Kyogre at the same time. Although Daigo was a little surprised when Naoki asked about Metagross, he still replied, "It was seriously injured in that battle, but fortunately it was treated in time, and now it has recovered." "Is that so?" Naoki got up and took a box of live goat milk from the warehouse and placed it in front of Daigo. Daigo was stunned. "This is," Naoki introduced, "this is a specialty of my ranch. It can instantly restore the health of seriously injured Pokemon. No matter how serious the injury is, it can be healed. Since you are a trainer, you should have Pokemon battles every day, right?" "Yes, yes." Hearing this, Daigo opened his mouth in disbelief. Naoki didn't introduce it in detail. He just smiled and said, "Take it. Maybe you can use it one day." It was hard to refuse such a kind offer, so Daigo had to accept the box of goat milk. Because there were still some finishing works waiting for him in the Hoenn region, Daigo didn't stay here for long. After delivering the gift, he took the box of goat milk and set off on the road back. At the same time, in Naoki's ranch. Looking at the two suitcases full of banknotes, Naoki didn't know what to say for a while. President Fuchi's gift is really simple and crude. On Daigo's private plane, Daigo opened the package and saw the cute head of the lamb on the glass jar, and there was a string of small words below. Life Goat Milk. Daigo murmured its name. He suddenly felt that the name was familiar, so he took out the Rotom phone and searched it. Soon, many news related to this goat milk popped up on the search engine. Shock. A 70-year-old man drank the milk of life and... This is so scary. The effect of the milk of life is so exaggerated that it is comparable to the resurrection medicine in the game. I strongly recommend the milk of life. My Pokemon was seriously injured in the battle, and there was no time to go to the Pokemon Center in the wild. Thanks to the milk of life, my Pokemon is not in danger. At the end, Daigo even saw an interview video. The protagonist of the interview is a person he is very familiar with. Fiery red hair, unruly clothes, tall man. That is ADK, the champion of the Unova region? Daigo was a little surprised. How could ADK be connected with the milk of life? He clicked on the video. A female reporter was interviewing ADK. Female reporter. Wow, Mr. ADK, this is really shocking. Your Vulcan moth has recovered to its peak. As far as I know, it had an incurable disease before. How did you do it? ADK. Haha, all this is thanks to the life-giving goat milk from Naoki Ranch. The life of the Vulcan moth was about to end, but fortunately, Naoki from Naoki Ranch provided us with help. After drinking the life-giving goat milk, the Vulcan moth recovered. Female reporter. Life-giving goat milk from Naoki Ranch? Wow, it sounds like it has some incredible effects. ADK. That's right. If you want to drink the special life-giving goat milk from Naoki Ranch, go to a store and place an order. Daigo. What's with this strong advertising style? Daigo had heard some rumors about ADK's Vulcan moth before. It is said that the Vulcan moth was seriously injured, and there is no way to cure it with modern medical technology. And now, not only has its strength recovered to its peak, but it has even made a breakthrough. Thinking of this, Daigo looked at the box of live goat milk in front of him, and suddenly realized how precious this goat milk was. He opened the online shopping app, searched for the store of Naoki Ranch on it, clicked on it, and found that the live goat milk inside was sold out. Is it because it's so popular that it has to be sold in limited quantities? Daigo murmured. He clicked to place an order, but it showed that the store currently does not support cross-regional delivery. Daigo. However, the next second, the interface automatically refreshed, and Daigo was surprised to find that the delivery area in the store actually appeared in the Hoenn region. Daigo was slightly stunned. This is... At the same time, an announcement was also issued in the Naoki Ranch store. Naoki Ranch store. Good afternoon, dear guests. Starting today, our store will officially lift the ban on delivery routes in the Hoenn region. If you have items you want to buy, you can start placing orders. As soon as this news came out, it immediately caused a big stir. Some netizens in other regions suddenly found that Dragon Express actually started to support delivery services in the Hoenn region. What does this mean? Discrimination. Naked discrimination. Some people ran into the store's message board and asked the store owner to open delivery routes in other regions. They also wanted to experience the convenient Dragon Express. However, they received a reply from the store owner. Dear, I am very sorry for the trouble caused to you, but for the safety of the Deliverman Dragonite, the store does not support delivery services in other regions for the time being. As soon as this reply came out, some people's character was exposed. Did the store at Naoki Ranch open the delivery route in the Hoenn region after seeing that the evil organization in the region was eradicated? But there are obviously no bad people in their area. Why didn't the store owner lift the ban on their area? Some netizens in Kanto, Johto, Sinnoh, Unova, Kalos, and other regions thought so. Netizens in Kanto and Johto regions are very self-aware, because many people living in those two regions have heard about the rumors of Team Rocket. The members of that organization especially like to steal or rob the Pokemon of trainers on their journey, especially the rare Pokemon that are rarely seen in normal times. So the netizens in Kanto and Johto decisively shut up. Chapter 472. After Daigo left, life on the ranch returned to its previous peace. As the number of Dragonite deliverymen increased, and the Magma team and Ocean team that were wreaking havoc in the Hoenn region were eradicated, Naoki finally opened a cross-regional Dragonite Express delivery service. The distance between the Hoenn region and the Padia region is not too far. If Dragonite flies at full speed, it only takes 3 hours to fly back and forth. This kind of thing is not a big deal for Dragonite. At first, Naoki was a little worried that Dragonite would be tired after flying so far. But soon, he found that his Dragonite employees enjoyed it. One of the Dragonites told Naoki that they didn't stay on Dragonite Island all day because it was too boring. After evolving into Dragonite, most Dragonites fly over the sea for a long time every day. Fishing, exploring unknown waters, training in storms, and occasionally rescuing ships in distress and humans lost in the sea. Some Dragonites will even fly around the planet to explore how big this world is. During this time, they will also stop on other lands to rest or do other things. These Dragonites will occasionally encounter humans and be captured by human trainers. After meeting their favorite trainers, they will never return to Dragonite Island, but will travel and live together with human trainers. After hearing the Dragonite's explanation, Naoki finally felt relieved. The Dragonites happily go out to deliver goods every day, while he stays in the ranch to take care of Pokemon, manage the ranch, plant crops, pack goods for customers who place orders, and finally hand them over to the Dragonites to deliver. During this period, some companies came to contact Naoki specifically. They wanted to cooperate with Naoki to build a special Dragonite Express company, take charge of the entire Padia delivery business, and make every Dragonite a more professional deliverman. But this suggestion was rejected by Naoki. Because if they do that, Dragonites will become real working Dragonites with endless work to do every day. Instead of going to work at 6 a.m. and leaving get off work at 5 p.m. like now, they will deliver the orders they want to deliver, and leave the ones they don't want to deliver to other Dragonites. Although it sounds hard, in fact, each Dragonite will only run 5 or 6 times a day. Because the products in Naoki Ranch store are limited every day, the store is different from other stores and closes on time at 5 p.m. If there are too many goods, the Dragonites will not be able to deliver them, and they may even have to work overtime at night. Besides, Naoki is not short of money now, so there is no need to exploit the Dragonites. Naoki is very satisfied to watch them flying happily every day, lying on the grass in the pasture and sleeping soundly when they are not working, revealing their fat and round bellies. After being rejected by Naoki, those companies all gave up their original plans and began to train Pokemon such as Toucan and Pidgeot to serve as professional couriers. In the peaceful and warm life, the pace of time has also come to June 7th of the 200th year of the League calendar, as the Pokemon grow up. This day is destined to be an extraordinary day for Naoki and the Pokemon in the ranch. Because on this ordinary day, the Bud Crown will ripen the World Tree for the last time. Recalling the commotion caused by the World Tree last time, Naoki felt that this time, the commotion would definitely be very big. Therefore, he specially chose the time at midnight. Padia region, Jichin town, 11:54 p.m. The town in the distance was dark. At this time, the people living there had already fallen asleep and were sleeping peacefully in their beds. But the Naoki ranch was brightly lit. Gulton, Motor Lizard, Mount Goat, Butterfree Frostmilk, Saltstone Giant, Miltank, Dragonite, Budcrest, Uruko Saifuga. All the Pokemon gathered together, ready to welcome the birth of the World Tree. In the reverse world, Mewtwo and Giratina are ready. The time spent together has given Mewtwo a new understanding of this Pokemon, who likes to surf the human internet. At this moment, it is very clear that it needs to cooperate with the other party to make this world rise to the sky. After Naoki and a group of Pokemon arrived, Mewtwo looked at Giratina and said to it, "Let's start." Next, as long as Giratina can make the World Tree enter the special anti-gravity floating state, it can use its superpowers to move the entire tree to the sky. Giratina hovered around the World Tree, and its blood-red eyes showed a hint of excitement. Got it! With a dull roar, Giratina suddenly released a jet-black light. The light gradually enveloped the World Tree and the huge floating island where it was located. After a moment, the light completely merged into the World Tree. Giratina returned to Mutuo and said to it, "It's your turn." Mutuo was speechless. It looked at the huge World Tree in front of it calmly, then raised its right hand, and a blue light appeared in its eyes. The majestic superpowers swept out from Mutuo, covering the entire World Tree and the Sky Island below at a very fast speed. The next second, the huge World Tree, along with Mutuo and Giratina, disappeared from the reverse world at the same time. Naoki and Bud Crown, who were waiting on the tree, felt a trance in front of them. When their vision gradually became clear, they found that the World Tree had been moved to the sky. Above their heads was a starry sky and a bright moon, with a blue dome upside down. Looking down from the World Tree, one could see a layer of cloud shrouded in the night. All these scenes meant that they had left the reverse world and arrived in the sky. The huge World Tree stood steadily above the clouds, without shaking or falling. The Pokemon around were shocked by this beautiful and spectacular scene, and they all made incredible cries. Keo, Mia, Mama, Bamo. After doing all this, Mutuo did not stop. It used its pair of eyes emitting blue halo to scan the surroundings. The powerful superpower instantly distorted the surrounding space, creating a magic space. Then, it used superpowers to erect a light wall around. Finally, it used phantom light to create an illusion on the light wall to erase the World Tree inside. In this way, humans can no longer actively detect the existence of the World Tree from the outside world. After completing this series of tasks, Mutuo's superpowers were completely consumed. It landed on the World Tree with a slightly tired look, and then cast its eyes on the Bud Crown. Next, it was the Bud Crown's turn to take action. The Bud Crown still had a kind smile on his face. He nodded gently to Mutuo, and then his feet left the ground and slowly floated into the air. The next second, an extremely powerful energy surged out of his body. The green light was like an ocean, submerging Naoki and the entire World Tree. When the light completely enveloped the World Tree, a strange buzzing sound suddenly rang out between heaven and earth. Then, all the light poured into the World Tree. Buzz! There was a brief silence in the air, and at this moment, it seemed that all the sounds disappeared. The next second, a green natural energy ripple spread out in all directions with the World Tree as the center, along the arc of the atmosphere, wrapping the entire planet in it. In the universe, Rayquaza, who was gnawing on the meteorite, suddenly noticed something strange. It looked down at the entire planet, and saw that the originally blue planet was now emitting a green light. Roar? What is that? Rayquaza was shocked. It didn't even eat the meteorite. Its black body suddenly turned in a direction, and dived towards the place where the natural energy was the most concentrated. Johto region. The legendary Pokemon Ho, who was staying at Tianqing Mountain to meet the Ho-Oh guard, suddenly raised his head, and looked up at the starry sky. The rich natural breath appeared again, and it was even thicker than the last time. It was not his illusion that time. What on earth was it? The King of Phoenix could not help but be attracted by the pure natural energy. The Thunder God beside him looked puzzled. What happened, Lord King of Phoenix? But before he finished speaking, he saw the whole sky dyed green. The Thunder God looked surprised. The King of Phoenix looked up into the distance. He said to his 4 subordinates, "Something great has been born. I'm going to investigate. You guys should continue to complete your mission first." After saying that, the Phoenix King flapped his beautiful wings and flew high into the sky, leaving only a gorgeous rainbow behind him. The 3 sacred beasts and Machado stood on the top of the mountain and watched the scene. Their manes fluttered gently in the night wind. Although Yen Di didn't understand what happened, looking at the signs, he thought it must be something very important, right? The Phoenix King went to investigate, so they should go and complete their mission first. After the Phoenix King's figure completely disappeared, the 3 sacred beasts looked at each other, and then disappeared into the night. After they left, Machado returned to the Shadow Realm. Karis region, End Cave. Zygarde, who was resting with his eyes closed, suddenly opened his pale eyes. It appeared again. The energy fluctuation from last time appeared again. This time, it clearly felt the other party's presence. That was definitely not a warning from nature and the ecosystem. That breath was nature itself. Zygarde's heart was eager to move, and he wanted to see it with his own eyes. But after calming down, Zygarde decided to stay in the End Cave and monitor nature. But this time it set a Zygarde core with independent consciousness to investigate. In the Kalos region, in a forest shrouded in the night, A Zygarde core with a blue diamond pattern on its chest suddenly raised its head and looked at the sky, and then moved in the direction of the energy. Hoenn region. Inside a huge volcano. The red magma kept surging, and Groudon, the god of the earth, who had just returned here, and had not yet entered a sleeping state, suddenly opened his eyes. In the underwater cave, Kyogre reacted at the same time. They clearly felt a huge and pure natural energy. Such rich natural energy. If they can absorb it, they will definitely be able to return to their original appearance. At this moment, Groudon stepped out of the magma with his huge legs. It walked out of the volcano, first looked up at the sky in the distance, then raised its feet, and walked towards that direction step by step. In the deep and dark underwater cave, Kyogre left the cave at the same time and entered the sea. It swung its tail fin and swam towards the source of the energy at a very fast speed. Kyogre felt that Groudon had already started to move. It couldn't let the other party get ahead of it. Otherwise, if the guy recovered to his original appearance in advance, it would be bad. The two gods of Hoenn started to move again. At the same time, in the Weather Research Institute, a researcher who was drowsy in front of his seat suddenly received an alarm. The young researcher just opened his eyes and saw a very scary scene. The two legendary Pokémon that nearly destroyed the Hoenn region half a month ago have revived again. Since that incident, the Hoenn Alliance has strengthened monitoring of Groudon and Kyogre to prepare for emergencies. Looking at the small red dot moving on the radar display, the researcher initially thought he was having a nightmare. He pinched his thigh hard and felt the pain in his leg, then he suddenly realized that this was not a dream. Groudon and Kyogre really woke up again. Oh my god! The researcher panicked and quickly rang the alarm in the institute. Soon, everyone came to the monitoring equipment. They all looked at the screen nervously. The satellite image showed that Groudon had left the volcano where it lived and was moving towards the far east. At first, the researchers thought that the two Pokémon were going to fight for territory again. But soon someone found something wrong. Because the two Pokémon were not moving towards each other's location. Predict the movement trajectory of Groudon and Kyogre immediately. A senior executive immediately ordered. Received. The researcher sitting in front of the computer quickly typed on the keyboard. Soon, the movement trajectory of the two Pokémon was fully displayed on the screen. Unexpectedly, their destination was not somewhere in the Hoenn region, but somewhere outside the Hoenn region, far away overseas. How could this be? A researcher looked shocked. Didn't Groudon and Kyogre awaken this time to fight for territory? What was attracting them to that place? Chapter 473. No one knows the answer to this question. The huge Weather Research Institute was silent at this moment. Everyone looked at the huge display screen in disbelief. The screen was divided into two, and the satellite captured the complete appearance of the two super ancient Pokémon. Groudon on the left moved its thick legs and walked slowly on the ground. Its huge tail dragged on the ground, leaving a trace from time to time. Kyogre on the right was moving in the sea, and the satellite could not capture its full appearance. But according to the radar image, Kyogre is moving at a very fast speed. It has surpassed Groudon and officially left the territory of the Hoenn region. That direction is the Unova region. Notify the Unova Alliance immediately and ask them to prepare for the response. A senior executive issued an order without hesitation. Yes. The assistant beside him immediately tried to contact the Unova Alliance. What about Groudon? A researcher turned his attention away from Kyogre and looked at Groudon walking on the ground. If Groudon's destination is also the Unova region, then with its speed, it is unknown when it can cross such a large ocean and reach the other side of the sea. And according to Groudon's performance in the previous Battle of Gods, it cannot use its huge pectoral fins to fly like Kyogre. Hearing this, everyone present was silent. A senior executive hesitated for a moment before speaking. Track Groudon for the time being to prevent it from entering the town and affecting the citizens there. He recalled the scene where Groudon could create land in the sea by releasing magma from his body, paused, and added, wait until it leaves the Hoenn region. Naoki is still unaware of these changes in the outside world. He was standing on the Sky Island with high spirits, looking up at the huge World Tree. World Tree, mythical plant, the embodiment of nature, the origin of the ecosystem, the mother of all things. It will nourish the entire planet and all things in the world through its own natural energy. It is said that it can support a world. From mature to mythical? Well, this description is not unexpected. Naoki muttered. As if they had noticed the changes in the World Tree, the Pokémon living on the guild floor and the Dragonites on the lower floor all ran out. The flying Pokémon flapped their wings and flew around the World Tree curiously. The non-flying Pokémon came to the branches of the World Tree and looked down at the endless sea of clouds below. Woo! It's really spectacular. Minchio's eyes revealed a brilliant light. The other Pokemon also looked around. The vibrant world tree, the misty sea of clouds, the beautiful and deep starry sky. These scenes were something they had never seen before in the reversed world. Naoki also thought this scene was beautiful. He took Gulden and Babuta to sit on the branches of the world tree and admire the beautiful starry sky together. The headquarters of the expedition team guild below. But Crown, Mutuo, and Giratina had consumed a lot of energy to cultivate the world tree, and they were standing there to rest. The Pokemon on the world tree ran around them. Pikachu and Meowth brought them tree juice to replenish their energy. Millalong directed his chef Bulbasaur to work hard to make delicious sushi for the three heroes. The three wood geckos guarding the orchard also held a bunch of tree fruits and placed them in front of the Pokemon such as Bud Crown. The night was hazy, and Ninetales used sparks to light a bonfire. In order to celebrate the growth of the world tree, a group of Pokemon held a grand bonfire party under the starry sky and moonlight. The firelight illuminated the cheeks of every Pokemon, all of whom had happy smiles on their faces. Mutuo sat on the bench of the Slowpoke fountain, looking at the lively scene with a gentle expression. Isn't this the life it has always longed for? It's great. Mutuo closed his eyes and quietly savored the taste of happiness. Perhaps because of dealing with humans too much, the internet celebrity Giratina is no longer as fierce and arrogant as she was at the beginning. Facing this group of weak Pokemon, it would also laugh and join in, bathing in their admiring eyes. The Bud Crown sat elegantly on a chair, smiling as he tasted the tea made by the Pokemon. Naoki sat on the branch of the world tree and looked down at the scene, feeling a little emotional. He slowly exhaled, and then looked up at the starry sky above his head. From today on, the world tree is completely finished. The survival problems of the Pokemon who stayed here were also solved by him. No matter what Pokemon joined, they could live well in this place. No need to worry about being hungry, bored, or in danger. After all, Mutuo is stationed here. Once the Pokemon here are in danger, it will probably take action immediately. Paradise. For Pokemon, the world tree is a veritable paradise, Naoki thought. At the same time, outside all the universes, Arceus, the god of creation, is still observing that special world. Today, as the tree grows, the whole world is shrouded in the breath of nature. Among all the worlds he created, it was so special. The scene of the Pokemon on the world tree holding a bonfire party together was reflected in Arceus' eyes. Looking at the Pokemon guild behind them, Arceus' eyes flickered. But soon, he calmed down. No, it's not the time yet. Because in that world, his clone had not yet awakened from his deep sleep. As his thoughts flowed, Arceus had a new plan. He murmured softly, Naoki, I already know your agreement with Giratina. In this case, that will be my final test for you. If he stops the violent clone, then he will come in person. Prove it to me, Arceus murmured. His voice gradually faded away, and this empty space fell silent again. On the world tree, Mutuo, who was resting, suddenly opened his eyes and looked up at the sky. It felt that a strong and domineering aura was coming towards it at a very fast speed. Mutuo's mind moved slightly, and the next second, its figure flashed in front of Naoki, who was tidying up Babutu. An unknown Pokemon has broken in. Mutuo became alert. Hearing this, Naoki was slightly stunned, and raised his head with Gulden and the others around him. The next second, he saw the black Rayquaza descending from the sky with a wild and cool momentum, and coming in front of the world tree. Looking at the huge tree, Rayquaza's face was full of disbelief. Roar! It opened its eyes wide, and looked at the world tree in shock. It's okay, I know it. Seeing it was Rayquaza, Naoki sat down again. It shouldn't have any bad intentions. At this time, Dragonite and the others also discovered the arrival of Rayquaza. Several Pokemon flew out excitedly, shouting loudly, Awoo! Rayquaza Sr. Hearing the familiar voice coming from the tree, Rayquaza looked closely, and saw that Dragonite and the others were also here. Rayquaza was shocked, and then flew forward to the top of the world tree. Here, it saw more Pokemon. Rayquaza was stunned, and for a moment, he couldn't figure out what was going on. Awoo! Dragonite quickly explained the current situation to it. After a long while, Rayquaza's face suddenly became clear. Roar! Even so, it still felt a little surprised. Rayquaza turned around and looked around. It saw Motor Lizard, Butterfree, and the Pokemon at Naoki Ranch. It saw Naoki sitting on a branch, and Naoki waved at it. In addition, Rayquaza also saw the Pokemon that helped it stop Groudon and Kyogre that day. The Pokemon suddenly became excited when it saw it. The next second, Rayquaza saw the other Pokemon raised his head and shouted to Naoki on the tree, "Roar!" Naoki, invited to join the group. Rayquaza, ? Naoki, He flew down from above on Gulton, and said to Mutuo, with a helpless look on his face, "Help me, Mutuo." Mutuo looked at Rayquaza, then at Naoki, and then nodded calmly. 2 minutes later, Naoki returned to the World Tree with a brand new Rotom phone. He handed the Rotom phone to Rayquaza, and explained to Rayquaza's confused expression, "This is a Rotom phone, a machine made by humans. It must be boring for you, a dragon, to live in the ozone layer? If you have a Rotom phone, the Rotom inside will accompany you and take you to understand real-time events happening around the world." Roar! Rayquaza took the Rotom phone with its claws in a daze. Just as Naoki was about to give a detailed introduction, Giratina beside him excitedly interrupted him, and started to introduce the functions and operation methods of the Rotom phone to Rayquaza. Naoki stood helplessly by the side with Giratina, thinking that Giratina was indeed a big internet celebrity with first-class communication skills. About 30 minutes later, Giratina enthusiastically helped Rayquaza register all the accounts, and then asked Naoki to add it to the group chat again. Naoki was numb. He added Rayquaza as his friend with an expressionless face, and then pulled it into the chat group of the mythical beasts. The next second, a prompt popped up in the chat group. Rayquaza joins the chat group. Giratina was finally satisfied. It stopped pestering Rayquaza, but gave it time to explore the functions of the Rotom phone. Rayquaza floated 15 centimeters above the ground, holding the Rotom phone with its left paw, and the tip of its right paw poked the phone screen awkwardly, operating it according to Giratina's instructions. Dragonite stood by and gave Rayquaza instructions from time to time. The atmosphere suddenly seemed extremely harmonious. After a while, Rayquaza stopped playing with the Rotom phone and began to tell Dragonite, Motor Lizard, and Butterfree about his heroic deeds of defeating Groudon and Kyogre and saving the world a few days ago. During this time, all the Pokemon living on the World Tree also joined in. The group of Pokemon were fascinated by what they heard, and their eyes were full of admiration when they looked at Rayquaza. Meow! So cool! The 3 Millisauruses bounced on the grass, very excited. Mincheo, Bokuro, and the others were full of admiration for Rayquaza. Rayquaza also looked very happy, grinning with a happy expression on his face. Naoki, forget it, he should have gotten used to this kind of thing. But then again, looking at the normal form of Rayquaza in front of him, Naoki suddenly became curious. Can it now undergo super evolution? Thinking of this, Naoki asked, "Oh right, Rayquaza." Rayquaza turned its head and looked at him. Naoki asked, "Can you Mega Evolve now? It means changing your form, becoming another form, and being able to use more powerful power than before." If he remembered correctly, Rayquaza used the meteorite energy stored in its body to Mega Evolve, and as long as it used the finishing touch, it could change into a Mega form. Rayquaza was slightly stunned when it heard this question. It opened its mouth and replied, "Roar? You humans call that kind of change a Mega Evolution?" Rayquaza's thoughts came through telepathy. Naoki nodded, "Yes, Mega Evolution." Hearing this, the surrounding Pokemon such as Mutuo, Dragonite, and Budcrown also cast their eyes over. Rayquaza shook his head, "Roar. I could do it before, but now I don't have enough energy, I can't become that way." Not enough energy? Is it because the energy in the meteorites that Rayquaza usually eats is too weak? At this point, Naoki suddenly thought of an item in the anime. It was an ancient huge stone that contained huge primitive energy, and was regarded by some as the source of super evolution. The energy in that huge stone could allow Rayquaza to super evolve. However, the huge stone should now be stored in a secret ruin in the Hoenn region. In the anime, Daigo and Alan solved the mystery of the ruins through cooperation and successfully entered it. The moment the huge stone came out, it attracted Rayquaza and caused a fight between Groudon and Kyogre. It's a pity that he was taken back to Kalos by Fladali to realize his evil plan. Rayquaza can be considered as one of ours now. If there is a chance, I can help Rayquaza fight for the giant stone and give it to it to help it super evolve and increase its strength. Naoki thought to himself. Because when the story of Super Demon God Hoopa happens later, they need the power of Super Rayquaza. In addition, if they take the giant stone, they can also stop Fladali's evil plan, which is perfect. But then again, in addition to Rayquaza, Mutuo can also Mega Evolve. And unlike Rayquaza, Mutuo has 2 evolution stones. One can help it evolve into the X form, which is great power and is good at close combat. The other can help it evolve into the Y form, which has terrifying mental power and can turn tall buildings into ashes with just a little telekinesis. However, if Mutuo wants to Mega Evolve, it needs to awaken the corresponding ability by itself, and can choose the evolution form autonomously according to the different battle situations. The bonfire gradually died down, and the Pokemon on the World Tree began to look sleepy. It was getting late, and Naoki said goodbye to the Pokemon on the ranch, and then returned to the ranch with Budcrest to rest. Giratina also got into the shadow of the World Tree. Rayquaza accepted the invitation of the Pokemon on the World Tree and stayed, because these Pokemon still wanted to hear it tell about its heroic deeds. Rayquaza looked left and right, and it was full of favor for such a place with abundant natural energy. Now that it was invited, it happily lived on the World Tree. At the same time, Groudon and Kyogre were on their way on horseback. Chapter 474. The next morning, bright sunlight shone into the room through the window. Naoki, who was sleeping, was suddenly awakened by a phone call. He opened his eyes in a daze, and when he saw the name on the screen, he immediately woke up. Mutuo, why is Mutuo calling him now? Naoki sat up from the bed and pressed the answer button. The next second, Mutuo's face appeared on the screen. It looked at Naoki opposite and said in a deep voice, "A Pokemon is coming." What? Naoki was slightly stunned. But then, Mutuo turned the camera around. Before Naoki could react, he saw on the screen a noble and elegant Pokemon, with a pair of colorful wings resting on the branches of the World Tree, looking down at the Pokemon guild below. That's Ho-Oh! Naoki was shocked. Why did Ho-Oh come here? Could it be that it was attracted by the World Tree like Rayquaza? Mutuo's deep voice continued to come from the other side. It seems to want to stay too, and is asking for permission. You come and deal with it. Naoki, The sudden appearance of the divine beast made Naoki unable to recover for a while, and he only felt that his brain was confused after waking up. After a long while, he rubbed his eyes and said, "Okay, I go over and take a look." "Ah, Gaw." Gulton opened his sleepy eyes when he heard the noise. "Go out with me." Naoki quickly dressed and said to Gulton. "Ah, Gaw." Gulton stretched hard, shook his head, and then happily followed Naoki out of the room. "We stayed up too late yesterday, and even the Pokemon in the ranch slept in. Only the Bud Crown got up early, and sat on the sofa playing with his phone." Seeing Naoki rushing out, Bud Crown was a little surprised. "Naoki, what are you going to do?" Naoki replied, "Another legendary Pokemon is attracted by the World Tree. I'm going to take a look." As he said that, Naoki suddenly remembered the scene that Bud Crown had predicted before. At that time, Bud Crown saw the World Tree flying high in the sky in the future, and also saw the Phoenix King stopping on it. It seems that the prediction of the future by the Bud Crown will finally come true today. Hearing this, the Bud Crown did not feel too surprised. The tree has a great attraction to Pokemon, and the natural energy in it has abundant benefits for every Pokemon. Even a legendary Pokemon like him is no exception. If it weren't for Naoki, he would probably have gone to live on the World Tree. However, compared to there, the Bud Crown still wants to live with Naoki. Because Naoki is here, he will never feel lonely again. After leaving the house in a hurry, Naoki rode on Gulton and flew into the sky, above the clouds. The World Tree is located below Rayquaza's ozone layer. It is rarely visited by people. Usually no human or airplane will enter this area, so Naoki is not worried about being discovered. Even if an adventurer comes here, it doesn't matter. Because the magical space created by Mutuo not only has the function of distorting the internal space, but also confuses the mind of the intruder, making them encounter a ghost wall, or unconsciously deviate to another direction until they are far away from the World Tree. But for Naoki, these are nothing to worry about. As soon as he entered this place, he was automatically teleported to the Sky Island, where the World Tree was by the superpower left by Mutuo. Taking the elevator to the top floor, Naoki saw Mutuo floating up with his feet off the ground as soon as he landed, looking at the Ho-Oh not far away. Ho-Oh looked at the movements of the Pokemon around him with bright eyes. Watching them shuttle between shops, making sushi to entertain guests, who were also Pokemon, or picking fruits from the orchard and moving them to the warehouse. At this time, the two Pokemon seemed to sense something, and turned their heads to look behind them. Naoki walked forward with Golden and saw Mutuo. He felt that Mutuo was more and more like a security guard. "Hello, Ho-Oh." Naoki looked at Ho-Oh and greeted it politely. "Do you know me?" Ho-Oh seemed very curious. "Mew and Bear Baby once told me about you," Naoki explained. Hearing this, Ho-Oh immediately understood. "You are the trainer of those two Pokemon." Naoki smiled. "No, I am just the logistics of the expedition team." Ho-Oh did not know what logistics meant, But from the conversation with Mutuo just now, he knew that the human in front of him was the owner of this world tree. Looking up at the big tree, Ho's heart moved slightly, and then he asked elegantly, "This place is much more beautiful than where I lived before. If possible, can I stay here? As a thank you, I can provide you with help within my ability." Ho has applied for a stay. Agree or reject. If you agree, there will be another legendary Pokemon on the world tree from now on, and Ho's favorability will increase. If you reject, Ho may leave directly and his favorability will decrease. Faced with such a kind-hearted Pokemon, who always believes in humans, Naoki feels that he has no reason to reject it. And if Ho moves in, it may bring Machado, Inti, Suicune and Raikou with it in the future. Thinking of the cute Pokemon in the Ho guard. Inti with his majestic mane, Raikou with his smooth fur, and Suicune who can purify water. Naoki readily agreed. You don't need to help me. If possible, I just hope you can protect this tree and the Pokemon living on it. For example, provide unlimited holy ash to the item store in the Expedition Team Guild. In this way, even if a Pokemon loses his life due to an accident in the future, he can use the holy ash to revive it directly. Hearing this, the Phoenix King was a little surprised. He had no wish, but just wanted it to protect the Pokemon living here. It turned its head and looked at the human with its bright eyes. It felt that this human had a kind heart, loved peace, loved Pokemon, and loved everything in this world. This person meets the requirements to become the Rainbow Warrior. The Phoenix King thought to himself. Then please take good care of me in the future. Naoki smiled. Ho gave a crisp cry and happily agreed. So far, Ho has officially become a member of the World Tree. With the addition of Rayquaza yesterday, the World Tree now has a force that cannot be underestimated. Black Rayquaza and Ho perched on the top of the tree. Mutuo living in the tree. And Giratina living in the shadow of the World Tree. Wait, Naoki suddenly realized something. Rayquaza and Ho were attracted by the breath released by the World Tree when it matured yesterday. Then the question is, besides these two, are there any other legendary Pokemon attracted here, at the same time, in the Weather Research Institute in the Hoenn region? Even though it is already night here, a group of researchers are still tracking the traces of Groudon and Kyogre. The satellite map shows that the icons representing the two super ancient Pokemon are moving at different speeds. Groudon is currently on the sea between the Hoenn region and the Unova region. Kyogre bypassed the Unova region at a very fast speed and continued to move forward. This picture immediately overturned the researchers' speculation during the day. What's going on? Isn't their target the Unova region? No. Judging from the direction Kyogre is moving, it is swimming quickly towards the Paidia region. The Paidia region. That's the other side of the planet. What is there that makes this super ancient Pokemon move towards that place day and night? After a short silence, a senior executive ordered, notify the Paidia Union immediately. However, before the assistant could call the Paidia Union, the researcher in front of him exclaimed, Kyogre is missing. The attention of the people around was immediately drawn to it. What happened? No, I don't know. The satellite monitoring showed that Kyogre seemed to have left the sea, flew into the air, and then disappeared out of thin air. How could this happen? Someone murmured in disbelief. Could it be that Kyogre has superpowers, and can use teleportation to go to other places? On the World Tree, Naoki, who was chatting with Ho about how it felt the breath of the World Tree, suddenly saw a solemn look in the eyes of Mutuo next to him. It suddenly raised its head, and looked forward. The next second, Naoki and Ho saw a huge Pokemon that looked like a whale passing through the distorted space and rushing in from the outside. Kyogre opened his bloody mouth and let out an excited hum. He looked at the giant tree in front of him with fiery eyes. This is the place. He was right. If it keeps sleeping here with such rich natural energy, it will return to its original state in no time. By then, that Groudon will no longer be its opponent. Just as Kyogre was about to find a place to stay, several figures suddenly flew out from the front. The dark, dragon-like Sky Overlord Rayquaza, a bird Pokemon with a noble and elegant appearance and feathers as colorful as a rainbow, a humanoid Pokemon with a big tail and a terrifying mental power, and a Pokemon with a scarlet body, a strong physique, and wild eyes. These four Pokemon that suddenly appeared blocked Kyogre. Kyogre was stunned on the spot, and a big question mark appeared on his huge head. Huh? But soon, Kyogre saw a familiar figure on one of the Pokemon. It was the human who suddenly broke in and intervened in its fight with Groudon that day. How could it be? Kyogre was shocked. It couldn't fight for alone. Looking at so many Pokemon in front of it, if it fought against them, it might not end well. What should it do? Kyogre's brain worked quickly. And at this moment, it heard the human opposite talking. Do you want to live in this tree too? Kyogre didn't know what to say. He looked at Rayquaza and other Pokemon opposite him, and had to admit honestly, yes. You can live here, Naoki said. If Kyogre also lives in the World Tree, he can be placed in the same layer as Dragonite, and then with Kyogre as the center, the sea can be transformed into the Sea of Origin, and a paradise for water attribute Pokemon can be built. Hearing this, Kyogre's face was full of disbelief. There is such a good thing? Can you move indirectly without fighting with other Pokemon? But I have a few conditions. If you agree to them, Rayquaza, and I will let you join the World Tree, Naoki said. Kyogre looked over immediately. What are the conditions? Naoki, first, you are not allowed to harm other Pokemon on the World Tree. Kyogre is not a bad guy. It is the creator of the sea. Kyogre has always been very easygoing towards the Pokemon that live in the sea it created. So far, it has never hurt other Pokemon. Okay. Kyogre agreed. Naoki paused and suddenly asked a question. Can you feel the location of Groudon? Kyogre, it's on its way here. Hearing this, Naoki secretly said, sure enough. If Groudon can also live in the World Tree, then it can be used as the center to create an ecological zone suitable for ground, rock and fire Pokemon to live. But the problem lies here. Groudon and Kyogre are mortal enemies. They will fight when they meet. At that time, the Pokemon on the World Tree may be disturbed. Therefore, the second point is also the most important point. Only if Groudon and Kyogre agree, Naoki will allow them to move in. The second point, if Groudon wants to settle in the World Tree later, you can't fight. Naoki looked at Kyogre opposite, and said word by word, I will ask Rayquaza and Mewtwo to supervise you. If you fight, you will be expelled and can never come to the World Tree again. Hearing this, Kyogre fell silent immediately. But looking at the World Tree in front of him, that was full of natural energy, he suppressed his inner instinct and said firmly, okay, as long as that guy doesn't come to cause trouble. Okay, then there's no problem. Naoki nodded. He asked Mewtwo to take Kyogre to the sea where Dragonite lived to get familiar with the environment, and he took out his mobile phone to check where Groudon had gone. At the same time, in the Unova region, the port of Feiyan City. Trainers in this city gathered at the dock, looking towards the distant sea with excitement and curiosity. Hey, have you heard? Groudon, the legendary Pokemon of the Hoenn region, is moving towards our Unova region. Oh my god, this is so shocking. That's a legendary Pokemon. I have never seen a legendary Pokemon in my life. Is it coming soon? The news said it's coming soon? At this moment, a huge figure slowly walked over from the distant sea. Here it comes. Wow, it's really Groudon. Some people began to worry. Will it attack the Unova region? At this time, a siren sounded at the port of Feiyan City. Miss June Shaw from the local police department rushed over and anxiously evacuated the crowd. Everyone, get out of here. It's dangerous here. A group of police officers began to set up a cordon. The champion of the Unova region, ADK, and several kings also rushed here. They hugged their arms and looked at the figure in the distance in surprise. Is that guy Groudon? Get ready for battle. ADK's expression was serious. According to the information revealed in the intelligence, the power of this legendary Pokemon is not comparable to that of ordinary Pokemon. The group immediately began to prepare. Time passed by, and the figure of Groudon gradually approached from far away and passed in front of them. However, surprisingly, Groudon did not attack them, but bypassed Feiyan Port and went straight forward. ADK and his group were completely dumbfounded. Isn't its target Unova? It doesn't seem so at the moment. Where exactly is it going? ADK didn't know the answer, but he was in a good mood when he saw that Groudon didn't come to attack Unova, but bypassed Unova instead. We should be happy that Groudon didn't come ashore. If something like what happened in Hoenn really happened, it would be terrible. Hearing this, the others thought about it carefully and found that it was true. A group of people watched Groudon's back slowly leave. Groudon continued to move forward. It walked from dawn to dusk, and from dusk to dawn. On the way, some bold reporters and trainers tracked Groudon's behavior in real time. They uploaded all the photos and videos to the internet. For a moment, it shocked the entire network. Where is Groudon going? This question lingered in people's minds, and more people began to pay attention to this matter. Even Professor Oak was attracted to it. He flew in the sky in a helicopter, wanting to observe this legendary Pokemon up close. In this way, people saw Groudon walking through one area after another. Time passed slowly, and just when people felt a little tired, Groudon stopped its steps that traveled all over the world. At this moment, netizens all over the world were boiling. They watched the live broadcast together. On the screen, Groudon suddenly stopped. It stood in the boundless sea, raised its head, looked up at the sky, and let the surrounding waves beat the ground under its feet. Groudon did not move, just posed to look up at the sky. People followed Groudon's gaze, and saw nothing but the endless blue sky and white clouds. What is Groudon looking at? Is it thinking about life? Sri Lanka, I never thought that Groudon actually has the temperament of a philosopher. However, some perceptive people found that Groudon's face occasionally showed a trace of anxiety and helplessness. It seemed to have encountered some unsolvable problems. In the end, Groudon suddenly became angry. It poured out its anger crazily, constantly attacking the surrounding planes that were filming, and stopped only after driving away or shooting down all the planes. Then it raised its head, and continued to look at the sky. Chapter 475. The Groudon incident is still brewing. More and more people are attracted. They ride flying Pokemon or private planes, suspended in the air, and watch Groudon on the sea from afar with binoculars. During this period, some bold trainers tried to fly forward to form a team to challenge Groudon, defeat it, and then subdue it. Not only did they fail, but they also caused Groudon to fall into a rage, and beat all those guys to the ground. It's really spectacular. On the helicopter, Professor Oak from Kanto region held a telescope and looked at the rare legendary Pokemon in the distance, muttering, "Why did Groudon take so long to rush from Hoenn region to Padia region?" This question came to Professor Oak's mind. Is it for migration? Or is there something in this place that attracts Groudon? No one knows the answer to this question. The situation was at a standstill for a while. On the other side of the sea, the Padia champions, led by UCI, were looking at Groudon, the god of the earth, in silence. At this time, Groudon and the Padia region were only a few kilometers away. Yici's mind flashed back to the battle between Groudon and Kyogre a few days ago, and he couldn't help but look a little worried. If Groudon landed in the Padia region, what impact would it have on the originally peaceful Padia region? UCI didn't dare to think about it. It is impossible to capture it, and UCI only hopes that this Pokemon can get away from here as soon as possible and return to where it should go. In the pasture, Naoki looked at the popular Groudon with mixed feelings. For some reason, when he saw Groudon standing alone on the sea and looking up at the sky, he always felt that Groudon had a kind of pitiful taste. Not only that, the chat group of legendary beasts was also talking about Groudon. Giratina, could this guy also come to the World Tree? Mewtwo, there is a 90% chance. Giratina, then why doesn't it come up, just standing there and watching? Rayquaza, maybe because it can't fly? Naoki, stop this terrible bullying. In the end, Naoki couldn't stand it anymore. He passed through Giratina's reverse world and directly arrived at the area of the Expedition Guild from the ranch. This was the entrance that Giratina opened a few days ago to facilitate Naoki's travel between the World Tree and the ranch. As long as he passed through a small section of the reverse space, he could reach the World Tree directly, without having to ride a flying Pokemon to the tree as before. Naoki found Mewtwo, and asked it to use teleportation to transfer Groudon. Mewtwo saw Groudon's deeds in the chat group. Hearing Naoki's words, it was strangely silent for a moment, and then nodded and agreed. A strong superpower floated in front of Mewtwo's eyes, and the next second, Groudon on the sea disappeared and appeared on the World Tree. At the same time, on the sea, everyone looked at the scene and exclaimed, "Disappeared? Where did Groudon go?" The confused people flew around the sea, and dived into the sea to look for it. After searching for a long time, there was no trace of Groudon. In the end, no answer was found. The onlookers could only disperse with regret. This incident became an unsolved mystery, and was listed as one of the top 10 anomalies in the world by some Pokemon scholars, known as the Groudon's disappearance mystery. In the Fengyuan region, in the Weather Research Institute, looking at the little red dot representing Groudon disappearing from the sea, a group of researchers were confused and shocked. Disappeared? Kyogre also disappeared at that location. What's even more bizarre is that they can no longer monitor the location of the two super ancient Pokemon. What's going on? Did they travel through time? After being shocked, a researcher showed a happy expression on his face. In this case, will the two Pokemon not fight in the future? We don't have to worry about the same problems in the Hoenn region anymore. Great. On the World Tree, Groudon was shocked by the sudden change just now. Its body immediately tensed up, and the energy of the earth surged all over its body, ready to use its best move, the Cliff Sword. However, soon, when Groudon felt the rich natural atmosphere around him, an expression of disbelief suddenly appeared on his face. This is... that tree. It finally came up. No, what on earth is going on? Groudon immediately turned his eyes to the human and the Pokemon in front of him. He even saw Rayquaza in it. The oppressive feeling of this group of Pokemon was no less than that of him, surrounding him. Not far away, some ordinary Pokemon were looking at this side curiously. Groudon, He didn't dare to do anything. Hello, Groudon. Naoki introduced with a smile. This is not the first time we meet, right? I am Naoki. Welcome to the World Tree. Groudon opened his mouth and looked at the human in disbelief. His intuition told him that the human in front of him was most likely the owner of this place, and looking at the appearance of the Pokemon around him, they were obviously centered around him. Seeing the big fool Groudon standing there in a daze, Naoki shook his head helplessly and continued, Then I make it short. I know why you came here. You were attracted by the natural energy of this tree. I can let you live in this tree, but you have to agree to a few conditions. What conditions? Growl's rough and heavy voice finally sounded in Naoki's heart. Naoki, first, you are not allowed to harm other Pokemon on the World Tree. Second, you are not allowed to fight with Kyogre here. Kyogre has already agreed. As long as you don't provoke it, it won't provoke you. If you violate one of these 2 points, then Rayquaza and Mewtwo will expel you from the World Tree. Compared to Kyogre, it is much easier to drive Groudon away. As long as Mewtwo uses teleportation to throw it down, it will never be able to run up again with its own strength. Sure enough, not being able to fly has its advantages. Hearing this, Groudon was silent. Strength is more important than territory. As long as it strives to absorb natural energy and become stronger, Kyogre will never dare to compete with it for territory. Thinking of this, Groudon decisively agreed. Okay. Naoki nodded and said, That's fine. This time, he personally took Groudon to the 3rd floor, which was below the sea area where Kyogre was. This was a space that had not been used yet, and no Pokemon had joined the living here yet. Because of this, Naoki planned to let Groudon transform this place into an area suitable for rock, ground and fire attribute Pokemon to live. He told Groudon about this plan. Groudon had no objection. It was originally going to create a magma pool to sleep. Therefore, Groudon left Naoki behind and started the construction. First, use the energy of the earth to make a small volcano, and then pour the magma in the body into it. In the blink of an eye, a magma pool was born. After doing this, Groudon did not stop to rest. It stood on the volcano, and the energy of the earth veins all over its body surged wildly. In an instant, a rumbling sound was heard in this space. The earth began to tremble, and the rocks began to move. In a moment, a hot valley was born. Extending outward from the volcano where Groudon was located, the temperature in the air gradually decreased with the distance, and the temperature had returned to normal at the outer circle. Groudon created valleys, caves, and jagged rocks there, which were very suitable for ground and rock attribute Pokemon such as Onix and Bangira to live. And around the volcano, there were even steaming fountains. That hot area was suitable for fire attribute Pokemon such as Charizard and Vulpix to live. In this way, the construction of this layer is completed. Naoki found a group of water attribute Pokemon and asked them to pray for rain in the dry valley outside. The dripping rain gradually gathered into a winding river. Then, Naoki bought fruit seedlings, planted several orchards by the river, and asked the Bud Crown King to help ripen the fruits. In the blink of an eye, the branches of the fruit trees were full of heavy fruits, and the air was filled with the joy of harvest. Of course, these are not for Groudon to eat, but for the Pokemon that will settle in this place in the future. Groudon stood on the volcano in the distance, and looked at Naoki's busy figure there. Groudon was quite surprised by the behavior of that human. Are those fruit trees planted for it to eat? After all, there are no other Pokemon in this place except it. However, as the god of the earth, it does not need to eat, and can survive by absorbing natural energy. At this time, Groudon saw that human turned away, with a group of water attribute Pokemon. Groudon prepared to return to the magma to have a good rest. The previous battle consumed a lot of its physical strength, and after walking such a long distance, it was now exhausted and needed to sleep for a while to recover. Thinking of this, Groudon turned around and walked into the volcano. However, not long after, it saw the human came back again. This time, the human was holding a strange machine in his hand. This is the Rotom phone. Rayquaza and Kyogre have it. From now on, this one belongs to you. Naoki carefully introduced the functions of the Rotom phone to Groudon. After hearing that Rayquaza and Kyogre have it, Groudon immediately perked up. His inner competitive spirit made it want to not fall behind. It must have one too. Okay, that's it for now. If you don't understand something, you can ask the Rotom in the phone. But be careful not to put it into the lava, Naoki said. Seeing that Groudon seemed to have accepted the existence of Rotom phone, Naoki took out his own phone and added it to the group chat. There were already 6 legendary Pokemon in the chat group now, and with Groudon, the number came to 7. The next second, Kyogre on the upper floor, Rayquaza perched on the treetop, Ho perched on the branch, Giratina in the shadow of the tree, Mewtwo next to the farmland, and Butcrest all received a notification. Grotto has joined the chat group. The friendly Pokemon, led by Butcrown, welcomed Groudon. Kyogre did not respond, and Naoki guessed that it should be sleeping now. After all, the previous battle consumed a lot of its energy. If it were not for the World Tree, it and Groudon would probably have to sleep for thousands of years before they could wake up again. Groudon was not very familiar with the functions of the Rotom phone yet, so he did not reply. After explaining everything, Naoki turned around and left this place. After he left, Groudon also fell into a deep sleep due to exhaustion. But this time was different from the previous ones. It would recover soon after sleeping in this space filled with natural energy. 5 minutes later, Naoki stood on the Sky Island with Golden, looking up at the towering tree in front of him. So far, the work on the World Tree has been completed. Next, we just need to wait for the Heroes Expedition team to invite the Pokemon friends they made during the trip to join the World Tree. It was quite touching. Not long ago, he was watering the World Tree with his lamb and lying under the tree to enjoy the cool breeze. Unexpectedly, the sapling had grown so big before he knew it. Not only that, it also attracted so many legendary Pokemon. Including Goltron, there were 8 legendary Pokemon alone. Naoki suddenly felt that the World Tree could be transformed into a legendary beast battle tower. Goltron on the first floor, Mewtwo on the second floor, Giratina on the third floor, Groudon on the fourth floor, Kyogre on the fifth floor, and Butcrown on the sixth floor. Then, there are Ho-Oh and Rayquaza perched on the treetops. With this lineup, there is no need to be afraid even if Team Rainbow Rocket comes. The sun in the distance gradually disappears into the horizon, leaving a touch of dusk on the horizon. The evening wind blows slowly, and the leaves above sway gently. The breeze brushes the ends of his hair, and Naoki slowly exhales a breath of turbid air, feeling refreshed. What a happy day. Now, they should go home. When Naoki and Golden returned to the ranch, the sky had gradually darkened. The Pokemon that had played outside all day also returned home, lying lazily on the carpet, waiting for Naoki to cook dinner for them. After leaving the World Tree and bidding farewell to the legendary Pokemon, Naoki became a farmer in the countryside. After returning home, he smiled and teased a few Pokemon for a while, and then began to prepare dinner for them. There was a warm atmosphere in the air, the laughter of Pokemon, and the sound of Naoki cooking, as if it was just an ordinary day. The Bud-Crown King likes this kind of time very much, so every time at this time, he will come to the living room from the glass greenhouse, sit on the sofa to play with his mobile phone, and listen to the sound of Naoki cooking. Naoki also saw the Bud-Crown King who suddenly moved over. He suddenly remembered something and asked, while cutting vegetables, "By the way, Bud-Crown King, the World Tree has stabilized. Don't you plan to live there?" The Bud-Crown King shook his head gently. "No, compared to there, I would rather stay and live with you." Naoki understood that the Bud-Crown King felt that the ranch was more lively. He smiled and nodded. "Okay, then please take care of me from now on." The night enveloped the earth, and the bright moonlight fell on the ranch. Zygarde's core finally arrived at its destination. It stood on an inconspicuous stone, observing this unfamiliar area and the family located in the night. Chapter 476. With the maturity and ascension of the World Tree, the ranch returned to its former tranquility. Since Giratina opened the way between the ranch and the World Tree, the EVs would still run from the reverse world to the World Tree to play. The Mount Goats would occasionally go there to guide the Mount Lamb rescued by Mewtwo. And Naoki started a leisurely life of sitting in the sunset every day, enjoying the evening breeze from the wilderness, drinking tea and listening to music. That afternoon, Mayor Thomas came to the ranch and talked to him about the fireworks festival held at the end of the month. "Naoki, there will be a fireworks festival at the end of this month. Don't forget to bring your Pokemon with you," the white-haired old man said with a smile. "The town has bought a lot of rare fireworks and invited many shops to set up stalls. Compared with the past, this year's fireworks festival is particularly grand and spectacular. Of course I will attend." Naoki nodded with a smile. "That's no problem." Mayor Thomas put on his hat happily, stood up, and prepared to leave the ranch. The town will also prepare free food and drinks for everyone, so that people can enjoy the food while watching the fireworks. Ah, just thinking about it is exciting. Naoki smiled. The fireworks display is a traditional festival in the Padilla region, which has been passed down for a long time. On the last day of summer, people and Pokemon gather on the beach to enjoy the beautiful fireworks blooming in the night sky. It is indeed very tempting. But then again, Chishu seems to be coming to Zikin Town to participate in the fireworks display? Then I leave first. See you at the fireworks display later. Mayor Thomas said goodbye to Naoki with a smile. Naoki sent the old man out, watched him fade away, and then returned to the ranch. On the coffee table in the living room were some small snacks such as biscuits, which were made by Mayor Thomas's wife. Mayor Thomas would bring some as gifts when he came. It was said that it was Motor Lizard's favorite snack in the past. Motor Lizard really liked it, and Guladen seemed to think it tasted good. The two Pokemon squatted on the floor and ate the snacks, and soon, all the biscuits were eaten by them. Naoki, He went back to the bedroom and sat at the desk to write a letter. The letter said that these vegetables were just picked from the ranch. There were too many at home to eat, so I gave some to you. Then, Naoki found some fresh fruits and vegetables and put them in the bag, hung it on the motorcycle lizard, and asked it to go to the town to give it to Mayor Thomas as a favor. Gaw! The motorcycle lizard happily accepted the job and ran out of the ranch with the bag. It was almost noon, and Naoki was going to pick some vegetables in the fields to go home and cook. But when he just went out, he saw 3 goats jumping out of the reversed world. In their mouths, they were holding 3 leaves emitting a glittering green light. Seeing this, Naoki was slightly stunned. Then, the goats ran to him and put the leaves down. Naoki was surprised. Is this a gift from the World Tree? Meh! The goats nodded happily. Naoki immediately understood. The goats were planning to let him use these 3 leaves to make food for them. Naoki then remembered a dessert he had made with the leaves of the World Tree. Thinking of this, he turned around and took the leaves back home, took out his cooking manual, and looked up information about the leaves of the World Tree. This was a habit Naoki had developed over a long period of time. Every time he developed a new dish, he would record the ingredients, cooking methods, and effects required for the dish. Soon, he found the relevant information. Leaf cake, incomplete version, S-negative, a cake made with the leaves of the World Tree mixed with eggs, moo milk, and other ingredients. If you listen carefully, you can feel the breath of nature from it. Cooking effect, breath of nature. 1. Permanently increases the power of grass attribute moves by 20%. This effect is limited to grass attribute Pokemon and cannot be stacked. 2. After being eaten, grass attribute Pokemon can respond to the rhythm of nature. When using grass energy to cultivate crops, the growth time of crops can be slightly shortened. This is only effective for grass attribute Pokemon, and the effect cannot be stacked. Additional effect, Lord of the World Tree, you have been recognized by the World Tree. As the Mount Goat that raised the World Tree, you can enter all areas inside the World Tree in the future. This effect is only effective for Naoki. Comment, listen to the breath of nature. Maybe when the World Tree grows up, the dishes made with leaves will have better effects. Sure enough. Naoki couldn't help but murmured. This cake made with the unripe leaves of the World Tree has such an effect. If the cake is made with mature leaves now, what will the original effects become? He dared not imagine it. Now we can only know by trying it. As soon as he said it, Naoki started making leaf cakes. First, use a blender to mash the leaves of the World Tree, then add eggs, milk, and other ingredients. When pouring the milk, Naoki suddenly had an idea. What would happen if he replaced it with the milk of the Mount Goat? After all, in the current ranch, the quality of the goat milk produced by the Mount Goat is far higher than the mooing milk produced by the big milk tank. Thinking of this, Naoki immediately changed the ingredients and replaced the milk with live goat milk. After mixing everything evenly, put it into the mold to shape it, and finally put it in the oven to bake. When the cake is almost done, take it out of the oven, and spread it with fresh cream from the cream fairy. In this way, a fresh leaf cake is ready. The only difference from the last time is that this leaf cake glows. Naoki looked at the cake in front of him with a surprised look, and the next second, the detailed information of the cake emerged from his mind. Leaf cake, SSS, a cake made by mixing the leaves of the World Tree with eggs, live goat milk, and other materials. It is full of the breath of nature. Cooking effect, Lord of Nature, 1. Permanently increases the power of grass attribute moves by 100%, only for Mount Goat. Other grass attribute Pokemon can only obtain 50% of the effect, which cannot be stacked. 2. After eating, Mount Goat can respond to the rhythm of nature. When using grass energy to cultivate crops, It can make crops within a certain range mature within 5 seconds. After eating, other grass attribute Pokemon can greatly shorten the growth time of crops. This effect is only effective for grass attribute Pokemon. 3. Lord of the World Tree. This effect is only effective for Naoki. 4. People chosen by nature, after eating, can gain special abilities. Power of Evergreen can be inherited. This effect is only effective for Naoki. Power of Evergreen. Communicate with Pokemon, greatly improve affinity with Pokemon, mobilize the energy of nature, and heal Pokemon's injuries. Evaluation. Perfect effect, unique food in the world. Naoki, fuck. SSS level food is out, and the effect is so exaggerated, Naoki was shocked. The power of the Mount Goat's grass attribute moves was permanently increased by 100%, and the Mount Goat also gained the same power as the Bud Crown King to make crops mature instantly. With the Mount Goat's current control over grass attribute energy, Naoki could only think of 2 words: invincible. As for the power of Evergreen below, he understood the principle, but what did that heritable mean? Inherited moves? However, he was still a bachelor and could not trigger this effect at all. After the shock, Naoki immediately found the Mount Goat with a leaf cake cut into pieces. Smelling the tempting aroma, the Mount Goat immediately lowered its head happily and ate the leaf cake with a bleating sound. During this time, Naoki also ate a piece. And when all the leaf cakes were eaten, the next second, the Mount Goat suddenly burst out with an extremely rich green grass energy. Through the perception of the newly acquired power of Chompan, Naoki clearly saw that the Mount Goat was undergoing a transformation. It was not only because of the leaf cake, but also because they had been fed by the World Tree for a long time, which had transformed their life essence. In other words, the Mount Goat was no longer an ordinary Pokemon. Their life level and energy grade had reached the level of legendary Pokemon. Realizing this, Naoki was shocked. God-making succeeded. After a moment, the light on the Mount Goat was completely retracted. They looked at Naoki in front of them with great excitement. Naoki came back to his senses and slowly said, "Congratulations, Mount Goats." "Me?" The Mount Goats were very excited. "Come, let me see your changes." After being shocked, Naoki began to check the growth of the 3 Mount Goats. He really wanted to know what the Mount Goats looked like now. So, 1 person and 3 goats turned around and came to the battle area in the ranch. The 3 Mount Goats lined up in a row, waiting for Naoki's instructions with high morale. "Come, let me see the changes in the vine whip first," Naoki said. "Me?" One of the goats nodded, and then stretched out 2 dark green vine whips from both sides of the body, sweeping around like a python. Looking at this scene, Naoki nodded silently, muttering in his heart, "Sure enough, the vine whip has also changed. The color has become darker. Is it because the grass attribute energy is too strong? Flat Onion Duck, come here." Naoki turned around and called the Flat Onion Duck, who was practicing sword in the wooden dummy area. "Ga?" Onion Duck came forward and asked Naoki what was going on. Naoki pointed at the vine whip on the goat and said to it, "Try to attack the vine whip with your scallion." "Ga?" Onion Duck was a little confused when he heard this request, but he still did it obediently. A flash of white light passed by, and Onion Duck shot out like an arrow, and the scallion turned into a big sword and chopped at the vine whip with great force. But the vine whip was not cut off. Seeing this, Farfetch'd was surprised. Sure enough, the strength and toughness have also been improved. Naoki murmured, "Farfetch'd, come back." Then, he said to the goat, "Next, try the leaf blade." Attacking the opponent with a leaf blade in its mouth, this move can be said to be the second best move of the goat. It nodded, then leaned forward slightly, and the grass energy in its mouth surged rapidly, turning into a huge grass sword. "Try to attack the wooden dummy over there," Naoki said. The goat turned around upon hearing the sound, and rushed out with a leaf blade in its mouth. With a loud bang, the wooden dummy was instantly smashed into pieces. "Huh?" Onion Duck opened his eyes wide. That move was so powerful. "Well, the power of the leaf blade has also increased." Naoki nodded silently. When the goat came back, he said again, "Then next, use your best green grass field." "Me?" The command was issued, and the next second, a strong green light burst out from the goat. The energy turned into a vibrant field that enveloped the entire pasture. Thousands of green grasses swayed gently in it, and green light lingered around the Pokemon, turning into a gas-like existence. No, not only the Pokemon, but even the air had that green breath. Naoki looked up and saw that the green grass field not only covered the pasture, but also the sky. The seemingly invisible gas surged out from the goat on which he rode. Looking at this scene, Two words immediately emerged in Naoki's mind. Aura, that's right, it's not a field or a domain, but it has transformed into an aura-like existence. The leaf cake sublimated the grass domain of the Mount Goat into an aura, and as far as Naoki knows, there are currently only two Pokemon in this world that have auras. One is the God of Life Xerneas, which has a fairy aura, and can automatically increase the power of all fairy attribute Pokemon's moves when it appears. The other is Yveltal, the God of Destruction, which has a dark aura. When it appears, it can automatically increase the power of all evil attribute Pokemon's moves. And now, did the Mount Goat also have an aura? Realizing this, Naoki couldn't help but show excitement on his face. From the current situation, the effect of the Mount Goat's grass aura is far better than Xerneas' fairy aura, and Yveltal's dark aura. Because the Mount Goat's grass aura can not only enhance the power of grass attribute Pokemon's moves, but also heal. The characteristic of the Mount Goat grass fur can also improve their defense. It is a truly versatile Pokemon that can fight, heal, and resist. If it is paired with Budcrest or Urako as a teammate, Naoki dare not even think about how high the upper limit of this combination will be. Looking at the three Mount Goats in front of him, Naoki suddenly felt that he was about to become the king of grass type. Maybe he could also learn from Edu, and put three Mount Goats in his team like putting a group of Dragonite in the team. Together with Urako, Budcrown and Oliva on the World Tree, they can form a team of grass-type kings. However, compared to this, Naoki wants to know who is stronger between the current Mount Goat and Dante's Charizard. The experience of being hit 3 times in a row by Dante's Charizard is still vivid in his mind, and now the Mount Goat has grown again. The energy feedback from the World Tree has transformed their life level, and the Leaf Cake has greatly increased the power of their moves. In addition, the original green grass field has been sublimated into a green grass aura. Thinking of this, Naoki couldn't help but take out the Rotom phone and sent a message to Dante in the Galar region. Wing King, when will you come to Padia? My Pokemon has grown again, and I want to spar with you. Chapter 477. However, unfortunately, Dante did not come. Ever since he learned the truth about the Galar region from Bud Crown last time, Dante began to secretly investigate the matter of everlasting in the Galar region. In addition to being the champion and accepting trainer challenges and various exhibition matches, Dante is now almost too busy. Seeing this, Naoki could only reply, "Okay, let's fight again next time we have a chance." Dante responded quickly. "Dandy, don't worry, after everything in the Galar region is over, I will visit your ranch and fight you for 3 days and 3 nights. King Wing, eh?" After the small talk, Naoki started to ask Dandy about business again. "King Wing, have you been to the Weeming Forest?" Last time, the Bud Crown told Dandy that he could go to the Weeming Forest to look for Song Xiang and Zong Marant and seek their help. I wonder if Dandy has found them now. "Dante, I have been there. I successfully met Song Xiang and Zangmarant and told them what the Bud Crown told me. But the 2 Pokemon told me that it was not the right time yet and asked me to come back later." Not the right time? Looking at the reply above, Naoki was slightly stunned. He turned around and told the Bud Crown about it. After a brief contemplation, the Bud Crown explained, "Perhaps it is because the human who can make the decayed sword and shield shine again has not yet been born. With the current power of Song Xiang and Zong Marant, they are still unable to defeat An Yi." Naoki immediately understood. Isn't this talking about the protagonist of Sword and Shield and her rival? That is, Hep, Xiaoyu and Dante Ai's younger brother. However, Hep is only about 5 or 6 years old now, still a little kid. The weapons of Song Xiang and Zong Marant have been decayed by time, and they need their courage and faith to shine with new light. What surprised Naoki was that Dante didn't have the power to make the decayed sword and shield shine? Or is this opportunity exclusive to the protagonist? Just when Naoki was surprised, Dante made a video call directly. Naoki pressed the answer button. The next second, Dante Ai's cheerful and handsome face appeared on the screen. After a simple greeting, Dante talked about another thing. "By the way, when I went to the Weeming Forest last time, Song Xiang and Zangmarant asked me about the current location and situation of the Crown of Buds." Naoki was a little surprised. "Then what?" Dante scratched his head. "I told them the location of your ranch, and showed them the photo that King of the Crown had posted online. It was a photo of King of the Crown sitting in the garden enjoying afternoon tea elegantly." Then Song Xiang and Zong Marant seemed to be relieved. After expressing their gratitude to me, they disappeared into the depths of the Weeming Forest, Dan said. Naoki nodded. Maybe they are just worried about King of the Crown. After all, King of the Crown was not in a good condition before. Now that King of the Crown has recovered, Song Xiang and Zhang Marant can rest assured. Yes. Dandy was also very emotional. He later went to the Crown Snowfield and investigated the legend of the Bud Crown King in the frozen village. He knew the situation of the Bud Crown King in the past. If there was no Naoki, this great king Pokemon would probably still be wandering alone on the vast snowfield. And the things he did would probably be buried under the snowfield and never known. The Galar royal family will continue to promote themselves in the Galar region with their stolen achievements. At this time, there was a knock on the door behind Dante. Naoki then noticed that he seemed to be in the backstage of a conference. Hearing the sound, Dante grinned and said goodbye to Naoki. No more, I'm going to fight with the challenger, let's talk next time. Naoki said hello. After hanging up the phone, Naoki shared the remaining leaf cakes with other grass attribute Pokemon in the ranch. Not only that, he also asked Eevee to take some to Oliva and others on the World Tree. Although the leaf cake cannot make Oliva and the others become like the Mount Goat, it can also bring them a considerable improvement. Naoki turned back to the room to cook. And Farfetch'd looked firmly at the wooden dummy that was broken by the Mount Goat with the holy sword of grass. After a moment, the fire of struggle was rekindled in its heart. What? You plan to continue eating the fruit platter to comprehend powerful moves? In the kitchen, Naoki, who was cooking, felt Farfetch'd's idea and showed a surprised expression on his face. Gaw! The Farfetch'd nodded. Seeing its appearance, Naoki immediately understood. The Farfetch'd just witnessed the powerful swordsmanship of its Mount Goat, and it wanted to have it too. Okay. Naoki nodded and agreed. Farfetch'd didn't have to worry about forgetting the moves now. After countless times of forgetting and relearning, the methods of using those moves had long been deeply engraved in its mind. Even if the brain forgets, the body still remembers the movements and can quickly relearn them. Thinking of this, Naoki prepared 5 fruit platters for Farfetch'd in one go, letting it try 5 consecutive draws. He also prepared some stomach strengthening and digestion promoting tablets for Pokemon to help Farfetch'd digest the food it ate. Farfetch'd went out with 5 fruit platters in high spirits. Naoki stayed in the kitchen and continued to prepare lunch. In the open space in the ranch, Farfetch'd looked at the 5 fruit platters in front of him with a determined look. For the first one, a familiar feeling came to his mind, and Farfetch'd felt that he had forgotten the II hack. For this kind of thing, Onion Duck has long been accustomed to it. It was neither panicked nor anxious, but continued to pick up the next fruit platter. The second one, Onion Duck forgot about the continuous slash. The third one, Onion Duck realized meditation. The fourth one, Onion Duck realized the feather dance. The fifth one. As the last fruit platter entered its stomach, Onion Duck suddenly opened its eyes and felt an unprecedented power. The next second, a layer of blue light appeared in its determined eyes. Powerful spiritual power surged from the body of Onion Duck to the super onion in its hand. The onion began to glow. Gaw! The right wing swung forward fiercely, and the huge glowing onion also swept forward immediately. An invisible spiritual blade was thrown out from the onion, accompanied by a crackling sound, and the grass in front was instantly cut flat. Gaw! After the move was over, Onion Duck looked at its wings in surprise. The brain told it that the name of the move was the Spirit Sword, and it was a move with superpower attributes. Realizing the extraordinary power of this move, Farfetch'd immediately found Naoki, pulled him outside, and showed him his newly learned move. Looking at the lawn that had been cut flat, Naoki recognized Farfetch'd's move at a glance. It was the exclusive move of the Paradox Pokemon, Featherleaf, which was based on Religion, the Spirit Sword. Spirit Sword. A psychic-type move that uses an invisible blade to split the opponent. When in an electric field, the power of the move will be enhanced. Although it is not as powerful as Palkia's Subspace Slash, it can also be regarded as a powerful move. Especially when using it, the spiritual power will make the green onion glow and turn into a lightsaber, which looks very cool. This is the Spirit Sword. It is the exclusive move of the legendary Pokemon Polygon's Special Paradox Individual Iron Leaf. It is very good. Naoki introduced it to Farfetch'd. Farfetch'd has always relied on melee attacks as a means of output, and now it has a move that can release sword energy attacks remotely, which is very good. It can just make up for Farfetch'd's shortcomings and expand its attack range. As expected, when it heard the word legend, the face of the Onion Duck suddenly showed excitement. At this moment, a feeling of sweetness after bitterness suddenly surged in its heart. Think about it, it is really miserable. In order to comprehend powerful moves, it kept eating tree fruit platters. Not only did it become a big fat duck, but it almost died of gluttony. Now, it has finally got its sweetness after bitterness. The spring of gamblers has arrived. Because it was too excited, The onion duck began to dance on the spot, making a quack-quack sound from its mouth. Naoki, that onion duck is not a pure gambler. At this time, shouldn't he dislike the weak spirit sword and turn to the more powerful subspace slash? After all, when Farfetch'd came to the ranch, he came to find the way to cut off the waterfall. Naoki wanted to remind Farfetch'd, but seeing Farfetch'd so excited, he thought about it, and decided to forget it. Otherwise, it would be bad if he didn't comprehend the subspace slash, and forgot the spirit sword. The sun was blazing outside the window. The dazzling sunlight was scorching the earth. The crops in the fields were wilting, and even the cicadas in the back mountain that had been chirping all summer had stopped chirping. After lunch, Naoki lazily stayed at home with the air conditioner on. The Pokemon who were not afraid of the heat were sitting under the eaves and eating watermelon leisurely. At this time, a trainer with a backpack and sweating profusely came to the ranch. "Mr. Naoki, I finally collected enough badges. Now I should be able to challenge the green grass trial, right?" Under the eaves, a young man looked at Naoki, who opened the door for him with excitement. Naoki, He still remembered this young man. He had brought a Smurf to the ranch in the spring and wanted to challenge the green grass trial. But he was a rookie who had only a gym badge in his hand, which was far from meeting the conditions for challenging the trial. Therefore, Naoki decisively rejected him at that time. Now he heard that the other party had collected enough badges, and Naoki was a little surprised. "Come in and take a break first." He noticed the sweat on the boy's forehead. "Yes." The boy was very excited and quickly followed Naoki into the living room. "Can I challenge the green grass trial now?" Naoki, Looking at the boy's expectant eyes, Naoki wanted to say that the current Mount Goat is no longer what it used to be. The legendary Mount Goat that has been broken through is no longer something that these ordinary trainers can challenge. But seeing the boy's enthusiasm and hard work for the green grass trial, Naoki was silent for a moment, and then asked his sister Ai Guancher to pour him a cup of mung bean soup to relieve the heat. The boy thanked him, raised his head, and drank it all in one gulp. After he finished drinking, Naoki asked, "Where is the slowpoke?" Hearing Mr. Naoki asking about the slowpoke, the boy immediately took out a pokeball. With a flash of white light, a crocodile Pokemon with fiery red scales suddenly appeared in the living room. It turned out that the slowpoke had now evolved into the bone-patterned giant crocodile. Seeing this scene, Naoki was a little surprised. "Growing so fast?" "That's right. During this period, I and Crocodile have been working hard on special training and constantly challenging gyms." The boy answered with full of fighting spirit. Naoki felt the fighting spirit of young people from him, and he smiled and nodded. "Okay, in that case, I will accept your challenge." If it were any trainer, when facing such a challenger, he would probably accept the other party's invitation to fight. Hearing this, the boy's eyes lit up. "Great." A moment later, the two came to the battlefield. The boy sent out Crocodile, while Naoki sent out a goat. He looked at the trainer opposite him and said, "During this period of time, not only have you gained something, but the goat has also grown. It's not that easy to win. If it doesn't work once, then try it twice. If it doesn't work twice, then try it 3 times." The boy was full of perseverance. "Neither Crocodile nor I will give up." "Very good, very spirited." Naoki smiled slightly. "Then show me your growth." Swoosh. The clear whistle of the sister Ai Guancher sounded from the side. The battle officially began. Bone-patterned giant crocodile used flashing flame singing. The boy spoke immediately. The bone-patterned giant crocodile in front of him immediately opened his mouth and spewed out blazing flames from his mouth as if singing. "Start with flashing flame singing?" Looking at the raging flames, Naoki whispered, "Mount Goat, Shadow Clone." The Mount Goat's eyes became firm. It stared at the oncoming flames, and its body flashed quickly. In a blink of an eye, several identical shadows appeared around it. One of the shadows was hit by the flames and disappeared as a phantom. Disappeared? The boy immediately reminded, "Since we can't find the location of the Mount Goat, let it have a good sleep." Bone-patterned giant crocodile used singing. The next second, a drowsy singing sound came from the soul fireball on the tip of the bone-patterned giant crocodile's nose. However, Naoki didn't intend to give it this opportunity. "Mount Goat, earthquake." "Mia." The Mount Goat on the field responded in a deep voice, and the next second, all the shadow clones raised their forelimbs and then stepped heavily on the ground. A powerful shock wave immediately rushed towards the bone-patterned giant crocodile from all directions. Singing being interrupted, the strong earthquake wave directly hit the bone-patterned giant crocodile hard, and the huge force directly made it lose its combat ability. Instant kill. Seeing this scene, the boy was shocked. Lost, so strong. Naoki sighed helplessly in his heart. It seems that he has to change the challenge rules of the green grass trial again. You have done very well. Naoki praised. You have grown to this point in just a few months. In the words of the chief, you are already a very good trainer. The boy was very smart. He heard the compliment in Naoki's words, but he remained calm. Because compared with Mr. Naoki, they still have a long way to go. I've decided. The boy's tone became very firm. I will continue to practice with the bone pattern giant crocodile. We will definitely challenge the trial again. After saying that, the boy put the bone crocodile back into the poke ball, said goodbye to Naoki, and hurried away. Naoki, helplessly watching the other person's figure go away, Naoki slowly exhaled. This kind of episode in life is not the first time. Naoki has long been accustomed to it. Life goes on, and the pace of time passes quickly. In a blink of an eye, it came to June 30th of the 200th year of the Alliance calendar. This day is the day of the fireworks festival. Chapter 478. In the morning, when Naoki went to Zikin Town to buy groceries, he saw some humans and Pokemon carrying stalls and fireworks towards the beach. Walking on the street with Motor Lizard, Naoki found that Zikin Town was particularly lively today. Even the shops on the street hung banners promoting the fireworks festival. People of all kinds gathered on the street, chatting leisurely with their Pokemon. It seems that tonight will be very lively. Naoki also began to look forward to it. The Motor Lizard on the side was also infected by this emotion and shouted happily, Gayo. After buying vegetables, each person and Pokemon returned to the ranch. Naoki talked with the Pokemon in the ranch about the fireworks display. When they heard that the fireworks display was going to be held again, Babu Tubo and the others were all very excited. Ergire recalled the scene when he participated in the fireworks display last year. The scene of the fireworks blooming in the night sky was so beautiful. Boney! It will also participate this year. Motorcycle Lizard entered the room, and soon he took out a ball and placed it in front of Naoki, looking at him expectantly. Okay, I got it. I take you to play with the ball when the time comes. Naoki smiled and touched Motorcycle Lizard's head. Gulton, who was not far away, looked disgusted, playing with a ball. It was too childish. While talking, Naoki looked around, but did not find Eevee in the pasture. Needless to say, this group of playful guys ran to the World Tree to play again. He took out his phone and made a video call to Mutuo. After a while, the little faces of the Eevees appeared on the screen. Naoki, if you don't come back, I won't take you to the fireworks show tonight. Eevee. Hearing this, the Eevees looked tangled. After careful inquiry, they learned that the World Tree would also hold a bonfire party tonight, and they had just promised the Pokemon there that they would participate. Is that so? Naoki nodded, and then thought of a good idea. In that case, you should stay at the World Tree. You should be able to see the fireworks there, so remember to call me by video, and we can watch the fireworks together. You? This is a good idea. The Eevees all showed happy expressions on their faces. After hanging up the phone, Naoki looked at the Aibutsu brother and sister next to him. Sister, you can go and play together this year. Ai. Although the sister Ai Butler was somewhat moved, she showed a hesitant expression on her face. Naoki immediately saw what she was thinking. Don't worry, it doesn't matter if the Pokemon Tavern is closed today. Those Pokemon guests will probably be attracted by the fireworks display. Hearing this, the sister Ai Butler was relieved. She and her brother readily agreed and prepared to go to the beach with Naoki to watch the fireworks in the evening. Then, Naoki walked out of the room and came to the ranch. Dragonite was standing by the farmland watering the fields, while his goat was waiting nearby, ready to use the grass energy to take care of the crops in the fields as usual. On the grass not far away, the big milk cans were leisurely eating the dewy grass. Looking at this fulfilling scene, Naoki couldn't help but smile. He looked outside the pasture, but saw nothing. Has Chishu not come yet? After a little thought, Naoki took out his cell phone and called Chishu. Soon, Chishu's energetic voice rang out. Hello? Naoki raised his eyebrows and looked towards the entrance of the ranch. Are we almost there? We're almost there. A rustling voice came from Chishu. I'm preparing gifts for the Motor Lizards. Sorry for disturbing them today. Naoki, I'm here. Why would I bring a gift? Hee hee. A silly laugh came from the other side. You guys are embarrassed to bother Naoki all the time. But don't worry. It's ready. We can set off soon. Naoki looked at the time and said, Then I let Dragonite pick you up. After that, without waiting for Chishu to agree, he found his Dragonite. A moment later, Dragonite happily flew away with a backpack on its back. Let's put it this way, I still have something to do here. Dragonite has already set off. It will soon reach Nyangwang City. Naoki said. Yeah, I know. After hanging up the phone, Naoki went to the field to pick the crops that were ripened by his mount goat. Meanwhile, in Nyangwang City, Chishu stood on the street with a shopping bag in his hand, and couldn't help but grin. Hee hee. The electric frog beside him seemed to have noticed that his trainer was in a very happy mood at the moment, and he also happily shook his round body left and right. Suddenly, a message from UCI came over, interrupting Chishu's thoughts. Huh? It's the chief. Could it be a special mission? Chishu suddenly became nervous. She had finally asked the chief for 2 days off. When she asked for leave, she just said that she had something to do. If the chief knew that she asked for leave to go out and play, it would be a disaster. Chishu quickly opened Rotom's phone, but found that the chief seemed to have just come to chat. Yesy, has the Nyangwang gym stopped accepting challenges now? Chishu, yes, I have posted a notice on the gate that it has stopped accepting challenges. Yesy, so that's it. Aren't you in Nyangwang City these 2 days? Chishu, I have some personal matters to deal with, so I have to go out for 2 days. Chishu replied tremblingly, but fortunately the chief did not ask more questions, so she was relieved and stood there waiting for Dragonite to pick her up. Padilla Alliance headquarters. Xionly looked at the smile on Yusi's face, and was speechless. That silly girl finally got smart. UCI said with satisfaction, I hope there will be some progress today. Xionly. Chief, the Nyangwang gym has received complaints from trainers, and if the two of them progress well in the future, fall in love, get married and have children, I'm afraid there will be no one left at the Nyangwang gym who can serve as the gym leader. As far as Xionly knows, a sloppy work attitude is a very serious matter for the chief. However, the chief's approach this time was not what Xionly imagined. UCI shook his head nonchalantly. It doesn't matter, these current losses are necessary. As for getting married and having children, Xionly, you are much further away than I thought. Xionly, UCI smiled and said, don't worry, even if Chishu is pregnant, there is still Chishu, right? How could he watch Chishu go to meet challengers with a big belly at that time? Xionly was slightly startled, and then the scene of Chishu recuperating at home and Chishu taking his Pokemon to work part-time as a gym leader emerged in his mind. But she thought about it again. With Naoki's strength, there might not be any trainer who could defeat him and get the gym badge from him, right? But it's too early to say that now. Naoki's attitude is still unknown. Although Chishu goes to Naoki Ranch for a few days every month in the name of challenging the trial, Naoki's thoughts are unknown. Yessie knew that she couldn't open the champagne in advance. She sat in a chair and pondered for a while, and then made a decision. By the way, Xionly, inform everyone that the entire Padilla Alliance will have a day off today. Let them have a good day. Xionly was stunned and asked, what about you? UCI, let's go to Zichin Town together. I heard that they have made a lot of preparations for the fireworks festival this year. It will be very lively then. Thank you for your hard work, Dragonite. In Nyangwang City, looking at Dragonite falling from the sky in front of him, Chishu smiled and touched its head. Dragonite was not unfamiliar with this human, who often visited the ranch. It whined happily, and then leaned down to make it easier for the other party to sit on it. But before that, Chishu opened the bag on Dragonite, and put the gifts he bought into it. Then, Chishu took out the Pokeball, put the frog into the Pokeball, and finally rode on Dragonite. 30 minutes later, Dragonite returned to the ranch smoothly. When they landed, Naoki was carrying cartons full of crops with Gulton. Chishu waved his arms vigorously at him from a distance. It's been a long time, Naoki. It hasn't been that long, has it? Naoki was helpless. Hee hee. Naoki put the goods away helplessly and continued. Let's go to the living room to rest first. The fireworks show will not start until the evening, so we can leave at 6 or 7 o'clock. Sorry to bother you. Naoki originally planned to entertain guests after finishing this work. But maybe the fireworks show attracted many tourists from other places. In the morning, he received several trainers who came to challenge the trial. There were even trainers from other places who said they wanted to see the true face of the hidden boss of Padilla and asked Naoki to show all his strength to fight him. That person is said to be the champion of the last Kaiju conference. He is extremely powerful, and his trump card Flame Chicken can kill anyone who stands in his way. Naoki was naturally not polite to this. Since these people regarded him as the hidden boss of the Padilla region, he would play the role of the hidden boss. So Naoki decisively changed to Golden and hit the champion with a series of sixes, making the opponent look terrified and saying that he was too strong and had such a terrifying strength. He left the ranch in a daze. Naoki, When everything was over, it was 6 o'clock in the evening. After a simple dinner, Naoki and Chishu took a group of Pokemon to participate in the fireworks show. When they arrived there were already many tourists and Pokemon gathered on the beach. There were young trainers on the trip, young couples who came together, parents who brought their children to watch the fireworks, and old grandfathers and grandmothers with white hair sitting on the bench with their equally old Pokemon looking at the beautiful starry sky and the sea below. Not only that, Naoki also saw that the scale of the market in the distance had become larger. From the shop selling takoyaki, to the Magikarp uncles selling Magikarp, to the shop selling tree fruits and handmade poke balls, Naoki even saw a mysterious fortune-telling stall among them. A dream-inducing tapir holding a pendulum was hypnotizing the tourists in front of him. There were also many children playing with pokeball toys. As Mayor Thomas said, this year's fireworks festival will be particularly lively. The two found a beach with not so many people and sat down. As soon as Naoki sat down, the motor lizard ran over with a ball in its mouth. It put the ball in front of Naoki and motioned Naoki to play with it. Okay. Naoki stood up, picked up the ball and threw it out, and the motor lizard immediately chased in that direction. However, halfway, it suddenly saw Golden running by quickly and caught the ball in front of it. Gaw! The motor lizard was shocked and turned around to complain to Naoki about Golden's behavior. Naoki suddenly felt a headache. Golden immediately dropped the ball, turned around and ran away in a panic. Naoki, Chishu laughed at the side. Is this how you usually get along with Golden and the others? Yes. Naoki smiled and nodded. With them around, I feel like I will never be bored in my life. After that, Naoki threw the ball that Motorcycle Lizard had taken back. Motorcycle Lizard chased after him excitedly. Chishu's Rankin Cat and Naughty Thunderball looked at him with envy. They all ran to Chishu and said they wanted to play too. Chishu was embarrassed because she didn't bring any Pokemon toys with her this time. Naoki noticed this and took out some pre-prepared toy frisbees from his bag with a smile and said, "Use mine." Rankin Cat and Naughty Thunderball turned to look at this human. Naoki grinned at them. With a max affinity for Pokemon, he quickly gained the trust of Rankin Cat and Naughty Thunderball. Then, the two of them played the frisbee game with a group of Pokemon. Urguri and Scythowl were not interested in catching the frisbee. They held hands and curiously shuttled between the stalls. Urguri, wearing a mask, played the role of a human, and Scythowl played its Pokemon. In this way, the two Pokemon perfectly blended into the crowd and experienced the feeling of shopping together. In the dim corner, Flutterfur floated silently in the air, observing these humans. Suddenly, the dream demon of Chishu floated over curiously, and asked Flutterfur what he was doing. Flutterhair murmured, "Dream." "So beautiful." Dream Demon turned his head, and saw the brightly lit bustling market. Above his head was the deep blue night sky. The cool sea breeze swept over, and the waves gently hit the beach, leaving layers of white foam. It was really beautiful, so Dream Demon and Flutterhair watched this gorgeous scenery together. The butler brother and sister sat happily beside Naoki. They spread a picnic blanket on the beach, and then put the picnic basket full of snacks on it, ready to wait for the Pokemon to come over and eat when they were tired of playing. Babu Tubo and his good friend Lavaworm were running around on the beach, looking at the round moon above their heads. After playing with the Pokemon for a while, Naoki felt a little tired, so he sat down on the beach to rest. Chishu also panted and pushed away the big face of the Rankin Cat, and sat on the beach to rest. Neither of them spoke. Looking at the full moon and the lively crowd above his head, Naoki suddenly felt that this moment was very beautiful. He couldn't help but recall what his sister Ai Guancher said not long ago. It said that it felt a fondness for Chishu. Thinking of this, Chishu turned his head and looked at the girl beside him. But he never thought that Chishu was also looking at him, and their eyes met in the night. An inexplicable atmosphere began to flow slowly in the air. Today's moonlight is so beautiful. Chishu turned her head to look at the sky awkwardly, and she felt her face was a little hot. Chishu looked over, and saw a round bright moon. He exhaled slowly, and realized that the atmosphere was a little wrong, so he changed the subject. "By the way, I have always had a question to ask you." What's the problem?" Chishu turned his head. Chishu asked sincerely. "Nyangwang City and Zichin Town are so far apart. You often come from there. Don't you think it's troublesome?" At this moment, Chishu suddenly felt a little complicated. She looked at Chishu in front of her with a look of despair on her face, and her tone was quite helpless, as if she had made some kind of determination. "Chishu, you are such a fool." Chishu was slightly stunned. Chishu blushed and continued, Of course I came here because of you. Hearing this, Naoki was stunned for a moment. At this moment, accompanied by the cheers of the surrounding crowd, all the fireworks prepared by Mayor Thomas were lit. The next second, the bright fireworks rose into the night sky, turning into gorgeous flowers blooming behind Chishu. Under the shining light, Naoki saw his own reflection in Chishu's clear eyes. In an instant, all the sounds around seemed to disappear. Plop, plop, plop. In the sky full of fireworks, Naoki heard the sound of his own heartbeat. Chishu turned his head and looked at the fireworks in the night sky, and then whispered, "I like you." Her voice was very soft, as if she was telling her feelings, as if she was telling something very ordinary. Boom! A huge firework rose into the sky. The next second, a golden Pikachu head appeared in the night sky. Chapter 479. 200th year of the Alliance calendar, November 3rd, winter. The cold wind blowing down from the top of Frost Mountain swept across the entire Padilla land, and white snowflakes fell from the sky. In the cold weather, the Pokemon in the wild also hid in their nests, and it was difficult to find their traces. The pasture was also covered with white snow, and the flying snowflakes were like elves between heaven and earth, floating lively in the air. In winter, the pasture is not suitable for growing crops. As early as the beginning of the heavy snow, Naoki gave the Dragonites a holiday, and let them stay in the warm world tree to spend a good winter. The ranch shop temporarily stopped operating, and suddenly, the whole ranch became idle. EV and Eruption went to play on the world tree again, leaving only a few Pokemon at home. Lava Worm nested in the fireplace in the living room, and the heat released from it floated along the pipes to every corner of the room. Even the utility room was warm. Naoki sat in a rocking chair in front of the fireplace to relax, while Motor Lizard and Gulton lay lazily on the carpet next to him. Turning his head to look at the two Pokemon next to him, Naoki couldn't help but think back to the summer 3 months ago. At that time, in the sky full of fireworks, Chishu confessed to him. Naoki was completely confused at the time, and didn't know how to answer for a moment. Seeing his reaction at that time, Chishu seemed a little disappointed. Naoki still remembered what he said to Chishu. He said, "This is a bit too sudden." Naoki felt a little sorry for Chishu's lost look. He admitted that he had a certain affection for her, and told Chishu truthfully that he had never been in love, and didn't know what love was. As for feelings, Chishu has always attached great importance to them. After coming to this world, he once thought about forming a family of his own. Just like Mayor Thomas and Mrs. Dantes, they take care of the Pokemon on the ranch with their lovers, live together, support each other, and grow old together. Have another child, take her to know Pokemon, go to the ice field to see seal balls, go diving to see love fish, go to the desert to see rogue crocodiles, go to the bamboo forest to see naughty pandas. Just live a plain life like this. Although Chishu didn't get an immediate reply at that time, she seemed very happy after knowing that Chishu also had a crush on her. Later, the two met Yessie and Shinli on the beach. Yessie said that she came to inspect the town of Zichin, but seeing the smiling expression on her face, Chishu always felt that Yessie was weird. After that night, the two returned to their respective residences. Chishu would still visit the ranch as usual when she had time, bringing some small gifts and snacks made by herself for Chishu and the Pokemon. With the arrival of Chishu, the ranch always seems to be particularly lively, just like her, and even Naoki feels full of energy. Thinking back to these things, Naoki can't help but smile. Today is Sunday. The Brewing Light Gym should have rested. According to past experience, Chishu should have arrived at the ranch by now. Naoki glanced at the time on Rotom's phone, and found that it was almost noon. Realizing his current behavior, Naoki suddenly found that he actually began to look forward to the arrival of Chishu every week. The sister AI Guancher beside him had been secretly observing Naoki's expression. After a while, it couldn't help but come up and ask, AI? Is Naoki waiting for Chishu to come? Naoki was a little embarrassed and said seriously, "No, I'm checking tomorrow's weather." However, his emotions were keenly captured by his sister AI Guancher, who seemed very happy. AI. In this way, we will be able to welcome the little master soon. In its view, as long as two people like each other, they can lay eggs soon. If Pokemon are like this, humans must be like this too. Naoki, Ahem. Realizing his sister AI Guancher's misunderstanding, Naoki coughed twice, and couldn't help but correct her. "No, it's not like that." Sister AI Guancher turned around in confusion. Ahem? Naoki, there is a big difference between humans and Pokemon in this matter. Take Pokemon for example, as long as they like each other, and stay together every day, they will soon lay eggs. But humans are different. Liking is important, But the premise is whether the two people are suitable to live together. Only after they have adjusted to each other can they hold a wedding and live together. AIE. Sister AI Guancher suddenly felt that humans were troublesome. However, Babu Tubo heard what Sister AI Guancher said about the little master. It flew over excitedly. Bamo Bamo? Will the little master live with us? Sister AI Guancher answered for Naoki. AIE. Of course, my brother, and I will take good care of it when the time comes. Naoki. Babu's eyes rolled around, and he didn't know what he was thinking about. Then he asked, Bamo Bamo? In that case, will Naoki have a granddaughter? Will Naoki's granddaughter come to visit the ranch and become good friends with me and the lava worms? This question confused my sister AI Guancher. AI? It seems a bit too early for this kind of thing, right? Naoki, He rubbed the fur of Babu Tubo and said to it, look less at the warm lava worm home. Bamo. Babu Tubo leaned on Naoki's arms and acted like a spoiled child. After Babu Tubo's teasing, Naoki actually began to imagine the scene of his children coming to the ranch to explore in the future. By that time, he should be in his 70s or 80s, right? Oh no, I was led astray by Babu Tubo. Naoki quickly shook his head and threw away the picture in his mind. He took out his cell phone and sent a message to Chishu. Wing King, are you coming today? Chishu did not reply immediately. After a while, Chishu suddenly heard a knock on the door. Babu Tubo, who was near the door, immediately ran forward to open the door. As the door opened, Chishu turned his head and saw Chishu standing in front of the door with a smile on his face. It's really cold today. She kept rubbing her hands because of the cold. In fact, Chishu is still very afraid of the cold. In the past winters, she stayed at home with Pokemon most of the time. Naoki stood up with a smile. Come over here and warm yourself by the fire. After all, it snowed yesterday. I've heard a proverb before. It's not cold when it snows, but when it melts. Got it. Chishu came in with a grin and started a fire with the lava worms in front of the fireplace. The lava worms were warm, and the orange light on them illuminated the surrounding fireplaces into an orange-red color. Naoki went to pour a cup of hot tea for Chishu to warm herself up. And AI Guancher and Babu Tubo curiously came to Chishu and observed her. Hi, good morning. Chishu smiled and greeted the two Pokemon, and Modalix and Gultrin. Ah, gaw gaw. At this time, Naoki came over with a cup of hot tea. When he handed the cup to Chishu, he suddenly noticed that Chishu seemed to be a little different today. The colored Magnemite on her head was gone. Where's Magnemite? Naoki asked. Chishu then remembered that there was such a thing. She touched the top of her head, and then said embarrassedly, I always feel that kind of dress is something that only children like. It's a bit too childish. Since they parted that day, Chishu felt that it was time for her to make some changes. She could no longer be as childish as before, because she was already an adult, and should become more mature and stable like an adult. Naoki was slightly startled. Did Chishu make the change for him? At this time, Chishu looked up hopefully and asked with a red face, What about now? What? Do you like me more now? Naoki was stunned, and then felt touched in his heart. After a moment, he moved his lips, and the words he wanted to say next made the usually reserved Naoki a little difficult to say. But the girl was so proactive, he couldn't just keep being passive, that would be too unmanly. Thinking of this, Naoki took a deep breath, and although he still felt a little embarrassed, he still said seriously, although I don't know what love is, if it means looking forward to seeing you every day and wanting to chat with you, I think. I probably like you too. Ah, gaw. Golden looked at this scene with great joy. The Ibuta brothers and sisters were also very happy. In this way, they no longer had to worry about Naoki dying alone. Although there was a group of Pokemon accompanying Naoki, it would be better for humans to live with humans. Because in some places, Pokemon cannot replace humans. And Babu Tubo and Lava Worm were also very happy. In this way, Naoki would have a granddaughter. Then his granddaughter would come to the ranch to visit the lava worms and make friends with them, just like in an 1-1 lava worm house. Chapter 480. It started snowing outside the window again. The fire in the fireplace was burning brightly, and a group of Pokemon were sleeping soundly in front of the fireplace. Looking at Chishu playing with his phone across the sofa, Naoki still hadn't recovered from the conversation just now. Because he was really curious, he asked Chishu why he liked him. For this question, Chishu found that she didn't know the exact answer after careful thinking. Chishu said that when she first came to the ranch, she became curious about him, the mysterious rancher. Later, she saw him enthusiastically helping Gulusha heal his wounds, and taking care of so many Pokemon on the ranch, and she became more and more curious. Later, with repeated visits to the ranch, Chishu said that she gradually developed a good impression of him. Hearing this, Chishu was immediately stunned. Is this love at first sight? Chishu found it unbelievable that such a thing could happen to him. At this time, Chishu's voice brought his thoughts back to reality. The chief actually went to the Alola region for vacation this winter. This is a rare thing, because UCI has never left the Padilla region before, whether for work or rest. Even if she was invited to the World Championships in other regions, UCI would always refuse and send her champion-level trainers to participate. Huh? Naoki was also very surprised. Chishu put his mobile phone in front of Naoki, and Naoki saw a picture of UCI wearing a cool casual outfit and sunbathing on the beach. According to Naoki's understanding of UCI, it is indeed a very rare thing for a workaholic like her to go on vacation. Although the Padilla League is on holiday in winter, gym leaders from all over the country do not have to stay in the gym to receive challengers. But in the past, UCI would still stay in the Padilla League to handle things. And this year, UCI is very abnormal, but what Naoki cares more about is that he has not been to the Alola region yet. Thinking back to his current financial situation, Naoki began to think about whether he should buy a villa ranch in the Alola region and take the Pokemon there to spend the winter. The climate of the Alola region is very special. The tropical climate keeps the area warm and pleasant all year round. As for how to allow so many Pokemon to travel between the two places, it is also very simple. Just buy 2 Pokeball teleporters and put them in 2 places. At this moment, there was a knock on the door. This surprised Naoki. Who would visit the ranch on such a snowy day? He got up and went to open the door, but he didn't see anyone outside. The Pokemons all returned to their dens. The pasture was completely white, without a single person in sight. Naoki was a little confused. Just as he was about to close the door, he heard a squeaking sound coming from below. He looked down and saw a chubby chinchilla raising its head and looking at him pitifully. The chinchilla's fur was stained with a lot of snow, and it was shivering from the cold. Chinchilla? Naoki recognized the chinchilla at first sight. It was one of the Pokemon that he had rescued. Later, after the forest was restored to its original state, the chinchilla returned there to live. Squeak! The chinchilla nodded repeatedly. Come in! Naoki welcomed it into the living room and closed the door. The warm room made the chinchilla sigh comfortably. Chishu and the Pokemon around him also cast their eyes in this direction. Why did you come here suddenly? Where are you? Naoki asked. The chinchilla rubbed its paws and replied, Squeak. Through the power of Tokiwa, Naoki quickly understood what it meant. Everyone is in the forest now. It came here to seek help because the forest is haunted. Haunted? Hearing this, Naoki was very surprised. Is it a ghost Pokemon? Don't worry, talk slowly. The chinchilla nodded its head. Squeak. I don't know if it is a ghost Pokemon, but everyone living in the forest has been scared by it recently. It would secretly follow Pokemon, and sometimes it would break into the nest while others were sleeping. When they opened their eyes, they could see a ghost floating in front of them, and some Pokemon were scared to death. Is it a ghost that deliberately teased other Pokemon? Naoki guessed that it was most likely a ghost Pokemon. But the problem was that, as far as he knew, there were no ghost Pokemon living in the back mountain. Could it be a ghost Pokemon from outside? After a little thought, Naoki decided to follow the chinchilla to take a look. He turned to Chishu and said, Zongbao Chinchilla is looking for my help. I have to go out for a while. You wait here. However, Chishu rejected this suggestion. She stood up and said, I will go over and take a look. Okay, let's go. Naoki told the other Pokemon to stay at home, and he only took the ghost-like Twister out. Halfway through the journey, Chishu suddenly asked curiously, Can you understand Pokemon talking? Naoki smiled mysteriously. Do you want to try it? Chishu was slightly stunned. Huh? But the next second, she saw Chishu take out a bag of snacks from his pocket. After eating it, you can understand what Pokemon says. Chishu handed over the translation melon seed crisps. Hearing this, Chishu was very surprised. When she ate the snack and heard the stuffed chinchilla in front of her muttering that it was so cold, she was shocked and speechless. I can actually understand what Pokemon says. How did you do that? Chishu opened his eyes in disbelief. My superpower. Naoki laughed. Superpower. Chishu immediately thought of those humans with special powers. There is such a thing. Chishu whispered. It's not that exaggerated. Naoki smiled and said, even if there is no superpower, some trainers can communicate with their Pokemon. The most important thing is each other's heart. At this time, the group officially entered the back mountain. The back mountain in winter is also covered with white snow. Looking around, you can hardly see the traces of the Pokemon that are active on weekdays. You can only see some ice attribute Pokemon like Snow Swallow that like to live in the ice and snow. The chinchilla jumped off Naoki and quickly led the way. After a while, Naoki saw the fruit forest that he and Golden had planted in front of him. The chinchilla, squeak. It's nearby. Naoki looked around, but didn't see anything. He nodded to Flutterfat beside him. However, the primitive Flutterfat didn't understand. Dream? Naoki, Flutterfat, can you feel the breath of ghost Pokemon around you? Naoki asked directly. Flutterfat finally understood what Naoki meant. It sneaked into the shadows and began to search for those suspicious ghosts around. At this time, other Pokemon living in this fruit forest saw Naoki's figure. The group of Pokemon that Naoki had saved came over, jumping around in the snow happily and greeting him. Naoki smiled and looked at these cute Pokemon. Giant Blacksmith, long time no see. Painter, how are you doing recently? Family of mice, huh? How did you change from a family of 4 to a pair of mice? The 2 white mice replied, squeak. The children have grown up, left us, and went out to explore on their own. Is that so? Naoki nodded. He was very surprised that a Pokemon like the house mouse could actually degenerate. Chishu stood aside and watched Naoki get along with a group of wild Pokemon. Naoki is really popular with Pokemon. At the same time, a canine Pokemon with a candle on its head was hiding in the corner and looking in that direction with envy. It kept wagging its tail, turning in circles, and making excited sounds, wanting to rush up and play with the 2 humans. But at this moment, the Pokemon suddenly felt a terrible breath coming from behind. It turned its head and saw a big Pokemon with a wild aura coming behind it and looking at it quietly. Woof! The Pokemon was frightened. The next second, its figure instinctively hid underground, leaving only a candle on the ground, and then quickly fled into the distance. Flutter did not chase after it, but returned to Naoki and reported the matter to him. Dream. There is a strange guy. Is there really one? Naoki said quickly. Take me over there to have a look. Dream. Flutter led the way in front. Naoki and Chishu walked side by side, chatting about these wild Pokemon as they walked. The giant Forge and the stuffed squirrel, who were afraid of ghosts, hid behind Naoki and moved forward carefully. The group passed through the orchard and soon came to an open space. Naoki recognized this place at a glance. This is the cemetery where he buried the Pokemon that died in the forest fire. The Flutterwing floated up and pointed at a candle burning with a purple flame stuck in the ground. It stretched out its wing claws and poked it. The next second, the Pokemon hiding underground jumped out in panic, looking at the 2 humans and the group of Pokemon in front of it with horror. Is that Pokemon a grave dog? Chishu recognized the ghost Pokemon at a glance. Chishu nodded. It seems to be it at the moment. It is said that the grave dog is the reincarnation of a stray dog Pokemon that died before coming into contact with humans. They usually sleep quietly underground, almost motionless, and will stick their heads out of the ground and light up the eerie light on the top of their heads. Once someone approaches, the grave dog will make a strange cry and jump on the ground, which will scare many people, but it does not seem to have any malicious intent. Because this Pokemon has a very gentle temperament, loves to be close to people, and is afraid of loneliness. As long as someone plays with it, it will be very happy and will always follow that person. Among the Pokemon that live in the Padia region, the grave dog is a very famous Pokemon. Because of their closeness to humans, they are easily captured and become Pokemon of human trainers. But what surprised Naoki was that this grave dog was a ghost Pokemon that was reincarnated from the Pokemon that died before. Woo woof. As if sensing the hostility of these people and Pokemon, the grave dog seemed a little scared, and its whole body almost stuck to the ground, and even its tail drooped. The chinchillas, who were originally very scared, didn't know what to do for a moment when they saw that the ghost that scared them was actually such a Pokemon. Naoki pondered for a moment and said to them, "Its name is Grave Dog. The reason why it played a prank is probably because it felt too lonely and wanted to play with you. It didn't mean to scare you.